This guy was an insect expert in his past life, but after being reincarnated, he unexpectedly became the strongest poison master in the martial arts world. The giant blue-spotted centipede that once terrified the entire world is nothing more than a pet to him. The bee queen, who commands tens of thousands of bees, was also raised by his own hand. These cute little larvae are not only obedient but also know how to protect their master. Though they seem harmless, each one is a rare, deadly poison in the world. If anyone dares to mess with him, even the demonic sex villains will end up in the grave. At the start, the protagonist, Xiao Long, was a famous creator making videos about venomous insects and animals, but one day, he had a stroke of bad luck when a snake bit his hand, and he was reincarnated into the world of martial arts. Yet, no matter where he is, Xiao Long cannot give up his hobby of collecting venomous creatures. Today, a group of passersby wanted to ask Xiao Long for shelter for the night because it was already dark. Looking at their attire, he immediately realized they were from the Sichuan Tang Clan. Xiao Long agreed, telling them they could rest wherever they liked. However, the main hall was currently in use by him, so they shouldn't get too close. The Tang Clan head, Tang Taishan, cupped his hands in gratitude to the young hero. Then Xiao Long asked to be excused because he had something important to do. It turned out his important task was that it was feeding time for his beloved pets. Xiao Long walked into the house and opened a jar. Inside were some insects that looked like crickets. He hugged the jar and sighed. Almost late. You guys must be hungry, right? Then he opened another jar, which contained a Chinese black ground scorpion. This species is native to Hainan, China, and can grow up to 20 centimeters as adults. Xiao Long used chopsticks to grab a cricket and fed it to Xiao He. Sensing the delicious treat, Xiao He immediately devoured it as if he had been starved for days. Old man, you can't even handle a simple feeding without being late. Afterward, Xiao Long went to the side cabinet, where a chameleon was waiting in a drawer. This is also a local species here, characterized by the stripes on its body and tail. In his past life, buying a chameleon was difficult due to the lack of supply. But now, he sees them everywhere he goes. Seeing the old man standing there grumbling without feeding him, the chameleon thought, "You've been acting like an old man to me for way too long." The chameleon, irritated, lunged at Xiao Long's finger, making him shriek in pain. Just then, Tang Tishan arrived to find Xiao Long. He thanked Xiao Long for letting them stay to escape the rain and asked if he would like to have dinner with them. They had just hunted a deer in the forest. Hearing there was meat, Xiao Long's eyes sparkled, and he almost teared up. It turned out that ever since he reincarnated, he hadn't had a proper meal. He had been surviving on snakes, lizards, and geckos. Thinking this, Xiao Long happily agreed. He would finally get to eat meat. Cutting to another scene, everyone was sitting around a campfire roasting meat. The fragrant aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, making Xiao Long unable to stop his mouth from watering. While waiting for the meat to cook, Tang Taishan struck up a conversation, asking if he lived alone on the mountain and how old he was. Xiao Long replied that he was around 14 or 15. Not wanting to reveal too much, he made up an excuse that he had suffered a head injury when he was young, so he couldn't remember his past clearly. He had lived alone on the mountain since he was a child, skinning snakes and selling them to make a living. As they chatted, the meat finished roasting. Tang Tishan's father, Tang Jun, handed him a deer leg that was still steaming hot. Xiao Long said, "Thank you, senior," and happily accepted it. He immediately took a huge bite, the meat practically melting in his mouth. The venison was tender and fragrant, perfectly seasoned and absolutely delicious. The perfect roasting temperature meant the meat stayed juicy without drying out. It had been a long time since Xiao Long had eaten such good roasted meat, and he was overjoyed. While eating, Tang Tishan revealed to Xiao Long that they were looking for a giant centipede with blue spots on its body. People called it the blue-spotted centipede, and it was quite large. If it were a fully grown centipede, even a human could be its meal. The reason Tang Tishan wanted to catch the blue-spotted centipede was that his daughter was bedridden with a severe illness. Only the internal core of the centipede could save her. Xiao Long inwardly marveled at how parents in this world would do anything for their children. Although he felt sorry for the centipede, since they had treated him to a meal, he decided to help them. With that thought, Xiao Long spoke up. "Although I don't know what a blue-spotted centipede is, I can guess where it might be." Xiao Long was more confident in his knowledge of poisons than anyone else. Out of the 8.7 million living creatures, about 20,000 species are known to be venomous. I have stored all that knowledge in my head, every single species and every exception. With my knowledge, everything regarding poison is in the palm of my hand. Wei Xiaolong picked up his book and focused his entire mind. The pages kept turning by themselves, emitting a magical light. After a moment, he closed the book and happily said, "Found it." Xiao Long winked excitedly. "So, if it's a giant centipede, I think I know where it is." Tang Taishan asked in surprise, "What? Is that true? Tang Jun chimed in. If that's the case, where could it be? He thought deeply, then looked at the two of them and asked, I don't know which areas you've searched or at what times. Could you tell me? Even though they didn't know why Xiao Long asked, Tang Taishan replied, We searched in the north and east around here, mostly looking during the day. In the north, we mainly searched along the riverbanks. He rubbed his chin, muttering, I see. In his heart, he thought, no wonder you couldn't find it. Both men were stunned when Xiao Long said, Well, then it's no wonder you couldn't find it. Tang Jun blurted out, What? No wonder? He asked urgently, Can you tell me why? He smiled smugly. Sure. Centipedes are arthropods of the class Myriapoda. They have a wide range of activity and are poikilothermic, so they need a hiding place to maintain stable temperature and humidity. Interestingly, unlike most insects that have a waterproof membrane, centipedes have weak waterproofing and spiracles on their shell surface, so they actually don't like places with too much water. While they do need a high humidity environment, they dislike areas with standing water. On the contrary, without enough humidity, they cannot survive long. This is a unique characteristic of centipedes. Sitting on the porch, Xiao Long continued to provide information. Therefore, for a blue-spotted centipede with such a large body, it is highly unlikely it would dwell in the dense forest or by the river. Tang Jun looked confused. I can't believe it. So the place centipedes like isn't rotten wood crevices? He explained. Some small centipedes can be found in places like that, but you must be talking about a giant centipede, right? Wei Xiaolong continued rattling on. If it's that big, fallen trees in the forest or rocks by the river wouldn't be suitable. There's nowhere for it to hide there. After hearing this, Tang Taishan and Tang Jun exchanged a nod. Sitting beside him, the older man said anxiously, If we find it where you pointed out, we will definitely reward you generously. The young man smiled, smugly pointing at the mountain in front of him. Wei Xiaolong insisted on the western direction and gave instructions. You should try searching the rocky mountain to the west. Centipedes usually rest under sun-warmed rocks during the day and only come out at night. When night fell, the moonlight illuminated the sheer cliff. Everyone split up to search the mountainside. At the summit, Tang Tishan stood firm, observing and frowning in deep thought. Just then, someone ran up and called out, Clan head, what if the young hero's information is wrong? He pondered for a moment. Is that so? Get down to the ground. Tang Tishan ordered. We'll rest here for today. Fire the signal flare to gather all the search parties. The soldiers acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. The flare was fired, glowing brightly in the sky. Everyone rested while complaining. Oh man, I'm exhausted. I hope that young hero was right. They whispered to each other, Why on earth can't we find this damn centipede? It really was true. That young hero seemed quite sharp. Suddenly they heard a commotion near Tang Tishan. They saw him clenching his teeth, trembling as he said, Tang Yin. She is considered the greatest genius in the history of the Tang Clan. Has heaven really abandoned me? Just then, a voice called out, The Supreme Clan head has returned. Everyone greeted him in unison. You've returned, sir? Tang Jun walked up to Tang Taishan and asked about the situation. Nothing found today either. He replied, Yes, father. Then he asked back, Did you find anything, father? Tang Jun coughed softly. Well, not much. The situation isn't looking good. Tang Yin can hold on for at most 3 more months, and I don't know if we can find it within the next 10 days. Both men fell silent, sharing the same heavy burden. He suggested, Father, shall we try searching the south tomorrow? Since they hadn't found any traces, the older man sighed and agreed. Very well. Suddenly, Tang Jun asked loudly in surprise, Nothing at all? Then, he unexpectedly slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. That's it. So that's what it is. Why didn't I realize it sooner? This is the place. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Tang Taishan asked, Did you discover something, father? However, Tang Jun gave an unexpected answer. No, it's just as you said. I don't see any traces or feel anything at all. He asked in surprise. Is that right? The older man confirmed it, because there was nothing, and added, It is precisely because there is nothing that I feel it is here. Tang Jun observed the surroundings and asked, In the last 3 days, have you discovered anything on this rocky mountain? Tang Tishan replied, No, sir. We haven't found any traces. The older man rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, No animal droppings or territorial markings, there really is nothing. Just as he finished speaking, he startled and exclaimed, as if realizing the problem along with Tang Tishan. The older man said excitedly, That's right. How could there be no signs of animals on this large rocky mountain? He clenched his fists and muttered, This is its territory. Tang Jun replied happily, Exactly. That's why all the animals nearby have either fled or become prey for the centipede. He patted Tang Taishan on the shoulder and comforted him. The green-striped centipede is definitely here. Now we can save Tang Yin. As if he had found a light in the dark, he bit his lip, but before he could finish his sentence, the ground shook violently. Everyone screamed in panic. What is this? One person shouted, "What on earth is that?" While some were so terrified they accidentally trampled the campfire, a loud explosion erupted right where the fire was flickering. Tang Jun and Tang Taishan stood stunned, shouting, "What was that?" A sharp claw suddenly appeared and slammed down into the ground. The soldiers stammered in fear. That thing, rocks and dirt rained down on them. The older man turned pale and shouted, "It's the giant centipede. The green-striped centipede is revealing itself." At the same time, in the city, sounds of panic erupted. Wei Xiao Long said lethargically, "Everything's gone haywire." He lay sprawled out, wondering, how big is that centipede to scare everyone like that? They said they were just going to look for it. Why did they end up tearing the whole mountain apart? Wei Xiao Long smirked. A centipede big enough to swallow me whole? He was excited. He was genuinely curious. In the night scene on the mountain, everyone stood around the carcass of the defeated centipede. Tang Jun opened a box and said, "This is the inner core of the green-striped centipede." Everyone around was moved, while the older man covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Now Tang Yin can be saved. Tang Taishan, his body battered, stepped forward and said, "Father, please have the uninjured warriors head to Sichuan immediately." Tang Jun wondered, "What do you mean?" He looked into the distance and replied, "Kindness must be repaid, and grudges must be avenged. Resentment is carved in blood, and gratitude is carved in stone." Tang Taishan asked, "Isn't there still work to be done here?" The older man slapped his head, remembering, and said, "I nearly made a huge mistake because I was too focused on Tang Yin." Tang Jun put away the box containing the core and said, "That's right. We should treat the young hero as an honored guest. If there is anything he desires, we must grant it. Yes, let the injured warriors stay in the village to recover. In the meantime, I will go meet the young hero." Tang Taishan added, "Perhaps the young hero is also eager to hear our news." Wei Xiao Long looked gloomy. Crawling around him were strange creatures. Despite them clinging to him, he said, "What should I do now? In just one night, I've become the father of a green-striped centipede in some room." Wei Xiao Long muttered, "When I get back home, I'll clean the eggs and put them by my pillow. When I wake up, I'll see." He looked at the little ones crawling on him and said, "My babies have all hatched." Looking at their round bodies with rabbit-like ears, Wei Xiao Long suppressed his emotions and said, "I anticipated this, but I didn't think they'd hatch so quickly." He glanced at a little one hugging his cheek while sleeping. Suddenly, the little one peed, causing him to hurriedly hold it and say, "Hey, you guys, stay back a bit." Wei Xiao Long thought to himself, "The problem is, I don't know if these little guys think I'm their mother." One little one kept biting his shirt, and he said, "They just keep clinging to me and won't leave my side for even a moment." The previous night, in a certain mountain crevice, at the secret lair of the green-striped centipede that I found, the closer I got to the cave, the more terrifying it felt. He accidentally kicked something and shouted, "What the hell is this? What kind of beetle is as big as a human fist?" The torch in Wei Xiao Long's hand fell. The beetle beside him knelt on the ground, panting. Wei Xiao Long wiped his sweat and said, "Thank goodness." He looked into his bag and said, "At least 3 eggs are still safe." Wei Xiao Long rubbed his head and muttered, "Good thing the rain stopped, or I wouldn't have been able to save any of them." Suddenly, he noticed something. He stood up abruptly and said, "No time to waste. I need to get back and clean the eggs." He tied the egg pouch tightly to his belt and said, "All right." With an excited expression, Wei Xiao Long shouted, "Hang on a little longer, my little centipedes." Then as the eggs hatched, he sat there sighing. Even though he hadn't seen the blue-striped centipede alive yet, saving these eggs was already a huge stroke of luck. The adorable little creatures kept clinging to Wei Xiao Long, making him feel a bit awkward. Wei Xiao Long asked, "Hey, don't you guys plan on leaving me?" The mischievous little ones crawled down his back, and he muttered, "I know that by your second molting, you won't need to eat, so I won't have to worry about food, but hanging on to me like this is really awkward." Wei Xiao Long suddenly realized, "If I go into the water, maybe you'll leave me on your own." His face showed a wicked intention that terrified the centipede. He said, "Guess I'll have to go take a bath then." Early in the morning, Tang Taishan, with his body covered in bandages, walked with firm steps toward a certain place. Arriving in front of a room, he loudly asked if the young hero was inside. Standing outside the door for a while, he continued calling out for the young hero. Seeing no movement inside, he reached out to push the door open and said, "Young hero, I'm coming in." While observing his surroundings, Tang Taishan noticed no one was there and muttered, "Herbs, jars, and even a medicine chest." Looking at these herbs, he wondered, is this young hero a master of medicine? Sighing, he scolded himself. It's disrespectful to wander into someone's room uninvited. Tang Tishan then decided to leave and said, I'll come back later. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds, which made him curiously turn back, muttering, What is that sound? Behind him were some large jars. He stepped forward gently, opened a jar lid, and gasped in shock. What is this? He muttered when he saw a spider holding something white in its mouth. Looking toward the medicine cabinet, he whispered in disbelief. Tang Tishan immediately opened a drawer and saw an orange-striped creature. He wondered, is this a lizard? Unable to believe his eyes, he realized the jars contained brown beetles. The basin next to them held strange eggs, and the box beside it contained dried snakes. Stunned to the point of being unable to move, he muttered, This species of lizard. Feeling as if he were in a place filled with poisonous creatures, he exclaimed, Unbelievable. It crossed Tang Tishan's mind. Could it be that he is raising these poisonous creatures and breeding them? Even the Tang family, famous for poisons and venomous creatures, only managed to control and extract toxins. They never thought of breeding them like this. He closed the door, walked outside, and muttered, By some small twist of fate, I managed to save my beloved daughter's life. Clenching his fist, Tang Tishan whispered, Is this young hero the true twist of fate? Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from behind, Senior. He turned around and replied, Young hero Wei Xiao Long rushed over and asked, How did your arm get like that? Are you hurt anywhere else? Tang Tishan placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, It's nothing serious, but rather, there's something I need to tell you. Suddenly, he felt something strange and muttered, What is this? A wave of evil energy appeared behind him. The door suddenly shattered, and a strange figure appeared, radiating murderous intent, with a terrifying smile revealing sharp teeth. Tang Tishan quickly pushed Wei Xiaolong aside and shouted, Young hero, get out of here. He didn't understand what was happening and asked the senior. Meanwhile, the intruder had already taken an attack stance. Zhuo Yunchang flew in, destroying everything in his path, and lunged straight at Tang Tishan. He gathered strength in his arm and landed a powerful blow that left him coughing up blood and severely wounded. Tang Tishan clumsily realized the enemy's strength, muttering, A master on par with my father, and yelled, Young hero, run. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Xiaolong was grabbed by the neck and lifted high into the air. Struggling for breath, he gasped, Send senior. Zhuo Yunchang laughed triumphantly. I heard the Tang family had entered Hainan, so I came to take a look, but it seems the poison god's snake is injured and all alone like this. Tang Tishan struggled to stand up, coughing, and asked, Who are you, senior? Why are you tormenting this young hero and me? Zhuo Yunchang laughed loudly. You'll know soon enough when you look at this face and my red hand. Your father made me this way. I am the blood hand Rakshasa, Zhuo Yunqiang. He recalled the man's appearance from the past and muttered, Zhuo Yunchang, I heard he was poisoned in the head and fell off a coastal cliff. It seems he survived. Seeing Wei Xiaolong struggling in his grip, Tang Tishan shouted, That young hero has nothing to do with us. Let him go. He offered, I'll trade my life for that boy's. The man tightened his grip on his neck and replied, I don't like that. If you even touch me, you'll die too. This evil master, a martial artist of such power, will bring harm to the world. Tang Tishan gritted his teeth in anger, muttering, In the end, that devil has no intention of letting the young hero go. At that moment, Wei Xiaolong was being strangled to the point of breaking. Zhuo Yunchang laughed loudly. Die. He gasped out, Please help me. The little centipedes on his body rushed out and latched onto the devil's arm. They bit Zhuo Yunchang repeatedly, causing him to panic. What is this? Centipedes? Zhuo Yunchang tried to shake off the bugs, shouting, Centipedes can actually pose a threat to me. The bugs injected poison into his body, making him cough up blood. Finally, Zhuo Yunchang collapsed, screaming, Damn it. He lay motionless at Wei Xiaolong's feet. Panicked, he muttered, Oh God, he's dead. He nudged him with his foot and called out, Hey, are you still alive? Tang Tishan stood there with his jaw dropped in shock. Then he laughed as if he'd struck gold and muttered, Is this not a precious guest, this young hero? Wei Xiaolong poked Zhuo Yunchang's body with a stick. Finally, he had become a member of the Tang family at the Taoist temple. A few days after Zhuo Yunchang fell, a sigh of relief echoed in the room. Wei Xiaolong was taking care of the ailing Tang Tishan on the bed. He spoke, Thank you, young hero. Seeing him speak, Wei Xiaolong replied, No time to wait. If you can tell me where you live, senior, I'll go check it out. Having said that, he turned away, scratching his chin in thought. Wait, no, leaving you alone here isn't right, but I can't call a doctor either. Tang Tishan heard this and quickly said, I'm fine. Don't worry. A few days of rest and I'll be back on my feet. He felt a pang of emotion, thinking, How much blood has this old man lost? yet he still speaks so calmly. He remembered how the old man kept coughing while trying to reassure him. I'm fine. Wei Xiao Long immediately retorted, please don't say that. Your condition is very serious right now. Tang Taishan took a shallow breath and replied, I'm fine. I was just afraid you'd worry. He added, I am a member of the Miram. Wei Xiao Long was stunned. The Miram? Are you saying you're a martial artist? Wei Xiao Long asked with excitement. Does that mean you can fly through the air and use palm techniques? Tang Taishan smiled and answered, not everyone can do that, but you could say it's true. The young man thought to himself in amazement. This is incredible. This world is truly different. It wouldn't make sense to see a centipede as big as a house otherwise. Tang Taishan spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. This is quite remarkable. I saved your life. And although it might be a bit rude, let me introduce myself properly. I am Tang Taishan of the Sichuan Tang Clan. Wei Xiao Long did not hesitate and replied, I am Wei Xiao Long. Tang Taishan closed his eyes and praised, Wei Xiao Long, a fine name. He looked at the boy and asked, I have many questions. Would you be willing to answer them? Wei Xiao Long replied politely, yes, please, go ahead. Tang Taishan asked, is that black venomous creature a centipede? Wei Xiao Long looked down at the larvae clinging to him, poked them gently, and confirmed, yes, those are green-striped centipede larvae. Tang Taishan was so shocked he sat bolt upright and blurted out, you're saying you've tamed green-striped centipede larvae? Startled by his sudden movement, Wei Xiao Long shouted, Senior, please, lie back down. But Tang Taishan ignored his advice and continued, how could you possibly tame them? Wei Xiao Long stammered, I saw them while I was waiting for you. Tang Taishan suddenly cut him off. Are these venomous insects also bred by you? Wei Xiao Long hesitated and replied, well, he felt a bit shy. It's a long story. Would you like to hear it? Tang Taishan cleared his throat behind his hand. Go ahead. Tell me. Wei Xiao Long began. Then I'll start from the eggs. This is how the story goes. Outside the Taoist temple was quiet at night, as if listening to Wei Xiao Long's tale. After hearing everything, Tang Taishan asked in surprise, wait, you mean you took the eggs and raised them yourself? Wei Xiao Long replied, yes, that's right. I guess they would hatch. Tang Taishan broke into a sweat, thinking, who could be sure when the eggs would hatch? How is that even possible? Wei Xiao Long said, please wait a moment, senior. Having said that, Wei Xiao Long opened the cabinet, brought the creatures out, and asked, would you like to see these? He held out a lizard and introduced it proudly. This is a common cave lizard. Its body has yellow stripes, and its tail has white ones. He continued to introduce another, and these ones, with larger white stripes on their tails, were crossbred, resulting in these two distinct colors. Tang Taishan looked at the animals in front of him and gasped, could it be? He shouted, you managed to create these colors? Wei Xiao Long happily confirmed. That's right. Isn't it beautiful? Tang Taishan swallowed hard and questioned. So, if you breed those with strong venom, could you create an even more poisonous species? Wei Xiao Long was a bit surprised by his question. His mind raced through the theories, and he realized it was possible. After considering it, he said, if I knew which ones had stronger venom, then certainly it would be possible. He hesitated, but that would be difficult. Tang Taishan suddenly exclaimed, what do you mean? It's possible? Wei Xiao Long jumped. Tang Taishan put a hand on his shoulder and suggested, seriously, join our family. Wei Xiao Long gasped. What? Tang Taishan shouted again. If you join our Tang Clan, all our martial arts secrets will be taught to you without reservation. Rare herbs, spiritual plants, and any poison you desire will be at your fingertips. He continued to persuade him passionately. If it's you, perhaps you could even capture or raise one of the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains that the legends speak of. If that wasn't attractive enough, Tang Taishan used his trump card, not to brag, but one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains is my daughter. Wei Xiao Long hurriedly interrupted. Wait, what did you just say? Tang Taishan was taken aback, then suddenly laughed out loud. You're young, but you're a man, so it's only natural. My daughter is one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. Realizing the misunderstanding, Wei Xiao Long shouted, no, that's not the kind of deal I'm looking for. He pictured the 10 great venomous insects the old man had mentioned, clenched his fists, and asked loudly, are the 10 great venomous insects of the Central Plains just like the green-striped centipede? Tang Taishan emphasized, absolutely. Of course they are. He smirked smugly. The green-striped centipede is formidable, but it's a low-level poison that cannot compare to the 10 great ones. He described everything from a centipede the size of a house to one that shimmered like solid gold. Wei Xiao Long was amazed and couldn't stop imagining what he was describing. Tang Taishan continued, noting that whatever the boy imagined, reality was far beyond that. Tang Taishan sighed softly. This was truly strange. He looked at Wei Xiaolong's bright, excited face and the two larvae hiding in his shirt, concluding, "It seems I've succeeded in convincing him." 2 days later, at the Taoist temple, Tang Tishan's disciples shouted when they heard the news, "Is it true that the bloody hand Rakshasa Zuo Yunqiang has appeared?" Tang Tishan said, "I was indeed in a great deal of trouble. I didn't expect that he had been in seclusion, practicing martial arts, reaching a level almost equal to my father." The disciples stammered in fear. "What?" A disciple couldn't finish his sentence. Then suddenly, a disciple had a thought and spoke up. "Wait, did the clan leader kill him? Have you reached the 10,000 poisons realm?" Another disciple immediately congratulated him. "Congratulations." The others hurried to join in. "Oh, congratulations, clan leader." He breathed a sigh of relief and denied it. "That's not it." He continued, "I didn't kill him. This young hero here did." A disciple gasped in surprise. It was this young hero. Having said that, he turned to shake Wei Xiaolong's hand firmly and shouted, "You are the young hero, aren't you?" The group of disciples immediately said, "Thank you, young hero, for saving our clan leader." "Sichuan Tang clan leader, could it be that you are an enlightened master who never ages?" Wei Xiaolong was completely taken aback by their words and asked, "Huh? What? What do you mean? Never ages?" Tang Taishan calmly interrupted, "Young hero, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Could you show them?" Wei Xiaolong thought for a moment and agreed. "Little ones, come on out." The disciples stared wide-eyed at the creatures wriggling as they poked their heads out from his shirt. The tiny larvae chirped and looked around. Upon seeing them clearly, the disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, aren't those centipedes? These were the ones that took down the villain, Zuo Yunqiang." One of the disciples shouted with a hint of fear, "What? Is their venom safe?" Another disciple yelled as well, unable to hide his admiration. "You've tamed green-striped centipedes, a young hero, and so talented?" Tang Taishan calmly continued, "That is why I have decided to welcome this young hero into our family." The disciple excitedly shouted, "Oh, young hero, this is truly a great opportunity." Tang Taishan spoke. His voice then drew the attention of the excited group. He clenched his fist and said sternly, "It seems we should not delay any longer." Wei Xiaolong asked, "Respected elder, is there anything else you want to find?" He just pondered without answering. Then he said gravely, "Bloodhand Rakshasa Zuo Yunqiang practices the Bloodhand Poison Claw, a terrifying evil technique that requires human blood and marrow to reach higher realms." He thought in panic, "What kind of insane evil technique is this?" He firmly decided that if he left behind any manuals or had disciples, they must be dealt with to prevent future trouble. That cruel, evil technique must not appear in the martial arts world again. He clenched his fist and asked, "If anyone has been captured, we must definitely help them, right?" The group of disciples agreed. "Of course, master." He turned and proposed, "Young hero, can you give me a hand? After all, you are familiar with the terrain of Hainan Island." Wei Xiaolong was silent and thoughtful. Just then, the larvae approached, crying out. He closed his eyes to reflect, thinking that perhaps becoming a member of the Duong clan also meant accepting a lifelong mission. Typically, one would think an internship is meant to observe the company's atmosphere and get a chance to assess the leader's character, right? He replied happily, "I understand. Once you recover your health, I will support you with all my might." Hearing that, the disciple felt interested. Tang Tishan praised him. "Young hero, your thinking is truly precise." He gave a radiant smile. "Saving people is, of course, something I must help with." Outwardly, he seemed humble, but inwardly he thought to himself, "On this trip, I must learn everything there is to know about the Sichuan Duong clan." He smugly thought further. Talented people usually interview the other side back. It had been 3 days since the old master, Tang Taishan, recovered his health, and their group, including Tang Taishan, Wei Xiaolong, and the disciples, decided to search for the hideout of Bloodhand Rakshasa Zuo Yunqiang, so they stopped at a village next to an abandoned Taoist temple. They asked the villagers if anyone had gone missing, and a villager replied anxiously, "Are you talking about missing people?" The old man recalled and said that in the past year, 1 or 2 people had gone missing in the forest, but it didn't happen frequently. Tang Tishan stroked his beard thoughtfully, and the group clasped their hands in thanks. Speaking on behalf of the group, Tang Taishan said, "Thank you, village chief." The old man responded enthusiastically, "It's nothing. Being able to help the Duong clan is my honor." Then he said, "I must take my leave now." The village chief replied, "May you be safe." Unfortunately, the group did not gather any other information and continued on their way. Wei Xiaolong felt puzzled. "This village is no different, is it?" Tang Taishan was deep in thought and answered, "Seeing how he discovered us and appeared, I thought he would be around here. Searching is really not easy." He also thought it was truly strange. How could he not leave any traces? Wei Xiaolong recalled Zuo Yunchang's attack and wondered what he had said. Thinking of that, he suddenly blurted out, "Elder, do you remember the words he said when he appeared?" Tang Taishan turned and replied, "I don't recall clearly. What about you?" He reminisced and thought, "Ah, at that time I was hit by his strike and sent flying." He continued, "Yes, so you're analyzing that he said the Duong clan had entered Hainan Island, right?" He asked back, "Is that so?" He continued his analysis. "If so, that means someone already knew the Duong clan entered Hainan Island and reported it to Zuo Yunchang, right?" He nodded. "Perhaps so." Wei Xiaolong excitedly offered his opinion. "Then it's simple. We just need to verify the route we took on Hainan Island. Based on his appearance, if we use a portrait sketch to ask around, we will find him." He and the group of disciples looked at him in surprise. Tang Tishan said happily, "I haven't thought of that. It's excellent. If Bloodhand Rakshasa Zuo Yunqiang said that, he definitely heard news from someone who met us." While he felt embarrassed from being praised, he decided, "That's easy. We will move immediately." They continued their journey to a village where a heavy and gloomy atmosphere hung in the air. As they entered the village, Wei Xiaolong spoke up, "Master, I heard that at the port on Hainan Island, there is a possibility that this village Tang Tishan observed and thought it seemed like a place where women lived." He ordered, "Let's go in and see." According to the young hero, perhaps the women here will not be too hostile toward us. The disciples spoke in unison. "Yes, master." In the village, the people seemed very despondent. Many were dazed, and some were even lying in front of their houses. A villager sat working quietly. When they called out, "Is anyone here?" the villagers' attention was drawn. Seeing them enter, a villager asked, "You've come to the village of women, what is your business?" Tang Taishan was somewhat surprised to notice the village chief holding the hand of a little girl along with two young men from the village. He raised his head and introduced himself. "I am Tang Tishan, master of the Sichuan Duong clan. We came here because, while everyone was talking, Wei Xiaolong quietly observed the surroundings. He secretly judged that this village was truly lacking in vitality. The children had no energy either. Suddenly, he thought of something strange and wondered, what is the condition of these people? Looking around, he saw everyone was listless and thought, could it be that they were all drugged? The village chief spoke up. Regarding the missing people, I don't know, because nothing happened at all. His expression changed and he said, go back. Tang Tishan tried to persuade him, but it seemed the number of people in the house had thinned out. The old man shouted, this is not something you people need to worry about, go back. Both Tang Tishan and Wei Xiaolong were surprised by this attitude. Tang Tishan turned and whispered, young hero, I clearly heard that the people here were very friendly. He also didn't understand and replied, yes. Just then, the child the village chief was leading fell down. The old man cried out in a panic, Ma Chen. Did you think she fell? The old man sobbed in panic. Oh my God, Ma Chen, no. The only relative I have left is you. The old man said in agony, why did even you have to contract such a monstrous disease? Tang Taishan knelt on one knee in front of the old man and suggested, respected village chief, I know a little medicine, could I perhaps help? The old man asked back, medicine from the Central Plains? He replied, yes, although I am not a physician, I have some knowledge of medicine. May I take a look at the child's condition? The old man hurriedly agreed to entrust the child to him. The village chief began to explain that actually, a while ago, a monstrous disease appeared in the village. The children died one after another, and the adults who caught the disease became increasingly frail. Tang Tishan comforted him, putting his hand on the old man's shoulder. So that's how it is? Let me take a look. The old man teared up and said, thank you so much. The village elder told them, hurry inside and call out to the villagers. What are you all waiting for? Bring the doctor and his group in at once. The group rushed inside. As he ran, Wei Xiaolong asked the disciple, does the senior master know medicine as well? He replied, ah, that's right. He explained, the martial arts of our Tang clan involve handling toxins, so we are quite proficient in pharmacology. Moreover, martial arts begin with understanding the body, so we need some medical knowledge. You suddenly thought, I assumed they were just a group of assassins specialized in using poisons, but joining the Sichuan Tang clan besides learning their terrifying secret martial arts, learning medicine is also quite interesting. The somewhat ruthless disciple immediately continued, oh, sometimes we catch bad guys and inject them with poison to experiment and see their reactions. That's quite fun too. Hearing that, you panicked and wondered, are they experimenting on humans? You thought of Tang Tishan and that group of unprincipled disciples, shivering as you thought, that seems a bit too far. They truly are scary people. The sky was still gloomy, and the first rays of the new day began to shine on a house. Ma Chen lay motionless, her entire body radiating a sickly green aura, her eyes tightly shut. Tang Taishan explained briefly to the village elder. First, I channeled my internal energy into her to stabilize her breathing. The elder replied, "Oh, thank you, sir." He stroked Ma Chen's head and said sadly, "This is my only granddaughter. Please help her." Tang Taishan asked, "It seems her pulse is unstable." "It's strange. Her heart has been weak since birth, hasn't it?" The elder replied, "The illness only became severe 6 months ago. Not just my granddaughter, but many others are suffering from it as well." The elder explained, "We call it the evil plague. That is why I told everyone to turn back at the main gate earlier." Wei Xiaolong immediately understood and exclaimed, "So that's it." Tang Tishan requested, "Elder, first I will prescribe a medicine good for heart health. Please gather everyone in the village for me so we can test the medicine." The elder sobbed in relief. "Thank you, sir." The elder thanked him again. "I am very grateful." Wei Xiaolong silently observed Tang Taishan with a gentle smile. When night fell, one of the disciples called out softly, "Master." The disciple said, "You have worked hard examining everyone." Tang Tishan replied, "Thank you." "Tang Jiubai, how are the patients doing?" He thought for a moment and said, "It is truly strange." He proceeded to analyze the symptoms. Lethargy, swollen eyes, unstable pulse, accompanied by a mild fever. The symptoms varied, but those who were severely ill all had heart problems. Suddenly, he remembered and asked, "What about that young hero?" Tang Jiubai reported, "That young hero seems tired from assisting everyone, so he has fallen asleep. I have brought him to the guest room." The image of the disciples carrying you to rest flashed through his mind. The disciple sighed. "The young hero tried his best," he said. "For someone who hasn't practiced martial arts, traveling with us must be very exhausting." He added, "By the way, we should go check how the young hero is doing." Tang Jiubai replied, "Let me lead the way." The bedroom door opened gently. Inside, Wei Xiaolong was fast asleep, unaware of anything. Tang Tishan did not step in but stood outside, quietly observing. Suddenly, he pushed the door open and rushed to your bedside, his hand descending like lightning to slap you hard, making you scream in pain. Wei Xiaolong woke up, staring at him in confusion and resentment, exclaiming, "Senior, why did you stop suddenly?" And at that moment, Tang Tishan's sudden strike left you bewildered. You clutched your cheek, asking in confusion, "What was that?" Then you huddled against the wall, wondering, "What is going on?" "Senior, that hurt." Tang Taishan immediately softened his tone. "I'm sorry. I was just trying to catch a bug crawling on your cheek." Wei Xiaolong frowned and asked, "A bug?" Tang Tishan said awkwardly, "Listen to me." He looked through the door crack and said, "I just wanted to check on you before resting." Suddenly, Tang Tishan spotted a bug and said, "There it is." Suddenly, a bug flew in and landed on your face. "You know?" He pointed at the bug with sharp eyes and said, "In Hainan Island, there are many types of poisonous insects that I am not familiar with, which can be quite dangerous, so I instinctively swatted it." Tang Tishan held the bug up in his hand and said, "Look, this bug is this big." Wei Xiaolong stared at the bug in his hand, stunned for a moment, and suddenly said, Wait, why is this bug here?" "You seem to have discovered something," Wei Xiaolong asked. "Senior, even though the patients have various symptoms, do they all share an abnormality?" Tang Tishan confirmed, "That's right. You said this is the cause of the evil plague spreading in this village?" Wei Xiaolong pointed at the bug in his hand and said, "It is caused by this bug." Tang Taishan exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say?" "This is a type of true bug. It is called that because it often sucks blood from the eyes or lips of people while they are sleeping. It is agile and faster than salt, so it is also known as the assassin bug or kissing bug." Wei Xiaolong used a cloth to wipe the blood off the bug and said, "This bug itself is not poisonous, but its stomach is full of harmful parasites." You continued, "When it bites, a person gets infected through its waste. Trypanosoma, or Chagas disease, is exactly the illness it causes. This is one of the top 7 causes of death for humans." Wei Xiaolong asked the village elder, "Do the dogs in the village have trouble breathing or show similar symptoms to the people?" The village elder replied in a panic, "That's right. Could it be because of this bug?" Wei Xiaolong sighed and replied, "It's possible, but not certain." The elder wondered, "If so, can my granddaughter be saved?" Wei Xiaolong answered, "If we have the medicine, it's possible." But Tang Tishan laughed confidently and asked, "Tang Jiubai, what do you think of my judgment of people?" Tang Jiubai replied happily, "I have truly realized the young hero's value." Wei Xiaolong walked in, wondering, "Why are they like that?" Tang Tishan spoke up, "Young hero, join our Sichuan Tang Clan." Wei Xiaolong was stunned and replied, "Pardon?" Tang Tishan said confidently, "I mean, join our Sichuan Tang Clan." You completely didn't understand and muttered, Why? He explained, there is something called goo insects. This thing is known as wu goo or poison goo. This type of insect is raised by wicked people in the Central Plains. Tang Taishan continued, those evil people make others swallow these insects to periodically cause suffering or to control them according to their will. Wei Xiaolong replied in amazement. It is truly terrifying to be able to control people like that. Tang Taishan affirmed that although the power is real, many people in the martial arts world have lost their lives because of this strange goo. He explained, there are those who have killed their own children and then committed suicide or betraying her family to become a slave to those wicked people. The village chief stood nearby, listening and lamenting. Oh heavens, poor Ma Chen. Tang Tishan explained that for a long time, the martial arts world had been trying to develop an antidote for this type of goo poison, a cure that could either expel it from the body or make it dissipate entirely. Xiao Long couldn't believe it, saying, that's unimaginable. Suddenly, Tang Taishan pulled an object from his robe and spoke loudly. If the martial arts world truly had such an antidote, where would they make it? He proudly produced a round pill and said, naturally, it comes from our Tang Clan in Sichuan. If this medicine can dissolve a lump as big as a fist inside the body, are those tiny microorganisms really anything to worry about? Tang Tishan held up the large, glistening pill and said, the goo-dissolving harmony pill just a little is enough. Xiao Long's eyes widened in admiration. The goo-dissolving harmony pill. He muttered that the name of this parasite-killing medicine was quite impressive. Then, looking at the teary-eyed village chief, he said, so, please don't worry. Tang Tishan added, your granddaughter can be saved. As a result, starting with the village chief's granddaughter, the villagers gradually recovered their health. The village chief embraced his granddaughter in joy. Oh, Ma Chen, what a stroke of luck. The warm welcome from the villagers was the reward for their efforts. Looking at their joyful faces, it seemed the rumors about the optimistic nature of this clan were true. Tang Tishan patted Xiao Long on the shoulder and said, if not for this young hero finding the cause, their benefactor wouldn't be me, but this young man here. The village youths said in unison, thank you, young hero, thank you so much. Xiao Long replied shyly. That everyone around shouted, the young hero is our village's benefactor. Although they were cured thanks to the Tang family's medicine, Mr. Tang Taishan ceded all the credit to me and watched as everyone showed me their appreciation. It was truly moving to see him as happy as if the accomplishment were his own. The village youths gathered around and tossed Xiao Long into the air to celebrate him. A while later, the village chief leaned in close to Tang Tishan and asked about the matter he had mentioned at the village gate. What was it? He wondered, what matter? The village chief recounted, everyone is looking for the village where the people went missing. Tang Taishan replied, that is correct. But why do you ask? The village chief said with a worried look, I wanted to repay your kindness, so I looked into it and heard a strange story. Everyone listened silently as the old man spoke. In our village, there is a girl who married here from elsewhere. A few years ago, strange phenomena occurred in the village where her parents lived as people began to disappear one by one. Tang Tishan was extremely startled upon hearing this. He looked around and muttered, there's a lead. Tang Tishan then asked, so, where is that village? The village chief replied, there is a small village to the west. When they arrived, they only saw desolation. Tang Taishan covered his nose and said, there are corpses. One of the attendants nearby said, it looks like that place, master. He suddenly exclaimed, what is this? The piles of corpses included not just human bodies, but skeletons as well. Tang Taishan said, forbidden poison. And there are even poison corpses. Extreme poison born from decomposing bodies. A bearded man shouted, it sends a chill down my spine. Don't let the young hero see this. Xiao Long said, I have already seen it all. Suddenly, he noticed something and asked, there's something over there. He saw sharp talons and the beak of a strange bird, which was devouring the head of a severed snake. He lifted a stone in his hand and said, I cannot let that bird insult the departed. He threw the stone forcefully toward it and yelled, get out of here. Tang Taishan shouted, wait. The stone flew past, startling the bird. It slammed its talons into the ground, its eyes filled with killing intent as it prepared to attack. Stop, something was wrong. The bird spread its wings and took to the sky, carrying a wave of murderous aura. Xiao Long watched the scene, horrified, as the skeletons were swept by a black mist and began to melt away. He muttered, no way, it's melting them. Immediately, a hand covered his mouth. Tang Tishan shouted, everyone get back. That is a Shen Diao spirit bird. Everyone immediately sat down in a circle. Tang Tishan explained, when it spreads its wings, the Shen Diao can bring death to all. Its beak is as bright as copper and as sharp as a spear, its body covered in dark purple feathers. His two attendants listened with serious expressions. Tang Taishan continued, when angered, spreading its wings will cause everything around it to be poisoned and die. Shen Diao is the name of this species. Xiao Long said. Could it be? He exclaimed excitedly. Is it one of the 10 great poisonous predators? Tang Tishan nodded. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with excitement. That's right. It is the leader of the 10 great poisonous predators. Hailed as the emperor of all creatures, the Shen Diao, the emperor of the 10 great poisonous predators. He muttered, that is truly terrifying. The poisonous insects and snakes on Earth are just like cute little creatures compared to this. Xiao Long couldn't stop being thrilled to see the Shen Diao and said, it's truly a biological weapon flying everywhere. It seems it was lured here by the flock of venomous snakes. The three others whispered, they say the Shen Diao only eats the heads of the most venomous snakes. He asked anxiously, is that a bad omen? He replied, for sure. In this entire lifetime, it might be very difficult to see a Shen Diao with one's own eyes. This species is so rare that it's only seen once in 100 years. Xiao Long marveled and Tang Tishan asked, what's wrong, young hero? Are you planning to catch it? Surprising the crowd, he laughed. Want to try catching it? The young hero replied that he would, but looking at its toxic nature, Tang Tishan just smiled as he watched him, then suddenly said, kid, it seems you are very interested in the 10 great poisonous predators. If so, there is a way. Xiao Long asked in surprise, is there really a way? Tang Tishan affirmed that if one successfully masters the Tang Clan's secret poison techniques, the body will become immune to all types of poison and could even withstand the toxins of the Shen Diao. He continued to explain that in this world, only the Tang Clan's martial arts have the ability to neutralize this type of poison. He pointed to his face and said, but the problem is our Tang Clan does not teach secret techniques to outsiders. He emphasized, even though I really want to help the young hero, as the clan leader, I cannot violate the family rules. Xiao Long excitedly shouted, if I become a member of the Tang Clan, could I learn it? And if I reach the realm of 100 poisons immunity, is it true that I can resist the Shen Diao's poison? Tang Taishan replied confidently, of course. If you are determined right now, I will teach you wholeheartedly, and the initiation ceremony will be carried out properly. Although others looked on with skepticism, only Xiao Long believed him. He smiled mischievously. But if the young hero hesitates for too long, I will also have to think carefully about this decision, wouldn't I? Xiao Long felt a rush of excitement, his face flushing. You're sure? I accept. I'll become a member of the Tang Clan. I look forward to your guidance, master. Tang Tishan let out a hearty laugh. Really? Excellent. He patted Xiao Long's shoulder and said, from this moment on, you are a part of the Tang Clan. At the hideout of the blood hand La Shaja Yuntian, footsteps echoed near the poison. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Master. The bearded man handed over a book and said, it was in the cave. Tang Tishan opened the pages, confirming the blood-written text was indeed the secret manual of the blood hand poison ancestor. Xiao Long was stunned. Written in blood? Taishan tucked the book away and said, let's head back. Xiao Long wondered aloud, are we planning to go to Sichuan? Tang Tishan replied, we need to retrieve the inner core of the Qing Wu centipede and the manual. Remembering the venomous creatures he kept, Xiao Long asked, could we stop by the Taoist temple for a moment? I want to set my friends free. Tishan replied, very well. I'll prepare supplies for you while we're at it. Tang Tishan turned back and said, then let's get moving. As Xiao Long looked back, he suddenly noticed something. He pointed at the cave and said, there's something strange over there. The bearded man asked, what do you mean? Everyone leaned in to look. One asked, this thing? They all spoke in unison. This is a feather from a vermilion bird. Every eye was fixed on the feather, which glowed with a faint purple light. Tang Tishan put on his gloves and picked it up to examine it. He opened a box to store it and said, consider this a welcome gift for joining the Tang Clan. You seem to like it. Xiao Long was thrilled. Thank you, master. Senior. No, call me master. Tang Tishan turned around with a smile. Everything else is fine, but I don't really like being called that. He continued, maybe after the Brotherhood ceremony, we can change the way we address each other to something more fitting. Xiao Long muttered in surprise. A ceremony? Like an initiation rite? At the same time, at the Tang Clan in Sichuan, Tang Jun had been injured, and the clansmen quickly rushed to support him. A subordinate reported, Master, Tang Buding has already left and has arrived at the destination. The old man shouted, hurry, how is Tang Yin doing? The subordinate replied, she is still clinging to life. The old man ordered, take me to her, now. The door to the room opened, and Tang Jun appeared, calling out, Tang Yin? Everyone by the bedside spoke in unison, Master. Tang's wife called out to her father in distress. The old man replied, Daughter-in-law, I've brought the medicine. Tang Jun pulled out a pill and said, this is the inner core of the green-banded centipede. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back her emotions. You succeeded. Everyone sat around waiting for him to give the medicine to Tang Yin. Her face was pale, and she was gasping for air. Tang Jun called out pitifully, Tang Yin. He held up the pill and said it was almost too late. Fortunately, I made it in time. Tang's wife urged, Father, please, give her the medicine. He gently placed the pill into Tang Yin's mouth. A wave of green energy radiated from her body, and Tang Jun checked her pulse. Then, he channeled his internal energy, while his wife watched her beloved daughter with anxiety, whispering, Tang Yin, please, wake up. Xiao Long sat down, exhausted, thinking. I'd heard the Central Plains were vast, but I never imagined they were this immense. From Hainan, he had traveled by boat to Hangzhou, and after passing Nanning, a journey of a month and a half, he finally arrived in Sichuan, right at the gates of the Tang Clan. The bearded man said, this is the Tang Clan of Sichuan, young hero. Xiao Long was surprised. Really? Before his eyes stood the magnificent Tang estate. The man explained, this entire mountain belongs to the Tang Clan of Sichuan, which is why it's called Tang Clan Mountain. Xiao Long couldn't believe his eyes. The Tang clansmen rushed out, shouting, Master, you've returned. Welcome back. This startled Xiao Long, who muttered, are all these people from the Tang Clan of Sichuan? It was crowded. From behind the crowd, a girl in red robes came running. The sound of footsteps echoed as she came to welcome them back. Tang Tishan was surprised to hear her call out, Father. The daughter he loved so dearly, Tang Yin, had woken up and run to hug him, sobbing. Tang Tishan cried out joyfully, Tang Yin, you've recovered? She hugged him and said, Father, I'm sorry. Tang Yin turned to ask, is your body all right, Father? Xiao Long watched her, muttering to himself, this is truly the first time I've seen someone who radiates such a brilliant beauty. Taishan turned to introduce them. I have someone I want to introduce to you, Tang Tishan said. Xiao Long, this is my daughter, Tang Yin. Xiao Long stood frozen. Taishan continued, oh, and I still remember what you told me. The scent of weeds. Tang Yin tilted her head in confusion. Weeds? Tang Taishan flicked her forehead and said, weeds, that's what I said. Tang Yin looked shocked, her face flushing red. They stared at each other in silence. Xiao Long remembered what he had said before. My daughter, one of the 3 treasures of the Central Plains. He countered, no, not those weeds. Xiao Long felt embarrassed. Tang Yin was the only daughter of the Tang clan. Since she was a child, Tang Yin had carried a deep, hidden sorrow that few understood. In a conversation between 2 elders, one argued that her talent was still unproven, while the other praised her looks, claiming she wasn't one of the 3 beauties of the martial arts world. Tang Yin had been hiding behind a tree, silently listening to those insults. The bearded man said, as long as we find a nominal son-in-law, that's all that matters. The other replied, I told you we should take in another concubine, so why does the master object? Those bitter words reached Tang Yin's ears, and she whispered, that's not true, mother. Father is not wrong. She was determined to prove her worth to the clan elders by mastering her martial arts. Even though she wasn't a man, she still wanted to contribute to the clan. But her impatience led to mistakes that created inner demons, ultimately causing her to fall into a coma. When she woke up, thanks to the medicine and Tang Jun's help, everyone was relieved. Tang's wife said joyfully, you survived, Tang Yin. Tang Yin burst into tears. Mother, what am I supposed to do? She sobbed. I'm sorry, mother. Deep down, she thought, it's over. I wanted to be useful to the clan. Tang Yin looked at Tang Jun and said, I've lost all my internal energy. Tang Jun took her hand and said, little girl, aren't you still feeling guilty for burdening the family? You've achieved something even better. Stop crying and be happy. Tang Yin asked, confused, the 100 poisons? As she raised her hand, she noticed a faint, glowing green light radiating from it, which caught her by surprise. Tang Yin asked, Grandfather, what is this? Tang Jun replied happily, Tang Yin, there's something I need to tell you. It didn't just save your life, it helped you reach the heaven poison inner energy, surpassing the 100 poisons. Tang Yin asked, weeds? The remark made everyone laugh teasingly, while Xiao Long awkwardly muttered to himself. But Tang Taishan, standing nearby, just smiled smugly at the flustered Xiao Long. Xiao Long thought to himself, don't get too full of yourself. He offered a stiff smile. You're too kind, master. It's an honor to meet you, my lady. He continued, I heard you had been ill, so it's a relief to see you looking so well. Tang Yin replied, that's right. With a cheerful tone, she added, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. She introduced herself. I am Tang Yin. My deepest thanks for saving my life, young hero. Tang Yin will never forget this kindness. Her introduction left Wei Xiao Long mesmerized, and he silently thought, she's beautiful. But he was startled when she asked, what was that? Tang Tishan whispered, using mental communication. He went on, even weeds have their own beauty, don't they? The licorice flower, would you like to try picking one? Wei Xiaolong blushed, embarrassed by the remark. The scene shifted to the bathhouse where he was soaking in hot water. The centipedes were sleeping in a basin, and he muttered to himself, I'm doomed. Seeing one of the baby centipedes wake up, he complained, you guys are usually clinging to me all day. Hot water isn't good for your bodies. Do you want to get in the bucket for a bit? They crawled in as if they understood him. Seeing that cute sight, Wei Xiaolong thought it was strange. It felt like they really did understand what he said. He laughed and said, staring at a naked body like that will make a guy shy, you know? Suddenly, they scurried into the bucket in a panic to hide. He chuckled, mumbling, these little guys are hilarious. Wei Xiaolong sighed, remembering what the old man said about the centipedes. These creatures are considered spiritual beasts. He suddenly remembered Tang Tishan's words. The licorice flower is beautiful. Would you like to try picking one? Unable to keep his cool, he decided to leave immediately. Outside, everyone was sitting around discussing something. Tang Tishan picked up a teacup and said, so, we should get everything settled properly, shouldn't we? Tang Jun shook his head. A young hero, yet so talented? He replied, yes, we found a great opportunity, but this opportunity is all thanks to him. Tang Tishan continued, his knowledge of poisonous creatures is truly extraordinary. Not only did he kill Zhuo Yunqiang, but he even encountered a legendary spiritual beast like the deep-sea bird. As everyone looked on in shock, Lady Duong and Tang Yin were clearly astonished. Tang Tishan added, I hear he even hatched those Than-Ban centipedes himself. Tang Jun laughed. I didn't expect to overlook such a treasure. Tang Tishan nodded, indeed, father. He then called out to Tang Yin, who looked startled and confused. Tang Tishan asked, I want to take this young hero as a son-in-law. What do you think? Tang Yin questioned. You mean you want him to be your son-in-law? She exclaimed. If he were to be my husband? Then she fell silent, her eyes cast downward, waiting for an answer. She thought to herself, now that I've overcome the 100 poisons and reached the heavenly poison realm, I want to prove that I can contribute even more to our clan. Finally, she spoke up. I am a part of the Duong clan, so I understand what you mean. Tang Yin slammed her hand on the table, her voice loud but her eyes welling with tears. She asked, is he truly worthy of me? I have to verify that myself. With that, she ran outside, leaving the others in the room feeling anxious. Tang Tishan stood up, a bad feeling rising in him. Be careful, young hero. Watching his daughter's silhouette, he muttered, even a beautiful licorice flower has sharp thorns. Now I can aim for the heavenly poison physique. If I stop here, I won't be recognized by the clan elders. I will carefully verify everything regarding his character. Meanwhile, after finishing his bath, Wei Xiaolong sat outside catching the breeze and wondered, what's going on? With a dejected expression, he said, it seems I've left a bad impression on the young lady from a prestigious clan. Wei Xiaolong rubbed the centipede on his chest and asked, what are you guys going to do with your father now? Suddenly, Tang Yin called out from behind, young hero, making him jump. She had been running and was breathing heavily. Wei Xiaolong asked, oh, Miss Tang Yin? She replied, sorry to bother you, young hero, but I'm in a bit of a rush. Seeing Wei Xiaolong's bewildered face, Tang Yin asked, could you lend me your hand for a moment? Wei Xiaolong immediately held out his hand and said, yes, my lady. He started, but then hesitated, his face flushing red as he said, about this, he felt even more confused. I don't know what you need, but perhaps this would be better after we get to know each other more. Wouldn't you agree? He stammered, you know, because we need to build some closeness first. Tang Yin asked, what do you mean? When she heard that, she suddenly blushed and said loudly, no, that's not it at all. What are you talking about? Wei Xiaolong sighed and muttered, maybe it's not like that. The romantic glow of the sunset couldn't save the tense atmosphere between the two. Tang Yin sighed and said, it's not what you think. I just wanted to check your pulse. Maybe because I suddenly asked for your hand, you misunderstood. Wei Xiaolong offered a sheepish smile. I see. My apologies. I didn't understand. Tang Yin sat down and said, first of all, I want to apologize for appearing so suddenly and acting inappropriately. She looked at Wei Xiaolong, noticing he was very young, barely an adult, yet possessed a mature mind. Thus, she decided to explain the current situation. Wei Xiaolong stuttered, okay. After listening to Tang Yin's explanation, Wei Xiaolong felt like he was in a cliché period drama. She was the only descendant of the clan, constantly having to fight off devious schemes from the secondary branches. To ensure the clan's survival, the elders decided to select an outstanding son-in-law. Wei Xiaolong nodded and muttered. They even took my position in the clan into account if I were to join. Tang Yin continued. So, I want to apologize in advance, but there is something I need to verify with you. She scratched her head and said, even if things don't go as I wish, I have no intention of treating you poorly. You are my savior, so we will treat you as an honored guest, she added, or perhaps we could become sworn siblings. Wei Xiaolong was surprised by the suggestion, held out his hand, and smiled. I understand your intentions. Please, feel free to verify whatever you need. Tang Yin paused for a moment before taking his pulse and said, all right, let's begin. A strange aura suddenly radiated from her, leaving Wei Xiaolong astonished. Tang Yin explained, the martial arts of the Duong clan aren't for everyone. Only a few can accept the poisons and master the clan's ultimate techniques. She continued, conversely, there are those who are completely unable to do so. Tang Yin explained based on the clan's hierarchy of poisons, heavenly poison, 100 poison, 10 poison, and 5 poison. The Duong clan's poison techniques require the student to slowly adapt to toxins as their internal energy increases. Only by accepting everything can one achieve true mastery. After checking his pulse, Tang Yin said, luckily, your body has the aptitude to learn poison techniques, but she turned to him and added, it's only the 10 poison physique though. This means your body can only withstand 10 types of poison. For someone not from the main family, having a 10 poison physique is already quite impressive. But Xiao Long froze at the news. Tang Yin stood up and continued, if we consider your overall strength, you are only at the first grade martial artist level, which is the highest a normal person without innate talent can reach. She bowed and said, forgive me, I must go. Xiao Long stood up and replied, all right, take care. He was deep in thought. Am I truly the 10 poison physique? He suddenly blurted out, so, does this mean I won't be able to catch the deep bird? This was a serious problem. After stepping out of the bath, Tang Yin wrapped a cloth around herself and sighed in relief. She glanced at her body, wondering why she had been emitting such a strange scent since absorbing the inner core of the blue-striped centipede. She had even been bathing several times a day. After getting dressed, Tang Yin wondered if she was being punished for being disrespectful to her benefactor. The scene shifted to Xiao Long's bedroom, where he was fast asleep, seemingly dreaming. Suddenly, he found himself in a place filled with cherry blossoms. From afar, he heard crying. I am very grateful for your kind heart. Miss Tang Yin. Thank you, my benefactor. Xiao Long muttered. Am I dreaming? A girl spoke up. No, it might feel like a dream, but it isn't. The blue-striped centipede knelt on the ground and said, I only borrowed the form of this young woman, who is the one who received my inner core, to avoid frightening you. I am the mother of these children, the blue-striped centipede. Xiao Long was puzzled. Huh? The blue-striped centipede? Beneath his feet were adorable little creatures. Xiao Long panicked. You guys scared me. Since when have you been here? He looked at them and asked, so you are her children. Are you all girls? He knelt on one knee and asked, but why are you all in my dream? She hesitated. Well, the blue-striped centipede said bitterly, I was brutally murdered, leaving my children behind. My grievance reached the heavens. My soul remains in the inner core. She said angrily, when I cursed the girl who absorbed my inner core, the opportunity for revenge arose, and I appeared in your dream. The blue-striped centipede said gratefully, thanks to you, I can now lead these children, my benefactor. After listening to what she said, Xiao Long replied, I understand now. He thought to himself, in the end, I was the one who revealed her location to others. With a worried look, Xiao Long said, I didn't mean to do that, but regardless, I am involved in the death of the blue-striped centipede. Seeing her compassionate gaze, the blue-striped centipede spoke up, Benefactor, if you don't mind, could you fulfill a wish for me? Xiao Long, holding a sleeping child, firmly replied, Of course, I will grant any wish you have. She stroked her child's head and said, Could you take care of my children until they grow up? He wondered, but aren't they able to live independently after molting twice from the mother's body? The blue-striped centipede explained, That is true for lesser creatures, but we are different. She comforted her children and said that before her offspring molt twice, they depend heavily on the energy from the mother's inner core. Afterward, they develop by absorbing true energy from other living beings. Xiao Long asked, But Miss Tang Yin has already absorbed the inner core. Does that mean they need to stay near her? She replied seriously, You need to understand our situation, benefactor. The blue-striped centipede asked, Did I mention the curse on that young girl earlier? He nervously replied, Yes. She continued, Because of my inner core, her body is emitting a foul odor. Xiao Long asked, stunned, A foul odor? With an evil expression, the blue-striped centipede said, I won't let any man near her, so she can never have children. He repeated in panic. Good heavens. She continued, if you want to break this curse, let my children absorb the energy from the inner core. Perhaps you can use this opportunity to win her heart. Xiao Long rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment, then smiled and replied, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't want to take advantage of Miss Tang Yin's difficult situation. The blue-striped centipede acknowledged that he was a truly honorable man. She asked seriously, but if that's the case, how do you intend to overcome this challenge? It seems that young girl is looking for a man of great strength. She also noted, as for me, I cannot give you the inner core of the 10 great poison fiends because it has already been absorbed into her body. Xiao Long muttered, Huh, the 10 great poison fiends? He said happily, I have an idea. Can you trust me? She wondered, what are you talking about? Xiao Long stroked the child's head and said, just leave this to me. I think it will work. The next day, after hearing Xiao Long's explanation, Tang Yin was surprised. Oh, so the scent from my body is because of the blue-striped centipede's inner core. He carried her children and affirmed, that's right. And if you let these centipedes stay near you for a few days so they can absorb the energy from the inner core, the scent will vanish on its own. She said shyly, I feel a bit awkward asking this, but Tang Yin asked, you told me about this without asking for anything in return. Shouldn't you ask me for something as compensation? Xiao Long smiled. Well, I couldn't bear to take advantage of someone's difficult situation, and I don't want to be someone who has no shame. She was surprised by his response and then lowered her face, remaining silent for a moment. Finally, she decided, all right, if that's the case, then I cannot continue to accept your kindness without responding. Tang Yin said seriously, I will consider my father's words. Xiao Long, I have realized that there are things more important than talent or martial arts. Xiao Long embarrassedly scratched his head and said, it's easy to say, but I've actually been thinking about this too. She asked, thinking about what? He smiled shyly. You said I possess the 10 poison physique and have the ability to absorb 10 types of poison, right? Tang Yin sighed and confirmed, that's right. Xiao Long looked at the children and said, so, if I can only absorb 10 types of poison, is it possible for me to accept the poison of the 10 great poison fiends in the Central Plains? Tang Yin asked curiously. Using the 10 poisons from the 10 great poison fiends, she blushed and muttered. So he wants to become the strongest in the world. Oh, that's impossible. To Duan Tang Yin, one of the 3 flowers of the Lamvo, this was the first time a man had expressed his feelings so boldly to her. The sky looked gloomy, but rays of sunlight still pierced through the thick clouds, shining down onto the pavilion outside. The two of them were sitting on the steps, discussing something. Duan Tang Yin seemed confused. She looked at Xiao Long and wondered, young hero, do you know what you're saying? He remained silent under Duan Tang Yin's gaze and scratched his head with a big, clueless grin, replying, I don't know. She grew even more impatient with this guy. Turning to face him, Tang Yin placed her hands on her chest and confided in him. This path is truly full of hardship and trials. It could take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime to pursue. Wei Xiaolong sat beside her with a foolish look, suddenly hesitating as he asked, Is it really that serious? He covered his face with both hands, letting out a soft, embarrassed huff. All right then, young hero Wei Xiaolong, I heard you're only 15. In 3 years, when you come of age, it will be time to hold our wedding ceremony. With a naive expression, Wei Xiaolong listened as Tang Yin spoke of the future with the shy tone of a young maiden. In the next 3 years, if you succeed in mastering one of the 10 great poisons, you might just earn everyone's absolute trust. So, if everything goes smoothly, the chances of achieving our goal are very high. She blushed, feeling flustered. Tapping her fingers together, she said, About the wedding, what I mean is... Suddenly, Tang Yin jumped up and shouted, Anyway, I will always support you. This startled Wei Xiaolong, causing him to scramble to the side. After speaking, she didn't look back and rushed out, leaving only one sentence behind. All right, I'm leaving now. Wei Xiaolong remained stunned in place, only managing to let out a huh, and hurriedly calling out to her retreating figure. As Tang Yin turned back, startled, she asked, Is there something else you haven't said yet, young hero? Wei Xiaolong broke into an innocent smile. He tapped the spot next to him, his whole body seemingly radiating the light of 10,000 Buddhas, and said, It's about the treatment. You only need to stay for 1 more hour. Please, try to stay a bit longer before you go. His words left Tang Yin standing there frozen, as if she were about to crack into pieces. She shouted helplessly at his obliviousness, her body stiffening as she clenched her fists and took steps back to her original spot. Her face was burning with shame, while Wei Xiaolong, thinking she was afraid of the little bugs on him, hurriedly reassured her, "Don't worry, they absolutely won't bite you." Having said that, he turned to the bugs on his hand and called out, "Come now, my little darlings." They rose up to respond. Wei Xiaolong translated their words, leaving Tang Yin startled. "You don't listen to your father, but you want to talk to your mother?" He repeated the important keywords with joy and excitement. "Father? Mother?" Hearing this, Wei Xiaolong panicked, his voice full of strong denial. No, it's not like that at all." In the study, the three parents sat opposite each other, discussing matters with serious expressions. "It seems our young hero's talent hasn't been enough to capture our daughter's heart yet." Tang Jun asked Tang Madam in a stern voice, "Did you see them this morning? It feels like there's something shady going on between them." The old man fell into deep thought, stroking his white beard, and said softly, "Very well." Tang Tishan remained silent for a long time. Tang Jun cleared his throat to regain his composure. "Forcing a wedding seems improper. It's better to let their feelings develop naturally." Tang Madam immediately had an idea and turned her gaze to her husband. "Why don't we entrust Tang Yin with guiding the young hero's martial arts? Meeting frequently might just spark some romance." Tang Jun replied, "That's not a bad idea." Hearing this, the head of the Tang family nodded. "Then I shall ask Master Yi to look into whether we can grant the favor of a cultivation cleansing. If there's a chance, it might close the distance between them." Tang Tishan warned with concern, "But Tang Yin isn't exactly keen on that matter. I fear your expectations are too high." He crossed his arms, huffed coldly, and closed his eyes, dismissing it. "Just see how it goes." He reluctantly agreed, deciding it had to be done. Outside the door, a familiar figure appeared. "Father, your daughter Tang Yin seeks an audience." She called out loudly from outside, startling the three people inside. They whispered, "Tang Yin? Why is she here at this hour?" Tang Taishan calmed himself before speaking up. "Come in." She didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. Seeing the three parents looking so serious, she felt a bit flustered and swallowed hard. Tang Yin leaned back, stuttering. Turns out everyone is here together." The three of them stared at her, not understanding what she meant. She stood straight, bowed respectfully, and said, "I came here because I have something to tell you." "Something to tell?" Tang Tishan asked, surprised. Thinking about what she was about to say, she felt embarrassed. Her face turned red, her throat tightened, and she kept stuttering. "I will do as you instructed, Father." She clenched her fists together to gather courage and blurted it all out at once. Tang Taishan only managed to let out an "oh," his face stiff, unable to process it yet. A moment later, Tang Tishan asked hesitantly, "The words I said, what do you mean?" Tang Madam excitedly pulled her daughter closer, wanting to hear the story Tang Yin was struggling to finish. Impatiently, the mother added, "Is it possible that the young hero Wei Xiaolong has caught your eye?" She stiffened, her face changing colors like a chameleon. Just as it had started to cool down, it turned bright red again amidst the joy of her parents. "Oh, why is it so sudden? Clearly, you said you didn't like him before." Her father was too blunt, leaving Tang Yin unsure how to answer. She tapped her two fingers together, showing her confusion, and it took a while before she dared to speak. "Young hero Wei Xiaolong, because of me, he promised to become the greatest under heaven. He has made such an oath." Her words excited the two parents, who asked, "What? The greatest under heaven?" He stroked his short, curly beard and said with interest, "Can you tell us more about that?" Following her father's wish, Tang Yin told the truth. "What I mean is, even though my innate talent isn't very remarkable. However, because of me, the young hero vowed to master all 10 types of poison, and he promised me that." The head of the Tang family laughed at the somewhat strange but prideful declaration. "What? 10 types of poison? That brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Her mother also joined in, teasing, "My goodness, is there such a person in this world?" This made Tang Yin's face as hot as a boiled shrimp. However, a second later, she regained her composure and explained, "Although I have agreed in my heart, we must wait until young hero Wei Xiaolong is of age and can master one of the 10 poisons before the wedding can be approved. Do you understand what I mean?" She glanced at the three of them to gauge their reaction. All the parents agreed happily. Just a few. "And he hasn't done it yet? If he's going to be my daughter's husband, he must reach that level," Tang Madam added. But men don't seem very perceptive, do they?" Hearing her mother say that, Tang Yin suddenly understood and asked, "Do I need to explain it again?" She patted her young daughter's head and gently instructed, "Actually, hasn't the young hero realized that this has already been approved? Why don't you try a little harder for my daughter's sake?" Tang Jun also happily said, "So first, treat him like a son-in-law. It seems we need to pretend we don't know about this. If he tries that hard, it won't be long before he becomes a part of our family." And only then did they look satisfied. Elsewhere, Wei Xiaolong's hand was gripped tightly, and he exclaimed with excitement, "I'm in awe of you, benefactor. Haven't you already completely captured her heart?" The compliment made him feel shy, and he scratched his head with a forced smile. Well, it's just about having courage and determination. Her face was identical to Tang Yin's, smiling, except for a green, diamond-shaped jewel on her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Benefactor, today will likely be the last time. My resentment has been resolved, so my soul will soon move on to the afterlife." Holding the three children who were jumping around nearby, Wei Xiaolong replied, "I understand." Standing still as his hair blew in the wind, he asked, "Is there anything I can do for you? If it's possible, we will do anything for you." He placed a hand to his mouth, appearing to think. "In that case, if you don't mind, could you let me take a look at you?" With a sharp snap of his fingers, Wei Xiaolong made the request. She blushed and clutched her clothes, thinking to herself, as expected, Benefactor is a true man, but outwardly she hesitantly agreed. "All right, then." She didn't hesitate to pull down her lapel and wondered. It seems Benefactor is a softie for beauty. Seeing this action, he suddenly looked dark and panicked, stopping her. "Wait, do you really need to take it off?" This time it was her turn to be confused, wondering in her heart, could it be? The children automatically covered their eyes, hearing the two talk. "I won't take it off if that makes you feel more comfortable." Wei Xiaolong shouted a denial. "No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to see the form of the green spotted centipede, that's all." Fearing further misunderstanding, he asked straightforwardly, leaving her skeptical. Only then did she understand Wei Xiaolong's intention, and she hesitated. If it's that, a second later, the scenery suddenly changed. His excited shout echoed everywhere. Her body underwent a spectacular transformation. From a beautiful girl, she turned into a giant centipede spirit and asked in a coquettish tone, "Will this work, benefactor?" Wei Xiaolong breathed a sigh of exhaustion, his eyes shining with excitement. "It's really real. It's truly massive. Could you let me touch it for a bit?" he asked while rubbing his hands together, to which the centipede replied, speechless, "You've already touched it, haven't you?" Once he could touch it, Wei Xiaolong demanded even more. "Can I keep a bit of it?" "Oh, with it being this big, how do the joints even support it?" "That's right. When it walks, the front legs light up, don't they?" Hearing this, the centipede waved her short front legs, let out a shy ah, and wondered, "The front legs?" Seeing the adorable movement, he excitedly asked, "Can I touch the legs?" Prompting the centipede to be speechless for the second time. "You already touched them, remember?" Getting into his specialty, Wei Xiaolong became increasingly overexcited, firing off questions. "How strong is your poison? And what about your eyes? Do you see with your eyes? Or do you still use antennae to sense things?" The three children were still covering their eyes, not out of shyness, but because they couldn't bear to watch this scene. She could only give a brief answer. Naturally, she let out a startled shout. Staring at the sharp claw, he clenched his fist and asked, "Then, just let me touch the poisonous fang once." This request made the centipede pause. "Huh?" she warned, "that might be a bit dangerous." Hearing that, Wei Xiaolong used a cute tone to attack. "You said you would grant every request." The centipede shook her head shyly. "Benefactor, what are you saying?" The green-spotted centipede thought to herself, "Are my daughters really okay?" His hand reached out, his face showing clear craving. "Ah, how this chitinous shell sparkles." She concluded that everything was very abnormal. Tang Taishan clasped his hands under his chin, his expression softening as he said, "That's right, young hero, no, Wei Xiaolong. I've heard the story from Tang Yin. From now on, you are my son." Hearing his deep and powerful voice, he looked over in shock at Tang Yin beside him. She was also listening to her father, her small face sporting a gentle smile. Wei Xiaolong knew she wouldn't help him, feeling flustered and wanting to explain. "Yes, but what about the 3-year trial?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Taishan interrupted. "No chance of refusal. The wedding will be held when you come of age. That goes without saying." Hearing this, Wei Xiaolong helplessly waved his hands. "No, that's not what I meant." Madame Tang sat nearby, holding her face which showed age but had well-cared-for skin, and quickly chimed in with a smile. "Oh my, a son-in-law? Wei Xiaolong, welcome to the family once again. I am your mother-in-law." Even the head of the Tang family joined in the excitement. The old man's hair had turned white, but his eyes still brightened when looking at him, and he smiled joyfully. "Now that Tang Yin has found her significant other, from now on, our Tang family will only encounter good things." Seeing everyone in her family supporting their marriage, Wei Xiaolong didn't know what to say. He glanced at Tang Yin and whispered, "Tang Yin." She didn't answer, but a smile bloomed on her small face. He thought he had misseen it, but upon closer observation, he saw her expression had returned to indifference and coldness. This surprised him. What was going on? She had clearly set conditions for the marriage, so why was she acting as if she had accepted it now? Even though he didn't fully understand the current situation, he silently decided that for now, he would just go along with her wishes. Thinking that, Wei Xiaolong regained his spirit and scratched his head with a shy smile. Yes, I look forward to everyone's support. He thought that after saying that, the atmosphere would become more awkward, or at least that he would be the only one feeling awkward, but the Tang family head and his son didn't care about him at all. The two older men in the family just smiled widely and started discussing business right away. That's it, let's get started. This scene left a giant question mark in Wei Xiaolong's mind. After a while of discussing with her father, Tang Tishan looked at Wei Xiaolong and said, "Before you learn the poison arts of the Tang family, there is something I want to show you." Wei Xiaolong turned, surprised, and asked, "Yes, what is it?" Seeing his cute expression, the two older men laughed as they looked at each other. Tang Tishan, as the family head, spoke to him with a serious look, "The Myriad Poison Palace. I guarantee that you will love this place." The four members of the Tang family stood in a row, but Wei Xiaolong followed behind the old master. While he curiously observed the scenery around the backyard, Tang Jun spoke up. "We have been waiting for this moment." Tang Jun happily said to Wei Xiaolong, "The moment you officially step into the Myriad Poison Palace as a member of the Tang Clan. This is our tradition, the whole family coming here together." Wei Xiaolong replied excitedly, "I am also very much looking forward to it, grandfather." Suddenly, his breathing became rapid, and his face flushed with excitement as he prepared to enter the Myriad Poison Palace to witness amazing things. He thought the Myriad Poison Palace was probably a place storing countless types of poisons. This was truly fascinating. Before he could stop thinking, Xiao Long looked over at Tang Yin in surprise, stunned by the sight of her standing there, a beautiful young woman radiant in the morning sun. Her captivating beauty and perfect curves left him secretly in awe. Oh my! His face turned uncontrollably red, and he thought to himself that a beauty in profile really is like a painting, even more stunning than head-on. Tang Yin's parents had been watching his reactions for some time, and instead of scolding him like other parents might have, they chuckled to see their future son-in-law nearly losing his composure over their daughter. Tang Taishin suddenly teased, "Young man, you're staring so hard today, you'll make my daughter shy. You're part of the family now. Why are you still standing there stunned?" It seems our son-in-law is already head over heels for Tang Yin. Tang Yin reminded him, "Xiao Long, shouldn't you be watching where you're going?" He answered, flustered and shy. A moment later, they arrived in front of a room built into the mountain, guarded by three burly soldiers. As they approached, I recognized A Chuo and a Dao standing guard with their bulging muscles and serious expressions. Suddenly, a martial artist stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, and said, "You have arrived, Supreme Patriarch." Tang Jun immediately replied, "I want to show my grandson-in-law the 10,000 Poison Hall. Open the door." The three guards quickly acknowledged the order and signaled that they understood. Xiao Long observed everything around him in amazement. The security here was much stricter than in the medieval era. After receiving the order, the only person wearing a robe there shouted to open the gate. Two guards immediately used all their muscular strength to heave the giant door. It took a tremendous amount of effort. The guard asked, "Why are we opening it so early today?" Xiao Long looked at the two strapping guards in surprise, seeing them struggle so much, and thought to himself, "Does it really have to be this exhausting just to open a door?" When the two doors were fully open, a Chuo and a Du were panting, soaked in sweat. When the guard felt everything was ready, he turned back and signaled, "Please, come in." Tang Tishan quickly nodded to Xiao Long, "Let's go in." As they stepped inside, he explained, "This iron gate is made from the Ngo Kuan metal of the southern barbarians. Being able to open this gate is a great honor." Xiao Long replied in surprise, "Is that so?" Once everyone was inside, Tang Taishin said proudly, "We have arrived." Xiao Long widened his eyes, looking around in astonishment. Tang Tishin continued, "This is the treasure vault containing all kinds of poisons of the Sichuan Tang Clan." Tang Jun reiterated, "This is the 10,000 Poison Hall. Be careful, don't touch anything." Xiao Long asked curiously, "So this is the 10,000 Poison Hall? Is it all stored in bottles and pouches?" Tang Tishan quickly replied, "That's right. There are many different types of poisons here, such as the numbing poison and the soul-sleeping poison." As he spoke, Tang Taishan nudged Xiao Long toward Tang Yin and said, "Tang Yin, why don't you explain it to Xiao Long? I'm sure my son-in-law would prefer that." Tang's mother agreed from the side, "That's right." Tang Yin didn't object, just blushed slightly and replied, "Yes, father." Once she said that, she pulled Xiao Long along for a tour of the hall and said, "Come here. I'll show you the most potent poisons of the Tang sect, starting with the little golden poison." The more she spoke, the shyer she became. This is the soul-fading poison, a type that martial artists have to be extremely careful with. If you inhale it, you won't be able to use your internal energy, so be careful. This is also the gut-twisting poison, soul-destroying poison, blood-boiling poison, and the 7-step soul-severing poison. Seeing their daughter point out the myriad powerful poisons of the Tang family, Tang Yin's parents smiled with pride. They were both so cute. Meanwhile, Tang Yin became serious and said, "These are all powerful poisons, but the most potent poison of the Tang sect is something else." She then handed Xiao Long a small bean and said, "Take this, Xiao Long." Looking at the tiny bean in his hand, Xiao Long was still confused. "This," Tang Yin explained, "excluding the poisons of the top 10 venomous creatures, this is currently the most powerful." She added, "This is the herb that symbolizes the Tang sect, castor bean." Xiao Long was initially dazed and asked, "Castor oil bean?" In reality, this is ricin, an extremely lethal toxin. Just 2 milligrams is enough to kill a grown adult. He was still stunned and blurted out, "It's 100,000 times stronger than cyana?" Tang Yin smiled and told him that this poison is the closest to the Tang sect's goal of being colorless, odorless, and invisible. Thus, this poison is the golden poison, the most precious one. She continued explaining, "And killing someone with this poison is called the golden strike." After hearing that, Xiao Long felt as if his surroundings were ablaze with fire, while also hearing her instruct, "Remember this well, Xiao Long. The most powerful poison isn't necessarily the one that causes the most pain or horror, but the one that kills silently and surely. The poison arts of the Sichuan Tang Clan aim for exactly that silent and certain death." In Xiao Long's mind, images of the clansmen suddenly surfaced, making him realize it was a clan of assassins. Right then, a voice cut off their conversation. "That is enough," Tang Jun spoke up from a distance. "Next, let's go see the venomous creatures that Xiao Long has been looking forward to." Xiao Long immediately looked excited. Talking about venomous creatures, the old patriarch encouraged him. "If you like them, you can manage them. The family will support you in everything." Xiao Long was so excited he stammered, "Really? You'll support my hobby?" Tang Jun quickly called everyone. "Then let's go right now." But before he could finish his sentence, urgent news arrived from afar, forcing them to stop. "Patriarch, there's an urgent report." Tang Jubai ran over to Tang Tishan, panting, and asked, "Tang Jubai, what's the matter?" After catching his breath, he announced, "You need to go to the Xuanwu Pavilion immediately." Tang Tishan asked curiously, "Xuanwu Pavilion? Why go there?" Tang Jubai quickly explained, "The clan elders are waiting." Upon hearing that, Tang Jun shouted angrily, "What? Those people again?" Xiao Long suddenly remembered, were these the elders she had mentioned? Tang Jubai quickly added, "There are 2 things. First, the medicine we sent to the Sichuan city lord isn't working. He sent a letter of complaint. Second, he glanced at Xiao Long, looking awkward. Xiao Long sighed and suddenly spoke up. "It's about the 10,000 poison haul, isn't it?" Tang Jun wasn't very surprised as he exclaimed, "News travels so fast." Once he said that, he and the others left immediately, not forgetting to tell Xiao Long, "Let's go, grandson-in-law. You come with me too." Finally, at the Xuanwu Pavilion, where many elders were bickering, when everyone arrived, one of them suddenly shouted Tang Taishan's name. Before they could even greet him, they began scolding him. "How could you unilaterally make such an important decision? How could you marry off Tang Yin, our precious granddaughter, to an orphan with no known background?" Tang Taishan asked angrily. "An orphan with no background?" He exploded with rage and defended Xiao Long. "Are you all insulting my son-in-law?" The group quickly retorted, "No, that's not it, but it's the truth." Tang Jun stepped closer and asked, "I have made the decision. Does anyone have any objections?" The elder replied nervously, "Supreme Family Head." Long felt the malicious intent behind their words and was clearly displeased. The old man said, "Supreme Family Head, please advise the family head. I just agreed to it." Seeing the smile on Long's face vanish, Tang Yin whispered an apology to him for today's inconvenience. Long sighed, "Oh man, and here I was thinking I made her worry again." While the elders were still debating, Long suddenly spoke up. "Forgive me for interrupting your discussion, elders," he said seriously. "This seems to be due to my own lack of ability." Instantly, he patted his own shoulder and shouted, "If I can prove my strength, will you elders accept me?" An elder from afar asked in surprise, "Wait, what?" With a confident look, he declared he could, for example, solve the difficult problem facing the Sichuan city lord. Tang Yin and Madame Tang, who were nearby, worried for him and panicked as they scolded, "Long, what do you think you're doing? Although I'm not one to care about appearances, if anyone dares to disrupt the peaceful life I have with my pets, I won't forgive them." In the grand courtyard, everyone buzzed with talk that Long dared to argue with his elders. "You elders, how dare you do this?" A silver-haired elder spoke loudly. "The elders are talking. Does a kid like you dare to butt in?" Many others joined in to criticize him. "That's right. Besides, do you even know the contents of the Sichuan City Lord's letter to be talking like that?" Tang Yin and Madame Tang watched the argument, and Madame Tang said, "Family head, he has no background, yet he dares to meddle in our affairs. That is exactly why we nominated a young man from a prestigious family to be our son-in-law." Hearing those words, Long felt discouraged, thinking to himself, "I can't stand these old geezers anymore. This is just too much." He remembered his live stream and the positive feedback he received from over 1 million followers and an average of 3,000 live viewers. Long confidently replied to the elders, "I hear that you elders still haven't recognized me as the Tang family's son-in-law, so I suppose I am still just a guest." Long continued to express his viewpoint, which even made Tang Tishan, who was standing nearby, admire him. "Furthermore, I didn't just help Tang Yin Tang, the treasure of the Tang family. I also saved the family head's life by eliminating the blood hand Rakshasa Zuo Yun Chang." He cupped his hands to show respect and continued, "The fact that you elders dare to insult a benefactor and a distinguished guest right to his face, is that really the etiquette and conduct of the Tang family?" In the world of hidden weapons, it was nothing new for Long to face attacks from many people. This had become a familiar part of his life. Equipped with vast experience, he easily handled the situation in the blink of an eye. The elders who had just been irritable suddenly changed their tune. One of them coughed, rubbed his neck, and stammered, "That it's not like that. Perhaps we were just a bit too hasty and misspoke." Long tilted his head slightly, wore a look of disdain, and thought to himself, completely useless. However, there were still some skeptical voices, but the blood hand Rakshasa, Zuo Yun Chang, defeating him really is just too absurd. Tang Tishan, a supporter of Long, brought out evidence. Long isn't lying. "Take a look at this." This made the gentleman next to him gasp and stutter. As the book opened, everyone was deeply shocked to realize the content inside was the blood hand's secret technique. Written in blood, it really belonged to the blood cult. Tang Tishan smiled at his son-in-law. "Long, show them the centipedes." He obediently replied, "Yes, father-in-law," making the eyes around them even more curious. Centipedes. He summoned his treasures. A brilliant light surrounded his hands, drawing attention. His little ones, the adorable little creatures, appeared from his sleeves, chirping to prove their presence. Those around them were stunned, not believing their own eyes. "Huh, a golden centipede?" Tang Tishan quickly explained. "That is the offspring of the green-striped centipede, which my son-in-law is raising. If I told you they bit Zuo Yung Chang to death, would you believe me?" The elders couldn't help but fall back in shock at this information. "What? The green-striped centipede? Can this young man actually control them?" Tang Tishan didn't hesitate. "If I can't acknowledge this son-in-law, then what should I call him?" Long, standing by, couldn't hide his smugness. He even spoke to the creatures. "My little ones, remember, don't bite people." The elders were too surprised to say anything else at this moment. Finally, they shifted their stance. "We never said we didn't acknowledge you. It's just that there are procedures that need to be followed. Since you bypassed them," the family head was angry. Tang Jun sighed. "All right, I'll overlook the son-in-law matter. But why oppose the 10,000 Poison Palace affair?" The elders argued again. "He isn't officially a member of the clan yet. How can we entrust the 10,000 Poison Palace to a minor who isn't of age?" Hearing this, the old man also began to waver. "That's true, we can't entrust such an important thing as the 10,000 Poison Palace." Tang Jun quickly offered a solution. "Well then, it's simple. Can you prove your ability?" Long replied, "Of course." He confidently asserted, "To prove I am worthy of the Tang family, I will handle it the Tang family's way." And that was by using poison. Hearing this, everyone grabbed their heads in fear. "Wait, what?" They began to gossip. "Do you intend to poison the Sichuan City Lord?" "We are talking about sending medicine, not killing people." Even Tang Jun and Tang Tishan looked at him with puzzled expressions. He asked obliviously, "Fa family head, what do you think?" Deep down, Tang Jun thought, he really is too soft. "No, our Tang family must use poison." The next day arrived. Long and Tang Jun were training. The old man told him, "Trials are trials, but from today on, you will start learning the Tang family's 5 poisons origin technique." Hearing that, he cheered excitedly. However, when thinking about having to train, he wondered, is it still physical training? The old man replied, "Your body will naturally adapt to the martial arts as you train." Tang Jun continued explaining, "The Tang sect prioritizes practicality, so you will learn things that can be applied immediately in real combat." He presented him with the ancestral weapons set, full of power. He introduced them one by one. Hidden weapons, needles, coins, throwing stars, knives, and even swords and blades. Although there were many other types of hidden weapons, these 5 were the main ones. He asked him, "Do you know which type of hidden weapon is the easiest to use?" He hesitated and replied, "Probably the throwing needles or knives." Tang Jun acknowledged the answer. "That's right. Then, which one is the hardest to use?" Long looked at the small pouch and answered, "Probably the powder, since you have to scatter it." The old man shook his head. "That's not right this time. You're wrong. The hardest to use is the hairpin." He gasped. "The hairpin? Because it's small and thin, so it's hard to throw?" The old man explained, "Because you have to remember exactly the position where you threw it. It's better if I demonstrate while I explain." Wei Xiao Long was stunned as Tang Jun pulled out a brush. With expert precision, he disassembled the brush piece by piece. In a split second, the brush disintegrated, with fragments scattering through the air. Wei Xiao Long watched in awe. They were as light as feathers, yet purely white. He never imagined that something so soft could transform into sharp shards capable of attacking the ground. Tang Jun stood by, arms crossed, looking calm, while Wei Xiao Long pulled his legs up, terrified. Watching the scene, he whispered to himself in fear, "These bristles are embedding into my skin like needles." His eyes went wide, witnessing the shards dancing in a razor-sharp rhythm. Tang Jun explained that the Tang Clan had a hidden weapon called Rain of Flowers, a secret technique of the Tang Clan that could cover the entire surrounding area with hundreds and thousands of tiny needles. By now, he was terrified. "Master, do you mean I have to fight enemies while the area is completely covered in needles?" Furthermore, he wondered, "If needles are everywhere, won't there be nowhere to stand?" The master nodded. "Exactly. So you must remember well to avoid hurting yourself." Wei Xiao Long thought to himself, "Oh my god," and asked, "So, do I even have to memorize the exact positions of the needles that the enemy knocks away or that fall to the ground?" The master nodded. "Of course." He added that if one were a master of the 5 poisons, one would have to memorize at least 100 locations. Tang Yin had already memorized thousands of locations when she was a prodigy, leaving Wei Xiao Long only able to click his tongue in disbelief. The scene shifts to the clear sky atop the mountain. The air is fresh and full of energy. However, Wei Xiao Long is exhausted, lying face down on the floor. Tang Yin approaches and asks if Wei Xiao Long is okay. He greets Lady Tang Yin. He asks why she is there, and she replies quickly, "I heard you were going to catch the honeybee, so I prepared everything." "If you don't need," he cuts her off. "Oh no, it's fine. I was planning to wait. But with this, I can catch it myself." She is surprised. "Wait, you intend to wait for the honeybee?" Wei Xiao Long continues, "You'll understand when we get there." Tang Yin is still puzzled. "Is that so?" Wei Xiao Long speaks to her. "Do you happen to know where the honeybee's nest is?" She replies, "I found one. It's nearby. We can go right now." She hesitates. "But you read the letter from the Lord of Sichuan, right?" He confirms, "Yes, of course." Upon hearing this, she asks again, "Wei Xiao Long is still young, so I'm a bit worried. Do you fully understand the contents of the letter?" He replies, "Naturally, my lady. This matter is very important for a man's masculine energy." Hearing this, she blushes and tells him to stop. "Enough, that's enough." Then she asks, "You seem to understand the problem quite well, don't you?" "That's right, the major issue the Lord of Sichuan is facing is impotence." She compliments him. Wei Xiao Long is truly knowledgeable for his age. He stammers, "Ah, because I live alone." Suddenly she runs ahead. "Let's hurry up and go," leaving Wei Xiao Long to scramble after her, calling out, "Lady Tang Yin." The two enter the deep forest, where the grass is overgrown and wildflowers bloom along the path. Wei Xiao Long is distracted by a small animal climbing a tree, to the point that Tang Yin has to quickly grab him by the collar to stop him. They stop at a spot. Tang Yin says, "We've arrived." Wei Xiao Long asks, "It's here?" As he puts on his protective gear, Tang Yin asks Wei Xiao Long, "But Wei Xiao Long, what's the point of finding a beehive without any bees?" He explains to his fiancée, "Even though we are looking for the honey bee, we won't be catching them." She speaks up in surprise. "Huh?" The two search carefully through every crevice. He peers deep into the cave and tells her, "The venomous insect we need usually lives in small beehives." Tang Yin wonders, "A venomous insect inside a beehive?" He confirms, "Yes." And upon seeing one, Wei Xiaolong happily says, "Thank goodness, this nest seems to have one." With agile movements, he uses chopsticks to pick up the small prey and cheers, "Gotcha, little guy." Leaving Tang Yin wide-eyed with surprise, she asks, "Wei Xiaolong, could that insect be?" He continues, "Yes, we didn't come here to catch the honeybee, but to catch this insect." He says excitedly, "This creature will help solve the problem for the Lord of Sichuan." Tang Yin observes the animal in Wei Xiao Long's hand and asks suspiciously, Wei Xiao Long, is this insect a blister beetle? Hearing her guess, he holds the shivering creature high in front of her and happily replies, yes, that's right. Inside, he thinks to himself, is it called a blister beetle here? He brings the insect closer for her to see. It looks truly pathetic with its watery eyes and trembling body. He explains, this insect is often found in honeybee nests. In the Central Plains, they are called blister beetles, while in Korea, they are known as bee-biting beetles, belonging to the Melody family. Tang Yin asks, surprised, but why do blister beetles live in honeybee nests? I don't know that, he says. Then he happily explains, their life cycle is quite special. He shares what he knows. The reproduction method of the Meloidae family is very strange. Normally, insects protect their eggs or create a safe environment for them to hatch, but not this species. Their small, oval, yellow eggs can appear anywhere from cliffs to leaves. They can even be found in desolate or dense areas. They just lay their eggs without a care in the world. Regardless, by some miracle, the blister beetle larvae hatch and crawl to the highest point nearby. Once they reach the top, they clump together and pretend to be a flower. But don't look up blister beetle larvae online, okay? When a beautiful bumblebee flies out for nectar, if it sees them, it will happily chirp, oh, hello. Thinking it's a real flower, the bumblebee will continue its pollen-gathering work, while the 7 insects disguised as a flower become sinister, knowing what the bee will do next. Their evil hands reach out toward the bee, and the moment it gets close, they quickly latch onto it, causing the bumblebee's nest to suffer a terrible defeat. He points to the blister beetle in his hand and says, I don't know why they choose bumblebees, but I heard it's the best environment for blister beetle larvae to develop. Tang Yin hesitates. Is that so? She bows her head, saying sadly, poor little bumblebees. Wei Xiao Long smiles to comfort her. It's just the law of nature, and it can't be helped. She remembers something and says, but isn't this the kind of toxin that causes burns? I know that if you eat too much, it's fatal. He smiles and confirms. That's right, it can cause burns. He describes the wounds caused by the orange liquid from the beetle's body, explaining that when it touches the skin, it creates blisters similar to burns. She looks at the pathetic blister beetle, her face gradually turning red. She bites her lip, covers her mouth, and whispers, even so, it has that effect, doesn't it? He replies, yes, until the toxin is purged from the body. Seeing the look on her face, he narrows his eyes and jokes. It could stir a man's desire. Tang Yin quickly turned and ran away, her face flushing crimson, shouting with her eyes shut as she hurried. Enough, enough. Let's just head back to the Myriad Poison Hall. Xiao Long shouted in surprise. Wait, let me catch a few more. A moment later, having caught more ground salamanders, he said, we're returning to the Myriad Poison Hall, and I've already instructed the warriors on how to brew the medicine. He looked at those in front of him and said slowly, now listen closely. He held up a finger to signal. First, dry the ground salamander and grind it into a powder. Their expressions gradually turned serious. Formulas raced through their minds as they listened to his analysis. If one consumes 3 units, equivalent to 11.75 milligrams of poison, it will certainly be life-threatening. Every single unit represents 3.75 kilograms of body weight. If one consumes 310 units, equivalent to 1.25 milligrams of poison, half of those who consume it will perish. He looked at everyone and concluded, therefore, please brew the medicine with a dosage of 110 units, that is, 375 milligrams, equivalent to about 10 drops of water, or 0.351 milliliters. After finishing his explanation, he asked, do you all understand? Everyone was surprised and lost in thought, each thinking to themselves, my head feels like it's going to explode. The man leading the group took off his face mask and spoke slowly. Your explanation is truly clear, and your grasp of mathematics is excellent. He emphasized every word. We will certainly succeed. Xiao Long replied cheerfully, yes, I'm counting on you all. That night, under the full moon, in a brightly lit room, a voice rang out. Who would have thought the ground salamander could have such an effect? After listening to her granddaughter recount the process of catching the salamanders and the story at the medicine lab, her grandfather said, it seems I should also reconsider the poisons currently possessed by the Tang sect. Tang Yin replied obediently, yes, I think so too. He gently raised a hand to his mouth to cough once, then continued asking, is he still good with math? Tang Yin replied, yes. He divided 1 unit into 10 parts and said it was equivalent to the weight of 10 drops of water. Hearing this, his expression turned serious. He rubbed his index finger and thumb together and said in a deep voice, to think, recalling the immature appearance of that boy, his eyebrows are quite something. He continued, I thought I knew a lot about poisons, but he surprises me even more. The more I learn, the more I see that he is a valuable asset to the Tang family. Suddenly, he turned to his granddaughter and asked curiously, "So, do you feel more attracted to him than you did at the beginning?" Tang Yin replied, flustered, "Grandfather." Her face flushed pink, and she didn't dare look him in the eye. She clenched her fist and raised it to her mouth to hide her embarrassment, saying softly, "I just feel like I was too hasty in the beginning, so now I feel guilty." He closed his eyes as if he understood her thoughts and advised gently, "It's fine, just treat him well from now on." Then he asked, "But how will you test the medicine's effectiveness?" Hearing this, she was stunned, her eyes widening. Actually, recalling the earlier incident, she used her hands to cover her flushed face, feeling as if both her face and hands were radiating heat, and said shyly, "The elders were too arrogant." Thinking of the mischievous look on Xiao Long's face when he made that remark, the family would surely punish them. She recounted it to her grandfather, and he asked in surprise, "What?" before bursting into laughter. Aha! What an interesting character. Tang Yin stood to the side, silent, but her face remained flushed. At this moment, everyone gathered in the large room, all eyes on the warrior standing in front. The elders were gathered. Some rested their chins on their hands, while others crossed their arms, waiting. The warrior placed a hexagonal wooden box before Xiao Long and said, "Xiao Long, here is your medicine." He looked at the box on the table and asked, "Oh, what is this?" The warrior clasped his hands before his chest, explaining, "We mixed in licorice powder and honey to add a sweetness to make it easier for you to consume." He thought to himself, how attentive. Upon opening the box and seeing the shiny black pill lying on the red velvet cloth inside, he asked, "Did you brew it exactly as I requested?" The man replied cautiously, "Of course, Master Xiao Long. We have adhered precisely to the dosage you specified." Hearing this, the elders outside stirred, and one said coldly, "Humph, making such a fuss." Another crossed his arms, mocking. It's as if they created something truly special. The man sitting at the head of the table closed his eyes, his voice booming with authority. Silence. He looked at Xiao Long and asked further, "The medicine has been prepared. So, how will you prove its effectiveness?" He wondered. Prove it? A strong hand slammed down on the table, creating a loud noise, and a voice shouted, "Of course, we must prove it." The pot-bellied elder was the one who had slammed the table. He stood up and shouted, "How can I send unverified poison to the city lord of Sichuan?" The person next to him echoed, "That's right. If something goes wrong, it will be very dangerous." Xiao Long looked at the warrior and asked, "Well, there's no other way then." The warrior nodded, "Yes," and searched inside his pocket. The elders watched his movements closely. The warrior walked over to the elders and placed a hexagonal medicine box, identical to Xiao Long's, before the pot-bellied elder. He scoffed, then picked up the pill to inspect it, saying with contempt, "You want us to test the medicine? Who knows what's inside?" The person next to him silently warned, "That brat. Not only is he an outsider, but he also has sinister motives." Knowing this, Xiao Long just smiled enigmatically. Grandfather Tang was enjoying the show when he was suddenly brought back to reality by a call. He turned in surprise and asked, "What is it?" "Did you not say that those who practice Tang sect martial arts would not fear any kind of poison? Is that not the case?" He nodded. "That's right." He clapped his hands happily with a childish expression, continuing to tease. "But why do you seem so worried?" Grandfather touched his head as if in agreement. Hearing you say that, I really do feel a bit worried." Sensing that everything was going exactly as he had planned, seeing the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, he cleared his throat and said, "Come now. You are all elders of the family who have reached the realm of being immune to 100 poisons." He emphasized, "Are you truly afraid of a ground salamander poison?" Indeed, the elders had crushed the pills, their lips curled in confident smiles. Xiao Long's group couldn't suppress their amusement as they saw each one of them take the pill into their mouths, even mocking. Who would be afraid of such low-level poison? Another quickly chimed in, "Exactly. You've underestimated us." As an elder swallowed the pill, he threatened loudly, "If this medicine has no effect, you'll see what happens. We will restore discipline in this family." Having said that, he closed his mouth, chewed the pill, and swallowed. The atmosphere turned silent. Everyone waited for a reaction from the pill. Time passed without anything unusual, and someone couldn't hold back a scoff, pointing at Xiao Long and shouting, "See." Nothing happened. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned as if struck by lightning when he saw his disciple suddenly hold his head high. The elders all lowered their heads, the atmosphere both silent and strange. That day, the clan's discipline was forcefully reestablished. Under the glaring sun, a voice rang out, "Send this medicine to the master of Sichuan. It is very effective." A moment later, the elders left with peculiar expressions, each of them flustered, their hands gripping their robes tightly in front of their stomachs. Watching them leave with flushed faces, Xiao Long remarked, "Just as grandfather said, as long as we provoke them about poisons, they fall right into the trap." Grandfather also laughed and replied, "Haha, those are just the ones who have a shred of self-respect left, so they couldn't do anything else." Grandfather smiled and reminded him, "But don't hold a grudge against them. They do it only for the sake of the clan." Xiao Long heard this and wondered, "Is that so?" Grandfather closed his eyes peacefully. After all, they were family. He obediently replied, "I understand." At that moment, Tang Yin rushed in, looking anxious as she ran. Xiao Long, something big has happened." Seeing her state, he asked, "What is it, little one?" She bent over to catch her breath and then spoke. She stood up, adjusted her breathing, and said, "Our pets have a problem." He was shocked. "Huh?" Suddenly, grandfather grabbed his collar, his voice fierce. "Grandson-in-law." His expression was furious, his eyes burning as he asked, "What is ours?" He hoisted him up by the collar, veins bulging, and angrily demanded of Xiao Long, "Do you two have a child? It seems I haven't disciplined you properly yet." Tang Yin stood motionless nearby, both angry and embarrassed as she said, "It's not a child, it's the centipedes." The centipedes that Xiao Long was raising. Only then did Xiao Long come to his senses, his face full of worry. He opened his mouth, but for a long while, he couldn't find the words. Grandfather dropped his collar, and he stepped toward Tang Yin, asking anxiously, "Huh? You mean the centipedes?" She hurriedly explained, "Seeing you practicing more lately, I asked Big Sister to take care of them for you." Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Are my precious babies in trouble?" In his panic, his ghostly hand touched her chest. He said, "Let me see." Beside grandfather, the irritated voice of his granddaughter rang out, "Ah, Xiao Long, not there." A moment later, the two saw the centipedes lying obediently on the ground. Ignoring the red handprint on her face, he whispered, "You said they suddenly moved?" Tang Yin clenched her hands and spoke, "They were fine all morning. I hope they aren't in pain anywhere." He looked at the cute appearance of the centipedes lying on the ground and remarked, "They look translucent, and their shells seem strange." Suddenly his eyes lit up, thinking that this was it. He happily laughed and said, "Tang Yin, you don't seem to need to worry." Watching the centipedes slowly move, he explained, "They are just molting like snakes. When their bodies grow, they need to molt. Perhaps now is that time." Grandfather and Tang Yin asked in surprise, "Molting?" He leaned against the tank and nodded. "That's right." Suddenly, one centipede rubbed its head against the floor, a rustling sound echoing. Tang Yin hurriedly called out, "Xiao Long, look." Seeing the centipede with its new orange-yellow skin gradually crawling out of its old shell, she shouted, "The head!" When the centipede completely escaped its shell, the old man's voice showed clear fascination. "Oh, how magical." Tang Yin was also observing intently when she suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Long, the other two are about to molt as well." Another centipede slowly crawled out of its shell, the new orange-yellow skin soft and inviting to the touch. The last one also gently changed its old coat, its whole body moving. Seeing all three lying obediently on the ground, he happily said, "They've all molted." Tang Yin's eyes sparkled as she looked at them and said, "They seem bigger than before." She turned to Xiao Long and asked, "What are their names?" He paused slightly. Names? He thought to himself that they didn't have any. His expression became serious. He put his hand to his chin as if thinking for a moment, looked at the three centipedes on the ground, thought he was being clever, and shouted, "Let's go with Wu Yi, Wu and Wu San." Tang Yin heard these three ridiculous names and immediately shook her head in protest. No way. Thinking of a day when these little centipedes could fly through the sky, soaring over high mountain ranges, she turned to him and explained, "Centipedes that live 1,000 years turn into dragons. They need more majestic names, fitting for the form of a dragon." Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh and reply, "Haha, my lady, how could these centipedes turn into dragons after 1,000 years?" Grandfather heard their argument and chimed in, "But anyway, 1,000-year-old centipedes are still called dragons. I will call them heavenly dragons." Hearing the old man's tone, he understood exactly where Tang Yin's attitude came from and thought to himself, so it turns out it was taught by him. He bowed his head to look at the three centipedes, thought carefully, and spoke. Names. After deciding, he turned to Tang Yin and said, "Let's call them So, Huang, and Ban." She repeated in surprise, "So, Huang, Ban," he explained. "The one that waited and emerged first is So. The second one has a feminine shape, so I named her Huang, as in fragrance. The third one has a shiny shell, so I call him Ban." Tang Yin looked closely at all three, slowly repeating the names he had just given. So, Huang, Ban. Both were excitedly observing the centipedes. She said softly, usually, children's names are given by the father, right? And so, the three little centipedes had new names. Xiao Long walked down the street, his unsteady gait drawing everyone's attention. As he walked, he thought, another day has passed, and these centipedes are clinging to me again. It's so tiring. He sat down next to a crate by the road, sighed, and felt that his undershirt was a bit damp. He thought to himself, it seems my body isn't completely dry yet, but I can move now. He sighed again. Ugh, still feel a bit uncomfortable. Suddenly, the centipedes crawled out. One touched its head to his cheek and chirped happily. Eck. He smiled slightly, thinking, you guys have gotten much heavier. The biggest change is the size. He lay flat on the crate, looking up at the sky, his cheeks stained red from friction. The centipede beside him gently chirped as if to comfort him. Sorry for being heavy. Another one chimed in. Eck. He sighed, reminiscing. At first they were only as small as sausages, but now they are as big as my arm. He felt happy watching them grow, feeling every movement beside him, and thought, the little centipedes must find my waist too cramped. Now they only know how to cling to my arms and waist. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang in his ears. Ha ha, look there. I predicted it correctly. He sat up straight, followed the sound, and saw two men, one tall and one short, walking down the street. The short one had a mole on his face and was holding a small red bag. He laughed at his companion. It really is the Tang family of Sichuan. We need to observe the person on the right carefully. Let's go. You stroke the head of a centipede clinging to you. Listening to that loud laughter nearby. Making money is sure easy. Ha ha. You look over, wondering in surprise. What's going on? Looking up at the sky, you notice it's truly a beautiful day. White clouds are drifting gently by. Outside the Sichuan Tang branch, the scene remains as usual, with a dead quiet atmosphere. The master clears his throat. Xiao Long, that's some truly joyful news. He looks at Xiao Long and asks, didn't you two just send some self-made medicine to the Lord of Sichuan? You nod and reply, that's right. Thinking of that portly fellow's expression, shedding tears of joy, the master approves with a wave of his hand and announces, I heard he made great use of it, so the Lord has sent plenty of rewards and his thanks. Both of you are overjoyed. You happily ask, is that so? Tang Yin's father laughs heartily. You've barely become my son-in-law and you're already helping me profit. You've done so much for me. You smile shyly and scratch your head. Ha ha, it's nothing. Suddenly he turns serious and speaks slowly. As he strokes his beard, he looks you straight in the eye and says, I'm going to give you a spirit medicine, whether you modestly refuse or not. You are stunned and ask back, spirit medicine? You mean? In your heart, you recall what he once said. He previously mentioned that spirit medicine increases internal power. Tang Yin interjects, Father, what is that spirit medicine? He replies that it's nothing too major. Looking at both of you, he says, word by word, the gall of a golden-haired bee king. Xiao Long immediately thinks of bees collecting nectar and ponders. Honey, bee nectar? Hearing that internal power is crucial to becoming a master, you decide to accept it. Thinking this, you happily say aloud, thank you, father-in-law. Tang Yin's face suddenly tenses, all joy vanishing. She speaks up, Father. Without any expression, she asks, you call that a reward? It's just honey? Seeing his daughter's attitude, her father feels awkward. He stammers, ah, that's, before he can finish, she grabs Xiao Long's hand and shouts angrily. Xiao Long's efforts this time cannot be taken lightly. Even though the golden-haired bee king is a mid-level poisonous insect, its honey is the lowest grade spirit medicine available. You can't skimp on his reward. He earned this. She frowns, demanding a proper reward for you, at least one that boosts internal power for a year. Her father bows his head, his voice dropping as he defends himself, saying that even as a spirit medicine, the cost of preparation is quite high. Hearing this, she clenches both fists, her eyes glowing like fire, gritting her teeth, thinking it's still too cheap compared to the work you put in. On the other side, her father avoids her gaze and coughs. He thinks to himself that a daughter really is like spilled water. Xiao Long breaks the tension, looking at him to ask, Father-in-law, what exactly is a golden-haired bee king? He turns back and clears his throat. Ahem. He thinks of the massive golden hive on the tree branch, with bees working hard, flying back and forth, then explains, the golden-haired bee king is a type of mid-level poisonous insect that lives in the forest. It looks like a giant bee, about the size of a small dog. According to experience, consuming its honey can increase your internal power by 2 months. However, what piques Xiao Long's interest is the size of the golden-haired bee king. Your eyes light up, And you ask excitedly, as big as a puppy? That's fascinating. Seeing you so happy, Tang Yin pinches your cheek to stop you. Xiao Long, wait a second. I'm still angry. At this moment, her father speaks up again, feeling a bit flustered. Tang Yin, that's not what I meant. I thought Xiao Long would want to go find the golden-haired bee king himself. That's why I chose it. You are startled by his words and think to yourself, find it myself? You quickly stand up, asking excitedly, Father-in-law, do you want me to go find the golden-haired bee king personally? He nods to confirm. That's right. Your breathing quickens, your face flushing with excitement. You think? Going to get the honey myself? Back when I was a YouTuber, I went honey hunting many times. You rush toward the door and shout, let's go. Father-in-law, I'm very experienced with gathering honey. He laughs excitedly too. Ha ha ha, I knew you'd like it. Tang Yin sighs as she watches them leave, their conversation still echoing in her ears. Xiao Long asks curiously, what does a golden-haired bee king look like? Her father coolly replies, well, obviously it looks like a bee. After leaving the Sichuan-Tang branch, the journey to gather the honey begins. On the way, you think to yourself that since this was valuable information provided by your father-in-law, there surely wouldn't be any competition. But upon arriving, you see two groups of people arguing loudly. The guy with the scar says, we got here first, so the golden-haired bee king's honey is ours. And the man in black retorts just as fiercely, what? We bought this information legally, so it's ours. Hearing this, Xiao Long's group is surprised. Huh. The person from the scar-face guy's side asks back, you bought the information? We bought it too. Did you buy it from a guy with messy hair and a big mole on his face? The man in black can't hide his surprise. How did you know that? Regardless, we aren't backing down. Xiao Long's expression suddenly freezes. You remember the two people you saw on the way and wonder, could it be them? Xiao Long starts to understand. They had sold the information to others. Tang Yin's father, listening to the argument, feels so angry he is trembling. He clenches his fists and bites his lip, cursing under his breath, those bastards. He yells out, how dare you insult the Sichuan-Tang branch right here, causing everyone to turn toward the source of the voice. Amazement is clear on their faces. One guy panics and says, what? The Sichuan-Tang branch? Xiao Long feels dejected. My plan to get the honey. You recall the reminder from Tang Yin's father before the trip started. Xiao Long, this is your first time going out, so you must be extremely cautious and remember that you are a member of the Tang family. You reply politely, yes, sir. He looks at the group standing neatly behind you and says, seriously, take them with you. You need to learn how to manage people. Xiao Long asks in surprise, yes, you want me to bring them along? You look at Tang Yin, hesitant, and say, but Miss Tang Yin, before you can finish, he laughs loudly. Haha, kid, Tang Yin is your person, you are her partner. Hearing this, you blush in embarrassment, stammering partner. Tang Yin also smiles encouragingly. You'll do great, Xiao Long. She adds, I'll help you too, making you even more flustered. You reply, I will do my best. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Sichuan-Tang group and those who arrived first is tense, with everyone glaring at each other. Xiao Long thinks anxiously, what should I do now? You turn to the person beside you, the leader of the Poison Blood Squad, Yu Jiang, and ask for his opinion. How should we handle this? Should we share it with them? Yu Jiang rubs his chin and lowers his voice. Share it how? He crosses his arms stiffly, looking clearly disapproving. Who do they think they are? Demanding a cut from the Sichuan-Tang clan? Tang Yin nodded in agreement. Even though she didn't know who they were, they certainly had a lot of nerve. She glanced at the group opposite them, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. How dare they sell information that the Sichuan-Tang clan had already purchased? Hearing the leader's name, he recognized her and exclaimed in shock, wait, is that Tang Yin from the Tang clan's direct line actually here? The leader immediately cupped his hands in a salute, his teeth gritted in calculation as he bowed his head and said, Fengyun sect, we didn't realize this matter involved the Sichuan-Tang clan, so we will withdraw. When the others saw his reaction, they were surprised, but perhaps understanding the reason, they followed suit, cupping their hands and bowing. Yunhu sect also begs to withdraw. Another man cursed in frustration. Damn it. I won't let this go. As he retreated, seeing those who had left looking like they'd seen a ghost, Xiao Long asked in surprise, they're just running away? He couldn't help but be skeptical. Was the Sichuan-Tang clan really that terrifying? Seeing them vanish, he wondered, is it really over just like that? Yu Jiang replied calmly, probably not. He predicted they were definitely hiding somewhere nearby. These people wouldn't give up so easily. And he turned to give orders to his subordinates. Tang Jubai, locate them. Tang Jubai cupped his hands before his chest and replied respectfully, understood, master. Seeing Xiao Long's anxious expression, Tang Yin reassured him. It's okay, Xiao Long. He stared at the mountain forest ahead, muttering, my bees. At that moment, Tang Yin, Xiao Long, and Yu Jiang were hiding behind a large rock, and in front of them stood a massive tree with large hollows in its trunk, where several large bees were buzzing around. Looking closely at the bees, with their black and yellow stripes, covered in thick fur, the swarm constantly flew in and out of the tree, the sound of their wings echoing. Xiao Long exclaimed, that's the golden-furred bee king. Tang Yin marveled. This is my first time seeing one, it's huge. He said happily, isn't it adorable? Tang Yin nodded in praise, its fur really does look fluffy. Yu Jiang proudly added, that's why it's called the golden-furred bee king. After observing for a while, Xiao Long speculated, even so, this colony seems a bit small, only a few hundred, right? Can a colony be that big? Hearing the strange term, Tang Yin asked in surprise. Xiao Long patiently explained, that's just the term for the whole bee colony. Usually, a beehive has 5,000 to 7,000 bees. She asked back, surprised, you can tell without going inside? Xiao Long replied confidently, just by looking at the number of bees entering and exiting the entrance, you can get a rough estimate. At that moment, footsteps sounded from behind, making them turn around. Tang Jubai knelt on one knee, reporting, Master, I have located the 4 sects. Yu Jiang asked, where are they? Tang Jubai hesitated, then explained. He recounted the tracking process, and as predicted, they were currently lighting a fire and waiting. Xiao Long couldn't help but curse under his breath. Those damn fools, they really are on the opposite side. Even if I can't clearly see what they're doing, they're definitely going to make a move. Yu Jiang, after hearing the report, placed a hand on his chin in deep thought. So perhaps they're waiting for nightfall to carry out their plan to harvest the honey using the Tang Clan's method. Xiao Long curiously asked, what is the Tang Clan's method? Seeing his interest, he explained, if we burn mugwort leaves and let the smoke drift into the hive, the bees will become docile. Then we can go inside and take the honey. Hearing this, Xiao Long nodded in approval. Oh, that's a truly clever method. Tang Jubai, standing beside them, hesitated and spoke up, but the wind is currently blowing towards us. Everyone looked up and saw that the wind was indeed blowing as Tang Jubai said, and they all gasped. While everyone else felt anxious, Xiao Long suddenly clapped his hands together, shouting in delight, I've got it. Tang Jubai hurriedly asked, have you thought of a method, sir? His face flushed with excitement as he shared his idea. If the wind is blowing towards us, that means we can use it to mask our scent. Tang Yin thought for a moment and replied, that's right. Xiao Long jumped to his feet, looked toward the base of the tree, and shouted, I'll be right back. Hearing this, Tang Yin panicked and cried out, Xiao Long. Seeing him run off, she hurriedly grabbed his sleeve to hold him back and stop him. No, Xiao Long, the golden fur bee king, is a high-level poisonous creature. It's very dangerous. Instead of being afraid, he was even more determined. Just this once. I'll try to touch it and come right back. Suddenly, a large rock rolled toward them, causing both of them to scream in terror. The rock continued to roll toward the golden-furred bee king's nest and came to a stop. Both of them watched the scene in horror. Xiao Long whispered tremulously. From inside the tree trunk, the bees quickly swarmed out, filled with killing intent. Tang Yin immediately hugged him tight and pulled him to run in the opposite direction, saying in a panic, let's run first. Xiao Long, being held tightly by the neck, squeaked miserably, urge. The once peaceful forest suddenly became chaotic, and a tense atmosphere hung in the air. High above, the mist still drifted, and the sky gradually turned toward dusk. Xiao Long sat cross-legged on a rock and sighed sadly. Is there no other way? He closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself to organize his thoughts. He needed to move against the wind to light the fire. But I'm stuck between the people of the 4 sects and the bees. Thinking of the bees with their cloud-like fluffy fur, he pursed his lips, thinking to himself, the golden-furred bee king must be different from the bees I know. Opening his eyes, he touched his chin, remembering Tang Yin hugging him and running earlier, which still sent shivers down his spine. Even from 30 meters away, I could hear the sound of their wings. Regular hornets aren't that loud. Suddenly, someone called from behind, Xiao Long, come here. He turned and recognized it was Tang Yin, and he happily exclaimed, Miss Tang Yin. She led a few centipedes, 2 of which were resting on her shoulders, while she held another in her hands and brought it before him, saying happily, they seemed to have finished eating, and they were just flying around, so I brought them here. Looking at the chattering centipedes, he said, moved, thank you so much, Miss Tang Yin. The centipedes crawled onto him, and Xiao Long said gently, they've become much gentler now. Tang Yin sat down beside him. Even though the two didn't say a word, the atmosphere remained warm. After a long while, Tang Yin turned to him, breaking the silence. Did you manage to find out anything else? He hesitated and replied, Ah, I just wanted to observe a bit more. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry for constantly rushing you. Xiao Long, just think calmly, there's no need to rush. Hearing this, he felt the pressure mount, only smiling in silence, thinking to himself, Ha, she's definitely rushing me. Suddenly, Tang Yin looked ahead and exclaimed, Oh, Xiao Long, look over there, at the base of the tree. In the distance, under the tree, two monkeys were fighting, while the bees were swarming near the base. A chaotic sound filled the air. She said, Monkeys. Are they fighting? He felt a jolt of shock. Are those monkeys? A monkey raised its arms and legs to threaten its rival, screeching aggressively. The other wasn't about to back down, responding with equal ferocity. Seeing this, Tang Yin covered her mouth in disbelief. Oh my god, they must be absolutely livid. Wei Xiaolong just watched silently until a scent suddenly drifted past his nose. Wei Xiaolong called out to Tang Yin. He looked around and said, There's a strange scent. He sensed the smell was coming from the nest of the golden fur-bee king. He conjectured cautiously. Could this scent be? His face darkened instantly at the thought. Could it really be? Pheromones? He quickly pointed toward the base of the tree and shouted in a panic, Lady Tang Yin, we have to clear out. The bees are going to lose it and swarm this place any second. Though she didn't fully understand what was happening, Tang Yin nodded. Huh? Got it. She quickly stood up, scooped him into her arms, and bolted just as she had before, leaving Wei Xiaolong slightly stunned by her quick reflexes. Just as the two of them leaped into the air to escape, a massive explosion erupted from the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Tang Yin held him tight as they landed, sliding across the ground until she came to a halt, her face pale with shock as she stared at the scene before them. A swarm of bees was launching out like a storm. One of the monkeys was already mangled, while the other let out a faint, dying whimper. Deep wounds covered the monkey's limbs, and the bees swarmed in greedily to feast. Seeing the two monkeys become a banquet for the bees, Tang Yin gasped in terror, realizing they had narrowly avoided a disaster. He nodded in agreement. That's right. She turned to him, curious. But Wei Xiaolong, how did you know the golden fur-bee king would charge out to attack? You told me to run before we even heard them. Remembering the scent from the tree base, he stammered a reply. Ah, it was the smell. She asked again. What smell? Tang Yin thought for a moment, then said, Now that I think about it, it smelled like moonflower scent. He was stunned to hear that name. Seeing her calm face, he wondered to himself, could Manhwa actually have the ability to distinguish pheromones? To verify, he asked if she recognized the scent from earlier. Tang Yin smiled and replied, Oh, of course I do. She continued, saying the smell from earlier was identical to the moonflower scent. Before she could even finish, he lunged forward, gripped her shoulders, and said excitedly, That's exactly it. Tang Yin blushed shyly. Oh, Wei Xiaolong is so happy. He buried his face in her shoulder, tearing up as he felt their closeness. Her face flushed deep red, though she didn't know why he was crying. The centipedes hidden in his shirt poked their heads out. Wei Xiaolong lifted his head from her embrace and smiled. I've found a way, a method to wipe out the four sects and get the honey. Under the bright moonlight of a quiet night, everyone gathered around the campfire, each group roasting their own food, with people keeping a careful watch nearby. A man tipped his head back to drink wine, his face flushed as if drunk. He caught the savory aroma of grilled fish, wiped his mouth after drinking, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, this is delicious. Someone opposite him asked curiously, So, when do you think we'll go get the honey? The man thought for a moment and replied, Honestly, it's not clear. They were running around like crazy 3 days ago, and now it's suddenly dead quiet. I'm guessing they're about to do something. The guy with the scar chimed in. Yeah, that's probably it. Suddenly, he asked, But is that beehive actually worth any money? Are you kidding? You've been lied to your whole life, and you're asking me that? If the beeswax is for the royal family, it's extremely valuable. Only royalty gets to use it. They'll just harvest the honey and toss the nest, and the rest of the comb belongs to us. Thinking about it, he gave a sinister laugh. And if it fails, well, hee-hee. The other guy rubbed his hands, mimicking the laugh. Hee-hee, hee-hee. Remembering the girl with the icy gaze, he murmured, And there's that poison flower, that martial arts master. We need to be careful. Don't let them cause trouble. Thinking of her beauty, he chuckled. She really isn't bad at all. That look of hers, hey. The man opposite him licked his lips, looking greedy. Is that so? Just thinking about it makes me restless. Someone else joked. Who knows? Maybe one of us will end up becoming the son-in-law of that house. A lewd voice chimed in. Oh, For sure. If you've been saved, you've got to repay the favor, right? Suddenly, a strange scent began to spread through the air, making him freeze. With a grunt, the men stood up, buzzing with talk. Where is this smell coming from? Could it be the scent of a poisonous flower? Haha, it must be. Its fragrance had to be alluring and sweet. As it drew closer, everyone's expression turned to shock, and they gasped, "Huh, what is that?" Someone realized and shouted, "It's the queen bee. The queen bee has led the swarm into an all-out attack. We should head in too, shouldn't we?" He led the way through the thick grass, excitedly exclaiming, "Let's go get the queen's honey." In his hand, something was carefully wrapped in cloth. The three of them moved forward cautiously. When they reached the tree trunk and looked into the dark hole, the group hesitated. Yu Jiang tried to steady his nerves and cleared his throat. Wei Xiao Long, this doesn't look safe. Let me go first and lead the way." One by one, all three stepped inside. Once they were in and looked around, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh, look at that. The nest is huge." Above their heads, a massive, golden-yellow beehive shimmered, with perfectly constructed honeycomb cells that left them deeply impressed. Yu Jiang started a fire to create smoke and said, "Luckily, it seems the bees have all flown out." Wei Xiao Long heard a strange sound, glanced over, and looked suspicious. What's going on?" Yu Jiang, unable to believe his eyes, tried to get a better look, his tone turning worried. "No honey. That's impossible." Indeed, the honeycomb cells were completely empty. Tang Yin asked seriously, "Could it be that there isn't a single one left?" Just like Wei Xiao Long said, "This has never happened before. How strange." Wei Xiao Long suddenly thought of something suspicious. There wasn't a single egg in this hive. Yu Jiang asked again, "What does that have to do with the hive having no moon honey?" He boldly proposed a theory. Maybe the bees prepared to leave a long time ago and swallowed all the stored honey into their bellies. He continued, "Perhaps because they sense the presence of humans around here." Tang Yin sighed and said, "Oh, so that's it." To verify his theory, he stepped toward a nearby cell to observe it and added, "That's right. When the swarm decides to migrate, they stop laying eggs because they no longer have the time or energy to care for the larvae." Suddenly, he stopped when he saw the rear of a bee. Its size was quite large. He asked Yu Jiang with a strange grin, "Sir, if you didn't rest but use light foot techniques continuously, how long could you keep it up?" The man was surprised but simply replied, "If I ran at a moderate speed, I could keep it up for about half a day." Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Why the sudden question?" Just then, Tang Jubai's voice rang out from outside. "Young Master Wei Xiao Long," he stammered, "the queen bee." Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, he urged frantically, "The swarm of golden bees is coming back. You must leave here immediately." Wei Xiao Long did not dither. He bowed his head as if trying to grab something, hesitating. "Wait a second." Hearing this, Yu Jiang shouted immediately, "Let's go, young master Wei Xiao Long. It's fine to leave it behind." Seeing him moving slowly, Duong Tang Yin grabbed his collar and said, "Wei Xiao Long, hurry up." Tang Jiubai remained anxious outside the door. "Hurry up." Wei Xiao Long ran after them, hiding something in his chest while the moon still shone brightly in the sky. The three of them returned to their team, gasping for air and exhausted. Whew! Someone nearby let out a sigh of relief. That was close. A disaster almost happened. Duong Tang Yin caught her breath. Whew! Thank goodness we escaped before the bees returned. The creature inside Wei Xiao Long's chest poked its head out to breathe the fresh air. Duong Tang Yin asked in surprise, "Wei Xiao Long, what are you holding?" He smiled and lifted the giant bee up. "This is the queen of the swarm. Since there was no more honey, I brought back the one who will create it." Yu Jiang exclaimed in terror. "A queen bee." Duong Tang Yin looked at the bee, which was trying to act cute, and hesitated. Young Master Wei Xiao Long, why did the expressions on both Yu Jiang and Duong Tang Yin's faces suddenly change? The bee in his hand shrieked shrilly, buzzing aggressively. He was not afraid, adding, "It won't be long before the swarm realizes their queen is missing and comes after us." Behind them, the bees gathered into pitch-black clouds. He was oblivious and still smiling happily. "Run!" And so, the dangerous chase for their lives began. The group fled in panic, carrying the queen bee, the buzzing from behind creating a thunderous roar. Several days had passed since the chase began. Looking into the queen bee's glistening eyes, Wei Xiaolong reassured her, "Calm down. I will take you to a place where no one will bother you." During that time, the group had reduced their rest to move with all their might. Looking at their current state, it was truly pathetic. As they sat down to rest, Wei Xiaolong suddenly looked into the distance and shouted, "We've arrived." Everyone looked in panic. One person said despairingly, "Ah, I can't run anymore." On the way here, several members of the poison blood team had fallen behind. He secretly resolved that, once he got back, he had to learn Lightfoot martial arts properly. Suddenly, a man fell forward and screamed, "Master!" The person next to him looked bewildered. Huh. Another person left behind. The group turned back, running while anxious. They only saw the man lying sprawled on the ground. A teammate shouted, "Huang Dulong has fallen." As a result, Huang Dulong of the poison blood team had been left behind. He immediately urged, "Everyone use your Lightfoot skills and run faster." In his heart, he guessed, "If we get far away from the queen bee, we will be safer." Tang Jiubai panted and asked, "Young Master Wei Xiao Long, can we escape this?" Wei Xiao Long answered with some uncertainty, "Perhaps in 3 days." Even though they had tried their best, Yu Jiang could not continue any longer and collapsed to the ground. He coughed, breathing heavily, and said to the two people in front of him, "I'm sorry, young Master Wei Xiao Long, I can only make it this far." The appearance of Wei Xiao Long and Duong Tang Yin at this moment looked very pathetic, their hair disheveled. Wei Xiao Long looked at him in surprise, calling out anxiously, "Master, Master." Duong Tang Yin was silent for a moment, then suggested, "Wei Xiao Long, let me carry you." Hearing this, he shyly refused. "Young lady Duong Tang Yin, no need, I can walk myself." Suddenly, Duong Tang Yin used both hands to rub her face. After regaining her composure, she became brighter and smiled at him with determination. "I can do it." The people of the Duong family never give up. At the main gate of the Duong estate, 2 guards, dressed neatly and holding weapons, were seriously performing their duties. When they heard footsteps from afar, they glanced over, confused. "Hem?" As the figures drew closer, one of the two said in astonishment, "Oh, the young lady has returned." Seeing the two looking listless, with dark circles under their eyes from lack of sleep, Wei Xiao Long walked while supporting Duong Tang Yin. The guard could not believe his eyes, asking with his mouth agape, "The young lady?" The entire Duong estate was instantly in chaos. They immediately fired signal flares to summon the whole main family. The Supreme Patriarch and the family head heard the flares and quickly opened the gates to run out. The family head asked anxiously, "Is something serious wrong?" Someone reported immediately, "It is young lady Duong Tang Yin who has returned." Seeing the family head watch his daughter being supported by a servant, exhausted, and Wei Xiao Long standing anxiously beside her, the two looked absolutely bedraggled. The family head could not believe his eyes and asked, "Is it really her?" He pulled his daughter into his arms, crying out in heartache, "Wei Xiao Long, what is the meaning of this?" He hurriedly knelt down and explained with a stutter, "Please, stay calm. Father-in-law, young lady Duong Tang Yin is just exhausted after 10 days of non-stop travel." Remembering something, his tone became serious. "But now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go to the martial arts arena quickly." The Supreme Matriarch heard this and asked in surprise, "What? Why the martial arts arena?" He didn't answer immediately but reached into his chest pocket and pulled something out. He lifted the queen bee with both hands for everyone to see and announced, "This is the queen of the golden-haired bee swarm. Soon, the other bees will come swarming here. We must get to the ancient tree in the martial arts arena immediately." Unable to hold back, the Supreme Patriarch burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This kid is truly promising. He will surely do great things in the future." On the other side, the Duong family head didn't look too pleased. He questioned, "What? I thought you were sent to get honey, and yet you captured the queen bee herself?" Not giving him a chance to answer, the Supreme Patriarch grabbed his shoulder and said, "All right, let's go," which made him cry out in surprise. "Huh?" He used his Lightfoot skills to grab Wei Xiao Long and leaped into the air, making him scream in panic. "Oh my God!" The people on the ground hurriedly covered their faces because of the wind and dust. Wei Xiao Long was carried flying swiftly through the air by the old man, making him dizzy. Suddenly, he screamed in panic. "Ah!" The Supreme Patriarch looked over anxiously and asked, "What is it?" Seeing a familiar black and yellow mass in the distance, he hurriedly reported, "Old Master, the swarm of bees is coming." He remained calm upon hearing this. They're that crowded? Did you bring them all here?" Saying that, he accelerated. "Just ahead. Hurry up." Wei Xiao Long was startled by the sudden speed and cried out. "Ah!" The Supreme Patriarch landed quite roughly, causing rocks and dirt to scatter everywhere. He brought him to the massive ancient tree and announced, "We're here, Wei Xiao Long." He quickly hugged the queen bee and rushed toward the tree in front of them. Looking up at the massive trunk, Wei Xiao Long said, "Golden-haired bee queen, this is the place I mentioned. From now on, this is your home." The bee in his hand flapped its wings in confusion, buzzing. He pointed to the large hollow in front of him and asked, "Is this okay?" However, the only response was the buzzing of wings. The golden-haired bee queen cautiously flew to the tree. After observing it carefully, it turned its head toward Wei Xiao Long and smiled. Seeing it like that, he was happy. It seems you're satisfied, aren't you? As the swarm drew closer, the old master hurried to call out, Xiao Long, get out of there quickly. The swarm is coming. Upon hearing this, he turned his head and replied, Understood, elder. As the bees buzzed overhead, creating quite a commotion, everyone on the ground looked up, filled with awe and anxiety. When the golden fur bee king spotted the swarm, it joyfully flapped its wings and buzzed loudly. It quickly led the swarm into the tree hollow it had just finished inspecting. The old master looked at the scene before him, unable to stop exclaiming in wonder. Good heavens, honestly, in all my life, I have never witnessed anything like this. Xiao Long watched along, sighing softly. Seeing the bees moving in and out of the hollow, he let out a sigh of relief. The golden fur bee king had been successfully captured. A bee poked its tongue out to drink from a wooden basin. Watching the bees gather in groups to drink, he felt satisfied that he had successfully energized the exhausted golden fur bee king with a bit of sugar water to help it recover. They say sharing a meal helps build bonds, and that kindness can grow from a simple feast. Luckily, there was something similar to sugar here. What a stroke of luck, right? The Tang family stood to the side watching, commenting happily, they're eating so heartily. When you look closely, they're actually quite cute. Watching the golden fur bee king drink the sugar water contentedly, he thought to himself, doing this should lower their guard a bit. If they recognize me as their master, even better. Suddenly, he cried out, Ah, that's right. The master heard this and asked, What is it? He asked embarrassedly. And what about young Miss Tang Yin? The old man glanced at him sarcastically. Only just remembered her now? Recalling his daughter's exhausted state, he scoffed. She was so worn out that I had to bring her inside for her mother to care for, but I never expected you to make her use Lightfoot technique for 10 whole days without a break. Xiao Long heard this and didn't dare to look him in the eye, replying sheepishly, Yes, father-in-law, my apologies. She only slept about 2 hours a day, the rest was spent running. At that moment, the old master remembered something and asked, Xiao Long, what about the group you brought with you? He asked anxiously. Where is the poison blood squad? Xiao Long froze, sweat pouring down his face. He guessed uncertainly, They're probably passed out somewhere on the road. I should go recover them. The old master could only close his eyes and chuckle. As ordered, the poison blood squad was safely brought back into the embrace of their family. In the flower chamber, warm sunlight streamed through the windows. After hearing Xiao Long recount everything, Tang Yin was delighted. It seemed the golden fur bee kings had regained their strength. How lucky. Xiao Long smiled and replied, Indeed, young Miss Tang Yin. Remembering the swarm currently gathering nectar in the Tang Mountains, he added, They are currently collecting nectar from the poisonous flowers in the Tang Mountains. She nodded. Oh my, they look so adorable, don't they? Suddenly, a voice called out in panic from outside, interrupting their conversation. Master Xiao Long. Master Xiao Long. Xiao Long glanced outside and asked, Yes? What is it? The servant, though in a rush, maintained his manners, clutching the doorframe tightly as he urged, Sir, you need to come out for a moment. He panted for a moment before saying, The situation with the golden fur bee swarm seems very strange. It's as if they are searching for something. Hearing this, Xiao Long began to ponder. He immediately ran outside, followed by Tang Yin. Up above, some of the golden fur bees were already waiting. Seeing the bees swarming overhead, he asked in surprise, Are you serious? Hearing his voice, the whole swarm immediately turned toward him. The sound of wings buzzing filled the air. When he saw them clinging to his head and body, he asked in confusion, Huh? Hey, what are you doing? Tang Yin became worried. Xiao Long, are you all right? The bees persisted, pulling at his arms. Seeing them biting firmly onto his clothes, he asked anxiously, Why are you doing this? Suddenly, his feet began to lift off the ground, and he could only laugh helplessly. Those standing on the ground looked up, watching Xiao Long's silhouette being carried away by the swarm. Tang Yin gasped, calling after him, Xiao Long. The swarm pulled him to a large, ancient tree and dropped him. With the buzzing of wings still loud in his ears, he landed and exclaimed, Huh. When he saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. He asked the swarm, Why is your hive like this? What is going on? A bee flew behind him and pushed him inside with all its might. He went along with it, laughing as he stepped in. All right, I get it. You want me to come in? Stepping inside, he looked around and exclaimed, Oh, look at those golden honeycombs arranged so neatly. He couldn't help but think, the hive is quite complete, and the honey collection is already underway. A bee flew slowly toward him. He glanced over and asked in confusion, So this is the bee queen. It looked at him with affectionate eyes. It flew over and landed on his arm, gently flapping its wings. He asked softly, "Do you want me to lift you?" It replied with more vigorous wing flapping, but more bees swarmed in, clinging to his face until his features were distorted. He felt a headache coming on, thinking these little guys were sticking to him so tightly he couldn't move. He lowered his head and lifted the bee queen as it wanted, its large, round, sparkling eyes fixed on him. The bee queen slowly closed its eyes, its front legs reaching out to touch his face. Seeing that, Xiao Long cried out in surprise. "Whoa, whoa, wait a second." But it was too late. The bee queen had reached his face, making him blush instantly. He groaned internally. He felt his lips touch something soft. His whole body grew hot. His eyes became dazed, and his mind spun. Instinctively, he swallowed, panicked, as he felt something rushing toward him. The bees flying around witnessed Xiao Long being forced into a kiss by the bee queen. When their lips finally separated, a bubble of air appeared between them. He quickly let it go and exhaled sharply. Phew. Covering his mouth, he pointed at it, face flushed, stammering, You bee queen. That was my first time. What on earth are you doing?" Feeling his entire body go out of control, he felt panicked. His body went limp and he collapsed to the ground, hitting the floor with a thud. His eyes lit up as he looked up to find the bee queen, gritting his teeth in anger. When he saw it seemingly smiling at him, he asked in utter confusion, "What did you give me?" After that intimate moment with the bee queen, Xiao Long lay curled on the ground, his face twisted in pain. He coughed with difficulty. His face felt burning hot. White foam was spilling from his mouth, and a strange, itchy sensation surged throughout his body. He rolled back and forth, but couldn't shake the stifling feeling. His vision grew blurry, and fluids continued to flow from his nose and mouth. He could hear his own heart pounding like a drum. He reached a hand toward the bee queen, coughing painfully. What did you feed me?" As his eyes slowly drifted shut, he saw her looking at him with an innocent expression. And before he fully lost consciousness, he heard Tang Yin calling out to him anxiously, Xiao Long, Xiao Long." Then, she turned to call the Grand Master. "Grandfather, something isn't right with Xiao Long," he replied with a grave expression. "It seems he has ingested a highly potent medicinal herb." As his vision turned black, he heard Tang Yin cry out in a panic, "Xiao Long, please, wake up." Then the Grand Master added, "I will help guide the energy for him." When he finally opened his eyes, he saw Tang Yin holding a towel, preparing to place it on his forehead. Seeing him wake up, she said joyfully, "Xiao Long, you're awake." He sat up, rubbed his head, and looked around, asking, Where is this?" She replied, "The medical hall of the Tang sect." She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and recounted what happened. "When we saw you being dragged away by the golden fur bee king, the Grand Master and I rushed over. But by the time we arrived, you were already unconscious, so we brought you here." When she asked, "Do you remember what happened?" he hesitated, then replied, Recalling the situation back then, he clutched his face, his mind in turmoil, thinking, "My first kiss." Seeing him like that, Tang Yin asked with concern, Xiao Long, are you all right? Is there anything abnormal with your body?" Seeing him stay silent, she suggested, "Should I call for the doctor?" He quickly stopped her. No need. It's just I." He trailed off, falling silent and letting out a long sigh. He gathered his thoughts and said, "The queen bee fed me her food. Perhaps that's why this happened." Tang Yin asked curiously, "What did you eat?" He answered uncertainly, I'm not sure of the name, but if I had to name it, I'd call it royal bee jelly." She repeated the strange name with a puzzled look. "Royal bee jelly?" He smiled and nodded. "That's right. Worker bees collect honey and pollen to survive, and they are the ones who toil their whole lives, eating only honey and pollen." She continued, "And what about the queen bee?" He replied immediately. "From birth until death, she eats only the royal bee jelly produced by the worker bees." He suddenly realized with a shock that the substance the queen bee had forced him to eat was actually royal jelly. Tang Yin realized softly, so that's it, the lifelong food of the queen bee. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his voice turned excited. "But royal bee jelly has special properties." She immediately asked, "What properties?" He answered eagerly, "Normally, worker bees only live for about a month, while the queen bee, thanks to eating royal bee jelly, can live 60 times longer." "Isn't that extraordinary?" she gasped in surprise. Xiao Long, calm down." She blushed and coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment, saying, I see. My curiosity is satisfied. Next, she explained that the internal martial art Xiao Long had been practicing was the 5 poisons returning to origin technique. Since it was only a basic foundation, it couldn't fully absorb all the energy from such a powerful substance. Tang Yin sighed in relief. But the golden fur bee king's honey is equivalent to 2 months of internal cultivation. Has Xiao Long gained 60 times that effectiveness? That means you've gained 10 years of internal energy. Hearing her congratulate him on such a stroke of luck, he was stunned and speechless. 10 years of internal energy. At that moment, Tang Yin suddenly hesitated. Moreover, she covered her embarrassed face with a towel and said, "Take a look in the silver mirror. It seems royal bee jelly has other effects as well." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock, and he repeated, "Other effects?" Xiao Long touched his face softly and wondered, "A silver mirror?" Sure enough, when he looked at his reflection, he suddenly raised a hand to his cheek and said softly, "Something is strange." He realized vaguely, does royal jelly really have such an effect? Where did that country bumpkin from Hainan go? Xiao Long touched his cheek with his finger and mused. His features had become more refined, and his skin was softer, just like a woman's. Thinking of something, sweat began to bead on his face. His face turned so red that he forgot to pull his finger away from his cheek. Imagining himself as a woman, he smiled brightly and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Xiao Long." He panicked, clutching his face, wondering, is this really the royal jelly the queen bee eats? He quickly bowed his head, reaching down to fumble with his belt, holding his breath, not daring to make a sound. Then, he checked to see if his little brother was still there. After checking, he lay flat on the ground, staring at the ceiling and letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's still where it's supposed to be. He remembered what Tang Yin had said, that if the Grand Master hadn't guided his energy, something terrible might have happened. He thought to himself that he should thank them. He had almost lost his life, but was saved. Xiao Long walked along the familiar path, but felt strange as everyone kept staring at him. Seeing the young ladies giggling, he wondered if the strange looks today were because his internal energy had increased. He hurried away as if chased by a ghost, telling himself, "I have to get out of here first," leaving behind the sounds of the ladies' laughter. At the Sichuan Tang family dining hall, Xiao Long stood outside the door, hesitating to go in, only peeking inside stealthily. Inside, the table was filled with delicious dishes, rich in color, aroma, and taste. Everyone was already seated, and the servants were bringing out the food. When the matriarch turned her head, she saw him. After observing him, she exclaimed, "Oh, my son-in-law looks much brighter, doesn't he?" Then she asked, "Is your body feeling better?" Xiao Long bowed his head, hands clasped respectfully, and replied, "Yes, mother-in-law, I apologize for causing you worry." She clapped her hands happily. "It's fine. Having a stroke of luck is something to celebrate." She then turned to tease her daughter. "My goodness, look at this skin. Tang Yin must really love it," she said, making Tang Yin blush in embarrassment. Mother," she stammered, trying to change the subject. "Xiao Long, hurry up and sit down." Amidst the matriarch's joyful laughter, he answered softly, "Yes." Everyone took their seats to dine. The servants were bringing in the final dishes. As his servant poured tea, the master asked with concern, "Xiao Long, are you feeling better?" He nodded obediently. "Yes, father-in-law. I apologize for causing you worry." Then he added respectfully, "Thank you, master. I heard you examine my body." The Grand Master smiled. Having a stroke of luck is worth celebrating. The master chimed in, "Well, tell us what happened now. I've heard about the royal bee jelly from Tang Yin. What exactly occurred?" He didn't know where to start. Out of habit, he touched his face and began. The thing is, when I remember my first kiss," he closed his eyes and said, "Perhaps the golden fur bee queen was satisfied with the new hive and wanted to reward me. As a result, I was dragged back to the hive and suddenly fed the royal bee jelly." Then he happily concluded, "I think everything that happened stemmed from this." The matriarch covered her mouth and exclaimed, "How strange." Meanwhile, the Grand Master remarked, "Oh, even poisonous creatures of the insect rank know how to repay a kindness." He then suggested, "Is it possible to find more royal bee jelly? If we can find it, it would be very useful for our Tang family." The head of the family also added that the golden-haired bee king's secretion had proven extremely useful. If it were the bee king's nectar, it would definitely be of immense help. The matriarch grew interested in the nectar's beauty-enhancing effects and excitedly asked, "My dear son-in-law, can you find any more of it?" Noticing all eyes fixed on him, he gave a soft cough. Tang Yin also turned to ask, "Oh, that's right, Xiao Long, can we get some more?" He closed his eyes and gave a slight nod. "Yeah," and inwardly he thought, if it's just regular bees, you need to set up separate hives for the queen bees called royal towers and use worker bees to gather royal jelly. Recalling how Jubei had fled in sheer panic from the swarm, he couldn't help thinking, "Young Master Xiao Long, this reality seems far removed from what we expect." He wondered if trying this with the clever golden-haired bee king would just end up with him getting turned into a beehive. Thinking about the innocent look of the queen bee, he fell into deep thought. The color of royal jelly is meant to nourish the larvae, yet I was fed directly by the queen bee. I wonder if there's any difference in this substance. After a minute of silence, he spoke up. To be honest with you all, that's probably not going to work. Hearing this, the Supreme Patriarch immediately asked, "Not possible? What's the reason?" The matriarch also hurried to ask, "Son-in-law, why won't it work?" He replied, "Even if it's edible, who on earth would dare to eat it?" At this point, the patriarch began guessing. Huh? Is it because it doesn't taste good, or does it have a weird smell? He gently shook his head. It's not that. Then, he dropped a shocking answer. That bee king's nectar is secreted from the queen bee's mouth. It seems it has to be passed directly from the queen bee herself. To avoid any misunderstanding, he elaborated, it's just like kissing, it requires mouth-to-mouth contact. The queen bee's essence has to enter the mouth for it to be transmitted. The Supreme Patriarch's jaw dropped, looking both shocked and bewildered. What? Contact with the queen bee? The matriarch was also stunned. Huh? What does that mean? The patriarch could only sigh, letting go of his hopes. Looking at it that way, it's impossible to get any more unless it's Xiao Long, who is adored by the golden-haired bee king. Nobody else could possibly do it. Suddenly, the sound of chopsticks dropping onto the table grabbed everyone's attention. Tang Yin didn't look at him, but asked in a low voice, mouth-to-mouth contact. She hurriedly used her jade-like hand to cover her mouth, casting a sideways, suspicious glance. Brother Xiao Long, did you and that golden-haired bee king have a kissing contest? In the desolate and dreary light of a waning moon, a lonely crescent hung in the sky, casting a pale, ghostly silver glow over the earth. A hand covered in a dense web of raised, rugged scars belonged to none other than the powerful and renowned martial arts alliance leader, Chu Changshu. At this moment, his mind was an absolute mess, his thoughts tangled like 100 conflicting threads about to burst. The wooden door creaked open slightly, and a graceful figure as mesmerizing as a fairy descending from the heavens stepped inside. Across her delicate, oval face bloomed a bashful, alluring mole. She lowered her head, her delicate jade hands carefully carrying a tea tray as she approached. Chu Changshu cast a casual glance at the beauty's silhouette and indifferently said, "Did you prepare the famous Ixishan Bailu tea?" Saying this, he put his hands behind his back and proudly added, "Ah, that unforgettable, rich hometown flavor." The beauty gently poured the tea and softly replied, "Yes, this is top-grade Ixishan Bailu tea, the renowned specialty of our Nanchang." Hearing this, the alliance leader nodded slightly and said warmly, "Thank you, fair lady. This alliance leader will definitely savor every last drop of this tea." The beauty stood by his side, her sparkling eyes closely following his every move. The alliance leader raised the teacup to his lips, slightly parting them to take a sip. Right at that moment, an urgent, flustered voice echoed from outside, announcing, reporting to the alliance leader. Subordinate strategist Zhu Hao has an urgent matter to report. That anxious tone made the alliance leader freeze. He hurriedly put down the teacup and demanded in an imposing voice, "It's already this late, and there's another issue? Come right in." Zhu Hao, a handsome young man with an agile demeanor, stepped inside. He cupped his fists in salute, his tone apologetic. Reporting to the alliance leader, "I deeply apologize for disturbing you in the dead of night." With that, he hurriedly reported the situation. "Actually, a classified report just came in from the Sichuan Intelligence Network. Your subordinate realized the gravity of the matter and rushed to report it to you immediately." The alliance leader casually waved his hand and calmly replied, "It's fine. Since the strategist came here in person, it must be a major issue. Speak your mind." Zhu Hao stepped forward, his hand stealthily groping into his sleeve as if searching for something. Finally, he pulled out a scroll of goatskin parchment and placed it on the table, solemnly reporting, "The blood-handed Rakshasa, Zhuo Yunqiang, has met his end." Hearing this shocking news, the Tang Clan has successfully recovered his head along with his legendary martial arts manual, the blood-handed poisonous palm. Unable to suppress his anger, the alliance leader slammed his hand heavily onto the table. With a loud crash, the jade teacup shattered into pieces, and he furiously barked. "What?" The heavy blow made his hand tremble violently. The alliance leader gritted his teeth and pressed on. How could that bizarre demonic art, the blood-handed poisonous palm, be recovered, let alone Zhuo Yunqiang's head? Zhuge Hou hurriedly bowed and replied, reporting to the alliance leader. Zhuo Yunqiang was previously struck by a fatal blow from the poison god of myriad malice, and his whereabouts have been untraceable ever since. Later on, he drifted all the way to Hainan and went into seclusion there to heal his wounds. As if suddenly remembering something interesting, Zhuge Hou excitedly added, "Furthermore, this incident has a completely bizarre and thrilling twist to it. According to the latest intelligence, that arch-villain Zhou Yunqiang was actually defeated through the joint efforts of a young martial arts hero and an unknown poison user. The alliance leader furrowed his brows in astonishment, half believing and half doubting as he asked, "What did you say?" A young martial hero and a poison user? Zhuge He leisurely sat down opposite the alliance leader with a mysterious demeanor, gently waving his feather fan as he continued. At first glance, it sounds like a bloody tale full of unexpected twists, but this is a super juicy drama that the alliance leader is definitely going to enjoy following for a long time. The beauty still stood quietly in the room, listening to Zhuge Hao ramble on, unable to contain her curiosity. Cutting back to the Sichuan Tang Clan, right now in the family's main hall, all the elders from both the main and collateral branches had gathered in full. After listening to the subordinate's report, a silver-haired elder nodded in approval and said, "That's right, family head." Another elder with a hot-tempered personality angrily shouted, "To think there's someone bold enough to sell out the Tang Clan's classified intelligence to outside factions." Another elder chimed in, "Utterly outrageous. I never expected anyone would dare to drag the Tang Clan's reputation through the mud like this." Noticing that everyone's attitude was completely different from last time, Xiao Long turned to Tang Yin and asked in a low voice, "How come my respected father-in-law isn't flying into a rage at me today?" Hearing this, Tang Yin chuckled softly and replied, "Of course he isn't." Seeing that Xiao Long still had a blank look on his face, she proceeded to explain in detail. "Dám làm tổn hại đến thể diện của gia tộc, thì ngay cả mấy vị trưởng bối trong chi tộc cũng không thể ngồi yên được. Dù sao thì cũng là chuyện nồi niêu xông chảo trong nhà cả thôi mà." Gia chủ Đường Môn khẽ nhắm mắt, cúi đầu suy nghĩ rồi đưa ra quyết định. "Ta đã phái người của cái bang đi xác minh thông tin về bọn chúng, chắc hẳn sẽ sớm có tin tức hồi đáp. Ta dự định đích thân đến Vĩnh Xuyên phủ một chuyến." Vị trưởng lão lo lắng hỏi, "Vậy gia chủ dự định sẽ xử lý bọn chúng như thế nào?" Gia chủ đã sớm có tính toán trong đầu, từng bước vạch ra kế hoạch, trước mắt cứ dùng diệt hồn độc, hóa huyết độc và đoạn tràng độc. Vừa nói ông vừa diễn tả sơ qua về cảnh tự bốc cháy, lục phù tan giữa, kẻ địch phải quằn quại trong nỗi đau đớn tột cùng như muốn hồn lìa khỏi xác. Đoạn ông dõng dạc tuyên bố, "Cuối cùng ta sẽ ban cho chúng một ly thất bảo đoạn hồn độc để chúng thăng thiên cho nhanh." Liễu Pháp cậu ư? Xiao Long kinh ngạc há hốc mồm, thanh âm lạc cả điệu. Đường lão gia xoay người khí thế bước đi hạ lệnh cho Nguyệt Giang, giọng điệu không cho phép cãi lại. "Còn đứng ngây ra đó làm gì? Mau triệu tập toàn bộ đội diệt độc, lão phu tức tốc lên đường." Nguyệt Giang khom người như tôm khẩn trương đáp lời, "Tuân lệnh lão gia." Đội diệt độc tập hợp với tốc độ kinh người, đứng thành hàng ngũ ngay ngắn trước sân, hai mắt nhìn thẳng lão gia chờ mệnh. Trước khi phi thân rời đi, Đường lão gia không quên liếc mắt dặn dò con rể quý hóa, "Tiểu tử, việc nhà cứ để đó, con cứ ở nhà tĩnh dưỡng cho khỏe người, có gì để ta giải quyết." Wei Xiao Long vội vàng chắp tay khom người ra vẻ thành kính đáp, "Cha vợ đại nhân yên tâm, con hiểu rõ đạo lý này, xin người bảo trọng." Đường lão gia nghe vậy, ngửa mặt lên trời cười lớn, khí phách ngút trời, "Cẩn thận ư? Ha ha, bọn sâu mọt kia mới phải cẩn thận thì có. Để xem lão phu đây giáng xuống đầu chúng 100.000 lần báo ứng vạn lần trừng phạt." Dứt lời, lão mang theo đội ngũ hùng hậu khí thế ngất trời, nhanh chóng rời khỏi đường ra. Nhìn theo bóng lưng những hắc y nhân được che chắn kín mít, Xiao Long không khỏi tò mò quay sang hỏi, "Tang Yin, tiểu thư, đám người kia chính là đội diệt độc trong truyền thuyết sao? Ta ở đường ra đã lâu hôm nay mới được diện kiến." Tang Yin che miệng cười khẽ, giọng điệu có chút bi hiểm, "Đúng vậy, bọn họ chuyên phụ trách những vụ việc tối tăm hiểm ác trốn giang hồ." Nàng cố ý nhấn mạnh nói trắng ra chính là chuyên tiêu diệt người khác, cho nên mới có cái tên mỹ miều là đội diệt độc đó. Xiao Long nghe vậy, sống lưng chợt lạnh toát, trong lòng thầm nghĩ, hiểm ác đơn thuần thôi sao, e là còn hơn thế nữa. Đúng lúc này, phía sau lưng bỗng vang lên tiếng ho khan đầy ám muội, khụ khụ. Hai người giật mình xoay người lại nhận ra người đến là ai. Xiao Long vội vàng khom người hành lễ, "Vãn bối Xiao Long xin kính chào chư vị trưởng lão." Vị trưởng lão đi đầu chống gậy, giọng nói khàn khàn như gió lùa qua kẽ lá, "Khụ khụ, không cần đa lễ. Nghe nói con rể đã gặp được kỳ duyên hiếm có." Xiao Long vẫn giữ vẻ khiêm tốn, không dám tỏ ra kiêu ngạo. "Vâng, thưa trưởng lão." Trong đầu không khỏi suy đoán lung tung, chẳng lẽ chuyện Kim Mao Phong Vương Lộ ông chúa đã đến tai các vị trưởng lão? Trưởng lão nọ lại tiếp tục ho khan, không ngừng khó nhọc nói, "Khụ khụ, lão hủ tìm đến con rể là có một việc muốn nhờ vả." Xiao Long vẫn còn mơ hồ không hiểu đầu cua tai nheo ra sao, bèn hỏi lại, "Nhờ vả? Là chuyện gì vậy ạ?" Cậu thăm dò, "Có phải là mật ong của Kim Mao Phong Vương mà các vị đã nghe phong thanh không?" Chưa để Xiao Long nói hết câu, vị trưởng lão kia đã vội vàng xua tay, giọng điệu có chút chột dạ, "À không phải, tuyệt đối không phải chuyện đó. Chẳng lẽ con rể nghĩ chúng ta lại tham lam chút của món đó sao?" Vị trưởng lão phía sau hùa theo ra vẻ đạo mạo, đúng vậy. Phàm là linh dược bảo vật trên đời này đều hữu duyên giả đắc, há có thể cưỡng cầu." Xiao Long thấy hai vị trưởng lão vòng vo Tăng Quốc mãi không chịu đi vào trọng tâm, trong lòng càng thêm nghi hoặc, bèn dứt khoát hỏi thẳng, "Vậy rốt cuộc là chuyện gì ạ?" Hai vị trưởng lão trao đổi ánh mắt, khó xử như thể có điều gì đó khó mở miệng. Sau một hồi hắng giọng lấy dũng khí, vị trưởng lão đi đầu tiến sát lại gần Xiao Long, bàn tay gầy guộc vỗ nhẹ lên vai cậu, vẻ mặt thần bí khó lường. Ông ta hơi đỏ, mặt ghé sát. Tai Xiao Long thì thầm như sợ người khác nghe thấy. Lại gần đây chút. Chuyện là không phải con rể có cái loại đan dược tên là chi đàm hoàn hay sao? Nghe nói thứ đó là do chính tay con rể luyện chế, quyền định đoạt hoàn toàn thuộc về con. Khụ khụ. Đến lúc này, Xiao Long cuối cùng cũng đã vỡ lẽ, hé miệng cười một tiếng thật dài đầy ẩn ý. Đoàn cậu lấy ra 3 viên chi đàm hoàn bóng loáng, tung hứng nhẹ nhàng trên tay, miệng cười như không cười. Ha ha, con cũng đang cố gắng thích nghi với đường ra, quả thật có nhiều điều còn bỡ ngỡ. Nếu các vị trưởng lão có thể chiếu cố nâng đỡ con đôi chút, thì chuyện nhỏ này có đáng là bao. Đúng lúc này, Thái thượng hoàng đường lão gia vừa vặn từ trong nội đường bước ra, chứng kiến cảnh tượng trên cả hòa thuận trước mắt, không khỏi cất tiếng hỏi: mấy người tụ tập ở đây làm gì mà huynh náo như chợ vỡ vậy hả? Âm thanh uy nghiêm đột ngột vang lên khiến đám người đang cười nói vui vẻ nhất thời cứng đờ như tượng đá. Khoảng chừng 5 giây sau, vị trưởng lão vừa đưa tay định nhận lấy đan dược bị sặc nước miếng, kêu hộc một tiếng thảm thương. Mọi người xung quanh vội vàng xúm lại, kẻ vỗ lưng, người đỡ vai luống cuống chữa cháy. Chỉ là chúng ta đang hàn huyên tâm sự thắt chặt tình thân với con rể thôi mà. Thái thượng hoàng đường lão ra thấy vậy, rốt cuộc cũng hài lòng gật gù cười lớn. Ha 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 ha, xem ra cuối cùng mấy người cũng đã nhận ra giá trị đích thực của Xiao Long rồi. Tang đứng bên cạnh chứng kiến một màn kẻ sướng người họa này, mồ hôi lạnh túa ra ướt đẫm cả lưng áo. Đám trưởng lão liên tục gật đầu khom lưng miệng không ngừng đáp. Đương nhiên rồi, thưa Thái thượng hoàng, ngài nói chi phải. Đột nhiên, một âm thanh hốt hoảng từ phía xa truyền đến. Thái thượng hoàng, bẩm báo, đại sự bất hảo rồi. Đường lão gia nghe vậy, lập tức xoay người, uy nghiêm hỏi: xảy ra chuyện gì mà hốt hoảng như nhà có tang vậy hả? Người kia không dám chậm trễ, vội vàng bẩm báo: khởi bẩm Thái thượng hoàng, thành chủ Tứ Xuyên đã hấp hối như đèn trước gió, chỉ còn thoi thóp chút hơi tàn. Đám người nghe vậy, đồng loạt biến sắc kinh hãi tột độ. Vị trưởng lão vừa nãy không nhịn được thốt lên: cái gì, thành chủ Tứ Xuyên ấy á? Xiao Long vội vàng truy vấn: xin hỏi thành chủ Tứ Xuyên có tuân thủ theo đúng chỉ dẫn về liều lượng và cách dùng mà ta đã dặn dò trước đó không? Người kia ấp úng một hồi, biết không thể giấu giếm được nữa, đành thành thật đáp: chuyện này thực ra sau khi thành chủ Tứ Xuyên thấy được hiệu quả thần kỳ của linh dược, ngài ấy đã nạp thêm mấy phòng thiếp thất, lại còn tự ý tăng liều lượng lên gấp mấy lần so với chỉ dẫn ban đầu. Xiao Long nghe xong mồ hôi hột tuôn ra như tắm, trong lòng thầm kêu gào: oh my god, this brat is just impossible. The retired emperor rubbed his temples, his voice heavy with frustration. Fine. I have to make a trip over there immediately. Before taking off, he didn't forget to give Xiao Long a reminder. Xiao Long, you are the only man left in the Tang family right now. You must protect the women of this household, understood? Xiao Long nodded dutifully. Yes, master. I will keep that in mind. Patriarch Tang immediately unleashes light body technique, vanishing like a streak of blue light, leaving the estate in a flash. Xiao Long watched his hurried departure, wondering to himself what could possibly have the old patriarch in such a frenzy. As sunset fell, all the main buildings of the Tang estate were brightly lit. Tang Yinner sat beside Xiao Long and asked gently, Xiao Long, you finished the 10 Poisons Twin Essence art. How is your training going? Any progress? Xiao Long hesitated, answering with some uncertainty. It's much less confusing and rigid than it was at the beginning. He compared it in his mind. If the 5 poisons returning to origin art felt like a massive, continuous current flowing through his body, the 10 poisons twin essence art was more like running 2 currents simultaneously, just like a twin-cylinder engine. Hearing this, Tang Yinner couldn't hide her joy. It seems I've developed an initial level of resistance to common toxins, she continued excitedly, and I can even channel my energy outward or infuse it into objects. Xiao Long asked, stunned, his heart full of skepticism. Really? Is it actually that powerful? After a moment of internal debate, he bit his lip and made up his mind. All right, let me test it out. With a determined gaze fixed on the wooden dummy in front of him, Xiao Long stood up, lightly pinched a flying dagger between his index finger and thumb, and focused his energy, feeling as one with the weapon. He recited the mantra in his head, shifting his internal energy from left to right, driving the 2 energy circles to rotate in perfect sync. A faint blue aura began to emerge beneath his feet, then quickly spread to cover his entire body. Xiao Long slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were glowing with a strange, mysterious blue light. He told himself, as the energy filled his meridians and muscles, as the sound of air being torn apart echoed in his mind, he planted 1 foot firmly on the ground, pushed off with the other, and launched the dagger at the dummy with terrifying speed. The dagger, trailing a sharp blue aura, tore through the space like a streak of light. A thunderous boom erupted as the dagger struck precisely in the center of the dummy's stomach, shredding the cloth until it scattered like snow. Young Miss Tang Yinner, I've broken through. Xiao Long's youthful voice rang out joyfully, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Responding to the call, Tang Yinner smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Xiao Long, you truly are a genius. You've successfully infused your internal energy into the flying dagger. In the dim shadows, the masked intruders hiding nearby were absolutely terrified, their eyes bulging as they witnessed the dagger tearing through the air, piercing the center of the wooden target and embedding itself deep into the stone wall. They glanced at each other in panic, whispering, "Have we been exposed?" One whispered in a trembling voice, "We have to silence them." The one next to him hurriedly objected, "Doesn't look like it. Just a coincidence." Another, clutching a stolen manual, lowered his voice even further. "Either way, it's just a copy. But we have the blood hand poison technique in our hands. Mission accomplished. We need to get back to the main base before things get complicated." He couldn't help but smirk, his voice raspy like a crow. "Hey, those idiots from the Tang family have such lax security, it's like guarding a patch of chives. Easy enough for me to sneak in and steal the treasure." Suddenly, a strange scent wafted by, and he frowned in suspicion. He whispered a warning to his comrades. "Something smells weird, sweet, and overpowering." The group scrambled to look around, frantically trying to find the source of the scent. Just as they looked up, they were terrified to find a giant hornet glaring at them with eyes burning with rage. Its fierce expression looked as if it wanted to devour them alive. The buzzing roar, like rolling thunder, carried a murderous intent. In the pitch-black night, a scream tore through the silence, echoing across the training ground and chilling everyone to the bone. Xiao Long was startled. What just happened?" Tang Yinner's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, turned toward the sound. She guessed. "Looks like we have uninvited guests." Behind the old tree near the target range, a group of masked men emerged in a panic, looking as if they had seen a ghost, shouting in unison. "Ah, why is there a demonic hornet here?" Their strange clothes and sneaky demeanor confirmed to Tang Yinner that these were indeed the intruders. For the safety of the Tang family, she didn't hesitate, leaping toward the enemy. She didn't forget to command the person beside her, "Xiao Long, what are you waiting for?" "Fire." Xiao Long called out in confusion at her retreating figure. "Young miss, be careful." The leader of the masked men, seeing the dire situation, panicked and shouted at his group, "Damn it, retreat." One of the men, stung on his ear by the hornet, screamed in agony, "Get it off! Get this monster off me! Save me!" The two cold-blooded accomplices ignored their teammate and immediately used their light body techniques, scrambling to escape for their lives. Tang Yinner moved like lightning, rushing forward, her voice as cold as ice. "Stay right there." She channeled energy into her wrist, and a pitch-black whip, covered in sharp steel thorns, suddenly appeared in her hand. Tang Yinner put all her strength into the strike, swinging the whip like a dragon toward them, but the agile intruders leaped into the air, dodging the thunderous attack. This surprised Tang Yinner, who thought to herself, "They actually dodged my black dragon whip technique." The man who was stung knew there was no escape, so he decided to fight to the death to hold her back and counterattack. He roared like a beast, swinging his sword straight at her. "Die." Xiao Long stood outside the fray, only able to shout a warning to Tang Yinner, "Young miss, be careful." His voice filled with deep concern. The masked man swung his sword frantically, indifferent to the hornet still attacking him. Tang Yinner, being a martial arts expert, skillfully gripped both ends of her barbed whip, easily parrying the fatal sword blow and shooting a disdainful look at him. She then launched a swift counterattack, snapping the barbed whip toward his face, leaving him stunned with fear. Not letting the enemy recover, she continued to swing her whip, each move carrying a sharp, biting wind. Finally, the hornet dropped, the unfortunate assassin in black, circled around once, and shot straight up into the air. Xiao Long looked down at the assassin lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, and hurriedly rushed over to ask Tang Yin, "Young miss, are you hurt?" Tang Yin casually pulled back her thorn whip and calmly replied, "I'm fine. I've got everything under control." Suddenly, the assassin let out a writhing groan before drawing his last breath, thick black smoke pouring out of his body as his mouth gaped open like a fish trapped in a basket. Terrified out of his mind, Xiao Long stammered, Who is this guy? Is he dead?" In his head, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell is going on here? Tang Yin bent down, carefully inspecting the bold intruder who dared to sneak into their territory. Looking at his corpse-pale skin and other bizarre symptoms, she concluded with absolute certainty that he had gritted his teeth and committed suicide with poison, which meant there was a massive secret he wanted to hide. Torches flared up all along the pathways like broad daylight, and alarms echoed loudly everywhere, announcing that assassins had broken in and ordering everyone to capture them alive. After gathering an elite squad, Tang Yin commanded in a stern voice to immediately split up and pursue the enemy, making sure not to let a single one escape. Xiao Long, you and Tang Jubai's blood-poisoned squad are with me. Deep in the quiet night, amidst the dense bamboo forest, torchlights flickered like fireflies, flashing on and off. Shouts echoed endlessly through the air. Catch them! Catch them! The Tang family members kept tracking down the enemy's footprints. Tang Jubai ran while shouting at the top of his lungs. They couldn't have gotten far. We need to wipe out these rats no matter what. Feeling that the pursuit was moving way too slowly, Xiao Long glanced at the golden armor centipedes in his spatial pouch. He made up his mind and muttered, "Let's roll, my jetpack." But the moment his feet touched the ground, he unexpectedly stepped into a deep, pitch-black pit and plummeted down, scaring the wits out of him. Oh no. Hearing the tragic cries for help, Tang Jiubai and a trusted subordinate hastily turned around, shouting in shock, "Master Xiao Long." They rushed back together to pull Xiao Long out of the pit, asking with deep concern, "Are you all right?" Xiao Long crawled up to the edge with great difficulty, let out a massive sigh of relief, and muttered his thanks while thinking, "Man, I almost bit the dust right there." But suddenly, he felt something was off. He turned his head and looked down into the eerie, deep pit below, muttering to himself, "Huh?" Right before his eyes was a sea of venomous green and red snakes, writhing and intertwining, raising their heads and hissing right at him, sending a cold shiver straight down his spine. Cold sweat poured down his face like a waterfall, and he was struck with sheer terror. What the hell? Is that a snake nest? Even Tang Jubai turned as pale as a sheet, the blood draining completely from his face. He stared fixedly into the snake pit for a moment and whispered with a trembling voice, "Looks like a venomous snake den." Snakes usually gather where negative energy is dense, especially during this season when they become 100 times more aggressive. Watch your step. Contrary to everyone else's panic, the golden armor centipedes seemed extremely thrilled. He muttered to himself, "Look at all these little snakes staring right at me with their glowing eyes, and they're even hissing and opening their mouths to intimidate me." The Tang family members grew even more confused. How strange, usually striped water snakes aren't this aggressive. Then he looked apologetically at everyone, his voice full of remorse. "It's all my fault for being careless and holding you guys up. Looks like it's about to start raining. Let's hit the road right now." Tang Jubai immediately answered, "As you command, warrior Xiao Long." Having wasted a precious amount of time, the Tang family group poured all their energy into running like the wind, continuing their pursuit of the enemy. A flash of light suddenly appeared ahead as the lead guard shouted, "Right there. Grab them." Tang Jubai quickly turned back, pointed in another direction, and gave orders. "Split up and check over there too." Three assassins with deeply furrowed brows watched with extreme vigilance as the Tang family closed in on them tightly through the pitch-black night and pouring rain. Right at that moment, a earth-shattering thunderclap roared, tearing the silent night apart. The two sides stood face to face, mismatched in strength as heaven and earth. The leader of the group ordered in a deep voice, "Tighten the encirclement. Fight them to the death." Tang Jubai chimed in with a fierce tone, "You rats have nowhere left to run." With that, he and his subordinates simultaneously reached into their chests, drawing out their prepared weapons. The assassins didn't flinch at all, pulling out their blades to meet them in battle. After a brief stalemate of a few seconds, the lead fighter from the Tang family let out a roar, attack, and lunged forward ferociously. On the other side, they knew well that fighting to the bitter end was their only chance at survival. The leader slashed his sword at the man in black, but the assassin skillfully parried it with his saber techniques. A bunch of ants asking for death, the horse-faced goon sneered, spitting out a sentence thick with hostility. His cronies weren't about to back down either, letting out a beastly roar as they carved out a bloody path and swung their crescent sabers like cutting bamboo, unleashing an oppressive killing intent that made an old warrior with white hair and beard stumble and almost fall. A junior member screamed in panic at the top of his lungs, "Senior, watch out." But it was all just a drop in the bucket. Right in the nick of time, a razor-sharp sword light tore through the rain like lightning, lunging toward the assassin and scaring the soul right out of him, turning his limbs to jelly. This time, the assassin managed to react quickly enough, dodging by a hair's breadth with a limbo-like backward bend. Finally, the young man poured all his internal energy into launching 3 flying daggers like lightning bolts. It turned out to be the Tang sect's renowned signature technique, the 3 shadow life-reaping daggers. 3 consecutive cold flashes pursued the assassin, forcing him to step back repeatedly and struggle like a stray dog running through a field. Gritting his teeth, he leaped up to dodge a fatal flying dagger aimed at his legs. But another flying dagger seemed to have eyes, accurately predicting his movement without a single inch of error. With a sharp thwack, it buried itself straight into his chest. Fresh blood spewed out like a fountain, dyeing his clothes crimson. Clutching his wound tightly, his face turned livid as he hissed like a wounded beast. Tang Jubai gnashed his teeth and growled, "You cursed turtle, I finally got you." His eyes locked onto his opponent like daggers, filled with bitter resentment. "Consider yourself lucky today. The heavy rain washed away the poison on my family's flying daggers." Just then, a bizarre, eerie sound echoed through the space, making everyone's hair stand on end. "Well, look at all these pathetic little bugs gathering here, having fun." Tang Jiubai's nerves stretched tight like a taut wire as he shouted with extreme caution, "What kind of freak is speaking?" A figure descended from the sky with overpowering dominance, smashing an elephant-sized boulder into tiny pieces with just a single palm strike. It revealed an old man with a ferocious face like a Rakshasa, his blood-red eyes emitting a glow that chilled people to the bone. Sensing an overwhelming pressure crashing down on them like Mount Tai, Tang Jiubai turned pale and screamed out a warning to his comrades. "This is bad. A master is here. Fall back now." A faint, bloody aura radiated all over the old man's body, and he let out a harsh, weird, blood-curdling laugh that sent chills down everyone's spine. Stilling his creepy laughter, he questioned the dying assassin lying on the ground. "Did you get that item?" The man hurriedly pulled out an old book hidden inside his chest and offered it up tremblingly like a precious artifact. Reporting to the sect master, "This is just a copied replica from the Tang sect." Xiao Long had been eavesdropping from afar, and upon hearing this, he jolted and turned back in shock, remembering the Supreme Patriarch's stern warning that this item was only coveted by those with wicked hearts. The boy's face went pale with terror as he gasped. What could that be? His heart pounded like a raging sea, and he thought in panic, could it be a copy of that cursed book that Ji accidentally read last time? That's toxic as hell. He quickly shouted a warning to the person in front of him. "Jubai, watch out, that's the blood hand forbidden technique." Even hearing the name made him shiver. Jubai's expression didn't look any better. Cold sweat was pouring down his face like a waterfall. "What? A copy of that vile manual?" He gritted his teeth, his face turning a sickly purple. "Damn it, those evil, rotten bastards. They're absolute freaks." Seeing his opponent's dismissive, smug attitude, Jubai flew into a rage and cursed the old man. What kind of person would even crave such a dark, twisted technique? Huh. "Are you afraid to give us your name, you old turtle?" But the old man didn't even bother to acknowledge the verbal onslaught. He flipped through the book with a smug smirk, muttering to himself, "Just as I predicted. Since it's a copy, it only contains the moves but lacks the deep, inner essence, but still, this is more than enough." After a quick glance, he carelessly folded the book and barked an order at the wounded man in black. "Xu Ying, I permit you to unleash the blood sect's forbidden technique. It's a bit rushed, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to declare our return. The blood sect is invincible." It turned out the man in black was named Xu Ying. Hearing the sect leader's bloodthirsty command, he hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed, replying firmly, "As you command, sect leader." Then, he lowered his hand, pointing it straight at the other black-clad man lying motionless on the ground, his fate unknown. Suddenly, the blood on the man in black began to rise in a steaming mist, and a thick, pungent stench of blood filled the air in every direction. Witnessing this ghastly scene, Xiao Long's eyes went wide, and he clutched his head, screaming as if he were possessed. "Ah, what the hell is this? Oh my god." Jiubai looked skeptical, muttering as if in a daze. Right now, spiritual energy is condensing violently in the palm of that man in black, drawing all the surrounding blood toward him. Could he be draining the blood of the living? Clang! A sword stained with blood poison fell to the cold ground. The man clutched his wounds, which were already beginning to heal thanks to the demonic art. The old man laughed contemptuously. "Heh, not bad. Your eyes aren't too shabby, kid." His hands, featuring long, sharp talons, were gathering a horrifying red blood mist. He introduced himself arrogantly. "Listen well. I am none other than the Blood Sect Elder, the Blood Eagle Claw, Chu Zhen." What kind of long, convoluted name is that? Sounds like the neighbor's puppy, Xiao Long thought. The old man stared at Xiao Long, sizing him up from head to toe. "You look pretty succulent, young boy." Very good, very good." He rubbed his hands together with a raspy sound, his mouth full of sharp teeth dripping with drool. He licked his lips like a starving demon. "It's been too long since I've tasted the essence of someone with a spiritual root like yours. This is going to be fun." Amidst the pouring rain, the two sides stared at each other cautiously, the situation hanging by a thread. Chu Zhen shoved the secret manual into his robe and arrogantly ordered the man in black, Xue Ying, who was stumbling to his feet, "Catch that brat for me." Nothing helps this old man recover his vitality like the blood of a youth. "Ha ha ha. Sui Ying immediately bowed low. As you command, sect leader. Then both men, radiating murderous intent, lunged toward the Tang Clan members. Jubai shrieked in panic. Set up the 5 poisons fire extinguishing formation. Whatever you do, don't let that old villain touch a single hair on Master Xiao Long's head. Xiu Jin used his Qinggong to glide through the air, laughing as mockingly as a centipede crawling on a wall. Ha ha! Try and stop me, you ants. His entire body radiated heat like a furnace, as he soared into the sky like a hawk. Below, a deafening explosion rocked the earth, accompanied by frantic screams echoing everywhere. Xiao Long raised his hands to protect his head from the flying debris, sweat pouring down his face as a desperate warning rang in his ears. Master Xiao Long, get away from the danger. From behind, Shu Ying appeared suddenly like a phantom, grabbing the boy by the throat, making Xiao Long frown in shock, his eyes bulging. A brutal, bloodthirsty glint flashed in the man's eyes as Shu Ying coldly spat out words that sliced like a blade. Take a rest, kid. It seems the elder has his eye on your vitality. You're in serious trouble now. Ha ha. Xiao Long's face turned deathly pale from suffocation. In the nick of time, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "My precious little ones, go." Immediately, a swarm of golden centipedes, shining like silk, erupted from his body like a disturbed nest of bees, attacking the man in black at terrifying speed. Following Xiao Long's order to bite the bastard to death, the lead centipede bit down hard on the enemy's hand, screeching in rage as if trying to tear the man apart. Shu Ying stared at the strange golden creature on his hand, dazed and confused. A centipede? What the hell is this? While he was still distracted, a cold dagger tore through the wind and thudded straight into his head, sending blood splattering like fireworks. Then, a shocking force, like a landslide, slammed into Shu Ying, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Long shielded his eyes from the blinding light, squeezing them shut, only daring to look up weakly when he heard a familiar voice calling out through the rain. Xiao Long saw the beautiful Tang Yin, looking like a goddess, leading a group with imposing momentum. Behind her were Yu Jiang and the Great Elder, their faces grim. The boy jumped for joy and shouted, "Sister Tang Yin, you're finally here to save me." The expressions of Tang Yin and Yu Jiang turned more serious than ever as they witnessed the horrifying scene. Seeing Chu Zhen surrounded by dark mist like a demon, he was effortlessly pummeling the Tang sect members. Tang Yin asked urgently, "What the hell is going on with the 5 poisons fire-extinguishing formation?" Jubai perked up, his eyes sharp as lightning as he turned toward Tang Yin and yelled, "My lady, there's no time to explain." Jubai's voice was tense as he reported, "My lady, it's bad. The blood sect elder actually dared to raid our manor." Tang Yin's eyebrows arched in shock as her eyes widened in horror. "What? The blood sect?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Yin commanded with fierce determination, "All units concentrate and support Jubai's strike team." Yu Jiang immediately received the order and shouted without a second of delay, "As you command, my lady." The old man with the goat-like beard stroked his chin, his voice deep and grim. "Heh, it seems that little brat is the one who took down Bloody Hands Zhua Yun Chang." His face twisted, revealing a demonic, cruel look. He licked his parched lips, his voice filled with greedy mockery for the renowned Bloody Hand. "In the end, you're nothing but trash. To think you were brought down by those tiny centipedes." "Shut your damn mouth," Yu Jiang roared with thunderous, aggressive spirit. "Today will be your grave." Chu Zhen didn't care at all about the threat. He tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly, a shrill, demonic sound that pierced the eardrums. "Ha ha, is that so? Let's see who ends up buried here." The ground began to tremble violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. He frantically unleashed his dark arts, the black demonic aura around him surging and thickening until it was hard to breathe. His already thin hair stood up like a lion's mane. A bizarre, gloomy voice echoed through the space. "Let me see what you little ants can do." In the woods, Wei Xiao Long carefully bandaged the wound on his arm while whispering comfortingly, "Hang in there a little longer." He gritted his teeth and tightened the knot, an intense sense of unease rising in his heart. The situation was truly hanging by a thread. He watched Chu Zhen screaming like a madman, dancing around like a puppet, tossing his subordinates aside at will. His own allies were losing strength with every strike, while that demonic head of the blood sect only needed to drain blood to recover. If this keeps up, they're doomed. Just as Wei Xiaolong was lost in thought, a figure streaked by like a shooting meteor, crashing hard into an ancient tree with a loud thud. Startled and terrified, Wei Xiaolong turned his head, only to see Duong Tang Yin biting her lip hard, her delicate brows knitted so tightly they could crush stone. She was trying to suppress the bone-deep pain. He spoke in a panicked, worried voice, "Lady Duong Tang Yin, you." A mouthful of hot, Fresh blood sprayed from her lips like a fountain. He panicked, grabbing her fragile shoulders, his voice filled with worry and helplessness. Lady Duong Tang Yin, are you okay? Duong Tang Yin tried to reassure him, forcing a weak smile onto her pale face. I'm fine. She shakily raised her small hands, gripping Wei Xiao Long's, her eyes looking straight into his with firm resolve as she called out, Wei Xiao Long. Despite looking exhausted to the point of collapse, she pleaded, You must return to the clan immediately and request reinforcements. With the current situation, we aren't strong enough to deal with these demons. Wei Xiao Long furrowed his brow so hard it hurt, grinding his teeth as he cursed inwardly. Damn it all. Seeing Xu Jin still wreaking havoc so arrogantly, he felt incredibly frustrated and useless. Truly, in this battle, I'm completely worthless, unable to do a single thing. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, team leader Yu Jiang turned back, his voice tragic and resolute. Lord Wei Xiao Long, please, I beg you for the sake of the family, for the entire Sichuan Tang clan, please leave now and seek reinforcements. The first elder added, his voice raspy and determined. We will die fighting to hold this position. You must go. There isn't much time left. Wei Xiao Long fell silent upon hearing their pleas. His heart was a whirlwind of mixed emotions, unsure of what to do. After a long moment, he finally opened his mouth to respond to them with great difficulty. I understand. I will give everything to return as fast as possible. He hesitated, unsure. However, my light body technique is still poor. I don't know if I can complete this mission. Hearing this, Duong Tangyin suddenly turned and hugged him tightly, whispering words of encouragement. You will definitely be able to do it. I believe in you. Hidden behind his back where Wei Xiao Long could not see, two streams of hot tears flowed from Duong Tangyin's eyes, soaking her face. She choked back a sob and emphasized, You can do it. You've been practicing so hard all this time, I've seen it with my own eyes. Wei Xiao Long froze. For a moment, resting his chin on her soft hair as her gentle voice rang in his ears. Next time, let's go find the poison together again. I still remember that promise. The two reluctantly let go of each other. Duong Tangyin held his broad shoulders firmly and instructed solemnly, Wei Xiao Long, everything depends on you. Then she quickly turned around, resolutely running back toward the smoke and fire of the battlefield. Only Wei Xiao Long remained, standing there silently, watching her strong figure, his face turning dazed and vacant. He mumbled like a soul lost, Damn it, I can't delay even a single second longer. He gritted his teeth, turned and ran in the opposite direction, determined to carry out his life or death mission. The sound of his footsteps splashing through the water echoed in the silent night. He ran while gasping for air like an ox, sweat mixing with the cold rain. Exhausted and stressed, he didn't notice the uneven pebbles under his feet, suddenly tripping and losing his balance, falling forward hard. His strong body lay sprawled out on the wet ground, covered in mud. He lay still, seemingly without the energy to get back up. The centipedes crawled out from his body one by one, making anxious squeaking sounds, like the crying of a newborn. Wei Xiao Long curled up and pushed himself up, his head feeling a bit dizzy as he spoke to himself. How strange. How can I be this useless? He reached out to poke the chubby cheek of his centipede, lost in thought. He blamed himself. Even if I risk my life to use my full power for my light body technique, I'm afraid it will still take me half a day to reach the clan. And most of the true experts of the family have already left for other missions. Even if I call for reinforcements, I fear they won't arrive in time. By then, it'll all be over. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Only the rain kept pouring down, lashing directly at his pale face. The icy rain seeped into his skin, which actually helped clear his head a little. He slowly began to understand the truth. They must have sent him away on purpose to save him. It felt as if a 1,000-pound hammer had smashed into his head. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Why? Why me? His hands balled into fists, countless questions echoing in his mind like thunder and storms. Is it because I'm the youngest, the weakest, that I have to be protected? Is this what they call the chivalrous spirit of the martial world? In the end, what am I? Remembering her gentle appearance, the warmth of the clan leader as he declared before the entire clan. From this day forward, you are officially a member of our Tang sect. His words still echoed in his ears, and he couldn't help but mutter those two important words. He stared blankly at his own open palm, whispering to himself, I've never really taken the time to think about what family truly means. I always felt like I wasn't really a true member of the Sichuan Tang clan. Memories flickered through his mind like a film in slow motion. The smiling faces of the clan members flashed before his eyes, one by one. They had all seen him as family. Only he had been the one to hold back, trapped in his own insecurity. His face showed clear anxiety, yet a faint, bitter smile touched the corners of his lips. He asked himself, his voice laced with self-mockery, How could an assassination clan be this warm? It really is strange. Xiao Long forced his body to stand up, a look of unprecedented determination etched on his handsome face. He looked down at the little centipedes swarming around his feet and said gently, "Let's go. It's time to go save your mistress." The creatures seemed to understand his words, chirping in excitement as they happily responded. With that, Xiao Long shot forward like a sharp arrow, moving at an incredible speed. He clenched both his hands into fists, telling himself, I have to save them. I must find a way. I absolutely have to do this. Recalling the evil grin of Chu Zhen, thoughts of blood magic, vitality, drain, recovery, and the nearby spirit beasts and venomous creatures raced through the young man's mind. Thinking of venomous herbs, snakes, and purple toads and the delicacies they represented, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, his heels slamming into the ground. Staring intently at the burrow in front of him, Xiao Long was skeptical. Wait, this is the snake spirit's nest? Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. A pile of snakes with blood-red eyes were still coiled up together inside. The giant centipede on Xiao Long's shoulder suddenly jumped in fright, chirping frantically. He quickly lowered his head, stroking his pet to soothe it. There, be a good little one. It'll be over in a moment. He gently placed the sleepy centipede on the ground. Two smaller centipedes saw their big brothers sleeping and chimed in with their own chirps. Xiao Long turned on his heel and lunged straight toward the cave, which reeked of snake spirit, leaving the centipedes behind as they chirped in confusion. Inside, the venomous snakes simultaneously raised their heads, necks arched, staring at the figure at the entrance with obvious glee. Xiao Long kept a straight face, confidently boasting, "When a hero takes action, things get done differently." According to the ancient secret manuals, this species, the blood willow wood, or what the locals simply call grass snakes, is a top-tier venomous breed. Xiao Long stood as still as a statue inside the snake pit, as countless venomous snakes swarmed to wrap around his limbs. Unlike snakes with massive fangs right at the front of their mouths, this species had tiny fangs deep in their jaws, making it harder to inject their venom. But in terms of toxicity, these were the true bosses of all the land-based snakes in East Asia. Xiao Long braced himself against the biting pain, whispering like he was chanting a spell. "That's right, keep biting harder, my little ones. With the Tang sect's internal energy techniques protecting me, I'll be just fine." The centipedes above peered down, looking anxious and chirping with worry. Xiao Long reassured them, "Don't worry, guys. No problem. I'll be back to feed you soon." He glanced down, and his body suddenly went rigid again. His arms were now covered in countless snake bite marks, and the skin around them was clearly turning bright red. He nodded in contemplation. "I think this is plenty now, right?" Xiao Long looked around the cave again, telling himself, "It's definitely time to make a run for it." Lost in thought, he didn't notice a snake stealthily coiling around his neck. A strange sensation took hold of his neck as the snake tightened its grip more and more. Xiao Long was suddenly startled. What on earth is this? He looked up to see snakes coiling around him as if they wanted to crush him, while countless hungry eyes stared fixedly at him. Xiao Long's jaw dropped in horror. Oh no, this is a disaster. How did things get this crazy? He knew he had to keep a cool head, but he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Game over. This wasn't in the script. The centipedes suddenly dove down from above, landing squarely on Xiao Long's head. The snake on his neck was also given a sharp nudge by two of the centipedes, sending it flying to the ground, leaving no room for uninvited guests. Seeing them looking so triumphant, Xiao Long asked suspiciously, "What was that for?" The snake that had just been tossed down saw the centipedes and raised its head, hissing aggressively. The centipede on Xiao Long's head glared back with menacing eyes, looking visibly hostile. It immediately leaped down, sank its fangs into the snake's throat, and then threw it to the ground as if dusting off its shoulders. It clamped its jaws onto the snake, shaking it as a warning to keep the others from attacking Xiao Long again. Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "By Bin? Is that centipede named Bin?" Bin raised its head and chirped happily when it heard its name. "Good job, Bin." After the struggle, the snakes were now as quiet as mice, not daring to make another move. Xiao Long reached out to pet its head, whispering, "You guys were worried about me too, right?" Yeah. Thanks so much, guys." Once Bin was back settled on his head, Xiao Long chuckled and said, "All right, time to head back home." Meanwhile, it was still raining cats and dogs where Tang Yin was. She was exhausted, gasping for breath with every heavy step. Watching Chu Zhen start to drain the blood of yet another person, Tang Yin couldn't help but feel anxious. At this rate, we're done for. The victim was being choked, and Chu Zhen's expression was grotesquely gleeful, thinking to himself, "This game is way too easy." Hearing the villain roar arrogantly, "Is there no other brat who dares to take a hit from me?" Tang Yin's group was boiling with rage, while she secretly hoped that Xiao Long had managed to retreat safely. With that thought, Tang Yin grabbed her thorn whip, stepped closer to him, and ordered, "Everyone, use hit-and-run tactics to keep him occupied. I'll handle him myself. Send the distress signal to any masters nearby, now." One of them nodded frantically, replying, "Understood, miss." But a Tang Clan elder suddenly blocked Tang Yin's path, trying to hold her back. "Tang Yin, you should just retreat with Xiao Long while you can." Tang Yin gasped. "What did you say?" The elder's face remained grim. He spoke firmly. "How could anyone from the Tang Clan abandon their own kin to fight while they sneak away to save their own skin?" Tang Yin quickly retorted, "If we can't even save lives that are as fragile as grass, what face would we have left to look at the clan master?" Qiu Zhen, fearless and cold, looked at the murmuring crowd and growled, "Get lost and stop spouting nonsense. We in the Tang Clan are sworn to live and die together. We will never abandon our comrades. Shut your mouths, you noisy insects." The old monster roared, his voice booming like thunder, cutting through the tense air. He smirked, his evil gaze hungry, as if he wanted to swallow the Tang members whole. "Isn't it much more amusing to let the prey struggle a little longer? Heh heh." Thinking of the Tang sect turning to ashes in an instant, Qiu Zhen stroked his goat beard, a sinister grin forming. At this point, if he didn't go all out, how could he be worthy of the title Blood Demon, flattening the Tang sect and turning this place into a living hell? Wouldn't that be the perfect debut for the blood cult's return to the world? Such a terrifying scene was absolutely necessary. Hearing this, the Tang sect elder was so furious his hair stood on end, grinding his teeth as he cursed. "Damn you, you bastard." This old villain clearly never intended to let anyone live. Tang Yin gritted her teeth, knowing in her heart that retreating only meant death. She flicked her wrist, her whip cracking as she spoke with iron resolve. "In that case, even if I have to be torn to pieces today, I will still skin you alive, you old scoundrel." The people beside her, hearing this, bowed respectfully and pledged, "Lady, you speak the truth. We are ready to live and die with you." Though they knew the opponent was an unpredictable devil, a fire of suicidal determination ignited in everyone's eyes. Qiu Zhen glanced at them like they were mere ants, his lips curling in utter contempt. Just then, a clear but firm voice rang out, breaking the stifling atmosphere. "Lady Tang Yin is right. The brave men of the Tang Clan will absolutely never abandon their brothers and sisters to run away." Tang Yin was stunned, her eyes and mouth wide open. Little Long, though his body was battered from the brutal fight, had a spirit that was surprisingly vibrant, his eyes shining like stars. She hurriedly reached out to touch his cheek, finding her voice, and stammered in shock. "Little Long, why did you come back?" Her heart was racing like 1,000 horses, filled with panic. Little Long closed his eyes, his fingers gently stroking the centipedes on his body, calmly explaining his unexpected appearance. "I once said we, the Tang Clan, are born to protect our own." Saying this, the young man didn't hesitate to rip the shredded clothes from his body, casting them aside like an unwanted burden. Once the clothes fell, his strong, muscular physique, like a dragon hidden beneath tan skin, was revealed. He was brimming with spirit, having already devised a brilliant plan. Little Long declared heroically, "Ah, I am a Tang family member, too." With that, he gripped his saber with both hands, stomped his foot, and launched himself like an arrow straight at Qiu Zhen. The old monster glanced at the charging youth, his composure unshaken, as if looking at a pathetic ant struggling in vain. Tang Yin screamed in terror, "Little Long, don't be reckless." Qiu Zhen sneered mockingly, "Heh heh heh. I spared your wretched life, yet you're foolish enough to throw yourself back into the jaws of death. What a fool." Little Long leapt high into the air, swinging his saber with the ferocious power of a tiger descending a mountain, letting out a roar that echoed through the space. Seeing this, Tang Yin felt her heart stop and shrieked, "Little Long." Qiu Zhen flicked his sleeve, and an invisible gale swept out, lifting the boy into the air as if he were a mere doll. With his other hand, the monster gathered pitch-black demonic energy, his voice rasping out creepily. "Oh, volunteering to offer your blood essence? Heh, heh, I love it when things go my way." With that, the old monster struck a palm toward Little Long's abdomen, his eyes full of anticipation. "Let me taste exactly what the blood essence of a youth like you tastes like." Little Long frantically raised his hands, desperately trying to block. Qiu Zhen's hand, with claws as sharp as knives, clamped tightly onto the boy's wrists. The monster's strength was so immense that Little Long groaned in pain. The villain laughed triumphantly. "What a fool. Did you not know that blood also flows through your arms?" The fresh blood on Little Long's hands began to vaporize, drawn into the monster's dark arts. Feeling as if his entire body's blood was being drained, Little Long gritted his teeth and roared in agony. Tang Yin screamed frantically. Little Long! Someone! Save Little Long! Chu Zhen watched with satisfaction as the youth's blood scattered into the air, laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha. Amazing. It's so sweet. How many years has it been since I got to taste such pure blood essence? It's truly a delicacy, a masterpiece. Feeling satisfied, the monster descended to the ground, slamming his feet down until debris flew and sparks scattered in every direction. Then he roared and unleashed his ultimate technique, the blood wheel. The surrounding space became incredibly hot, and the violent wind blasted the Tang Clan members away like fallen leaves in autumn. Tang Yin rushed to catch Little Long's broken body, crying out in pain, "Little Long!" Chu Zhen laughed coldly. Heh heh heh, you ants are so annoying, throwing your hidden weapons around like flies. But thanks to this foolish brat, I've caught you all in one net and can finish you off once and for all. Tang Yin shook Little Long's body, wailing miserably. Little Long, wake up. Please, you have to wake up. Chu Zhen arrogantly declared, don't worry, I'll send you on your way peacefully and gently, without any pain. Tang Yin, hearing this, hugged him tightly, screaming in despair, no, this can't be. Suddenly, a coughing sound broke the tragic atmosphere. Little Long slowly opened his eyes, a strange, viscous white fluid oozing from the corner of his mouth. The old monster asked in fear, You, what kind of trick did you play? Suddenly realizing his hair and beard were shedding like autumn leaves, Chu Zhen panicked, discovering it was a dispersive, toxic poison. The monster trembled like a leaf, his voice filled with extreme terror. No, this can't be true. How is this possible? My protective cultivation. How could it be infiltrated by a dispersive poison? He clutched his head and screamed in utter panic. This goes against nature. What kind of monster are you to be able to do this? Little Long's lips curled into a strange smile as he whispered back. You're asking who I am? He weakly pointed at Chu Zhen, his voice booming like thunder. I am your nemesis. Chu Zhen felt his body weakening and, hearing Little Long's words, asked in astonishment. What? A nemesis? Xiao Long's situation wasn't looking great either. His vision was blurring, and his consciousness was slipping away. Chu Zhen's face turned pale as a sheet, cold sweat soaking his skin. What kind of dark sorcery have I been hit with? Chu Zhen recalled the moment just before. Ever since I used that brat's blood energy to circulate my own, my blood hasn't been obeying me. It's backfired. The old monster tried to stomp his foot on the ground, but he had no strength left. His body was limp as a noodle. Chu Zhen muttered in despair. The glorious blood sect empire was right within my grasp. His feet slid across the floor, and the old monster roared in defiance, refusing to collapse here. A ferocious look suddenly crossed his face as Chu Zhen shrieked madly. Die. Everyone, just die. Tang Yin stayed on high alert, gripping her whip tightly before swinging it like a coiling dragon, lashing out fiercely at her opponent. With a sharp swish, the whip wrapped tightly around the old monster's throat. Tang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Watching Chu Zhen's weak struggle, she wondered in shock. Did that move actually work? How could an evil demon like him not dodge an attack like that? The old monster struggled in vain, covered in sweat. Chu Zhen gritted his teeth and cursed. You little brat, just swallowing you makes me sick. What on earth did you do to my bloodline? He tried desperately to yank the whip away, threatening me. I'll slaughter all you ants, and the blood sect will rise again to rule the world. Tang Yin pulled the whip with all her might and screamed. Shut your mouth. Die. With a sharp crunch, Chu Zhen's head was severed from his neck and tumbled to the ground. The moment the words blood sect ended, everything went quiet. Seeing the old monster's head rolling away, everyone stood there frozen like statues. Tang Jubai asked in shock, Did we actually win? Young miss, the guy took out that blood sect elder with a single strike. Miss Tang Yin was speechless, her eyes wide as she looked towards Xiao Long, stuttering. Xiao Long, what on earth what just happened? He replied with a voice as thin as a thread. Tang Yin, save me. The young man was drenched in sweat, foam at the corners of his mouth as he struggled to get the words out. I think I need an antidote for the tiger-coiled snake venom. Tang Yin nearly lost her mind upon hearing that, crying out, Tiger-coiled snake? What the hell is going on here? When Xiao Long finally came to, he slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying haphazardly on a bed, silver threads still lingering at the corners of his mouth, and a strange, haunted look in his eyes. Ah! The Tang family supreme elder saw him wake up and quickly warned, Your body is still very weak, don't move around. Tang Yin's voice was also filled with worry. Xiao Long, just lie still and behave. Xiao Long moved his body slightly, only to feel bone-deep pain, and he groaned. Oh, good grief. It was only then that he realized he was bare-chested, lying face down on the bed, vaguely feeling warm. hot fingers moving back and forth along his spine, leaving him incredibly bewildered. What kind of awkward situation is this? Tang Yanner finally breathed a sigh of relief, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. It's good enough that you're finally awake, the Tang family supreme elder announced slowly. Do you have any idea that you've been unconscious for 10 full days? Xiao Long jumped in fright and stammered. 10 days? Tang Yanner sat to the side and recounted the story. After you passed out? Thank goodness you appeared just in time like a divine warrior, allowing us to take down that demon. Afterward, everyone scrambled like a swarm of bees to bring you back to the family for treatment. Remembering that scene, she still felt terrified. You were poisoned so severely. If you hadn't returned in time, you would have definitely been a goner. Xiao Long couldn't help but lament internally. Damn it, talk about having the worst luck in the world. Getting bitten by a venomous snake twice, he had almost paid a visit to the King of Hell. Once the treatment was sorted out, the Supreme Elder's voice sounded again. Now that you're awake, I suppose there shouldn't be any more problems. But wait, Xiao Long struggled to sit up and replied respectfully. Thank you, Elder. But before he could even collect his thoughts, the Supreme Elder grabbed his shoulders, shaking him until he felt dizzy and urgently pressed him. But hold on, Xiao Long, is the tiger-coiled snake really that venomous? And as for that blood sect elder, what kind of trick did you guys use to take him down? Xiao Long coughed a few times before answering, cough. Let me explain the whole thing to you slowly. He rubbed his head, which felt like it was going to split in two, and held up 2 fingers, asserting firmly, Elder, first of all, I want to confirm once again. The tiger-coiled snake is truly venomous, and it's actually twice as potent as normal venom. It has 2 types of poison. One is inside its mouth, and the other comes from the venom glands right at the back of its neck. Tang Yanner gasped in shock. 2 types. The Supreme Elder was equally stunned, eyes wide. What? I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever heard of such a strange thing. Xiao Long nodded. Yes, that's right. This snake is incredibly cowardly. The moment it sees a human, it runs away as fast as it can. Plus, its fangs are tiny. So, in reality, until the 1980s, people still insisted that the flower snake was non-venomous. At this point, the Supreme Elder suddenly realized something and quickly continued. So, you're saying the Blood Sect Elder's internal energy becoming chaotic was also related to this? But the Blood Sect are clearly monsters and demons. Their bodies are as tough as iron, immune to all kinds of toxins, aren't they? Xiao Long then slowly shared his speculation. Yes, this is just my personal theory, but it's very likely due to the overbearing, unparalleled toxicity of the tiger-coiled snake. Xiao Long stroked his chin and analyzed. Perhaps that is exactly why the blood, the very source of their twisted martial arts, was so severely affected, leading to that pathetic state we saw earlier. The Supreme Elder gave a deep, meaningful "oh." Deep down, he was amazed by the new knowledge he had just acquired. So, it turns out that people never knew the tiger-coiled snake was such a dangerous, venomous creature. They say its venom is 5 times more potent than that of a regular, aggressive pit viper. If that toxic, evil energy were to affect it further, causing the poison to become even more potent, even more terrifying and alarming, his tone suddenly became unusually excited. It's truly unbelievable that in this small Sichuan region of ours, such a ridiculously powerful venomous snake could actually exist. Tang Yin beamed with excitement, chiming in. That's absolutely incredible. Little Long, you've truly achieved a monumental feat this time. The Grand Elder spoke with a solemn, dignified tone. Ah, that's right. I seem to recall hearing Tang Yin mention it vaguely earlier. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Little Long with a knowing smile. It seems that Blood Cult Elder even called you their natural predator and nemesis, didn't he? Little Long couldn't help but blush deeply upon hearing this, thinking to himself, that title sounds a bit too arrogant, doesn't it? Did I really let those words slip out earlier? Oh, heavens. Hearing him laugh heartily and refreshingly, Little Long felt so embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him up. He hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover his blushing face completely. Seeing this, the Grand Elder seized the chance to pat his shoulder and tease him. Haha, indeed. If you can completely seal away all the crooked, demonic martial arts of those monsters, then you really are their natural nemesis, no doubt about it. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's tone turned unusually serious. Little Long, on behalf of the entire Tang Clan, I sincerely thank you for stepping up to protect our family. He clenched his fist tightly and continued firmly. They dared to take advantage of my absence to pull such despicable tricks on our clan. I will definitely not let them off this time. I must root out these pests once and for all. Having long considered the Tang Clan his second family, Little Long agreed without the slightest hesitation. Yes, that's right, Elder. We must wipe out these detestable pests completely. Now that we hold their fatal weakness in our hands, all that's left is to find the time to gather a large amount of venom from those tiger-marked snakes. Remembering the beastly, heartless Chu Zhen and his vicious, hound-like subordinates, Little Long gritted his teeth and swore to himself, "Those damn beasts. This time, I'll surely exterminate them to the root. Even their cursed souls must be swept away to satisfy justice." Recently, the atmosphere at the Tang Clan has been incredibly noisy and chaotic. Ever since those demonic blood cultists appeared, the Tang Clan has been on red alert. The Grand Elder is busy every day, tying messages to carrier pigeons to request reinforcements from everywhere. Countless Tang Clan martial arts masters have suffered tragic casualties. Many have even perished unjustly at the hands of those demons. Therefore, the various righteous martial arts sects in the Central Plains are also bustling, sending troops to the Tang Clan to join forces, determined to root out the demonic blood cultists who are threatening to wreak havoc in the martial arts world. Not only do they kidnap innocent people to refine their evil blood arts, but 30 years ago they committed a great massacre, becoming the public enemy of all righteous martial artists. This time, the situation is feared to be even more dire. Seeing the extreme astonishment on Little Long's face, the old man placed his wrinkled hand on his shoulder to comfort him. But this time, destiny has decreed otherwise. There was a sense of fierce confidence in his voice, because our Tang Clan of Sichuan is the very nemesis that heaven has ordained for this blood cult. Little Long pursed his lips, silently grumbling to himself. "Elder, you're doing this on purpose, just to tease me, aren't you?" As if he could hear his thoughts, the old man turned his head and just laughed heartily in response. Then the old man lowered his voice, speaking with a touch of gravity. "Little Long, I have a request. Are you willing to lend me a hand?" Little Long immediately turned around and answered without hesitation, "Elder, please give your orders. As long as it is within my power, even if I have to give my all, I will not refuse." The Grand Elder solemnly announced, "The people from the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance are likely arriving at the Tang Clan soon." Little Long exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. "You mean to say the martial artists from the Alliance will be acting alongside us this time?" The old man continued, "That's right. I want you to show them the unique poison you've developed. Now that we've found the blood cult's fatal weakness, we must naturally share this secret with all our martial arts peers." Understanding the importance of the matter, Little Long didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed, "I understand. If it is for the sake of martial arts justice, our Tang Clan naturally cannot shirk our duty." The Grand Elder was very pleased upon hearing this, nodding and smiling. "Haha, I knew you would say that." Having said that, the old man continued, "And Little Long, I have more good news to share with you." Little Long asked in surprise, "Oh, what news is that, Elder?" The Grand Elder led Little Long to a secret location and then spoke mysteriously. "The renovation of the 10,000 Poison Hall is complete. From now on, you shall be in charge of the 10,000 Poison Hall, Little Long." Skepticism appeared in Little Long's voice as he asked in astonishment, "Huh, is this for real, Elder?" Little Long's eyes brightened instantly, his heart overflowing with joy. The day had finally come. The old man then dropped another world-shaking piece of news. "Just as you wished. I have also prepared a specialized poison room for you to cultivate poisonous creatures. If you want to successfully breed the world-renowned tiger-marked snakes, you certainly need a perfect, suitable place." Little Long was immensely grateful and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, thank you, Elder. I am deeply grateful for your kindness." Watching the shadow of the messenger hawk disappear into the horizon, the old man smiled and whispered, "Just think of this as doing it for the sake of the martial arts world. Do your best, and don't let me down." Little Long also smiled slightly and replied, "I understand, Elder. I will certainly not fail your expectations." Afterwards, Little Long followed the Grand Elder's directions to the place the old man had mentioned. A magnificent, grand sight appeared before his eyes, leaving him deeply shocked. Walking beside Little Long was also Lady Tang Yin, a beauty who could topple kingdoms. Little Long thought for a moment and named this place Poison Garden, meaning a garden to nurture 10,000 poisons. Lady Tang Yin asked with a hint of confusion, "Poison Garden?" Little Long smiled and explained, "This place was constructed precisely to collect exotic, rare creatures and gather the 10,000 poisonous insects of the Central Plains." Tang Yin, still a bit puzzled, continued to ask, "Are you saying you want to collect every poisonous creature in the world?" Long's tone became incredibly serious. "Of course, I plan to collect the 10 most legendary poisonous creatures of Central Plains as well, because I made a promise to Lady Tang Yin." Tang Yin's face flushed a deep crimson like the evening glow. She shyly covered her mouth and said, I will be rooting for you." Just then, Tang Yin spotted a crowd gathering in the distance and hurriedly ran toward them, shouting, "Look, there seems to be a lot of people gathering over there. Let's go check it out." Long quickly called out after her. Huh. Lady Tang Yin. Wait a moment. When the two approached, a large man stood waiting with his arms crossed, speaking proudly. Oh, has the young master finally arrived? Long recognized him with surprise and couldn't help but ask, could you be the former vice leader? The large man laughed heartily and replied, exactly. This old man is Tang Bai from the poison unit. Nice to meet you, young master. Long was still suspicious and asked again, the poison unit? Is this? Tang Bai nodded and replied, that's right. This is the new squad established by the family head under your orders. From now on, we will be your capable assistants in finding and cultivating poisonous creatures. Please allow us to be under your direct command. Long looked at the group behind him in astonishment, his face slightly flushed with excitement. Thinking of his bright future, Long joyfully thought to himself, even caretakers for the poisonous creatures, the family really spared no expense to foster me. This is a major turning point on the path to achieving my great dreams. The scene shifts. A flying crane has arrived with a secret letter to its destination. A woman in white as snow gently opens the letter with slender hands, carefully reading every line inside. After reading the contents, the woman in white softly chanted a Buddhist prayer. Amitabha, is the malevolent blood sect reappearing in the martial world? She looked up at the deep blue sky, sighed softly, and thought that while the Central Plains is currently peaceful and prosperous, a bloody storm is likely about to rise again. On the main road, Chu Zhongshu's group was still advancing cautiously. The white-haired old man turned back to report, strategist, we are almost there. We can rest at Tang Road today. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Hao let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could escape the life of sleeping under the stars, and on the earth, what a blessing. Recalling Chu Zhongshu's unfriendly expression, Zhuge Hao told himself that, at the very least, he had to bring back some valuable information. If he could find even a small clue about the blood sect, then this trip would not have been in vain. Finally, the group arrived at Tang Family Manor. The white-haired old man spoke up. We have finally reached Tang Family Manor. Several Tang family guards saw the group approaching and hurriedly asked, could it be that you are the honored guests from the Righteous Martial Alliance? Zhuge Hao nodded and replied, that's right. I am the strategist for the Martial Alliance, Zhuge Hao. The guards bowed with cupped hands, very respectfully saying, thank you all for braving the long journey to grace us with your presence. Please wait a moment. Another guard hurried inside to report. Suddenly, the previous guard lowered his voice and said, strategist, please wait. He looked solemn and warned them carefully. When you enter Tang Family Manor, there are some things you must be extremely cautious about. Zhuge Hao asked curiously. Things to be cautious about? May I ask what those are? The white-haired man wondered. Had the Tang family built a sacred sword cleansing pool? It was rumored that the sword cleansing pool was an inviolable sacred site before the gates of major sects. Every pilgrim had to lay down their weapons to show absolute sincerity and respect. The gatekeeper stammered, his voice trembling slightly. This matter might shock you, but please listen to my words. Even for the smallest living creature, you are absolutely not permitted to take their life within this Tang manor. Zhuge Hao was stunned and asked skeptically, has the entire Tang family converted to Buddhism? The guard emphasized once more with a solemn tone. You'll understand once you go inside. You must keep this in your heart. Zhuge Hao could only let out an uncertain, oh. Lam and Tang Yin both cupped their hands, bowed, and greeted them with clear voices. Greetings, strategist. It is an honor to welcome you. Zhuge Hao smiled and returned the greeting in a polite tone. Lady Tang Yin, it has been a long time. Tang Yin smiled faintly and replied, yes, it has been a full year since we met at the Martial Arts Assembly. Zhuge Hao asked, where is Senior Tang Jun currently? She bowed her head slightly, her voice full of apology. Grandfather has left the sect to roam the martial world in search of traces of the blood sect. Please forgive our humble reception. Zhuge Hao hurriedly waved his hand, showing he didn't mind. Not at all, not at all. Comparing notes on the state of the martial world is a priority. Why be so formal? Then his gaze landed on the person next to Tang Yin, and he couldn't help but wonder. And who is this handsome young man here? Long smiled, stepped forward, and cupped his hands in greeting. Meeting the strategist for the first time, he introduced himself solemnly. I am Xiao Long. Hearing this, Zhuge Hao felt even more confused. Wei? Is he not a member of the Tang Clan? Tang Yin's cheeks suddenly flushed red as she shyly pointed at Long and stammered. This person is my beloved. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into a chaotic buzz. Beloved? One of the three beauties of the martial world has a beloved? This is truly against the laws of heaven. They wailed in grief, tears streaming down like a torrential rain. Where did this brat come from? They shouted indignantly. The world is truly unfair. Zhuge Hao hurriedly used his fan to cover half his face and coughed a few times. Ahem, ahem, lead the way quickly, he said, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, these heroes would start demanding a martial arts duel with this waif fellow. Suddenly, a strange sound tore through the noisy atmosphere, drawing everyone's attention. Jugaho looked up and asked suspiciously, "Hey, do you all hear a strange sound?" Someone with sharp eyes quickly pointed toward the sky and shouted in shock, "Up there, look at that swarm of bees flying toward us." The crowd turned pale with fear and exclaimed in unison, "Isn't that the legendary golden-haired bee king? Why would such a dangerous, poisonous insect appear at the Tang Manor?" The crowd immediately became restless. Some rushed forward to shield Long and Tang Yin, while others retreated cautiously to protect Lady Tang Yin. "Oh, that is," Long hurriedly spoke up to stop them. "Everyone, please put your weapons away." He patted the shoulder of the person in front of him and explained gently, "It must be because of the new rules of the Tang family." The person was still uneasy, speaking with an urgent tone, "Young hero, get out of the way quickly. The golden-haired bee king is an extremely dangerous poisonous creature. Even a single sting is enough to kill a mortal." Long was pressured until his face turned bright red. It was hard for him to get the words out, so he just blurted, "Golden fur bee king." Realizing that explanation was a bit shaky, Xiao Long poured all his internal energy into it. His dantian gave a vibrating roar. "The golden fur bee king is a venomous insect I raised. Everyone please, calm down." The other man gaped in shock and asked, "Wait, what? You raised them?" As if to prove his point, a golden fur bee king swooped down and affectionately rubbed its head against Xiao Long's cheek. It chirped lovingly. Then one by one, the others swarmed over, circling Xiao Long as if paying homage. Xiao Long gently stroked them and asked in a soft voice, "Did you little ones come to find me? I guess it makes sense. I have been in seclusion for a while." He then warned them in a serious tone, "Hey, I'm warning you. You are not allowed to spit venom at our guests." The guy stood there, stunned, thinking to himself, he's actually treating these golden fur bee kings like little kids? The tense, heated atmosphere of the young martial artists suddenly deflated like a wet paper bag. After that bizarre interlude, the group followed Tang Yin into the reception hall. Judeho walked along, deep in thought. I really never expected this character to be the partner of Lady Tang Yin. Even though he's an outsider, he could pretty much be considered a son-in-law of the Tang family. Suddenly, noisy voices echoed from ahead. Zhuge Hao let out a puzzled huff. A large, burly man pointed at a glass jar and said loudly, "Wouldn't a poisonous bug like this be more fitting for the Tang family?" The girl next to him held up a gecko and countered, "What are you talking about?" "Look, it sparkles like jade." Zhuge Hao felt a headache coming on and muttered, "What now?" He quickly tugged at Xiao Long's sleeve and asked curiously, "Young Master Xiao Long, why are those martial artists surrounding such a strange creature?" Xiao Long glanced over and let out a soft ah. After hearing the gist of the story, he explained, "They've all been affected by the venomous pet craze." Zhuge Hao was even more confused and pressed. The venomous pet craze? Did they break some kind of sect rule? Xiao Long frowned and rubbed his chin in thought. You could say it's a rule violation. This actually started a few days ago. In the dark of night, Tang Yin stood by, pointing to a spot. "Feel your internal energy circulating and pushing outward." Xiao Long gestured wildly and asked excitedly, "Oh, is it like this?" Tang Yin shook her head and replied softly, "No, Xiao Long, that's not it." Suddenly, a frantic voice tore through the quiet night. "Young hero Xiao Long." Tang Jubai arrived with two subordinates. All three were bowing low, looking extremely distressed. Seeing this, Xiao Long asked curiously, "Senior Tang Jubai, what's the matter?" Tang Jubai hesitated, his voice trembling slightly. I am truly sorry. Young hero Xiao Long." He gathered his courage and continued, "More than half of the 4-spirit fish that we worked so hard to catch to feed the lake-bound serpent have." Xiao Long gasped and asked, "They're dead?" He sighed with sympathy. "Well, that's hard to avoid. The 4-spirit fish are very sensitive. If they get too startled, the mother fish might even devour their young." Tang Jiubai shook his head violently and dropped a bombshell. "No, those martial artists use them as bar snacks." Xiao Long thought he misheard and hurriedly scrubbed at his ear. Tang Jiubai emphasized it again. They had eaten them as bar snacks. Xiao Long was struck dumb, his mouth agape as he asked, "What? That's impossible. You're saying they ate the 4-spirit fish as bar snacks? Why would they eat them?" Tang Yin explained quietly. "The 3-squeak dish is a Henan specialty. They usually dip the live baby fish in sauce and eat them just like that." Xiao Long stood there like a statue, his face deathly pale. Tang Jiubai bowed once more, sincerely apologizing to the young hero. Tang Yin added, "Some of the guests are from Henan. In the Venom Pavilion, they said they missed the taste of home, so they just went ahead and ate them." Xiao Long stood blankly, screaming internally, The baby four-spirit fish I worked so hard to catch to feed the lake-bound serpent were eaten by this bunch. I can't. I can't let this continue. We have to treasure these creatures that need raising. With his youthful face still showing, he solemnly declared, because of this, from now on, every expert of the Tang family must bond with one type of venomous creature. Zhuge Ho, a wise and learned man, nodded in understanding. So that's why there's such a strong scent of venom here. Then he grew thoughtful, his gaze never leaving the boy beside him. He thought to himself, this kid has an extraordinary aura. He is definitely no ordinary person. In the quiet room, three figures stood tall like pillars. The deep and stoic Supreme Family head, the playful Xiao Long, and the thoughtful Zhuge Hao gathered around a stone table, the heavy atmosphere hanging over them. After hearing the whole story, the Supreme Family head let out a sigh of resignation. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Zhuge Hao let out a hearty laugh that echoed clearly, I knew it. As I had surmised, the mysterious young hero the Tang family had met at Hainan Island all those years ago is none other than young hero Wei Xiao Long here. The Supreme Family head stroked his beard, his smile deepening as he asked back, tell me, isn't our Xiao Longer the most priceless treasure of our Tang family? Xiao Long sat there like a statue, letting the two seniors heap praise upon him while thinking, mysterious? I'm still far from that level. The Golden Furby King truly opened my eyes. Zhuge Ho said, his voice dropping like a still pond, tinged with anxiety. But I still have one deep concern. That blood sect of demons is still nowhere to be found. Zhuge Ho sighed again, his tone heavy. We can't just stand by and watch that blood sect power continue to expand. The Supreme Family head gave Xiao Long a mysterious wink. Xiao Long, quickly, take out that treasure. Xiao Long obediently nodded. Yes. Zhuge Ho was left tangled in knots, not understanding what kind of performance the two were putting on. To add to the air of mystery, the Supreme Family head flicked his sleeve, and an arched barrier of light instantly covered the three of them, like an invisible protective dome. The Supreme Family head slowly explained, to prevent any walls have ears incidents, I have set up a sound barrier. Zhuge Ho exclaimed in surprise, a sound barrier? It seems this item has an extraordinary history. Xiao Long gently took out an exquisite porcelain bottle and placed it on the cold stone table. It is this. Zhuge Hao curiously picked up the bottle, shook it lightly, but still couldn't guess any clues. Zhuge Hao, still suspicious, asked what kind of divine object this was that required even a sound barrier to be used. The Supreme Family head answered leisurely. It is the power-dispelling venom. Zhuge Ho was confused again. If it were just ordinary poison, there would be no need to make such a big scene. The Grand Patriarch heard this and glanced at Xiao Long, his eyes filled with hidden meaning. Xiao Long understood and gave a slight nod. Zhuge Ho was shocked by Xiao Long's confirmation. But what if this type of dispersed qi poison only works to suppress the blood cult? Zhuge Ho was so startled he sprang from his chair, asking breathlessly, Is that true? Could such a miraculous poison really exist in this world? The Grand Patriarch laughed heartily and nodded in confirmation. Haha, that is exactly right. You are quite surprised, aren't you? Zhuge Hao frowned, his expression solemn. If that were truly the case, this would be a world-shaking discovery. The blood cultist remained unharmed, yet the toxicity was this potent. Zhuge Hao recalled what Tang Yin had told him. Continuing, he said, according to Taoist Tang Yin, this poison reduces the physical state of the victim to that of a mere mortal. Tang Yin had easily defeated a poisoned blood cult elder with a single strike. Hearing the Grand Patriarch recount everything, Zhuge Ho couldn't help but exclaim, a single strike. The power is truly equivalent to the legendary dispersed qi poison. Hearing the Grand Patriarch describe the miraculous process, Zhuge Ho was immensely grateful. My deepest thanks to Senior Poison God. I am truly ashamed. I never imagined such a brilliant strategy could exist. Zhuge Ho bowed ceremoniously with folded hands, expressing his respect. With this lethal trump card, the Alliance leader could surely sleep soundly at night. The Grand Patriarch couldn't hide his pride and laughed loudly. Haha, if you want to thank someone, it shouldn't be me, but this kid. Xiao Long is the one who discovered this treasure. The Grand Patriarch closed his eyes, his smile growing even more smug. This kid dared to use his own body to test the poison, infecting himself just to lure that blood cult elder into sucking his blood. Thanks to that, the elder had writhed between life and death for 10 whole days. Xiao Long scratched his head, feeling awkward under Zhuge Ho's showering praise. Ah, I didn't think I'd be held in such high regard. Suddenly, Zhuge Ho patted Xiao Long's shoulder, making him jump. Huh? Senior, you're too kind, Zhuge Ho said solemnly, his eyes firm. Young hero Wei, as long as you speak the word, I will do everything in my power to fulfill it. If you have any wish, I will certainly present it to the Alliance leader. Xiao Long pondered for a moment after hearing this, then spoke hesitantly. In that case, if I may be so bold, Xiao Long blushed, asking shyly, might I be able to receive some information regarding poisonous creatures? Zhuge Hao was stunned, completely caught off guard by the request. What did you say? Information on poisonous creatures, not martial arts manuals, miracle elixirs, or golden jewels. The Grand Patriarch beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud, his laughter echoing through the room. Zhuge Hao covered his mouth with his paper fan, thinking to himself that this was truly an eccentric individual. Throughout the long history of the martial world, this was likely the first time such a weirdo had appeared. Zhuge Hao didn't answer directly but asked another question. If that's the case, even if it's not the type of poison you wanted, would you be interested in the legendary mysterious lizard? Amidst the lonely mountain scenery, the sound of the stream gurgling like a melodious tune echoed constantly. Tian'er turned his head and respectfully reported, Uncle, it seems everyone is gathered. This is Gongjia Mountain, Sichuan. Tian'er had researched thoroughly. According to the ancient maps of their predecessors, the majestic waterfall and the towering turtle stone appeared in the distance. The peak of Gongjia Mountain was also visible. Zhuge Hao walked to the edge of the stream, gently touching the crystal-clear water. Feeling the water, as cold as melting ice, running through his fingers, Zhuge Hao sighed. Indeed, it is water from 10,000-year-old glacial melt. It's bone-chillingly cold. Zhuge Hao then ordered everyone, let us rest here for a moment. Tian'er, be careful and follow me closely. Tian'er responded excitedly, Yes, uncle, the followers shouted in unison. Understood, Lord Zhuge Hao. Quick as a flash, Zhuge Hao exerted his top-tier lightness skill, his toes brushing the water's surface as he glided away like a passing breeze. Two figures, one after the other, moved swiftly toward the waterfall, plunging from the cliffside. Finally arriving, Zhuge Hao placed his hand against the damp rock wall, watching the rushing torrent. While observing the terrain, Zhuge Hao muttered as he passed the turtle stone. Going upstream past the waterfall on the cliff, you'll find a cave entrance hidden beside the fist-shaped rock. Tian'er cheered happily. It matches the ancient records perfectly. Locking eyes, their intentions aligned. Zhuge Hao instructed in a low voice, I will infiltrate the cave first, you follow closely behind. Tian'er received the order and bowed respectfully. Understood, uncle. Zhuge Hao stepped into the dark, gloomy cave with slow, heavy steps, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the chilling silence. His expression was unusually grave, as the slightest mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. When they reached a place where the scene suddenly brightened, Zhuge Hao pushed aside some vines. Upon looking inside, he let out a gasp of astonishment. It turned out there was a natural skylight above, with light streaming down from high above. He exhaled softly. It seems we have arrived at our destination. Tian'er couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined such a fairy-like scene was hidden within this gloomy cave. Indescribably wonderful. Zhuge Hao scanned his surroundings and concluded firmly, this place is indeed extremely suitable for spirit herbs to grow. He then carefully checked the area and shouted excitedly, Found it. Before their eyes appeared a small, deep green tree dotted with blood-red flowers. The spiritual energy was so dense it was refreshing just to breathe. This is the famous century-old snow ginseng, a type of spirit herb that absorbs cold essence. Tian'er was equally thrilled. Now all that's left is to trade this century-old snow ginseng for the Black River toad of the Nangong clan. Zhuge Hao nodded in agreement. Exactly. With this in hand, the Nangong clan Mrs. Terminal Illness should see improvement. In exchange, we will obtain a Black River toad that is over 200 years old. He sat down to admire the century-old snow ginseng and spoke leisurely. Then it's a deal. Zhuge Hao reached out to pick the herb. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air, causing him to freeze as if paralyzed. A strange object was rushing toward him at terrifying speed. He was horrified. Something had just shot out from a dark crevice in the rocks. The strange object was fast as lightning, darting toward his elbow. Tian'er asked anxiously, Uncle, are you hurt? Zhuge Hao watched the object move with lightning speed, leaving white snowflakes in its wake everywhere it passed. He quickly shouted a warning, I'm fine. Be careful. It moved with a terrifying, unnatural speed. Tian'er stared at the snowflakes thickening inside the cave as that mysterious entity launched another attack toward Zhuge Hao. He hurriedly raised his fan to defend himself, his brow furrowing as he stared at the fan in his hand. The fan is already covered in a thin layer of ice. Zhuge Hao suspected it was some kind of cold, sinister poison. Tian'er asked, his voice trembling as he stepped closer. Uncle, what the hell was that thing? He remained silent, quickly sifting through his memories before slowly uttering two words, gecko. Tianer cried out in shock. What? Zhuge Hao recalled the creature's bizarre, shimmering, greenish-yellow appearance and slowly explained. It was a green gecko. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but exclaim. A green gecko? He thought to himself. A creature that is naturally green, isn't that an incredibly rare species? The Supreme Clan head asked curiously. Geckos are usually harmless, so what's the big deal? Xiao Long's eyes lit up like floodlights, and he even started drooling, a look of extreme obsession spreading across his face as he laughed. Ha ha! It's nothing. He whispered under his breath. A gecko with poison in its eyes. This is a peerless treasure. The Supreme Clan head forced a smile. Haha, I don't quite understand what you mean, fellow Taoist, but let's just go with that. Zhuge Hao chuckled dryly, thinking to himself. What a peculiar character he is. He then kindly offered, if I hear any news about other poisonous creatures, I'll be sure to inform you first. Xiao Long's eyes sparkled like stars and he fawned, wow, thank you, brother. The Supreme Clan head could only offer a helpless, awkward laugh. The next day, father-in-law finally returned. As soon as he pushed the door open, his booming voice echoed throughout the room. The good son-in-law saw that everyone was gathered in the hall, seemingly discussing something important. Xiao Long turned around and hurriedly replied, yes, father-in-law. Tang Yin'er also greeted her father gently. He rushed forward, looking him over from head to toe, checking his face and limbs, and asked anxiously, is my son-in-law in good health? His face was squished from the prodding, but he managed to reply, yes, I am fine, father-in-law. Then, Xiao Long held up his arms, which were covered in snake bites, and said a bit dramatically, I finally woke up after 10 days of being unconscious, and while my arms are left with these ugly scars, at least I managed to save my own neck. The clan head was furious upon seeing this, huffing and puffing as he cursed loudly. What is the meaning of this? That blood cult bunch, suddenly remembering something, he shut his mouth and quickly turned to his daughter. Tang Yin'er, my girl, are you all right? With sweat beading on her face, Tang Yin'er hurriedly reassured him, Father, please calm down. Then she happily announced the good news, I am safe and sound. Brother Xiao Long saved my life and the lives of our whole family. The Supreme Clan head chimed in. That's right. Son-in-law Xiao Long performed a great service. He added, when he defeated that elder, what was it he said again? I am your natural enemy, right? Tang Yin'er hurriedly corrected him. It was me who said that. Xiao Long blushed, embarrassed. It was just a stroke of luck that my plan worked, that's all. Ha ha ha. And thanks to that, we accidentally discovered a fatal weakness of the blood cult. 2. Only then did Zhuge Hao slowly speak up. Tang Taishan, I've been here the whole time, you know. The clan head finally noticed Zhuge Hao and asked, oh, are you doing well, brother? The two friends greeted each other warmly, though the clan head's tone held a hint of playful reproach. Ever since you got that high-ranking position, you've become so distant. I guess I shouldn't expect to see your face unless something major happens. Zhuge Hao smiled bitterly. My apologies. Oh, is that so? Then I truly am sorry, brother. Seeing this, Tang Yin'er explained to Xiao Long from the side. The two elders have been best friends since they were struggling in their youth. Xiao Long's jaw dropped in surprise. Oh, so that's how it is, he thought to himself. I'm speechless. Zhuge Hao patted the clan head's shoulder. Come on, let's sit down. We have a lot of serious matters to discuss regarding that blood cult. The clan head laughed heartily. You're right, brother. The Tang sect elder waved his sleeve with an imposing air. Let's settle down, both of you. I want to hear the full story. Xiao Long bowed his head respectfully and replied, as you wish, father-in-law. Once everyone was settled, the Tang Clan head turned his gaze to Zhuge Hao and asked slowly, so, what exactly is the situation with the spy? Hearing the word spy, Xiao Long was startled and quickly asked, a spy? A series of guesses raced through his mind. Could it be a secret agent? You mean some moles have infiltrated this place? The clan head glanced at him sideways without answering, as if he had more important things to deal with. Those blood cult demons broke into the Tang sect for one purpose. The secret manual of the blood hand poison claw, right? The clan head questioned sternly. Xiao Long hurriedly replied, reporting to father-in-law, that is correct. Those people seemed absolutely obsessed with that manual. Who on earth is the vermin that dared to leak the secret of the blood hand poison claw to those blood cult heretics and even had the nerve to claim it was hidden in the Sichuan Tang sect? Xiao Long jumped up, terrified, and exclaimed, this is too serious. Could it be that someone within our own clan or among the Tang sect disciples is colluding with the blood cult and betraying the sect? The tension in the room suddenly evaporated. Everyone stared at him, looking completely bewildered. Zhuge Hao put an arm around the person next to him, laughing as he teased Tang Tishan. Looks like you need to give your dim-witted son-in-law a good lesson. It's understandable that he's a bit slow since he's still a guest here. The Tang Clan head could only stroke his long white beard and force a smile to save face. Xiao Long froze on the spot, rigid as a board, screaming internally. Am I the only alien here? Tang Yin'er gently explained, breaking the awkward silence. Xiao Long, in our Tang Clan, it is absolutely impossible for there to be a mole. Still doubtful, Xiao Long hurriedly asked. Is that really true? The Tang Clan had finally explained in detail. Even when hiring a simple servant, we investigate their family tree back 3 generations. If we don't find any issues, we then bring their entire family into the Tang sect. He affirmed with certainty, noting that since their wives and children were all bound to the Tang sect, how could anyone possibly dare to act as a spy for outsiders? Xiao Long felt like rolling his eyes, thinking, they control people to such a perverted degree? If the security was this tight and information was still leaked, his whole body suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Then, who on earth is that cursed snake? The scene shifts to another place, where a woman is being choked by Chu Trong Hak, lifted into the air like a chick. Her face is contorted in a painful struggle for breath, saliva constantly spilling from her mouth, her bloodshot eyes pleading for mercy. Chu Trong Hak grinds his teeth, his gaze burning with hatred as he stares at his opponent. The truth is out now. So, you were actually a spy for the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhu Gehao raises an eyebrow slightly and says in a deep voice, within the Martial Arts Alliance, you can count on one hand those who know about this. It seems the clan leader has caught the right traitor. As things draw to a close at the gates of the Tang Clan, an uninvited guest appears, shattering the existing silence. The man holds his head high, shouting arrogantly at the guards, I've arrived at the gate. Traveling all the way from far-off Hebei to the entrance of the Tang Clan without even using light-foot martial arts, he certainly has peculiar tastes. Interesting. As soon as he finishes speaking, he slams a fist hard against his chest, creating a deep, thunderous sound, showing off his rock-hard, bulging muscles. He proudly declares, his voice echoing everywhere, go quickly and report to the Tang Clan leader. Peng Muin, clan leader of the Peng family, has arrived to pay his respects. He punches his chest, laughs boisterously, and demands the guards inform their leader. Peng Muin of the Peng family is here. A signal arrow is fired into the sky. Seeing the signal, Xiao Long and Tang Yin'er hurry toward the main gate, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone is surprised, curious about what is happening. Can we go outside to welcome them? Xiao Long asks. Tang Yin'er turns back, smiling gently as she explains, Father and the elders are discussing important matters. Her eyes shine with trust. Then she says somewhat shyly, you are the future son-in-law of the Tang Clan, so be a bit more confident. Hearing this, Xiao Long cannot help but feel a little anxious. Xiao Long reaches the main gate, smiling as he opens it, thinking it must be a guest from another family, nothing to be afraid of. But unlike him, the guard next to him is pale with fear. As the gate opens, Xiao Long comes face to face with Peng Muin and his subordinates, all of them staring at him with stern expressions, making Xiao Long shudder. Peng Muin appears surprised and somewhat confused. He rests his hands on his hips and instinctively smiles when he sees Tang Yin'er. She bows, respectfully greeting the head of the Peng family. Haha, it's been a while. Peng Muin laughs and says, the last time I saw you, you were still a little girl. You've grown so much now. I almost didn't recognize you. Tang Yin'er closes her eyes slightly, smiling awkwardly. That was from a year ago, wasn't it? Realizing how much time has passed, Peng Muin's gaze becomes serious again as he turns his attention to Xiao Long. And who is this young lad? Feeling the gaze of the Peng clan leader, Xiao Long is drenched in sweat. Seeing his soaked appearance, Tang Yin'er is also somewhat flustered. Xiao Long quickly greets Peng Muin, introducing himself. I am Xiao Long, the son-in-law of the Tang clan. Peng Muin stares at the young man, stroking his chin in deep thought. Suddenly, he pinches Xiao Long's cheek and curiously asks, you're Tang Yin'er's fiancé? Taken by surprise, Xiao Long panics, not knowing what to do. Tang Yin'er covers her mouth with her hand, smiling and nodding. Immediately, Peng Muin's gaze becomes sharp. Xiao Long starts sweating again, looking away anxiously. Peng Muin's attention is entirely focused on him. He moves his hand down towards Xiao Long's chin. Xiao Long's face turned as red as a tomato. Opposite him, Tang Yin stood frozen in shock, her mouth agape. Peng Muin laughed heartily, explaining, I was wondering if you were too young, but it seems the energy down there is already that of a real man. Xiao Long panted, looking bewildered at Peng Muin before turning to Tang Yin, completely lost as to what just happened. Peng Muin placed a hand on Xiao Long's head, gave a thumbs up, and smiled confidently. Not bad. In a few years, this kid will definitely be extraordinary. Tang Yin blushed furiously and quickly turned away, covering her face. She suddenly remembered that the Peng family didn't care much for trivialities or tedious etiquette, which is why their head had such a unique way of evaluating people. Peng Muin put his arm around Xiao Long's shoulder and smiled. His subordinates also stared at the boy in astonishment, secretly thinking he was quite a character. One guy even rested his chin on his hand, leaning down to curiously peek at the boy's private area. Xiao Long's eyes were filled with confusion. He looked away, feeling a bit disheartened, but then told himself that perhaps this was just their style, a form of acknowledgement between men. Thinking this, he turned toward Peng Muin, his eyes brightening with joy, and smiled to thank him for the compliment. Peng Muin burst into laughter, thinking to himself that this kid was truly unlike the useless, pampered sons of other prestigious clans. He slapped Xiao Long hard on the back and introduced himself. "I am Peng Muin, the head of the Peng family." The pat was so forceful, it nearly made Xiao Long jump. "Return the gesture. Welcome the guests to the Tang sect." As they chatted, Tang Yin stood to the side, just sweating nervously. "Head of the Peng family, I have a question." Tang Yin spoke up, drawing Peng Muin's attention. He turned to her, curious. "Oh, what is it?" Her eyes widened with curiosity. "You all traveled from so far away to support the Tang sect, but how could you have arrived so quickly?" Hearing this, Peng Muin's expression turned serious. The truth was, they hadn't come to help. He asked back, "Is the Tang sect in some kind of trouble?" Looking surprised, he scanned Xiao Long from head to toe and asked, "What happened?" Beads of sweat appeared on Tang Yin's forehead. She couldn't help but feel flustered by Peng Muin's sudden appearance. Seeing her expression, Xiao Long became equally confused. A while later, when the group returned to the manor, Peng Muin was taken aback to hear about the appearance of the blood sect. After settling at the tea table and things had calmed down, Tang Yin announced that the blood sect members had been completely wiped out. Peng Muin rested his chin on his hand, observing her intently before sighing softly. He felt a bit frustrated inside, blaming himself for not arriving sooner. Sitting next to them, Zhuge just smiled silently. The clan head broke the silence, wondering what had brought brother Peng here. Peng Muin seemed to snap out of it, turning to the clan head and confessing, "I was so caught up in Tang Yin's story about the blood sect that I forgot the main reason for my visit. Actually, I came today hoping the Tang family could help me with something." Hearing this, both Tang Yin and Xiao Long turned their eyes toward him. The clan head also looked surprised and curious, asking, "Please, brother Peng, speak plainly." He raised a hand to cover his mouth, gestured toward the door, and spoke sternly, signaling his subordinate, "Bring the little one in to meet the elders." Zhuge also became curious, his eyes never leaving Peng Muin. The main hall doors swung open, and one of Peng Muin's subordinates with bright, piercing eyes strode in. Tang Yin instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, shocked to realize there was a child on the man's back. Xiao Long was also tense and sweating, his eyes fixed on the man. The man approached the table, reached behind his cloak, and said, "Young miss, go down and pay your respects to the elders of the Sichuan Tang sect." Immediately, a sleepy voice came from behind his back. "I'm still sleepy." The scene left Xiao Long stunned, his mouth hanging open, unable to speak. Tang Yin couldn't hide her shock either. From behind the man, a little girl dressed in white climbed down, still holding a lollipop in her mouth. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixed on the adorable little girl. She politely greeted the elders and introduced herself. "I am Peng Yingying." Then she continued eating a cookie. Peng Muin hugged his daughter affectionately and happily introduced her to everyone. "This is my little daughter." The introduction left both Xiao Long and Tang Yin stunned. Tang Yin's eyes went wide in amazement, thinking that father and daughter looked exactly alike, while Xiao Long still sat with his jaw dropped. Seeing this, Peng Muin couldn't help but laugh, explaining, "Because we look so much alike, everyone has the same reaction." He patted his daughter's head, his voice turning somber. "The reason I came to the Tang sect this time is because of her." While the girl was still busy eating her cookie, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "My little girl hasn't been in good health lately, so I hope the Tang clan head can take a look." The clan head turned serious and asked, "Brother Peng, do you mean your daughter is sick?" Xiao Long's eyes immediately locked onto the girl. He couldn't help but be surprised that such a lively child was ill. Observing her more closely, he felt as if he sensed a strange energy radiating from her body. That night, Xiao Long tossed and turned in bed, ignoring the small centipedes crawling around him. He had clearly heard the symptoms of Peng Yingying and carefully considered them, but still couldn't find the cause. He closed his eyes, subconsciously stroking a small centipede. He recalled the conversation from a few hours ago, when Yingying sat on a chair, and everyone watched with grave expressions. Peng Muin had explained that his daughter occasionally had trouble breathing, Red rashes would appear on her body, and she would even lose consciousness at times, but just a moment later, she would wake up as if nothing had happened. His face was full of anger and helplessness. I have searched everywhere, even inviting disciples of the medicine sect to examine her, but they all said she was perfectly healthy. Some even said something ridiculous, which almost got them beaten to death by me. What was that ridiculous thing? The clan had asked. Pang Muin replied, they suspected someone intentionally poisoned her. But within my Pang family, there couldn't possibly be such a person. Xiao Long's eyes went wide with surprise, while Tang Yin's expression hardened. After checking Yingying's pulse, the clan head stood up and concluded it was poisoning, and very likely an internal matter within the Pang family. Pang Muin was stunned and panicked, vehemently denying it, swearing that no one in his clan would commit such a heinous act. He held his head, deciding he didn't want to talk about it anymore because he couldn't bear to suspect his own family. Zhu Hao nodded in agreement. Nothing is certain yet, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Poisoning isn't always caused by someone else's intentional harm. The clan head's gaze remained on the little girl, who was busy eating her cookie. He decided to arrange a private courtyard in the guest house, asking them to stay temporarily so he could observe her condition further to determine if it was poisoning or a strange disease. With a look of gratitude, Pang Muin thanked the clan head, agreeing to leave his daughter in his care for a while. Back in the present, images of the little girl constantly eating sweets flashed through Wei Xiaolong's mind. No matter how he looked at it, these symptoms strongly resembled heat rash caused by excessive sugar consumption. He realized that sugar seemed to be building up abnormally within her body. He sat up abruptly, lost in thought. Does this condition cause rashes? If there were such clear symptoms, it should have been easier to identify. Just then, there was a frantic knocking at the door. His eyes widened in surprise, and a panicked voice called out, something terrible has happened. Wei Xiaolong hurried to open the door, asking curiously, what's the problem? The maid replied anxiously, young Miss Pang Yingying has fainted. Hearing this, Wei Xiaolong was shocked. He quickly grabbed his coat and rushed to the residence of Pang Muin and his daughter. Upon arriving, he saw Tang Yin and the Pang family's subordinates already there, all looking worried. Pang Yingying was unconscious, her face flushed red, and her breathing heavy as she lay in the arms of her panicked father. Tang Yin explained to him that the girl had suddenly collapsed while sitting in the pavilion. The clan head stated in a low voice, she fainted here too, so we can temporarily rule out the possibility of a snake spirit within the Pang family. Hearing this, Pang Muin clenched his fists, clearly overwhelmed and confused about what was happening. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to his own jaw, leaving the men standing behind him stunned. The punch was so strong that a tooth flew out. Pang Muin closed his eyes and offered a bitter smile. He blamed himself for even briefly doubting his own people. Now, he was certain that if Yingying fainted again, it must be for some other reason. Seeing this, one of his subordinates couldn't hold back his emotions and covered his face, sobbing. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaolong stood with his mouth agape, staring at the tooth that had just flown out of Pang Muin's mouth. The Pang family subordinates also began punching themselves in the face, tormented by their failure to protect the young miss, causing her to faint right before their eyes. They all felt deeply guilty. The clan head was shocked, speechless, and quickly signaled for them to stop. He clasped his hands together and loudly demanded everyone to calm down. Hearing his voice, the bruised men stopped and simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wei Xiaolong. He held up one finger, wearing a confident smile, and said there was a way to find the real cause of her illness and prove that everyone here was innocent, leaving no room for doubt. The eyes of Pang Muin and the clan head immediately focused on Wei Xiaolong, shining with curiosity. Wei Xiaolong sat down calmly beside Pang Muin and began to look him straight in the eye. Being stared at like that, Pang Muin opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wei Xiaolong then calmly explained that the first step was to remove all of young Miss Pang Yingying's clothing. As soon as he finished, both the clan head and Tang Yin froze like stone statues, while Pang Muin's eyes blazed with fury. The clan head was stunned by Wei Xiaolong's words, while Pang Muin glared at him, both confused and outraged, demanding to know what he had just said. As for Wei Xiaolong, he was baffled by their reaction. This was not what he had anticipated at all. He repeated that they should take off all of Yingying's clothes, but before he could finish, Pang Muin furiously grabbed him by the collar. Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but feel terrified, realizing Pang Muin was enraged because he thought he intended to harm his daughter. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Wei Xiaolong turned pale with fear and stammered, just wait a moment. Just then, a small centipede crawled out from Wei Xiaolong's clothes, staring aggressively at Pang Muin. Realizing the creature was ready to strike, Wei Xiaolong quickly ordered it to hide again. He felt Pang Muin's restraint beginning to vanish, and the situation was not looking good. The clan head was pale as a sheet, frantically intervening and explaining that his son-in-law must have a reason for saying that. Tang Yin also spoke up anxiously. Master Peng, at least listen to what Wei Xiaolong has to say. But the man's hand tightened around the poor boy's collar. Wei Xiaolong closed his eyes and gave a strange smile. Peng Muin glared at him, his anger still burning, but he was also confused. Tang Yin, despite her panic, tried to smooth things over by saying Wei Xiaolong was a good person. After a tense standoff, Peng Muin finally released Wei Xiaolong. This boy had dared to suggest touching his daughter's body, a young maiden not yet of age, so he decided to hear what reasonable explanation he could possibly have. As soon as he was released, Wei Xiaolong gasped for air, feeling somewhat relieved. He sat on the floor opposite Peng Muin, his tone serious. Sir, please calm down and listen to me until the end. Peng Muin crossed his arms and closed his eyes, signaling his willingness to trust him. Wei Xiaolong raised a finger and sincerely explained that he only meant to remove the young lady's current clothing and change her into something else. It was very likely that the cause of her fainting lay on the clothes or personal items she was wearing. Hearing this, Peng Muin was stunned. He stood frozen, realizing what a terrible misunderstanding this had been. He bowed his head, hands clenched into fists, ready to punish himself again for doubting the boy. Seeing this, Wei Xiaolong waved his hands frantically, urging him to calm down. He said it was perfectly understandable that he was shocked due to his daughter's condition. With a gentle smile, the Tang Clan head thanked Wei Xiaolong from the bottom of his heart for understanding his foolishness. Wei Xiaolong looked straight at Peng Muin and seriously explained, from now on the Tang family will be in charge of caring for the young miss. All contact with the Peng family will be restricted until further notice. Both the clan head and Tang Yin were a bit surprised. Peng Muin pointed at himself, confusedly asking if he was included in that. Wei Xiaolong nodded with a confident smile, because if she still showed the same symptoms under their care, it would prove the cause had nothing to do with the Peng family. This was a method called controlled environmental adjustment, a technique often used by those who keep venomous insects and amphibians. In his past life, Wei Xiaolong used to take his little chameleon out of its cage. He had wished the chameleon could talk to him, could tell him it needed a little more vitamin D in its food. If only those creatures could tell humans where they hurt, everything would be so much simpler, but that was impossible. Therefore, the keeper must systematically change environmental factors like housing and food to identify what is making the creature sick. Back in the present, Ying Ying was still lying motionless, her face flushed and her breathing labored. Wei Xiaolong planned to use this exact method to diagnose her. He wanted to completely reset her living environment and then gradually reintroduce the old factors to pinpoint the cause of the illness. They couldn't just sit still. Watching the little girl faint repeatedly without any clear cause, the patriarch stroked his beard, his face full of intrigue. He nodded, acknowledging that Xiao Long was right. With a little time, they would be able to find the root of her illness. He couldn't help but inwardly praise his son-in-law for such a brilliant idea. Xiao Long's eyes widened at the sudden praise, looking a bit startled. Meanwhile, Tang Yin'er gently closed her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Peng Muin had grasped the essence of Xiao Long's plan, his whole body trembling with emotion. He hugged his daughter tightly, his eyes brimming with tears, earnestly pleading with Xiao Long to take good care of her. A look of confidence flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. He placed a hand over his heart and smiled firmly. Master Ban, please, trust me. What no one knew was that he was used to taming countless strange creatures. Taking care of a little girl was nothing compared to that. The next morning, Ying Ying woke up with choked sobs, her eyes streaming with tears. Things didn't seem as easy as Xiao Long had thought. The little girl started crying loudly. Seeing this, he panicked, not knowing what to do, which only made Ying Ying cry even harder. Xiao Long could only pull at his hair, completely bewildered because she hadn't stopped crying since she woke up. Just then, Tang Yin'er and her mother-in-law were out gathering the necessary items to care for Ying Ying, leaving Xiao Long alone to deal with the fussy little girl. He approached the bed and asked anxiously, "Are you sleepy or hungry?" He really didn't know what to do, but minutes passed and the crying didn't stop. Xiao Long had to clasp his hands together in a plea, smiling bitterly as he asked, "Are you crying because Master Ban isn't here?" He pointed outside, rushing to explain, "Your father went to get medicine. He'll be back soon." Still teary-eyed, Ying Ying puffed out her cheeks and replied, "I want candy." Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat. Turns out she was making such a ruckus because she craved candy, not because she missed her father. Ying Ying burst into sobs again, saying her candy was all gone and now she was all alone. Xiao Long suddenly remembered, yesterday while changing Ying Ying's clothes, Tang Yin'er was surprised to discover the little girl had countless secret pockets on her clothes just for storing candy. With a gentle smile, he coaxed, "Be good, calm down now. You just woke up, you shouldn't eat candy right away. Eat some porridge first, and I'll make candy for you later. Hearing that, Yin Ying stopped crying and asked in surprise, Really? Will you really make candy for me? Xiao Long held up a finger to promise. If young Miss Ban finishes her porridge and listens well, I will make special candied haws just for you. Her eyes lit up, she closed them slightly and smiled sweetly, deciding to promise him. She clenched her small fist, determined that a member of the Ban family always keeps their word. If I break my promise, you can hit my face. Xiao Long bowed his head, inwardly lamenting, wondering how on earth this Ban family raised their children. In the middle of the day, hidden in a bush in a secluded corner of the estate, Pang Muan was secretly lurking. His heart was heavy with worry. In the distance, Ying Ying was playing with a bee. As Tang Yinner walked by, Pang Muan's eyes stung. He could only watch his daughter from afar. Because of the rule forbidding contact with the Ban family, he couldn't get close. Suddenly, Xiao Long spotted him, raised a hand to his mouth, and asked confusedly, What are you doing here? Hearing Xiao Long, Pang Muan jumped, alert and without a second of hesitation, grabbed Xiao Long and dragged him into the bushes, his eyes full of anxiety. How is Ying Ying? Taken by surprise, Xiao Long tumbled to the ground, eyes wide in bewilderment. He hurriedly sat up and replied, She's eating very well and is being very obedient. Hearing that his daughter was eating well, Pang Muan gasped in shock. Xiao Long revealed further, she even finished a whole plate of pork from the lower house. Pang Muan was stunned, unable to understand how Xiao Long managed to make her eat, but he simply replied, She ate it on her own. This only made Pang Muan more astonished and confused. Just then, a figure in a red dress appeared. Both men in the bushes fixed their eyes on the woman. It was Tang Yinner. She smiled gently and respectfully greeted the head of the Ban family. He replied with a grateful smile, thanking her for taking care of his daughter. Tang Yinner calmly said, Ying Ying is asking where big brother Xiao Long went. Hearing the words big brother, Pang Muan stiffened, a surge of fierce jealousy igniting within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Long was just a bit confused. Pang Muan's eyes blazed with rage. He hadn't even been able to have a proper conversation with his own daughter, yet she had become so close with this punk. Seeing the murderous expression on his face, Xiao Long was terrified, his jaw dropping. Since when has my daughter been calling you big brother? Pang Muan roared. Not waiting another second, Xiao Long gritted his teeth and bolted. Pang Muan held his head, nearly going crazy. Tang Yinner turned to Xiao Long and asked happily, Are you heading to the practice field again? The boy explained as he ran that after playing for a while with the Golden Queen bees, Ying Ying was much better behaved. He realized the bees seemed to have a real fondness for the little girl. A few minutes later, he arrived at the practice field. Ying Ying was happily playing with a bee, holding it in her arms and chirping a greeting to him. The bees began to swarm around her, one crawling on her head, another licking her cheek, making her giggle with ticklish delight. Xiao Long stood with his arms crossed, watching, a smile instinctively forming on his lips, remembering how quickly he and Ying Ying had bonded with these little creatures. Another bee climbed onto his head, and Xiao Long suddenly realized something. He recognized that these Golden Queen bees favored Ying Ying because she had spilled sugar syrup all over herself while eating sweets. Could they have mistaken her for food? He thought to himself. As for Ying Ying, knowing the bees liked her, she insisted on visiting them every day. Just then, the queen bee emerged from a hollow in the tree. Ying Ying was playing with the bees, then turned to Xiao Long, pointing at the tree with a radiant smile. The queen bee is over there. Xiao Long sat on a bench and smiled, responding, Don't ask the queen bee to play anymore, she's busy. The little girl obediently closed her eyes and nodded. In that moment, Xiao Long felt a strange sense of happiness. He thought to himself, perhaps this is what it feels like to have a little sister. It turned out that taking care of a child wasn't so bad after all. While lost in thought, he heard Ying Ying call out, Big brother, there's another bee. Hearing that, Xiao Long was startled, quickly putting his hand to his mouth, anxiously cautioning, Ying Ying, be careful. Some bees are very aggressive. Before he could finish, the little girl let out a shrill scream. She had been stung. Xiao Long panicked and lunged toward her, asking frantically, Are you okay? A small sting mark appeared on her hand. Xiao Long said with concern, You have to be more careful. Let's go to the pharmacy first. Ying Ying looked at the sting on her hand, appearing to be fine, but Xiao Long hurriedly grabbed her hand, determined to apply medicine just in case. Bee venom could be very dangerous sometimes. Ying Ying looked down and nodded sadly. At that very moment, Xiao Long noticed something wrong. Pang Ying Ying began to gasp for air, her face flushing red, and her whole body started trembling from the cold. In the blink of an eye, the little girl went limp and collapsed. Xiao Long reacted with lightning speed, catching her just before her small body could hit the ground. He was shaken, memories of Pang Muan's words flashing through his mind. The child had frequent trouble breathing, large red rashes, and even lost consciousness at times. He finally understood, and a spark of anger flared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, realizing the cause of Ying Ying's long-standing illness was anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction that occurs when the immune system overreacts. Usually, when toxins enter the body, the immune system attacks to eliminate the threat, causing localized inflammation. The body releases histamine to dilate blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to rush in and destroy the invaders. But the problem arises when the body overreacts to substances that are actually harmless. A massive, uncontrollable release of histamine causes blood vessels throughout the body to dilate suddenly, leading to a dangerous drop in blood pressure. At that point, oxygen cannot reach the brain and vital organs, causing them to shut down. In extreme cases, anaphylactic shock can be fatal. Without a second of hesitation, Xiao Long hoisted Ying Ying onto his back, his face set in a grim expression, and sprinted away with all his might. He knew they didn't have much time. As he ran, he whispered softly into her ear, "Ying Ying, hold on just a little longer." A few minutes later, thanks to his extraordinary movement techniques, Xiao Long arrived at the clan leader's estate. He shouted anxiously, "Father-in-law, Ying Ying has passed out." The doors burst open, and the clan leader stepped out. Peng Ying was now as red as a tomato, her breathing growing weaker by the second. Xiao Long held her carefully, his teeth clenched in worry. Shortly after, Peng Muin rushed out as well. Seeing his daughter unconscious, he asked frantically, "What happened?" Xiao Long quickly explained, "She is having severe difficulty breathing." Peng Muin tremblingly took his daughter, his eyes filled with terror. He immediately channeled his internal energy into her body to stabilize her circulation. The clan leader stood by in silent observation. Gradually, Ying Ying's breathing became steady, and the red rashes began to fade away. Within seconds, all the critical symptoms had vanished. Seeing this, Xiao Long finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, marveling at the wonders of internal energy. In modern medicine, to treat anaphylactic shock, one would need epinephrine, steroids, antihistamines, and perhaps even intubation. But in this world, internal energy seemed capable of solving everything. The clan leader's gaze was fixed on Ying Ying, his expression turning grave as he realized these symptoms were identical to the previous episodes. He turned to Xiao Long and asked, "You were with her. Did you see anything that could have caused this reaction?" Peng Muin also looked over, hopefully. "Xiao Long, do you know the cause?" Xiao Long sat up straight and nodded firmly. "I saw it very clearly." He confidently raised a finger to reveal that Ying Ying had collapsed immediately after being stung by a bee. Hearing this, both Peng Muin and the clan leader were so shocked their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe such a tiny bee could trigger such a severe reaction. The clan leader stroked his beard and thought, although rare, he had heard of people fainting after being stung by bees. However, this didn't explain the girl's previous fainting spells. Peng Muin agreed, noting that if it were just a bee sting, his daughter wouldn't have survived until now. He was confused. It seemed they still hadn't found the root of the problem. The clan leader sighed, and just as he was about to say they couldn't find any connection, Xiao Long suddenly smiled, closed his eyes, and nodded. "I have found the cause." The clan leader was stunned and asked again in disbelief, "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Long smiled confidently. "It was Ying Ying being stung by that bee that helped me discover the true cause." Peng Muin was so astonished he couldn't speak. He urged, "Quick, explain yourself clearly." Xiao Long nodded, preparing to give a detailed explanation. Beads of sweat appeared on Peng Muin's forehead out of anxiety, while the clan leader narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Xiao Long's gaze shifted to Ying Ying. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said something that left everyone stunned. "First, we must take off her clothes." As dusk fell, Tang Yinner closed the bedroom door. She turned back, her expression sincere as she confirmed that everything was exactly as Xiao Long had said. At first glance, the rashes on the girl's body weren't easy to spot, but upon closer inspection, one could see the old marks fading while new ones appeared. Standing behind her were Xiao Long with a bump on his head, along with the master of the house and Peng Muin. The master crossed his arms, a satisfied smile on his lips. As for Peng Muin, his eyes shone with joy, silently acknowledging that Xiao Long had been completely right. Just then, the mistress opened the door and entered, her serious gaze signaling everyone to keep quiet as the young lady hadn't woken up yet. Everyone nodded softly. Peng Muin cleared his throat with a cough. He admitted that everything was indeed as Xiao Long had stated. Besides the rashes, there were other telltale signs. Xiao Long, still sporting the bump on his head, quietly watched him with a look of heavy sorrow and confusion. Peng Muin asked why his daughter had been passing out all this time. "It's bee venom poisoning," Xiao Long insisted. Peng Muin furrowed his brows in confusion. He clearly remembered the master asserting that this wasn't the cause. Furthermore, how could a single bee sting go unnoticed? The Pang estate courtyard was paved with stone and had no flowers. Where would a bee come from? He demanded to know what evidence led Xiao Long to such a conclusion. Xiao Long silently admitted that Pang Muin had a point. A normal sting would be easy to spot. But he didn't doubt his assessment because her symptoms perfectly matched anaphylactic shock caused by bee venom. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his pupils glowing. In his mind, knowledge like a massive library filled with books on venomous creatures surfaced. His gaze became strangely serious. He knew he needed to find a creature with venom similar to a bee's, containing melatonin or peptides that cause swelling and breathing difficulties. His thoughts drifted to the forests of Hebei Province, China, with its temperate climate. Several venomous creatures appeared in his mind: the white-lipped pit viper, the Chinese scorpion, the Chinese red ant, and the red-chested ant. Xiao Long tapped his chin, deciding to rule out the snake and the scorpion. By now, Peng Muin and the master were both focused on him, their eyes full of confusion, not understanding what he was doing. He continued to visualize Ying eating sweets. He had to find an environment where she could be frequently attacked by such a creature. A realization struck him like a flash of lightning. Ying had a sweet tooth. He remembered she had a secret pocket hidden in her clothes to store her candies. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he found the key. He stated firmly, his voice resolute, "It is definitely bee venom. Please trust me." Tang Yin'er looked at him, her eyes still filled with bewilderment. Peng Muin was somewhat annoyed, reiterating that there wasn't a single bee in the entire Peng estate. Wei Xiao Long turned to them with a confident smile. Anyone from the Tang Clan would surely know that venom doesn't affect everyone the same way. For some, even a tiny amount can be fatal, while others can withstand 10 times that dose without a scratch. Pan Moon gaped, sweat breaking out despite not understanding what the boy was saying. The clan had reached out, his eyes filled with sincere agreement. Wei Xiao Long was right. The same toxin affects each person differently. Wei Xiao Long gestured as he explained further. As we have seen, Peng Ying is particularly sensitive to bee venom. Tang Yin and the others listened in silence, nodding along, Wei Xiao Long's eyes shining with confidence. Pointing to his own head, he said, "One thing is certain, she is extremely vulnerable to bee stings, but since there are no bees in the house, there is only one possibility left." Pan Muin watched the boy intently, sweat pooling on his forehead. Somewhere in the estate, a queen bee lay on the ground, looking tenderly at another bee beside her. The culprit was indeed a bee, but a very special kind. Night had fallen. A few hours later, Wei Xiao Long was squatting by some rocks. Tang Yin held a lantern to light up the surroundings, while behind them the clan heads stood watching the young man with suspicious eyes. "Are you sure it's here?" Pan Muin asked curiously. Wei Xiao Long smiled, his eyes glinting with confidence. "It's definitely here." "Hey, Tang Yin, could you bring the lantern a little closer?" Tang Yin nodded, curiously moving the light forward. Wei Xiao Long placed a candy on the ground. Before long, a few tiny ants crawled out from the rock crevices, swarming around the candy. Suddenly, one ant attacked another. The victim seemed to be crying out for help. Using a pair of tweezers, Wei Xiao Long snatched the aggressive ant up in a flash, his eyes resolute. This guy is the culprit. Pan Muin and the other clan heads immediately focused on the ant. They were shocked because the creature was clearly an ant, not a bee. "Take a close look, everyone," Wei Xiao Long said. "After all, this species of ant is a distant relative of the bee." Pan Muin squinted at the ant, still not understanding what Wei Xiao Long meant. A few seconds later, his and the other clan heads' eyes widened in horror. The little ant was acting extremely ferocious, and upon closer inspection, they saw it had a large stinger at the end of its body. They couldn't believe an ant could have such a huge stinger. The clan heads finally understood what Wei Xiao Long meant when he called them distant relatives. Meanwhile, Pan Muin just stood there, gaping in amazement. Wei Xiao Long's reveal that this creature, a distant relative of the bee, was what caused Peng Ying to pass out left them stunned. A true needle ant. Pan Muin's gaze was locked onto the ant, sweat trickling down his face. The other clan heads were equally dumbfounded. It turned out this was the real culprit behind Peng Ying's condition. This creature belongs to the order Hymenoptera, known as the Asian needle ant or Pachycondyla chinensis. Many would wonder what an ant has to do with a stinger. It's simple. This needle ant evolved from the same ancestor as bees. This means they retain many similar traits, including venom. In fact, studies have shown that people who go into anaphylactic shock from needle ant venom tend to react similarly to bee venom. As Wei Xiao Long held the ant up with the tweezers, it became even more aggressive. He pointed at it and smiled. "I don't believe this ant intentionally targeted Peng Ying. It probably appeared to hunt the demonic beasts that infiltrated the Tang estate, as the needle ant's main food source is other demonic creatures." They remembered how, after she was stung, one of the Pan family members had carefully examined the wound. It looked like a common rash, so they couldn't identify what had bitten her. When Pang Yingying woke up, she just thought it was a minor scratch. Pan Miwen stood there with his mouth wide open. Now that everything was clear, no one could have suspected Pang Yingying would collapse because of such a small and insignificant creature. Looking curious, he turned to the Tang Clan head and asked, "So, can you brew an antidote?" "I have an antidote for bee venom, but for cases where the body is extremely sensitive to toxins like Pang Yingying's, regular medicine won't be effective." Hearing this, Pan Miwen went silent. The clan head continued, "But knowing the cause is already a huge step forward. At least now we can take precautions before she has another episode." Pan Miwen gritted his teeth in frustration, but then sighed helplessly. He turned to look at Wei Xiao Long and smiled sincerely. "Thank you." Wei Xiao Long nodded happily. "You're very welcome." With a confident look, he continued, "Don't worry, clan head Pan. There is still a way to treat Peng Yingying. It might take some time, but it's definitely possible." Hearing this, all the clan heads were startled. Pan Miwen quickly reached out. "What way? Tell me quickly." Wei Xiao Long scratched his cheek and replied calmly, "It's a method called desensitization." Tang Yin's attention was immediately fixed on him. She didn't understand what her husband was thinking. Wei Xiao Long began to explain. Pan Miwen listened, still confused, and asked back, "So, do we have to undress Peng Yingying again?" Wei Xiao Long broke into a sweat and quickly explained, No, that's not it. This is a medical treatment, where we inject a small amount of venom into the patient's body over time. This will gradually reduce the body's sensitivity to the toxin. So, this process will take a little while." Behind him, Tang Yin glared at him furiously, ready to teach him a lesson. "I'm sure that once the treatment is complete, Peng Yingying will no longer pass out from the venom," Wei Xiaolong asserted. The Tang Clan head crossed his arms, looking surprised but also full of approval. He realized Wei Xiaolong's method was completely feasible. Even at the Tang Clan, they had similar techniques introducing toxins into the body gradually to build resistance. Pan Miwen clenched his fists and asked again, "After the treatment, will Peng Yingying truly be okay?" The Tang Clan head smiled and nodded. "It will take a long time, but it's entirely possible." Hearing that, a radiant smile appeared on Pan Miwen's face. He closed his eyes and patted Wei Xiao Long on the back hard. Thank you for saving my daughter." Taken by surprise, Wei Xiao Long could only scratch his head in embarrassment. The sight made the clan head and Tang Yin laugh. Pan Muwen's eyes sparkled as he gripped Wei Xiao Long's shoulder, his voice filled with excitement. "Having received such a great favor, I cannot let things pass so simply. What do you want?" he asked. "Whatever it is, just say the word and I will grant it." Wei Xiao Long felt suddenly awkward, sweat beading on his forehead. He thought to himself, "People in this world are truly strange. Every time you help them, they immediately promise grand rewards with such grateful looks." Wei Xiao Long quickly clasped his hands together. "Clan head Pan, Peng Yingying is like a little sister to me. How could I ever hope for a reward?" Pan Miwen burst out laughing and patted him on the back once more. "Speak up. I'm not one for formalities, so just say what's on your mind." The slap was so powerful that Xiao Long let out a sharp yelp of pain. He knew that if he didn't say something right now, he might actually die from this man's overwhelming enthusiasm. Just then, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but drool. He immediately asked, "So, Master Pang, could you perhaps join me to go visit a certain mountain?" Pang Muwen was left dazed by the request. The very next day, Pang Muwen, Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and Tang Yin'er arrived at Mount Gongga in Sichuan. Everyone was left speechless by the sheer majesty of the waterfall, a sight none of them had ever witnessed before. Pang Muwen smiled in appreciation. "Truly a magnificent mountain." Xiao Long smiled back and replied, "I heard there's a stunning rock wall here, too." Tang Yin'er stepped closer, her eyes locked on the cascading water, and smiled in acknowledgement. According to the general, this must be the place. Xiao Long confidently thought she was right. This was the waterfall and the cliff wall he had mentioned, but the problem was how to get into the cave hidden behind the falling water. Hearing his dilemma, a sudden idea flashed through Pang Muwen's mind. He suddenly remembered Xiao Long saying he had only just begun learning footwork, so he surely didn't know the three swallows leaping technique, the art of walking on water. "What's that?" Xiao Long asked curiously. Pang Muwen gave a slight smile, but it quickly faded, replaced by a mischievous glint in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Long by the collar, hoisted him into the air, and said, "Explaining is too much work. I'll just teach you by doing." Xiao Long's eyes widened in terror, and sweat poured off him like rain. On the sidelines, Tang Yin'er gasped and covered her mouth in shock. With all his might, Pang Muwen hurled Xiao Long straight toward the waterfall. Tang Yin'er screamed in alarm. Xiao Long landed near the waterfall, and before he could even recover his senses, Pang Muwen was standing right in front of him. He put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Not bad. Your reflexes are pretty quick. Xiao Long collapsed to his knees, secretly cursing that this guy was a total madman. Tang Yinner rushed over, worried, and asked if he was all right. She helped Xiao Long sit up, and when she looked ahead, she realized there was what looked like an entrance to a cave hidden behind the white veil of water. Xiao Long was also amazed, an entrance hidden behind a waterfall. Truly mysterious. Pang Muen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He decided it was time to see what was inside. A few minutes later, the whole group entered the cave. The scene inside left both Xiao Long and Tang Yinner stunned. There was a very strange atmosphere. He admitted it out loud, and Tang Yinner, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Before them were small rocks covered in glowing crystals, yet all the surrounding plants were withered and dry. The inside of the cave was completely different from what they had imagined. Xiao Long sat down beside the crystals, observing them carefully. The ground was carpeted with countless unknown flowers, all blooming in a vibrant display. It was mysterious and indescribably strange, like another world, a paradise. As Pang Muen and the others walked around, Xiao Long's eyes drifted back to the dead plants. To him, this place didn't look like paradise at all. It felt more like hell. Tang Yinner, walking behind him, also commented, "Even though light shines through the hole in the ceiling, none of the plants are blooming. On the contrary, everything is withered and dying." Pang Muen concluded that a spirit beast was altering the environment around it. He focused on the rocks, noticing a chilling aura radiating from the central boulder. Pang Muen gripped his sword and ordered in a low voice, "Everyone, stay behind me." Then, he cautiously stepped toward the rocks. A cold, frigid blast hit him, making him sense the danger, and his expression turned grave. At that very moment, a powerful roar echoed from deep within. Xiao Long and Tang Yinner were startled. Pang Muen immediately drew his sword, his gaze sharp. "Alert! It's right in front of us. Don't move from your positions." Contrary to the tension everyone else felt, Xiao Long's eyes brightened with excitement. To him, that roar was absolutely amazing. From the rock crevice, a creature with glowing eyes slithered out, stared at the boy, and roared again. Xiao Long was so shocked his mouth hung open. It was a giant fat-tailed gecko. The creature advanced toward them, the cold aura radiating from its body growing thicker by the second. It was about a meter long, with small, round, golden eyes and a short, chubby tail. Xiao Long instinctively touched his cheek, his eyes overflowing with affection. The gecko was so cute that he almost lost his composure. Tang Yinner also covered her mouth to hide a laugh and whispered, "This green lizard is actually quite beautiful." Hearing that, Xiao Long clenched his fist, unable to hide his smile. He knew she had the eye to recognize its true value. Meanwhile, Pang Muen was breaking into a cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth as he realized something. Right then, another roar echoed from deep inside. "There's another one," he warned, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but wonder if they were a pair. He was so excited that steam seemed to be rising from his nose, his imagination running wild with the possibility of them breeding. He quickly turned to Pang Muen and said that they must capture both of them alive at any cost. The gecko outside glared at Xiao Long with killing intent, the chill from its body growing ever more intense. Deep in the crevice, the other gecko seemed to be injured. Tang Yinner turned to ask him if he was okay. Xiao Long's eyes turned serious, all his attention focused on the inner chamber. He had caught a glimpse of a faint light, but he was sure of one thing. His eyes were glued to the gecko inside, his voice full of worry. "I think it might not be breathing anymore." The outer gecko roared angrily again, refusing to budge from the entrance. Xiao Long decided to leave the watch to Captain Gu Fei. If anything happened, he was to report it immediately. Gu Fei, hiding nearby, gave an awkward smile and replied, "Count on me. If it does anything unusual, I'll report it right away." With that, Xiao Long led everyone out of the cave, deciding to retreat for the time being. As night fell, they lit a campfire near the waterfall. Tang Yinner and Pang Muen watched Xiao Long standing deep in thought near the cave entrance. They knew nothing about the behavior of this species, and reckless actions could harm the creature that was already injured. While the centipedes were playfully curling around Tang Yinner, she tucked her hair back and gently called him over for dinner. In that moment, Xiao Long couldn't help but imagine Tang Yinner as his wife, preparing dinner for him. He blushed, feeling incredibly sweet. By the campfire, Pang Muen sat on a log and asked curiously, "Any progress?" Xiao Long sat beside Tang Yinner, pondered for a moment, and replied, "The gecko inside hasn't moved at all." Pang Muen continued, his gaze serious. "When I checked, it didn't budge either, not even an inch. A living creature has to eat something eventually, right?" Xiao Long's gaze remained fixed on the fire. He found it very strange. Geckos or lizards would usually go a few days without eating when stressed, especially for fat-tailed geckos. They store energy in their thick tails. If it hasn't been eating, it's likely just surviving off that stored energy. The time had come for them to make a decision. With a serious expression, Xiao Long suggested they should go and check on the gecko that wasn't moving. Peng Muwen couldn't help but laugh, thinking they were finally going to take action. But Xiao Long quickly clarified, "We're not catching it. I believe we need to check if it's injured. If it's hungry, it might be willing to eat something. I want Elder Ban to lure the guarding gecko out." Hearing this, Peng Muwen looked a bit surprised. Flexing his bulging biceps with a hearty laugh, he said, "Wouldn't it be easier to just take it down in one strike? That way, we could catch both of them." Xiao Long broke into a cold sweat, knowing for sure the gecko would die on the spot if it took a hit like that. He smiled awkwardly. "If you take action, Elder Ban, I'm afraid it might die immediately." Peng Muwen laughed out loud. Admitting the boy was right, he patted Xiao Long's back hard, saying it was understandable for a scholar who spent his days buried in books to be overwhelmed by his strength. He nodded. "So the plan is to subdue it gently. That's the best way." Xiao Long replied. Using a tree branch, Xiao Long started drawing the plan on the ground. First, Peng Muwen would lure the healthy gecko out. Meanwhile, he and Tang Yin would go in to check on the injured one. Tang Yin tossed a few stones to the ground and added, "The poison squad can block the path to provide cover for you too. I think this is the most reasonable approach." Peng Muwen smiled and asked, "Is there anything else I need to look out for?" "Just make sure it doesn't climb over the wall to get to our side." "Got it." Peng Muwen punched his chest, his eyes burning with intensity. "My body's been itching for a fight." With that, he charged toward the cave. "Family head, slow down." Xiao Long called out in a panic. A faint smile appeared on the faces of Tang Yin and Xiao Long. He knew that if the gecko was truly sick, it probably didn't have much time left. With his sword slung over his shoulder, Peng Muwen entered the cave with Xiao Long and the others. Seeing them return, the gecko growled, its eyes flashing with anger. "Family head, you can start now." Xiao Long brought his hand to his mouth, whispering a signal. Hearing that, an excited grin appeared on Peng Muwen's face. He drew his sword, channeling his internal energy into it until the blade glowed brightly. His subordinates also drew their weapons in unison and began moving toward the rocks. Seeing the opponents preparing to attack, the gecko let out a loud roar and lunged with all its might. Fortunately, Peng Muwen reacted in time, blocking the strike with his sword. The gecko lashed its tail hard against the blade. The force of the collision made him smile in admiration. He couldn't believe such a small creature had enough strength to face a top-tier warrior of the Ban clan. The creature backed off to gain momentum and attacked again. Seeing this, Peng Muwen grew even more excited, his eyes lighting up. He swung his sword to deflect the gecko's attack, leaving it somewhat confused. "Now's our chance," Peng Muwen shouted. In a flash, his men surrounded the cornered creature. It roared in anger. Seeing the tense scene, Xiao Long was a bit scared, but Tang Yin grabbed his shoulder and whispered, "Let's move quickly." A moment later, they moved away from the combat zone to the rocks where the sick gecko was lying. "Is that creature actually hurt?" Tang Yin asked anxiously. "It seems so," Xiao Long replied, eyes wide as he observed it. He noticed the base of its tail had become necrotic due to an incomplete molt. It hadn't finished shedding, and now its eyes were clouded over. "What should we do now?" Tang Yin asked, curious. Leaning against the rock, Xiao Long explained, "We have to treat it right away." Seeing there was no medicine here, he smiled confidently and decided, "I'll peel the rest of it off for her." Hearing this, Tang Yin looked a bit flustered, her eyes filled with reproach. "You seem to really love peeling things off lately, don't you?" Xiao Long blushed like a tomato, but he knew this was the only way. As he took a step forward, the injured gecko stirred awake. He reached out toward it, gently explaining, "I'm going to heal you. Stay still, okay?" The gecko softly closed its eyes. Xiao Long picked it up, secretly amazed because, just like with the queen bee, it seemed to understand his words. He explained to Tang Yin that these creatures shed their skin just like snakes. However, wild geckos usually eat their own shed skin, so it's very hard to find any traces of it. Tang Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao Long placed the gecko on the rock and pulled out a kunai. Realizing the skin was very tough and couldn't be removed with bare hands, he started the work with the help of the small blade. "It looks like a gemstone," Tang Yin exclaimed in wonder. Xiao Long used the kunai to make a small incision in the old skin, revealing the beautiful, shiny new skin underneath. He gently peeled the skin off the gecko's legs like a pair of gloves. Tang Yin pointed at it, unable to hide her excitement. Xiao Long knew she couldn't resist. Even back when he was a YouTuber, peeling videos were always super popular. Now, only the head and tail remained. Xiao Long acted with extreme caution, especially around the eyes, to avoid injuring it. Pus had built up in the gecko's eyes due to the incomplete molt, causing an infection. Very carefully and gently, Xiao Long managed to peel the skin off its head without causing any damage. Feeling better now? He asked with a smile. The gecko's body shivered, then it slowly opened its eyes. Tang Yin couldn't help but cheer with excitement. However, Xiao Long remained focused, looking thoughtful. Is there a problem? Tang Yin asked. Yes, he admitted honestly. I'm hesitant about what to do with its tail. He broke into a sweat. He knew that to prevent the necrosis from spreading, he would have to amputate the tail, but in its currently weakened state, that might kill it. Just then, Peng Muin shouted from afar, Xiao Long, watch out. Hearing that, he and Tang Yin immediately went on high alert. They had let the other gecko escape. At that exact moment, the healthy gecko appeared right behind them, its eyes burning with hatred. Xiao Long panicked and raised his hands to signal. Calm down, calm down. He held up the kunai, while his other arm hugged the injured gecko, hurriedly explaining, I'm just trying to help your friend. The creature's eyes were glued to the kunai, filled with surprise and confusion, but when it saw the weapon, it grew furious and roared. An intense chill radiated from its body, pushing Xiao Long back. It's angry, he realized in a panic. The gecko leaped into the air. Instantly, Tang Yin lunged forward to shield Xiao Long, shouting anxiously, watch out. Without a moment's hesitation, she shoved him aside. The fierce gecko slammed into the ground with terrifying force. Luckily, both of them managed to escape harm. Xiao Long fell backward onto the ground, his arms still clutching the injured gecko. The other gecko focused its attention on them, roaring in anger. Xiao Long reached a hand toward it, his face full of fear. Wait, he said seriously, things aren't what they look like. Xiao Long looked intently at the male gecko, trying to reassure it, things aren't what they seem, please calm down. Just then, the female gecko in Xiao Long's arms suddenly made some strange sounds that left him confused. The male gecko, with eyes burning with rage, started to charge, but then it suddenly stopped, looking momentarily surprised. The two geckos started talking to each other, then couldn't help but let out little chirps as if they were laughing. The scene left Xiao Long gaping in astonishment. Right at that moment, Peng Muin and his men returned to the cave. Seeing the scene before him, he asked worriedly, Xiao Long, are you okay? He gripped his sword, admitting, this gecko is both fierce and agile. I didn't expect it to be able to slip between my legs. Seeing Peng Muin's sword, the male gecko immediately bared its teeth and growled. Just before the situation could escalate, Xiao Long stepped in between them, raised his hand, and said sternly, Master Peng, please wait a moment. With a confident smile, he turned to Peng Muin and said, I'm fine. Please step back a little. I'll try to talk to it. Peng Muin was bewildered, not understanding what Xiao Long intended to do. Do you think it can understand human speech? He asked. Xiao Long looked at the gecko and replied with conviction. It seems to understand to some degree. Perhaps it won't attack us anymore. He turned to Tang Yin. Could you bring some dry grass? Even though she was still confused, she nodded. She and another person quickly gathered dry grass near the rocks, and a moment later, they had woven a soft nest for the female gecko. Xiao Long and Tang Yin sat down beside it. He gently said to the male gecko, Don't worry, I don't intend to harm your mate. I'm just helping her remove the scales that didn't shed and clearing what's covering her eyes. Why don't you keep licking her eyes for a while? The male gecko immediately stepped closer, curiously licking the female's eyes. Xiao Long crossed his arms and said, Now, there's only one problem left. Hearing this, both geckos and Tang Yin turned their eyes toward him. Its eyes will heal, but the problem is the tail has already become half necrotic. I don't think licking will do anything. The male gecko looked at its mate's tail and turned to Xiao Long, nodding in agreement. Xiao Long made a pair of scissors with his fingers, decisively saying, We have to cut it off. Hearing this, the male gecko broke into a cold sweat, its face turning pale with fear at the thought of its mate being mutilated, and it started growling again. Seeing this, Xiao Long was a bit flustered. The gecko suddenly lunged forward, its eyes glowing as it prepared to attack. Xiao Long raised his hands to protect his chest in fear and shouted. Several hours later, Peng Muin's men had lit a campfire in the cave. Xiao Long and Tang Yin sat on a rock. Tang Yin used her finger to gently apply a special ointment to his cheek. Xiao Long sighed. I'm still annoyed. I only wanted to remove it, but it still bit me. Tang Yin gently reminded him, Sit still, or you'll be left with a scar. Peng Muin stood nearby with his arms crossed, bursting into laughter. You're finally starting to look like a real man. After all, you've earned a glorious battle scar. Hearing that, Tang Yin shot him such a sharp glare that even a veteran of countless battles like him couldn't help but shudder. Xiao Long felt relieved that the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. The little geckos climbed onto Tang Yin, playing around. Seeing them show no reaction to any killing intent, he realized the gecko had never intended to harm him in the first place. Just then, Gu Fei appeared and said, "This creature has something to say." Xiao Long gave a wry smile, rubbed his cheek, and asked, "Are you ready?" The gecko nodded. Xiao Long stood up, promising to do his best, but first, he wanted to ask it one thing. He held up a finger. "What do you usually eat? If you're going to detach your tail, your partner will need something nutritious to recover quickly." Hearing this, the gecko did a little dance, turned around, and started walking. Xiao Long hurriedly followed. The gecko moved a few meters and stopped near a small plant. It plucked the plant with its mouth and handed it to Xiao Long. The young boy held the small plant in his hand, while Peng Muin and Tang Yin curiously crowded around to observe. Tang Yin suggested, "Could you let me take a look?" Xiao Long handed it to her immediately. After carefully examining it, she said, "Although it's weak, I can sense a trace of spiritual energy emanating from it. I'm certain this is a sprout of a type of spiritual herb that used to grow in this cave." Xiao Long was amazed as he took the sprout back. Peng Muin also said with a serious expression, "I have heard of this for a long time. They say that spiritual herbs always grow where spiritual beasts reside." Tang Yin looked at the geckos sleeping on the rocks and speculated, if that's the case, perhaps these tiny creatures survive by absorbing the spiritual energy of the herb. Xiao Long clenched his fists, realizing that if they had dug up the herb, it meant they were in serious trouble. He panicked and hurried to replant the herb, but Peng Muin stopped him, saying it was useless. He placed a hand on his shoulder and explained, "Once a spiritual herb has been touched by human hands, it will never grow again." The gecko must have known this, which is why it dug it up to show us. Even if you replant it, it won't survive. His words left Xiao Long completely shocked. In his mind, images appeared of Zhuge Hao ripping spiritual herbs out of the cave, leaving the little geckos crying miserably. He couldn't help but tear up at the cruelty of humanity. At this moment, Peng Muin curiously asked Gu Fei for the name of the herb that used to grow here. Gu Fei watched him silently for a moment before replying, "That thing is called ice ginseng." Peng Muin pondered for a moment, then a radiant smile appeared on his lips. "In that case," he said, "all we need to do is find something that can emit the same type of energy as ice ginseng." Hearing this, Xiao Long jumped up, his eyes bright with hope. "Does something like that really exist?" Peng Muin nodded and smilingly revealed, "It is called ice jade. Just like ice ginseng, it also contains the essence of cold energy." But then he rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "The problem is how to get it. Ice jade isn't something you can just buy with money." While they were engrossed in their discussion, Tang Yin stepped forward to grab everyone's attention. She said seriously, "If you two are talking about ice jade, I happen to know someone who owns it." This statement was like a ray of light, causing curious smiles to bloom on the faces of both Xiao Long and Peng Yuan. "That is truly good news." Xiao Long eagerly stepped closer to ask who had the ice jade. Under his pressing, Tang Yin suddenly became flustered and stammered, "Please, calm down." She broke into a cold sweat, not knowing how to phrase it. Seeing her confusion, both Xiao Long and Peng Muin were left puzzled. Tang Yin swallowed, fidgeting with her chin, and then honestly revealed that it was another kind of weed. Hearing this strange answer, Xiao Long's mouth fell open in shock, while Peng Muin became even more confused. Tang Yin sighed with a serious look, while Xiao Long was terrified, completely failing to understand what was happening. He suddenly remembered that in this world, young women were sometimes compared to weeds. He reflexively raised his hand to his face and sighed, wondering why his father-in-law had to speak in such riddles. Peng Muin crossed his arms and asked directly, "So, who's the other weed you say has the ice jade?" Tang Yin regained her confidence, raised a finger, and revealed, "She is one of the 3 flowers of the martial arts world, known as the Peony Queen. Her real name is Nangong Shu, daughter of the Nangong family. From what I've heard, Shu has the ice jade, but she doesn't really need it." Hearing this good news, a smile returned to Peng Muin's lips. Xiao Long was still stunned. In the midst of this, the little gecko ran over, crying chip chip to get Xiao Long's attention. He curiously turned back and saw its eyes filled with tears and a very sad expression. "What is it saying?" Tang Yin asked. "It's urging us to quickly treat its friend," Xiao Long replied. He gestured, deciding to put the conversation on hold until the gecko was treated. Tang Yin nodded in agreement. Xiao Long poked his head through the rock crevice, saw the injured gecko sleeping, gently took it out of the nest, and began a careful examination. The other gecko stood by, its eyes full of worry. Tang Yin asked in confusion, "I remember geckos can detach their own tails, so why is it holding on to this one so badly?" Xiao Long sadly admitted she was right, but explained that there are some species of geckos that cannot do that. Hearing this, Tang Yin opened her eyes wide in surprise. The act of self-amputation is called autotomy, and the characteristics vary depending on the species. There are species that can drop their tails but cannot regenerate them. Some can drop and regrow them, and others cannot do either. Therefore, he couldn't make any assumptions and had to examine it precisely. Xiao Long began touching the gecko's tail to find the section that could be detached. He explained to the bewildered Tang Yin, although it seems like a gecko's tail can be cut anywhere, in reality, the breaking point is predetermined. We just need to press the exact spot to trigger the separation. Tang Yin was shocked. She didn't know much about geckos because they weren't poisonous, and she understood even less about why Xiao Long was so knowledgeable. In her eyes, this was truly amazing. The gecko was still fast asleep in Xiao Long's hands. He sounded confident, but the tail was severely necrotic, so he wasn't sure if the surgery would be successful. Even so, he grabbed its tail, his eyes flashing with determination. He had to try. A few minutes later, the surgery began. Pang Muin sat on a rock. Realizing this was taking longer than he thought, he stared seriously at Xiao Long while the little gecko chirped incessantly. A while later, Xiao Long appeared, carrying the sleeping gecko in his arms. "How is it?" Master Pang asked. Tang Yin smiled, and Xiao Long responded brightly. "Fortunately, the surgery was a success. As long as we take good care of it, it will be fine." Hearing this, the little gecko couldn't hold back tears of joy and offered a grateful smile. Xiao Long sat down beside it, feeling happy as well. Pang Muin watched the boy intently. The more he looked, the more extraordinary he found him to be. The pair of geckos had returned to their nest, the procedure was complete, and Wei Xiao Long and the others decided to stay nearby for a few days to monitor the situation. A few days later, Wei Xiao Long and Tang Yin curiously returned to the cave, eagerly running toward the rocks. Nearby, the pair of geckos were happily playing together. Seeing that their condition had improved significantly, Wei Xiao Long couldn't help but smile. The geckos looked at them with gentle eyes. He clenched his fists, excitedly realizing they had evolved from wild cats into adorable little lizard pups. He thought to himself, if this happened in his previous life, it would definitely have gone viral on social media. Wei Xiao Long's attention turned to the female gecko, noticing she had also recovered some of her strength. He decided it was time to leave. Hearing that, a hint of sadness flashed in the gecko's eyes. Wei Xiao Long smiled and explained, "We're not leaving for good. We're going to get some food and we'll be back soon. Until then, you two need to preserve your energy well." The two geckos nodded as if they understood. Wei Xiao Long turned back, his gaze confident as he spoke to Tang Yin. It's time to head back to the Tang Clan. He clenched his fists, secretly thinking that the time to seize the ice jade had arrived. A few hours later, they returned to the estate and sat down to talk with the family head. Back at the Tang Clan, putting the gecko matter aside, they received some new updates, the most shocking of which was definitely related to the blood cult. The family head clasped his hands, his expression stern as he decided to talk about it. After the identity of a spy embedded in the martial arts alliance was exposed, the masters tracked the owl he had been raising. A mustachioed man was hiding behind a tree. When he looked out, his eyes widened in horror. The owl had led them straight to the blood cult's lair, which was swarming with ninjas. Coincidentally, a team that had just returned from the martial arts alliance brought back poison extracted from the Vietnamese tiger snake. This poison played a crucial role in the raid on the lair. Producing a letter, the family head revealed that the leader of the alliance had personally sent a handwritten thank you note. "He is very proud of you, Wei Xiao Long." Wei Xiao Long gave an awkward, dry cough. The family head asked, "So, have you caught that mysterious gecko yet?" "I was planning to stop by the poison garden to see what it looks like." Wei Xiao Long broke into a sweat, nervously replying, "You could say we caught half of it." Hearing the odd answer, the family head was a bit confused. At that moment, with a serious expression, Tang Yin decided to explain the whole situation to her father. After listening, the family head set his teacup down and began stroking his beard, deep in thought about the ice jade. Tang Yin leaned her hands on the table, standing up to explain. "For that reason, we plan to go together to Anhui province to visit the Nangong family." After some thought, the family head calmly allowed them to go. For him, this was very convenient, as he also needed them to deliver something along the way. This wasn't the best time due to the blood cult's rampancy, but if Wei Xiao Long was going with Tang Yin, he could feel somewhat at ease. Wei Xiao Long sighed, confused, not knowing if this was a roundabout way of giving him a mission. Just before they left, the family head demanded they wait a moment with a serious face. He closed his eyes and revealed that there had been some troubling rumors about the Nangong family lately. Wei Xiao Long and Tang Yin looked at each other, their eyes widening in shock. That night, near the Nangong family estate was the Huangshan mountain range. Two men were walking in the area. The bald man was shocked, sweating as he asked his friend, "Are you kidding me?" The friend replied with a firm gaze, "I'm telling you the truth. The young lady of the Nangong family is not normal. Don't talk nonsense, the bald man snapped. Don't make up such dirty and scandalous rumors. Suddenly, his friend's attention was fixed on something. Not far from them, a man was lying sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, they were both startled and hurried toward him, wondering why someone would just collapse there. The friend placed a hand under the man's head, unsure if he was alive or dead. Just then, the man started to smile, leaving them even more confused. He wasn't unconscious at all. Blood was trickling from his nose. His face was flushed, and he was panting as if he were in the middle of a romantic encounter. The two men looked at each other, increasingly bewildered. Thinking he was just drunk, they decided to carry him back to the village. Not far away, hidden behind a tree, a woman was observing everything, her body emitting a strange aura. Her shadow stretched long and unnaturally large, looking like a spider hanging from its web. Late at night, under the moonlight, a woman was practicing her swordsmanship. She was highly focused, her eyes gleaming with determination. With precision and grace, she swung her sword repeatedly, slicing through falling leaves. Suddenly, her body trembled, she gasped for air, and her face filled with frustration. A few leaves remained untouched. She needed to train much harder, she thought to herself. A young girl with braided hair, holding a lantern, hurried toward her and called out to the woman, addressing her as Annie. She was Nang Kung Don of the Nang Kung family, looking serious. Don Duk Da, we have to go back right now, or we'll be discovered. If we get caught again, father will definitely scold you. She acknowledged that the swordsmanship was brilliant, but as the eldest daughter, Annie had to take better care of herself. The one called Annie listened quietly, then slowly reached up to remove her wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes sincere, she acknowledged, "You're right." She was actually Nang Kung Tuyet, the eldest daughter of the Nang Kung family, known by the title Flaming Peony. Just then, she coughed violently. Seeing this, Don's eyes flashed with deep anxiety. Nang Kung Tuyet clenched her fists, her face turning pale due to the cruel illness she suffered, chaotic qi. At first, the whole family thought it was a blessing. Because her meridians were completely unblocked, it allowed her to accumulate internal power much faster, without any obstacles during circulation. But the old physician treating her pointed out that having too many acupuncture points opened caused her innate true energy to deplete too quickly. Her father worriedly asked if there was a way to save her. The old physician pondered for a moment and replied that she needed yin energy, a pure and powerful type of yin energy. It had to be used before her innate true energy ran out. Otherwise, he feared the young lady's life would be at risk. Back in the present, Nang Kung Tuyet gasped for air, her strength gradually fading. Don hurried to her side, worriedly asking if she was okay. Tuyet smiled weakly, telling her not to worry, and urged them both to head back. Her eyes suddenly stopped on the lantern, a strange sense of empathy rising in her heart. She saw herself like the flickering flame inside a life that would extinguish once the oil ran out. Looking up at the bright moon high above, she told herself she had to master the Emperor's swordsmanship quickly, before this flame of life burned out and vanished forever. On a stretch of the Yangtze River, a boat was gliding along. On board were Xiao Long, Duong Tang Yin, and Ko Fi. Ko Fi suddenly pointed at the water, shouting, Xiao Long, look, a white-flagged dolphin. Hearing that, Xiao Long was stunned. It was a Yangtze River dolphin, a creature thought to be extinct. The dolphin surfaced and played happily. Although he loved insects and reptiles, seeing a legendary dolphin in person was a completely different experience. Duong Tang Yin smiled and said, if we follow the Yangtze River, we'll reach Wuhan, where the Martial Arts Alliance is located. Xiao Long smiled and replied, according to my father-in-law's orders, we must stop in Wuhan to deliver the redneck snake venom. Then we can disembark in Anyang, a safer area. Duong Tang Yin happily said that at this speed, they would arrive earlier than expected. Seeing that, Xiao Long sat down beside her, his expression suddenly thoughtful. There's one thing that keeps worrying me. Duong Tang Yin curiously asked, what is it? If the cold jade is truly that precious, the Nang Kung family wouldn't give it up so easily. That truth keeps circling in my mind. She laughed and told him to trust her. She explained, the cold jade has a special use for the Nang Kung lady. She needs to use it. But ironically, the cold jade isn't edible. She pointed at Xiao Long, her voice full of confidence. And what we have is edible, so they will definitely use it to trade for the cold jade. Tu Long reached into his robe to touch his chest and nodded. What she said wasn't wrong, but he was still worried about whether the cold jade would be safe for his lizards. He remembered that they were cold-blooded and hated cold things. He didn't feel comfortable feeding them something he didn't understand. With a serious look, he asked Duong Tang Yin, earlier you said the cold jade contains cold energy. What exactly is cold energy? I've heard of yin and yang energy, but it's still very vague. Duong Tang Yin turned to him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She held up a finger, smiled, and explained its importance in martial arts training, then cautioned, "You must listen carefully and remember this. Yin energy is the breath that creates yin fire. It is the type of energy that settles in low-lying, gloomy places. Usually, yin energy suppresses life. Things that are dark, cold, and frightening all belong to the yin attribute. Therefore, the cold yin energy you asked about is simply a type of yin energy." Wei Xiaolong's eyes widened as he concluded simply, "So yin energy is really bad, not necessarily." Duong Tang Yin explained that unlike yin energy which creates cold ice, yang energy creates yang fire, but if yang energy is excessive, it promotes life activities too intensely, causing faster aging and draining energy. Wei Xiaolong immediately imagined his lizards playing with the ice jade. He realized the reason they needed cold energy was because their body nature was already cold-natured. They grew by absorbing that yin energy. He wondered, is it like charging a battery? Wei Xiaolong scratched his head in confusion. Shouldn't yin and yang be balanced, like men and women? He didn't understand how they could achieve that balance when their bodies were purely yin. While he was still confusedly scratching his head, Duong Tang Yin's gaze was fixed on him, her face suddenly turning red like a tomato. She quickly looked away, stammering, I don't know. Then she spoke loudly, as if to cover up her embarrassment. Later, we will discover the way to balance yin and yang together. Those words made Wei Xiaolong blush too, his mind in a whirl. Duong Tang Yin covered her face with her hands, too shy to say another word. Just then, Kofi appeared and announced that they had arrived, asking everyone to prepare to disembark. Their ship docked at the Wuhan harbor. When it stopped, Wei Xiaolong and Duong Tang Yin stepped off. She introduced herself and said they had brought the items he requested. The man with the ponytail reached out his hand and smiled, replying, "The general has been waiting for you both." They walked across a bridge, and Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but be amazed by the grandeur of the martial arts alliance. Not far away, a woman was yanking a man's ear, making him shriek in agony with sweat pouring down his face. The man begged the woman, Jian Feng, to stop, claiming he was just about to teach that guy a lesson. With a furious look, she made it clear that dueling an ally was strictly forbidden. The man turned to Cheng Hu and said sincerely, "She's right. I acted too rashly without verifying the truth." Cheng Hu replied, "I was only protecting the young lady's honor." Just then, his eyes locked onto something. He was stunned to realize that the person who had just arrived was Tang Yin. Tang Yin turned around and recognized them too. The man with the white scarf was Xiao Long, the woman was Jian Feng, and Cheng Hu was indeed Xiao Long. She smiled and said this was their first time meeting since the Longfeng assembly, then asked how everyone was doing. Cheng Hu couldn't hide his smile either. It had been a long time since he last saw Tang Yin, and they began chatting away. Little Long thought to himself, in the martial arts world, only those with exceptional skills receive the titles of Long or Feng, which meant they were all elite masters. "I have something I want to ask." Jian Feng hesitated. "There's a strange rumor going around about you lately." "What rumor?" Tang Yin looked confused. "People are saying you have a special someone." Tang Yin's eyes widened in shock. Little Long, standing next to her, broke into a cold sweat, feeling extremely awkward. "Is that rumor true?" Jian Feng asked. With a forced smile, Cheng Hu confirmed it. "Yes, all the martial artists are talking about it. I was even planning to challenge the person who started such a baseless rumor to defend your honor. We are allies. I can't let anyone insult you like that." Little Long suddenly realized his feelings for Tang Yin. She quickly looked away, firmly stating that the rumor was false. Cheng Hu, furious, was ready to find the rumor monger and give him a piece of his mind, but Tang Yin stepped forward, determined to set the record straight. She took Little Long's hand, making him slightly flustered, and proudly announced, "I don't have a special someone, I have a fiancé." She introduced Little Long to everyone, leaving them all stunned. Jian Feng noticed that Little Long was still very young. Tang Yin apologized with a bashful smile, saying she should have introduced him to them sooner. After the greetings, just as Little Long looked up, he caught Cheng Hu's murderous gaze. Cheng Hu stepped closer and asked, "Your name is Little Long, right?" Little Long answered nervously. Suddenly, Cheng Hu dropped to one knee before him, shocking everyone. He introduced himself as Yang Cheng Hu, the Xiao Long of the Yang family. Little Long started sweating profusely, and then, with a furious expression, Cheng Hu looked up. "A duel. Yang Cheng Hu challenges you to a duel." Jian Feng and Xiao Long sighed, clearly disappointed by Cheng Hu's attitude. Little Long, covered in sweat, asked, "Do you really want to fight me?" "Yes, a duel," Cheng Hu replied, his eyes blazing with anger. Jian Feng immediately grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Tang Yin also angrily asked Cheng Hu what he was doing, demanding a fight out of nowhere. Jian Feng glared at Cheng Hu, telling him to be serious. Little Long was flustered, unable to believe he was being challenged the moment they met. He didn't understand why he kept running into such strange people. Just then, a man in white approached and asked why they were making such a scene. That person was none other than the strategist, Zhuge Ho. Little Long quickly lowered his eyes and bowed respectfully to the strategist. Seeing this, Cheng Hu turned pale with fear. Zhuge Ho tapped Yang Cheng Hu on the head with his folding fan and asked angrily, "What are you doing to our honored guests?" Taking the hit, poor Yang Cheng Hu was so terrified he couldn't even speak properly. With a gentle smile, Zhuge Hu suggested they all head to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion where the Alliance leader was waiting. Little Long nodded in surprise. As Zhuge Ho, Little Long, and Tang Yin walked toward the pavilion, Yang Cheng Hu stood back, clenching his fists, his eyes still burning with rage because he hadn't been able to spar with Little Long. Seeing his expression, his friends just sighed and advised him to leave. Next to the Heavenly Martial Pavilion was a beautiful river. Tang Yin decided to wait in the guest hall, while Little Long agreed to go with Cheng Hu. A girl in the guest hall, looking a bit clumsy and nervous, quickly pointed the way. "Please, this way. We must go pay our respects to the Alliance leader first." Little Long immediately realized this girl was a newcomer and looked quite inexperienced. Zhuge Ho smiled and explained, "We caught that spy thanks to Little Long, you know. This young lady is the new maid replacing the old one. Since she's new, she lacks experience." Little Long just gave a sheepish smile. The maid closed her eyes, gathered her courage, and announced, "Reporting to the Alliance leader, the strategist and young hero Tang have arrived. Please let them in." The great doors opened, and the Alliance leader stood on the balcony, gazing out at the scenery. Zhuge Ho and Little Long bowed respectfully with folded hands. "I am Little Long from the Sichuan Tang Clan." Hearing this, the Alliance leader's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. He smiled kindly and invited them in. "You must be tired from your long journey. Please, sit." Suddenly, the Alliance leader's eyes narrowed, becoming alert. He pointed at Little Long and asked sternly, "Those small creatures on your wrists and belt, do they bite people indiscriminately?" Little Long was shocked and quickly replied, "No, not at all." The small centipedes were still sleeping under his clothes. Little Long was secretly terrified. People said this Alliance leader was one of the 3 greatest masters in the martial arts world. It was no exaggeration. With just one glance, he could identify the highly venomous creatures clinging to his body. After they sat down, the Alliance leader got straight to the point. "Little Long, did you bring the venom of the striped lake water snake?" "Yes, I did." Little Long smiled and took out 3 small vials. "I prepared as much as I could before I left." Zhuge Hao couldn't help but be amazed. He said in a calm voice that when he was in Sichuan, he had witnessed the process of extracting this venom. "It is an extremely complex and labor-intensive task. I truly don't know how I can thank you enough." The Alliance leader looked at the young man and said, "I heard you became the son-in-law of the Tang Clan." Little Long turned and nodded in confirmation. The Alliance leader asked about his family, and Little Long answered honestly, "I have no family. I am all alone, with no one to rely on." Zhuge Hao interjected, reporting to the Alliance leader, "I heard that Little Long lost all of his memory in an accident. Before he was adopted by the head of the Tang family, he lived alone on Hainan Island, making a living by hunting snakes." The Alliance leader crossed his arms, his eyes showing a touch of empathy. He realized Little Long must have lived a solitary and incredibly difficult life. Seeing this, Little Long scratched his head and smiled happily. "Actually, I haven't been entirely alone." The Alliance leader decided to change the subject. "The reason I summoned you here is to reward you. I know you played a crucial role in the recent blood cult event." Little Long's eyes widened with a bit of anxiety. "Last time, I already told General Zhuge what I needed." Zhuge Hao smiled and said, "What Little Long discovered is a massive contribution, enough to ensure that those foul leeches from the blood cult will never dare to set foot in the Central Plains again. This achievement deserves far more than a simple reward." Little Long quickly waved his hand in refusal. "It was just something I stumbled upon while trying to save my own people. If it was a promised gift, then that is more than enough." Hearing this, the eyes of the Alliance leader and Zhuge Hu turned extremely serious. The Alliance leader placed his hand on the table and asked, "You say you stumbled upon it while saving your people?" He stood up, crossed his arms, and instinctively smiled. "Now I understand why I feel such a connection to you. It's because we are very much alike." Seeing Little Long confused, the Alliance leader explained, "I am not talking about our appearance." His gaze turned cold, etched with pain. "I lost my entire family and my beloved to those blood cult beasts. I had to struggle and do everything I could just to save even one remaining loved one. And on that path, I gained enlightenment and reached the pinnacle of martial arts." The Alliance leader looked straight at Little Long. "I heard you charge at a blood cult elder while poisoned just to save the Tang family's people." "Yes, that is true," Little Long replied. A smile appeared on the Alliance leader's face. 30 years ago, I did the exact same thing. He stepped toward Little Long, his presence imposing, yet his voice filled with deep empathy. Back then, I also charged into danger, my heart filled with nothing but despair. He placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, making him feel a bit flustered. As a reward, the Alliance leader smiled. I have decided to pass on my unique martial art, the Iron Box technique, to you. Both Little Long and Zhuge Hao were stunned, their mouths agape in astonishment. The Alliance leader laughed out loud. I have never taken a disciple. When I pass away, this martial art will be lost forever. I have no intention of being your master, so the Tang sect need not worry. Zhuge Hao jumped up, drenched in sweat, and Little Long also gasped, stunned to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Alliance leader. Thank you, Alliance leader. I swear I will not bring shame to your name. Hearing this, a kind and satisfied smile spread across the Alliance leader's face. As night fell, Little Long was walking about, clutching a thick secret manual. This was the martial art that the Martial Arts Alliance leader had personally bestowed upon him, a secret that, for now, he could only share with the sect elders. He knew that if this got out, he could become a target for the blood cult. Just as he was thinking about sharing this good news with Tang Yin, he headed toward the guest hall. Just then, a deep, raspy voice rang out, telling him to stop. Little Long turned around curiously and couldn't help but shiver when he saw Yang Chenghu standing there, glaring at him with a hostile gaze. Chenghu stepped forward, his voice stern. I heard you cleared the Heavenly Martial Pavilion. I am here to demand an answer for our duel. Little Long was secretly amazed at this guy's persistence. Chenghu continued, I want to know if you are someone worthy of Tang Yin. Prove it to me. Little Long replied anxiously. A duel is very dangerous. Chenghu pointed to his spear, explaining, You don't need to worry. I will remove the spearhead. Little Long's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he replied, I'm worried because I'm afraid you'll die. Silence descended for a few moments. The two stared at each other without blinking. Little Long's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Chenghu angrily grabbed his collar and roared, What did you just say? Right at that moment, something stirred inside Little Long's shirt, and Chenghu looked briefly confused. Then from inside his shirt, 3 small centipedes crawled out, ready to fight to the death for anyone daring to touch their old man. Little Long hurriedly grabbed the centipedes, shouting, Don't bite him. Chenghu, who had just been full of arrogance, now fell to the ground in terror, his face pale, sweat pouring off him like rain. Little Long calmly walked over, smiling as he said, I told you it was dangerous. He sat down in front of Chenghu, making him tremble even more. With glowing eyes and a slightly arrogant look, Little Long stated clearly, I've already spared you once. Chenghu gasped, realizing Little Long wasn't joking. If he hadn't stopped the centipedes, he might have actually died. Little Long stood up, his gaze becoming sharp. In Yang Chenghu's eyes, Little Long was now no different from a terrifying monster. Are you all right? He asked. Just then, a clear voice rang out from behind. What are you two doing here? Hearing her voice, Little Long jumped in surprise. Tang Yin approached, her eyes glinting with killing intent. Chenghu, were you planning to harm Little Long? Little Long hurriedly placed his hand on Chenghu's shoulder, smiling awkwardly as he explained, Oh, it's just a small misunderstanding. I got lost after leaving the pavilion, and thankfully, Chenghu appeared to show me the way. Tang Yin pondered, her eyes still full of suspicion. She noticed the centipedes on Little Long were acting restless. Seeing this, Little Long quickly placed a small centipede on Chenghu's head and added, After chatting, I wanted to show him the centipedes, so I asked him to release some killing intent to test their reaction. Who knew it would turn out like this? We were just joking around. Chenghu, though still confused, quickly went along with it. He stood up, put his arm around Little Long and laughed loudly. That's right, Little Long is telling the truth. Tang Yin's gaze was still doubtful, but she decided not to pursue it further. She thanked Chenghu and said it was time to head back. Little Long nodded repeatedly and hurried off first. Chenghu sighed in relief, having narrowly avoided major trouble. Once Little Long was a short distance away, he turned back and said with a smile, Counting this time, I've saved your life twice now. After saying that, he and Tang Yin left, leaving Chenghu standing there stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The next morning, when the ships had docked, Little Long's group prepared to leave. Tang Yin bowed to Chenghu and the others. We have business to attend to. Thank you all for your hospitality. Jian Long also told them both to take care. Just before they left, Jian Feng called out to Little Long, Please wait a moment. Then she placed her hand on Chenghu's shoulder to signal him. The arrogant young man from yesterday now bowed before Little Long, his eyes full of sincerity. Jian Feng said, I heard what Chenghu did. Thank you for your generosity, brother. Little Long was momentarily flustered. Cheng Hu scratched his head, shyly saying thanks. He explained that after talking with Jian Feng last night, he realized his own foolishness. He clenched his fists, his eyes welling up. I am truly convinced by your tolerance. It is clear that I acted terribly, yet you still shielded me. You are the one most worthy of Tang Yin. Please take good care of her in the future. Little Long smiled to bid them farewell. He knew they would meet again at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. There was no need to turn a friend into an enemy. As their ship slowly pulled away, Cheng Hu and the others smiled and waved goodbye. The sky is blue, and birds are soaring in flocks. It's late at night, and at an inn, at the foot of Mount Huang, Xiao Long and the others sit down for a meal after a long day of travel. They've left Wuhan and reached Anqing. Gu Fei suggests they stay here since it's late and the terrain of Mount Huang is treacherous. It would take another half a day just to reach the Nankang estate. Hearing this, everyone agrees and decides to stay the night at the inn. During the meal, Tang Yin'er is still in shock. She can't believe that Xiao Long has received the Iron Box Divine Technique, the secret martial art of the Fist Emperor. He said we look alike, she says. Xiao Long is puzzled. Is that a good thing? Tang Yin'er nods firmly. Although it's said that the training process for the Iron Divine Technique is incredibly painful, once you master it, it can even block sword energy. It's the unique martial art of the Fist Emperor. Some even say it's on par with the Shaolin Vajra indestructible technique. And because it's an external art, it won't conflict with your internal energy. You won't have any trouble learning it. Xiao Long is stunned, invulnerable to blades and weapons. He knows he has received an earth-shattering technique. Tang Yin'er smiles gently and suggests, I will help you train. I heard the first emperor used to whip his own body every morning. I can do that for you. Xiao Long's jaw drops at the mention of being whipped. Tang Yin'er clenches her fist, determined. That's right, hardening the skin with a whip is part of the training process. Unbidden, an image pops into Xiao Long's head of Tang Yin'er in a maid outfit, holding a whip, and he can't help but blush. Just then, an old man approaches and asks if they intend to climb Mount Huang. Xiao Long turns around, curious, while Tang Yin'er nods and asks why he wants to know. The old man introduces himself as the innkeeper, then asks if they are heading to the Namkang estate. Is there a problem? Xiao Long stands up, looking a bit confused. Tang Yin'er suddenly recalls what her father said about malicious rumors spreading, and she wonders if this has anything to do with it. The innkeeper leans in and lowers his voice, revealing that over the past few months, people traveling up Mount Huang have been disappearing mysteriously. Although they are all found safe later, their entire yang energy has been completely drained. Hearing this, Xiao Long's face turns pale with fear. Tang Yin'er, however, remains skeptical. She feels this is all very strange. What does all of this have to do with the Namkung family? She asks. The old man coughs, his face turning slightly red as he reveals that every person who wakes up says the same thing. The person they spent the night with was none other than Lady Namkung Tuyet of the Namkung estate. Tang Yin'er is stunned and immediately retorts. That's ridiculous. This is definitely a trap, a vicious slander. Calm down, Xiao Long says, trying to intervene. The innkeeper also panics, saying that everyone who hears this reacts just like her. At the Namkung manor, Tuyet is sitting in her room embroidering when suddenly a maid opens the door to announce that the head of the family is summoning her to the main hall immediately. She is a bit surprised, wondering if her father has discovered her sneaking out to practice swordplay at night. Upon arriving at the main hall, Tuyet is shocked to see several men kneeling before her father. Seeing she has arrived, the Namkung patriarch sternly orders everyone to look up and confirm if the person they saw is indeed his daughter. With a trembling, terrified expression, one of the men looks up, while the others scramble to beg for their lives. Tell the truth immediately. The Namkung patriarch snaps, making Tuyet even more confused. He turns to her and asks sternly, Tuyet Ni, have you been sneaking out to Mount Huang at night? These people say you drain their yang energy. Tuyet's eyes widen, filled with fear and bewilderment. Her face turns pale, and she can't hold it back anymore, bursting into tears. Speak clearly. The father points at his daughter, his voice harsh. The girl admits, it is true that for the past few days I have been practicing swordplay in the valleys on Mount Huang, but I swear that aside from that, I did nothing else. The father turns to the two men. My daughter has asserted her innocence. You must provide concrete evidence for what you have seen. The fat man, with tears in his eyes, swears, Lord, we are only saying what we saw with our own eyes. We would never dare to insult the young lady. The other man also begins to sob, not understanding what is happening to this world, wondering if everyone has gone mad or been bewitched. Hearing this, the fat man suddenly remembers something, his eyes lighting up as he jumps to his feet. A mole! There is a mole! The patriarch asks curiously, "What mole?" Pointing at his chest, he reveals, "The woman we saw had a mole on her chest. It's unbelievable." The father mumbles, then turns to ask his daughter, "Tuit, is it true?" The girl covers her mouth with her hand, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Seeing her expression, the father cannot contain his anger. He cannot believe this is the truth. Tang Yinner and Wei Xiao Long leave the inn and begin to travel through the forest. Tang Yinner's face is still full of anger. Gu Fei trudges ahead, carrying all the luggage. "Are you still upset about what the innkeeper said?" Wei Xiao Long approaches and asks curiously. "No," she denies. But then she turns back and snaps. It's ridiculous to think Nam Kung Tuyet would go around absorbing men's yang energy. Seeing her get angry, Wei Xiao Long feels a bit timid. Tang Yinner sighs, her voice softening. "Sorry, I didn't mean to get angry, but those rumors are just nonsense." She reveals a secret that leaves Wei Xiao Long stunned. Nam Kung Tuyet cannot be in contact with men. With a sad expression, Tang Yinner explains that Tuyet suffers from a strange illness. If she doesn't constantly absorb yin energy, her lifespan will be shortened. Because of that unique constitution, yang energy is like poison to her. That's why she is always careful not to let any man get close, let alone spend the night with them. Wei Xiao Long thinks to himself, confused, why does this script sound like a fantasy novel? I wonder if it will have a happy ending. A few hours later, they reach the gates of the Nam Kung estate. The guard looks at Wei Xiao Long with a suspicious gaze. "What is your business here?" Tang Yinner whispers, her eyes serious. "The atmosphere in the Nam Kung estate doesn't seem right. If we say we're here to see Sister Tuyet without a reason, they won't let us in. Think of an excuse." "All right." Wei Xiao Long decides to listen to her. He approaches the guard, clears his throat, and says confidently, with eyes shining bright, "We are here to conduct a transaction." The guard remains silent, not responding. Seeing the plan failing, Wei Xiao Long starts to break into a sweat. Tang Yinner is also panicking, not understanding what he is saying. Just then, someone hears the noise and opens the gate. When they see who steps out, both Wei Xiao Long and Tang Yinner are stunned. It is Nam Kung Don. She is just as surprised to see Tang Yinner. Thanks to Don, they are allowed inside. As soon as they meet, Tang Yinner and Don jump for joy. "It's been so long since I've seen you, sister." Don says happily, "It's been 2 years since the meeting of the 7 great clans, hasn't it?" Lin Ni smiled and replied. Don turned to Xiao Long, confusedly asking, "What did you mean by that deal earlier?" Lin Ni closed her eyes and sighed worriedly, while Xiao Long could only offer an awkward smile. Lin Ni then explained, "We are in need of the cold ice jade. I heard last time that you had it." Shue. Hearing this, Don looked a bit surprised. Lin Ni continued earnestly, "We really need it, so we came to see if we could negotiate." Don cupped his hands together and smiled kindly. "In that case, let's head to my father's hall to talk it over. He will certainly be very happy to see you again after such a long time." Lin Ni placed her hand on Xiao Long's shoulder and revealed with a smile, "I've brought this to trade for the cold ice jade." Xiao Long's eyes widened in confusion, and Don asked in shock, "Are you planning to trade brother Xiao Long?" Not long after, they arrived at the Nangong family's main hall. After hearing the whole story, the patriarch stood up abruptly and asked in astonishment, "Is that true?" His eyes widened, unable to hide his shock. He couldn't believe they had brought a spiritual elixir infused with such intense cold energy. "Xiao Long, show it to him," Lin Ni said. Hearing this, Xiao Long smiled, reached into his robe, took out the spiritual elixir, and placed it on the table. The patriarch's attention was completely fixed on it. Inside the elixir, a small object was glowing and sparkling. "May I take a closer look?" he asked curiously. "Yes, of course." Xiao Long nodded, his heart racing. This was the elixir he had carefully carried, keeping it tucked against his chest the entire journey. He hoped they would accept the trade. The patriarch carefully examined the elixir, remarking that the purity of the cold energy was very high. With this, the girl could hold on for at least another 10 years. "Is it really that incredible?" Don asked out of curiosity. Because the item was so precious, the patriarch decided to trade it for the cold ice jade. Hearing this, a joyful smile appeared on the faces of Lin Ni and Xiao Long. The family head pointed at the elixir and asked curiously, "What is inside it?" Xiao Long could only offer an awkward smile and reply, "That is a secret I cannot reveal." The family head guessed it might be related to where the spiritual herb was found, so he decided not to ask further. Xiao Long coughed softly and thanked him with a smile, but he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, knowing that wasn't the real reason. He remembered a few days ago, while walking around the family estate with his grandfather, he suddenly felt something cold inside his robe. His grandfather noticed his strange expression and asked what was wrong. He pulled the object out, feeling confused. It was a dry gecko tail. Xiao Long showed it to his grandfather, saying he found something strange, like an ice crystal inside the tail, which he had kept as a souvenir. With curiosity, his grandfather carefully examined it and realized it emitted cold energy. He said it would be a good material for those practicing ice attribute martial arts. Xiao Long rubbed his chin, recalling the geckos. He had thought they stored nutrients in their tails like fat-tailed geckos, never expecting it to be cold energy. His grandfather smiled and suggested Xiao Long try using it to refine a spiritual elixir. Back in the present, Xiao Long secretly thought that this dried-up gecko tail really wasn't worth mentioning. With a look of joy, the family head, Don, went to inform his sister that he wanted to use this spiritual elixir to trade for the ice jade. The young girl nodded obediently. The family head invited them to rest and said he would host a banquet to welcome his distinguished guests. He also keenly noticed that Lin Ni seemed close to Xue, and then offered, "My daughter has recently been through a difficult situation. Would you, Miss Lin Ni, be able to stay by her side to comfort her?" Lin Ni smiled and agreed. They stood up and were led by Don to the guest house. On the way, Don happily remarked, "Thanks to you, Miss Lin Ni, my father is in such a good mood." For the past few days, the whole family had been living in fear. Lin Ni asked curiously about Xue's situation because she had heard some rumors near Huantian Mountain. Don's eyes suddenly drooped with sadness. "I didn't expect you to know about that too. I don't believe Sister Xue would do such a thing, but since we couldn't find any clues, she was imprisoned and had to use the vermilion mark to prove her innocence." Lin Ni was stunned upon hearing this, and Xiao Long was completely confused. Lin Ni explained to him that the vermilion mark was something women in ancient times used to prove their chastity. They would keep a gecko in a jar, feeding it cinnabar until its whole body turned red, then grind it into powder and apply it to a woman's body. If she was still pure, the red mark would not wash off. Xiao Long was stunned. He thought indignantly that determining a woman's chastity should be a task for the Qilin, not a gecko. Just then, they arrived where Xue was staying. Not far away, she was sitting quietly, the red mark still visible on her arm. Lin Ni smiled and greeted her. Seeing her, Xue couldn't help but be surprised. Don immediately said they had brought a spiritual elixir containing cold energy and his father wanted to use it to trade for the cold ice jade. Don handed the elixir to Xue. As soon as she touched it, she was surprised to feel a massive surge of cold energy radiating from it. She thanked them and took out the cold ice jade for the trade. Xiao Long carefully observed the jade, unable to hide his satisfied smile. Suddenly, Xue let out a mournful sigh. Lin Ni said sincerely, "I have heard the rumors. I don't believe you would do such a thing. Don't be too discouraged." Xue replied sadly, "But there are many witnesses. They even knew where my mole was located." A spark suddenly flashed in Xiao Long's eyes. This was clearly a mysterious case, right up his alley. In his past life, he was known as a top-tier detective in crime-solving games. He smiled and asked, "Xue, have you ever bathed alone in a pond or gone out at night?" Xue looked at him blankly. Lin Ni calmly asked, "Do you want to know who was stalking her?" Xiao Long's jaw dropped as he realized he had been read like a book. Xue shook her head, replying that she had never bathed outside, and the people in the village were all as close as family, so there was no reason to slander her. Don mocked, "See? You guessed wrong." Xiao Long couldn't believe he had failed so miserably. He slumped to the ground, crushed in despair. Just then, Lin Ni suddenly smiled, clasped her hands together, and declared, "I have solved this mystery. In my opinion, there's only one possible explanation for this situation." All eyes turned toward her, both confused and curious. Lin Ni remained silent for a moment, then with her eyes shining with confidence, she dropped a bombshell. "The culprit is a ghost." Both Don and Xue were stunned, sweat beading on their foreheads. Lin Ni nodded in confirmation. Xiao Long, however, was a bit confused. He thought Lin Ni would offer some profound explanation, not suddenly start talking about ghosts. He rubbed his chin in thought, recalling the time he encountered the ghost of a green-spotted centipede after it died, so he felt this situation wasn't entirely unreasonable. "Have you accidentally touched or done anything strange lately?" Xiao Long reached out and asked Xue. For example, eating a spirit beast in her core. Xue pondered for a moment and then replied seriously, "I did recently touch an acorn and a tree branch." Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yini broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly baffled by this naive reply. This was what people called a clumsy kind of charm. Shua's eyes suddenly went wide as she clasped her hands together, as if remembering something important. "When I was practicing martial arts alone at night," she said, "I could sense someone's presence, feeling as if someone had been tailing me this whole time." "Is this for real, big sister?" Don asked with a worried look. Shua nodded firmly. "At first I thought it was you, but when I went to check, there was no one there." She rested her hand on her chin, wondering if she was just being too sensitive, but Wei Xiaolong, observing her closely, knew this was a deeply suspicious situation. Right while they were deep in thought, a maid rushed over, completely out of breath. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Shua asked anxiously. The maid wrung her hands and stammered. Another villager has vanished. The clan's martial artists have already started searching for them. Doan looked terrified. Shu lowered her head, fury written all over her face. Wei Xiaolong calmly watched and asked if she was okay. A flash of pure determination suddenly lit up Shua's eyes. No matter what, she had to track down that ghost herself and clear her good name. Don't go, big sister. Doan clenched her fists. I'm begging you, if you sneak out alone again and get caught, it's going to be a huge problem this time. Xue thought for a moment, then smiled and told Doan not to worry. She then turned to Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yini and announced, this time, we won't go alone. What do you mean? Doan asked, looking confused. Xu walked over to Tang Yini, grabbed her hands, and gave her a sad, pleading look. Would the two of you be willing to help me? Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yini were both taken aback by the offer. Night fell, and somewhere deep in the woods, a little owl perched on a tree branch. As it turned its head, it spotted Wei Xiaolong and the others combing through the area. Doan clutched Tang Yini's hand, trembling, and whispered, if I get caught this time, they'll lock me away in solitary confinement for at least half a year. Hearing that, Tang Yini could only offer a nervous smile. Dawn turned back to Wei Xiaolong and said, I thought you were helping me stop my sister. I don't get why you suddenly care so much. Wei Xiaolong looked bewildered, offering only an awkward, forced smile. A little while earlier, Shu had pulled out a piece of gold jewelry. She explained it was a traditional Noragai ornament, designed in the center to hold a piece of ice jade. I'm not sure why you two need ice jade, but if you're looking for something to carry with you, this isn't a bad choice. She split the Noragai in two, explaining that even apart, they could still serve as a token between two people. She stared straight at Wei Xiaolong as she spoke. I promise I'll give it to you if you help me. Wei Xiaolong froze, and both his and Tang Yini's eyes were instantly drawn to the sparkling trinket. Snap back to reality. Wei Xiaolong muttered to himself, placing a hand over his chest as he declared, like I said before, I'm not doing this for the Noragai. I just genuinely want to protect Miss Shua's honor. You're lying. Doan snapped, her face flushed red with anger. Doan, don't be so impulsive. Shua turned to look at her younger sister, gently advising her. While Tang Yini could only chuckle awkwardly, Doan was practically losing her mind out of frustration. A few minutes later, they came to a halt. This was the exact spot where Shu had sensed someone's presence. She decided to thoroughly search the surrounding area, hoping to find any clues. What if the culprit really is a ghost? Tang Yini asked anxiously as she stepped closer. Shua drew her sword, her voice dripping with resolve. I'm going to hack it to pieces with this sword filled with evil-banishing energy. Wei Xiaolong stood nearby, watching and feeling the mounting tension. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as thick fog began rolling in out of nowhere, growing so dense that visibility dropped to zero. Wei Xiaolong looked around in a panic, shouting out names for Shu and the others, but there was no reply. He started walking in circles, terrified they had been separated. Out of nowhere, his foot caught on something. He bent down to take a closer look and realized it was a spiderweb. He picked it up, felt how thick the thread was, and understood that whatever creature spun it had to be massive. Ah! A piercing scream echoed out. Wei Xiaolong spun around in a panic. It was Doan's voice. He hastily called out to his swarm of tiny centipedes. Can you find your mother? As if understanding the command, the tiny creatures leaped off Wei Xiaolong and scrambled away fast. He left them with the task of protecting Tang Yini, while he dashed deeper into the woods, realizing they were being dragged further and further inward. He couldn't wrap his head around why there were so many webs. Panting heavily, Wei Xiaolong tried to rack his brain for any knowledge about spiders. Spiders were generally split into two types, web builders that stayed put and wanderers that kept moving. The web builders spun traps and stayed in one place, while wanderers kept crawling around. Yet this entire forest was covered in webs strung low across the ground. There was no way a normal spider spun webs like this. He figured this was definitely not an ordinary creature. A deep red fog blanketed everything. As the mist slowly began to clear, wearing a dead serious expression, Wei Xiaolong decided he needed to find Doan and the others fast. Seconds later, he stopped dead in his tracks. The trees right in front of him were completely choked with webs. He stared in blank bewilderment at what was happening. Suddenly, he heard Doan's voice, looked up, and froze. She was wrapped tightly in a cocoon of silk, stuck fast against a tree. Terrified, Wei Xiaolong whipped around and saw a woman sitting right on top of a giant spider. The woman flashed a smile, her eyes glittering with malice. It was none other than Nangong Shui. With a sinister glint in her eyes, Shu wore an eerie, hypnotic smile. Wei Xiaolong stood completely rooted to the spot, unable to believe his eyes. The entire area was covered in the webs of a ground spider he had never seen before. It wove its silk across the floor instead of up in the air. Wei Xiaolong gritted his teeth, staring hard at the figure sitting on the giant spider. He finally figured out that whatever was standing in front of him wearing Nangong Shui's face was actually a shape-shifting spider demon. He noticed how it intentionally let one sleeve slip off to bare a seductive shoulder to lure him in, figuring this was just an evolutionary trick to hunt down males. Wei Xiaolong instinctively blushed, thinking to himself, "You didn't have to go that far, I'm already hooked." Just then, Doan snapped back to consciousness, struggling hard to break free from her bonds. She glared at Wei Xiaolong in absolute fury, never expecting that even he would fall for the trap. Without a single moment of hesitation, Wei Xiaolong walked right toward the spider demon. Seeing this, it cracked a triumphant smile. With an expression overflowing with infatuation, Wei Xiaolong blurted out, "You're so gorgeous," and suddenly pulled it into a tight hug, leaving the spider demon stunned. A flash of cruelty crossed its eyes as it prepared to strike. But right at that moment, Wei Xiaolong gave a mental command. In a flash of motion, a tiny centipede burst out from inside his shirt and sank its fangs straight into the spider demon's neck. It opened its mouth wide, letting out a shriek of agony. Wei Xiaolong stepped back, and the little centipede quickly crawled back to his side. With eyes full of tears, the spider demon reached out toward Wei Xiaolong as if begging for help. Its acting was so convincing it could easily trick anyone. It clutched its neck and started swaying unsteadily. Before long, it collapsed straight to the ground. Its expression was so realistic that it was easy to fall for the trap. It clutched its throat, began to stagger, and soon collapsed to the ground. Wei Xiaolong Yifei gasped for air, eyes wide as he stared at the motionless spider. He wasn't sure if the poison had completely paralyzed the creature or not. Grabbing a branch, he carefully poked its body. The venom of the Zeth was a neurotoxin that paralyzed its prey. He thought that, despite the venom being quite potent, with the massive size of this creature, it would probably be fine. Reassured, he started stroking the spider, whispering, "Don't be sad. I saved you from being hunted by the villagers." Wei Xiaolong Yifei's eyes lit up with excitement, and without a second thought, he wrapped his arms around the spider. He was absolutely delighted. Its body was bright red, with 4 large spots on its back and fur as soft and thick as velvet. It was a brilliant red spider. He mused to himself, curious about what this beautiful spider looked like. He decided to check its fangs. Maybe they were as big as a Goliath spider's. With that in mind, he curiously flipped the spider's belly over. Just then, a figure flashed by like a blur, a furious scream erupted, and immediately after, a heavy kick slammed straight into Wei Xiaolong Yifei's face. Before he could even understand what was happening, his body flew away like a leaf, hit a tree trunk hard, and flopped onto the ground, knocked out cold. Tang Yin was stunned, covering her mouth with her hand, realizing in a panic that she had lost control of her strength in the heat of the moment. A few minutes later, Wei Xiaolong Yifei shakily stood up, his face still dazed. Tang Yin asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" She explained, her voice still trembling. The mist surrounding this forest was clearly created by that spider, and inhaling it would increase a man's desires, much like an aphrodisiac. I inhaled some and felt quite strange myself, so I had to use my inner energy to purge it from my body before coming to find you. Wei Xiaolong Yifei calmly replied that he didn't feel anything strange, then rested his hand on his chin and concluded that the villager's demon-like behavior must be caused by this mist. Could it be some kind of pheromone? He asked innocently while touching the spider, asking Tang Yin, "What kind of monster is this that can spew such toxic mist?" Seeing Wei Xiaolong Yifei still casually touching the spider, Tang Yin couldn't help but feel scared, but then her face turned as red as a tomato. She mumbled an apology, confessing that she thought he had been bewitched by the spider. Wei Xiaolong Yifei was bewildered, but then realized that in a certain sense, she was right. "I really was seduced by the spider's beauty. I was just trying to see its shape," he explained, his hands still stroking the spider's furry leg. "Its legs are so fuzzy and cute." Tang Yin, dripping with sweat, demanded he stop. She suddenly remembered something. A bright red body, 4 large spots on the back, and fur as thick and soft as velvet. At that moment, a coughing sound echoed. Both of them startled and turned back, but saw no one. Wei Xiaolong Yifei wondered if the spider had made that sound. The voice spoke again. "It's Yin. You're still wrapped in silk." Damn it, he had completely forgotten about the girl. They hurriedly lowered her. Yin's face was pale, and her breathing was weak, but she was still alive. He realized she was just paralyzed. Hearing this, Tang Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was already dark. Wei Xiaolong Yifei said now they just had to find Shu. Tang Yin was certain that once the mist cleared, they would find her soon. But before that, Wei Xiao Long Yifei decided to do one thing. He started using the spider's own silk to tie it up and drag it along, determined to bring it back to the clan for research. Not long after, Shu appeared. Seeing Yin lying motionless on the ground, her eyes filled with tears and fury. This spider hadn't just dared to tarnish her honor, but it also dared to harm her little sister. She drew her sword, preparing to finish off the monster. "Wait!" Wei Xiao Long Yifei shouted in a panic, running over to stand in front of the spider's body without a second's hesitation. Shu stopped, pointing her sword at it, her voice icy. "Get out of the way!" But Wei Xiao Long Yifei remained firmly in place. Seeing this, Shu couldn't help but be confused. Wei Xiao Long Yifei pointed to himself and proudly declared, "I was the one who caught it, so now it belongs to me." Tang Yin was stunned by his audacity. Shu looked down at the ground silently, then looked up, her eyes blazing with anger. "What did you just say? Killing a creature like this is such a waste. You killed a salamander with a poison curse before, and now you want to kill this spider too? Wait, Shu!" Tang Yin shouted, hugging Yin tightly. "She's still alive, just paralyzed." Hearing that, Shu's eyes filled with relief mixed with surprise. "Really?" she asked. Tang Yin nodded, asking her to calm down. "I understand your feelings," Tang Yin continued. "But if the host is killed, the disguise will be broken and it will transform into a different shape. At that point, there will be no way to clear Yin's name." She looked at the spider with a serious expression. "Think again. If you bring this spider back for your family to see, your name will be cleared." Moreover, it was Wei Xiao Long Yifei who caught it, found the spirit medicine, and saved Yin's life. He helped clear your name, so you shouldn't wield your sword so recklessly. Both Wei Xiao Long Yifei and Shu were amazed by Tang Yin's sharp logic. Shu sighed, pondered for a moment, and sheathed her sword. She turned to apologize to Wei Xiao Long Yifei. "Forgive me. I didn't think about the kindness you showed me." Wei Xiao Long Yifei waved his hand, saying it was nothing big. He smiled and gave a thumbs up to Tang Yin, secretly praising her for being able to think so clearly in such a tense situation. Observing the spider carefully, Shu asked Wei Xiao Long Yifei what he intended to do with it. He explained that he planned to spare it and bring it back to the Tang Clan. Then, he subconsciously reached out to pat Shu's head, his voice full of emotion. "You are so cute." Hearing this, Shu was stunned, her face turning as red as a tomato. She misunderstood his intent, started fidgeting with her fingers, and said anxiously, But you already have Miss Tang Yin." Tang Yin sighed, her eyes tired as she explained, "Wei Xiao Long Yifei didn't mean that. He was saying the spider itself is cute. It's red, has soft fur, and possesses unique abilities. That's why he finds it adorable." Hearing this, Shu's eyes flashed with fear again. Wei Xiao Long Yifei, who was stroking the spider, turned back to look at her, confused. He asked what the two of them were talking about, but both quickly changed the subject. Early the next morning, Nangong Yin was safely escorted back to the clan. Everyone was shocked to see such a giant spider. The Nangong clan leader frantically drew his sword, furious to learn that this creature had impersonated his daughter and tarnished the family's honor. Wei Xiao Long Yifei quickly intervened, explaining that the misunderstanding had been cleared up and the rumors would soon be corrected. Hearing this, the clan leader decided to calm down. Wei Xiao Long Yifei realized that he and Shu looked very similar. After all, they were father and daughter. The clan leader reached out his hand and declared that this action was no less than saving the lives and honor of both his daughters and guaranteed that the Nangong clan would never forget this favor. As such, they would respect his every wish. Xiao Long smiled, pointing at the spider as he had promised, "I'll be taking this guest with me." The clan leader didn't object, but mentioned there was one thing that worried him. He was shocked to see the creature still in Shu's form. He reasoned that if it had managed to steal his daughter's appearance, it could surely turn into other forms as well. Therefore, he demanded that it at least take on a different shape. He never wanted to go through the feeling of doubting his own daughter ever again. Xiao Long placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. He understood that. Although he had gained ownership of the creature, the issue of image copyright remained. He was wondering what to do when suddenly, everything turned chaotic. He ran over to Gu Fei to ask what was going on. The crowd was getting rowdy. Gu Fei reported that 3 old men had appeared looking furious, shouting and calling the spider a cunning thing that had mimicked the young lady's appearance. They demanded to know why it hadn't been killed. Gu Fei sternly held up a hand, warning them to watch their words. "This guest has been taken into custody by our clan. Do you dare to slander the clan's property?" Hearing this, the old men panicked and begged for forgiveness. Zilong crossed his arms, realizing the misunderstanding was settled and that most people who needed to see it had already done so. He told Gu Fei they shouldn't let anyone else in, as he was worried the creature might get hurt if this kept up. Gu Fei nodded and ordered the guards to close the gate. Just as the crowd cleared and the guards prepared to lock up, a weak voice called out, "Please, wait." It was an elderly, bald man leaning on a cane, panting, his eyes filled with desperation. He coughed and asked if he could just take a quick look. "Orders are orders, sir. We can't do anything about it," the guard explained, sweating profusely. The old man begged, "Just for a moment, please." The guard scratched his head, looking troubled. "This isn't allowed." "Just let him see it," Xiao Long said with a smile. "He traveled such a long way despite his poor health. There must be a reason." The old man's eyes sparked with surprise and gratitude. He thanked Xiao Long and tremblingly approached the spider, observing it carefully. Everyone went silent. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes as he realized it really was the one. The spider looked up at him, its eyes widening in surprise. "Are you planning to kill it like everyone else says?" The old man turned to ask. "Not at all," Xiao Long replied calmly. "This is a precious creature. I intend to bring it back to Sichuan to raise it properly at the Tang Clan. Even if its diet is a bit unusual, it's just a lost guest. Everything is just fate, not the fault of this little creature." The old man's eyes welled with tears of joy. He had never heard anyone speak like that. "I trust you," he said. Without a second of hesitation, the old man began to untie the ropes binding the spider. Seeing this, everyone panicked. "That's dangerous, sir," Xiao Long said anxiously. Once untied, the spider nuzzled its head against the old man, who petted it affectionately. Its eyes lit up with joy. Xiao Long sighed. "For you, this isn't surprising at all." From the very beginning, he had sensed a familiar aura radiating from the old man, the aura of a kindred spirit. There was no doubt about it. He was an enthusiast of strange creatures. The old man revealed that its name was Yao Hua. He shared that over 20 years ago, after losing his entire family to a plague and falling into deep despair, he found this tiny creature, which was no bigger than his fist at the time. They had lived together ever since. When he was still strong, he used his own yang energy to nurture it. However, as his strength waned and he could no longer provide that energy, troubles began to arise. It had caused a terrible incident for the young miss of the Nangong family. The old man turned back, his voice heavy with remorse. "It's all my fault." A flash of surprise crossed Xiao Long's eyes, and the old man couldn't hold back his tears, confessing that he had been wandering in misery, not knowing what to do. But now, with a kind young man like you to adopt it, he could finally be at peace. He pleaded with him, begging him to take good care of it. Xiao Long bowed respectfully before the old man, promising to look after it well. With tear-filled eyes, the old man turned to Yao Hua. "I'm old now and can no longer care for you. Please, go with him and live a long, full life." Yao Hua and the old man embraced, the creature's own eyes welling up with tears. The sight deeply moved Xiao Long, and he couldn't help but shed a few tears of his own. He was stunned that a demonic beast could understand human speech and express such profound emotion. He wondered how much time they had spent together, realizing the old man truly cherished it like his own daughter. He reached out. "Sir, please wait. Would you like to come with us to Sichuan? It would be much better if we went together instead of parting like this." The old man declined, his eyes brimming with tears. He was deeply touched by the young man's kindness, but he no longer had the strength to endure such a long journey. "Besides, my family's graves are all here. I cannot leave." Xiao Long scratched his head, smiling as he asked, "Then, could you share some tips on how to raise a Yaohua? This is my first time handling a creature like this." The old man promised to answer all his questions to the best of his ability. Xiao Long blushed, shyly admitting, "What makes me most curious is the yang energy. How is it actually provided?" The old man held out his finger, and Yao Hua began to suck on it. "Let me show you," he explained. It was as simple as inserting a finger like that. Even sleeping together seemed to be enough to transfer the yang energy. Suddenly, Yao Hua's form began to shift. Everyone's attention was glued to it. The old man revealed that when yang energy is transferred, it transforms into the shape it considers most beautiful in the eyes of its master. Yao Hua shifted into the form of a beautiful woman. It was the likeness of the old man's late wife when she was young. "I just wanted to see this face one more time before I die," he said, his voice filled with relief. He then turned to Xiao Long. "Would you like to try?" Xiao Long approached Yao Hua, pondered for a moment, and inserted his finger into its mouth. Soon after, its form began to change again, making Xiao Long's eyes widen in shock. He waited nervously, wondering what form it would take, silently guessing it would surely be Miss Tang Yin. The spider began to transform, and as the new figure emerged, everyone, including the old man and Xiao Long, stood stunned. Gu Fei and the head of the Nangong family looked on with fear and amazement. It had turned into a wooden doll. The old man was shocked and confused. There was no doubt this was the very form Yao Hua had shown only once before turning into a human shape. He panicked and asked Xiao Long, "Why? Why didn't it take the form of Miss Tang Yin? Breaking into a cold sweat, Xiao Long felt his head spinning. He understood now. The reason Yao Hua could maintain the form of Nangong Shu was because, in the eyes of the villagers, she was the most beautiful woman. But now, in front of it was Tang Yin, known as the greatest beauty in the Central Plains. He was the one who had provided the yang energy, so why didn't Yao Hua turn into her? This made no sense, and he couldn't grasp it. Unable to accept it, Xiao Long spun around and bolted, his mind in total chaos. If word of this reached the Tang family, they would surely see it as an act of betrayal. Could it be? Could his obsession with poisons be stronger than his admiration for Tang Yin? No, that couldn't be it. There had to be another explanation. At that same moment, in Nangong Yin's room, the door swung open, and Xiao Long rushed in, breathless. Tang Yin was there, looking surprised and confused by his disheveled state. He stammered, "Ah, I have something I'd like to ask of you." With a serious expression, he gathered his courage and asked, "May I give you a hug?" The abrupt request made Tang Yin's face flush red. Xiao Long hurriedly waved his hands to explain, but for a fleeting moment, he thought that perhaps a misunderstanding like this wouldn't be so bad. She stood up, clenching her hands, and nervously admitted, "Did you finally discover it?" "Ah, I didn't mean to keep it from you. I only read about it in a book and wasn't sure, so I didn't dare say anything." Xiao Long didn't understand what she was talking about at all. Tang Yin sighed, deciding to be direct. "It's about that spider. It is one of the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains, the human-faced spider." Xiao Long froze. He couldn't believe his ears. Yao Hua, the creature he had been pampering, was a human-faced spider, one of the infamous 10 great poisonous creatures, currently looking quite ashamed. Tang Yin twisted her fingers. "I swear I never meant to deceive you. I just wanted to be certain because of the promise we made in the past." Xiao Long suddenly realized this was why she had been hesitant. Knowing that a promise is a promise, she stepped forward and hugged him tightly without a moment's hesitation. Before Xiao Long could even react, a sleepy voice echoed from the bed. "Iam, do I need to leave so you two can have some privacy?" It was Yin who had woken up. Seeing her, Xiao Long panicked, causing the young girl to look over with concern. 2 days later, Xiao Long's group bid farewell to the Nangong family. Shu waved goodbye, expressing her deep gratitude and promising never to forget this kindness. Fortunately, after Yao Hua absorbed Xiao Long's yang energy for the second time, it had transformed into the likeness of Tang Yin. He thought that now they wouldn't have to worry about prying eyes anymore. He said gently to Yao Hua, who was in the cage, "Are you all right? Try to hold on a little longer. I'll let you out as soon as we arrive." Gu Fei asks Xiao Long about their next plan. He explained, "I initially intended to go straight to Mount Ganga, but now with Yao Hua, I'm debating whether we should stop by the Tang family first." Hearing this, Yao Hua in the cage shook its head violently. Seeing the worry in its eyes, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel moved. He never expected it to be genuinely concerned for him, such a kind and gentle soul. He thought to himself and promised to get them to their destination as quickly as possible. The plan was settled. They would head to Mount Ganga to pick up the geckos, then return to the Tang sect with Yao Hua. The boat continued downstream under a clear sky full of seagulls. The two men were chatting away. Someone asked, "Hey, have you heard the news? It seems the Alliance leader has personally led the Azure Dragon team on an expedition." The other replied, "I heard that those captured during the recent raid on the Blood Cult have revealed the locations of their other strongholds." The person with the ponytail added worriedly, "I also heard there were almost no casualties in that battle. Rumor has it that some mysterious expert created a cloud of poisonous mist that only affected the Blood Cultists. It's hard to believe." Xiao Long was startled to hear this. They were talking about him. "I wonder who could have pulled off such an incredible feat?" The person with the ponytail asked curiously. Their friend replied, "The Alliance decided to keep that person's identity secret to avoid retaliation. Whoever they are, they're nothing short of a hero. From this moment on, I've decided to admire them." Hearing these words, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel excited, his mind drifting back to his past life when he was a YouTuber. They soon arrived at Ganga Mountain. Stepping off the boat, the group headed toward the waterfall area. Xiao Long explained earnestly, "I'm not good at light body techniques, so I can't get across on my own. How about Miss Tang Yin and Team Captain Gu Fei go first and bring the little ones back here?" He knew that this time, there would be no one to throw him to the other side. Gu Fei scratched his head. "I'm not sure if the geckos will follow them without Xiao Long." Tang Yin agreed. "Gu Fei is right. It would probably be better if you went with us. Maybe I should try pulling a vine over to the other side." While they were still discussing it, one of the warriors suddenly pointed to the sky, amazed, and told Xiao Long to look at the demon flower nimbly climbing the cliff. "Get down." Xiao Long cried out in panic, just as the spider decided to show off. She shot out a web, performed a beautiful leap that soared right over Xiao Long's head and landed gracefully in front of them. Everyone was stunned. The demon flower reached out, and Xiao Long suddenly understood. He wondered if that was a paragliding technique, and was the demon flower trying to say that she could fly too because she was a spider? Most people don't know this, but spiders are wingless insects that can actually fly by letting themselves drift on the wind. They can travel tens or even hundreds of kilometers. This phenomenon is called ballooning. Sometimes, when you're walking and suddenly feel like you've walked into a web floating in the air, that is the trace of this technique. Xiao Long's eyes widened in amazement as he realized the demon flower could also balloon. An idea flashed through his mind. Not long after, the demon flower hugged Xiao Long, jumped, and used the ballooning technique. They safely reached the other side of the waterfall. Xiao Long was overjoyed that it worked. He couldn't help but hug her tight, exclaiming, "You're incredible. How can you be so ridiculously versatile?" Tang Yin stepped closer, expressing her discomfort. "Since the demon flower is wearing my appearance, this situation feels as if I am the one being hugged. It feels a bit strange." Hearing this, Xiao Long worriedly let go of the demon flower. He told them to wait a moment and went into the cave alone. Sunlight shone through a hole in the ceiling, illuminating the pair of geckos in front of Xiao Long. He smiled, trying to get their attention. The geckos turned around, looking somewhat surprised to see him. They hopped up, and Xiao Long ran toward them, asking worriedly if they were okay and if they were hurt anywhere. The pair of geckos began affectionately licking his face, making him smile. He realized they had become more affectionate while he was away and was very happy to see them looking healthy. He offered them the cold jade pill, promising to take good care of them if they came with him. The geckos looked at the jade pill intently and smiled. Xiao Long decided to name them, the female Snow and the male Ice, holding them in his hands. He said, "It's time to go to your new home." And just like that, Snow and Ice officially became part of the family. It was dark by the time they returned to the Tang Sect Manor. The guards were a bit surprised to see Xiao Long, Gu Fei, Tang Yin, and another Tang Yin. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a spider, and they couldn't understand why this creature had the form of Miss Tang Yin. Xiao Long cleared his throat and confidently announced, "Notify the elders, the proud, official son-in-law of the Tang sect has returned." He paused, then corrected himself, saying that he had caught actually, that he had brought back one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Hearing about the 10 great poisonous creatures, the guards were shocked and decided to report it immediately. They fired a signal flare into the sky, announcing Xiao Long's return. Shortly after, the patriarch, the matriarch, the great elder, and the other elders of the sect hurried toward him. The great elder remembered that Xiao Long had said he was going to find food for the god lizard, so he skeptically asked why he had brought back a spider. "Xiao Long, where exactly have you been and what have you been doing?" The patriarch also questioned. The eyes of the patriarch and his wife widened in shock. This spider looked exactly like their daughter. With a happy smile, Xiao Long explained, "We happened to find it while passing through the Nangong family estate." This answer left the elders a bit confused. In all their lives, they had never heard of anyone coincidentally finding one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, let alone capturing a human-faced spider known for being so fierce. With a proud look, the Supreme Elder spoke up. "Xiao Long always does extraordinary things. That's why he's worthy of being a son-in-law of the Tang family." The head of the house burst into laughter. "I announce that from now on, Xiao Long is officially our son-in-law." Tang Yin's mother smiled and added, "Now the promise between Xiao Long and Tang Yin has been fulfilled." Xiao Long's mouth hung open in surprise, not knowing how she knew about that, while Tang Yin could only blush in embarrassment. That didn't matter. What really mattered was that he was now part of the family. The Supreme Elder looked at Xiao Long with a calm gaze. "Starting tomorrow, go to the river and catch a live goose." He smiled and explained, "Didn't you know you have to prepare the goose for the engagement ceremony yourself? Although you're not old enough to get married yet, at least we can hold the engagement ceremony first." Xiao Long's eyes widened in surprise, not knowing what to say. The head of the house held up a finger and added, "Once this is done, even if you don't like Tang Yin anymore, you won't be able to escape." Tang Yin's father worriedly chimed in, shyly asking his father to stop talking about this subject. In the middle of the conversation, a radiant smile spread across Xiao Long's face, drawing everyone's attention. He respectfully bowed. Seeing this, the elders all smiled proudly. Tang Yin couldn't help but clench her hands, filled with excitement. With a confident smile, Xiao Long declared, "As a member of the Sichuan Tang sect and the official son-in-law of the family, I ask for your guidance from now on." Upon returning to the Tang sect, the first thing Xiao Long did was arrange a place for the little ones. The demon flower chose a large tree by the village well as her home. As for the lizards, since they had habits like dogs, he didn't want to separate them. Instead of sending them to the poisonous creature garden, he allowed them to stay right in his room. Once everything was settled, Xiao Long sat down to chat with them. Do you like this place? The geckos happily nodded. Yao Hua, if you're hungry, just come straight to me, okay? Do you know the way? He asked. The young girl smiled, using her finger to point at the spider webs covering everything. Xiao Long looked curiously. It turned out she had been spinning webs everywhere. If any bad guys came, she would punish them and send a warning signal. Xiao Long's eyes lit up with joy. You mean if a suspicious person breaks in, I just need to touch the web and you'll come running immediately? The girl clapped happily. The geckos also looked at him as if to say they would protect him. Xiao Long covered his mouth with his hand, unable to hold back tears of happiness. They were truly reliable. He was so happy he wanted to hug them tightly. After the new home for the new members was prepared, the engagement ceremony was held. The clan elders gathered. Engagement gifts were exchanged in a simple ceremony as a vow of commitment. However, there was a small misunderstanding during the gift preparation. As Xiao Long was waiting in the hall, Tang Yin appeared, carrying a few geckos in her arms. Xiao Long was surprised and confused. Her gaze was determined, and he realized she wanted these geckos to be the engagement gifts. He couldn't help but wonder if they were meant to be simple decorations. Sweat dripped down his face. This was quite a problem. He couldn't understand how he could present geckos as engagement gifts. He remembered she loved the geckos, but he didn't expect her to be so direct. With a serious face, he said, I'm sorry, this is going to be complicated. Why? She looked confused. Xiao Long took her hands, looked deep into her eyes, and explained, engagement gifts exist to promise an eternal love. Even though these geckos are beautiful, gifts should be eternal objects like ice jade to properly symbolize this promise. Tang Yin couldn't help but blush, as embarrassed as a ripe tomato. Xiao Long gently explained, even wild geese, which symbolize a marriage lasting 100 years, and the written vows all carry deep meaning. He added, when we get engaged, everything I own will basically be yours. She trusted him and turned away, deciding to follow his lead completely. Suddenly, she turned back, her gaze full of confidence. From now on, call me Tang Yin. Don't call me Miss Tang Yin anymore. We're engaged now. There's no need to be so formal. The unexpected request made Xiao Long's face flush red. While the geckos played innocently, he could only nod awkwardly. The next day, just as the sun rose, both were summoned to meet the sect leader. He asked kindly if they had rested well. Xiao Long secretly wondered if he had called them to give some advice. With a serious face, the sect leader revealed, I called you here because there is something to discuss regarding your great ultimate technique, Xiao Long. Xiao Long immediately focused, feeling confused. Tang Yin whispered to him that the great ultimate technique was the process of absorbing toxins to develop internal energy within the Tang Clan. Xiao Long suddenly understood she was referring to the 10 poisonous bodies. The great sect leader smiled and said, bringing back the face-changing creature is a very good thing. As it is the weakest of the 10 great poisonous creatures, it is perfect to start with. Xiao Long quickly asked, so, will I start practicing the great ultimate technique now? The sect leader shook his head. You said you would use the 10 great poisonous creatures for the technique, but I have a different proposal to start with. Hearing that, Xiao Long couldn't help but be surprised. The sect master calmly explained that while reviewing the types of poison he intended to bring back, he remembered a secret the clan had long forgotten. Smiling, he asked, do you know what the 5 poisons mean? Xiao Long was stunned, wondering if he was talking about the 5 poisons primordial art he had learned. The head of the family nodded, then raised his fingers one by one to name the centipede, lizard, scorpion, snake, and toad. He explained that these 5 types of poisons form the foundation of the 5 poisons primordial art. With a serious expression, he proposed a bold idea for Xiao Long to cultivate this divine art. Clasping his hands together, the family head explained further that within the Tang Clan, venomous creatures were divided into 2 categories, regular venomous beasts and spirit beasts. Regular venomous beasts were simply creatures with ordinary poison, whereas spirit beasts possessed mystical power, intelligence, and even a spiritual core. The golden-haired queen bee, the pair of snow and ice geckos, the green-spotted killers, and even the human-faced spider that he had brought back were all considered spirit beasts. The Grand Patriarch laughed and clarified that the 5 poisons primordial art was limited in its level of mastery because it only absorbed the venom of regular venomous beasts, but its original technique, the true 5 poisons primordial art, could absorb the poison of spirit beasts. He pointed out that with the green centipedes and the pair of geckos, he already had 2 centuries worth of spirit beast types. If he could find the venom of a spirit-grade snake, scorpion, and toad, he would meet all the conditions to master the 5 poisons primordial divine art. Xiao Long asked in surprise, Didn't you remember that the fat-tailed gecko has no poison? The Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained that he had checked them. They carried a type of venom that caused people to fall into a state of extreme cold, and the freezing aura they radiated was actually their venom. Now, two paths lay before Xiao Long. First, absorb the venom from the centipedes and geckos to cultivate the 5 poisons primordial divine art. Second, absorb the venom from the human-faced spider and begin the journey of gathering all 10 types of venomous creatures to forge the dual-core Decavernon body. Can I use the 10 ultimate venoms to complete the 5 poisons body? Xiao Long asked curiously. The elder shook his head. Because the gecko was not among the 10 ultimate venoms, he placed his hand under his chin, lost in deep thought. He understood that if he absorbed venom from lower-tier creatures like centipedes and geckos, he would no longer be able to complete the Decavernon body path using solely the 10 ultimate venoms. The choice was this. Absorb what he called the minor venom to follow the spirit beast grade 5 poisons body path, or persistently collect the 10 ultimate venoms to follow the ultimate Decavernon body path. Xiao Long realized this was just like choosing a skill tree in a video game. He remembered very clearly from his past life playing RPGs that choosing a skill tree would determine whether a character became trash or god tier. The elder solemnly warned him, think very carefully. The 5 poisons primordial divine art is an extraordinary martial art, and as for the 10 ultimate venoms, without heaven-sent luck, even I would find it hard to encounter them, let alone tame them. Xiao Long was completely lost in his thoughts, not knowing what to do. He wavered between the easy and swift path of the 5 poisons body and the arduous, rebellious path of the Decavernon body, a path that would allow him to reach even greater heights. A few hours later, Xiao Long was still sitting in deep contemplation. Tang Yin noticed him, her gaze a bit confused. She called out to him and said, if it's because of that promise, you don't need to shackle yourself to the Decavernon body. The 5 poisons primordial divine art is more than enough. It is an extraordinary martial art in its own right. Her eyes flashed with worry, telling him not to let pressure force him into a hasty decision. No matter which path he chose, he would still be Xiao Long. Hearing this, Xiao Long turned back, his sincere gaze answering. Even the family head said the preparation process for both cases is the same, only the final type of poison is different. I've decided to take my time and think about it more carefully. A few days later, Xiao Long was still lying in bed. Even though 2 days had passed since the grand technique was prepared, he still couldn't make a decision. Right at that moment, Tang Yin pushed open the door, her expression full of surprise. What's wrong? Xiao Long asked curiously. With her face covered in sweat, she revealed that the green-spotted centipedes were about to molt once again. Xiao Long bolted up from the bed, his eyes widening in shock. Without wasting another second, he rushed over to the pavilion where the centipedes were. When he saw them, both he and Tang Yin felt a pang of tenderness. Their skin had become as hard as stone. Xiao Long remembered that they had been growing very fast lately, but he hadn't expected the second molt to come this early. Will their appearance change again? Tang Yin asked curiously. Xiao Long nodded confidently. This time, green spots would start appearing on their bodies. His eyes were filled with excitement. Just thinking about them becoming exactly like his mother's made his heart race. Tang Yin smiled gently, eager to see their transformation. They're definitely going to be even cuter than before, Xiao Long said. But then his eyes widened in shock. He suddenly realized this wasn't something to celebrate. What if they didn't have enough time to dry their bodies by the day of the grand technique? He put his hands on his head, feeling extreme anxiety. Normal centipedes took a whole day to dry their bodies, and based on the previous molt, this process would definitely take even longer. He had been torn between using the venom of the green-spotted ones or the demonic flower for the first dose. But if this happened, he wouldn't be able to use the killer's venom anymore. Xiao Long thought to himself, understanding that if he forced the venom extraction now, something bad would happen. But he couldn't just sit around and wait either. He imagined the demonic flower, the pair of geckos, and the killers in an arena, with the demonic flower raising its fist. It was right then that he realized why he had been torturing himself over the past few days. 2 days later, the grand technique was finally held deep inside the 10,000 Poisons Hall of the Tang Clan. He had considered postponing it because of the killers, but the preparations for the grand technique were so complex and meticulous that simply delaying it was impossible. The process was immensely elaborate. Hundreds of medicine cauldrons were used to boil various herbs and extract their essences. Afterward, these essences were cooled and concentrated into a giant vat. Next, a precise mixture of various poisons and the blood of venomous beasts was added. Handling hundreds of ingredients, each with its own unique properties, and managing them in perfect harmony was an extremely difficult task. Even a slight delay would render the entire medicinal brew useless. Therefore, sitting around and waiting wasn't an option. He had made up his mind he would accept the venom of the demonic flower, one of the 10 ultimate venoms. Xiao Long carefully observed the liquid in the vat, noticing that its color was extremely dark and thick. The Grand Patriarch approached him and announced that they would begin the grand technique right now. Take off your clothes and step into the vat. Xiao Long snapped out of his hazy thoughts and nodded. He stripped off his robes, stepped into the medicinal vat, and slowly immersed himself. His eyes widened in surprise. This feeling was strangely familiar, just like a previous herbal bath. The family head smiled and said, "Now we will add a drop of the demonic flower's venom to trigger the reaction. Then we'll add the prepared medicinal herbs so your body can start absorbing the toxins," he said with a hearty laugh. Normally, this process would be unbearably painful. Luckily, the venom from the spirit flower is a paralyzing agent, so it won't be too bad. Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but feel uneasy. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. The clan leaders decided to go fetch the remaining ingredients, leaving Xiao Long alone in the room. Shortly after, Tang Yinner walked in carrying a few centipedes and the spirit flower. She smiled happily and greeted him. The centipedes have woken up. They had just finished molting. Their bodies were now spotted and radiating a brilliant light. The centipedes started playing around. Xiao Long noticed that Nova, Mira, and Gray looked even cuter than before. They curiously climbed up the side of the vat he was soaking in. Their transformation wasn't too drastic. They now looked like soft, stuffed animals. Strangely, they were even more adorable. The centipede's attention shifted to the liquid in the vat. Xiao Long chuckled, thinking they must find it very strange to see their father soaking in it. Knowing it was dangerous, he told them to stay with Tang Yinner. She smiled and called the centipedes over to her. But Nova didn't listen. It kept its eyes glued to the medicinal solution. As it tried to climb down, its antennae accidentally touched the surface of the water. It immediately writhed in pain. Seeing this, Xiao Long's eyes widened in alarm. "Tang Yinner, Nova's antennae touched the solution. Quickly, wash it with clean water." Tang Yinner's eyes widened in shock and worry. Without a second of hesitation, she hurriedly grabbed Nova. While struggling, it opened its mouth, and a drop of saliva fell into the medicinal vat. Xiao Long watched closely as the drop caused the solution to react violently and change color. The toxic poison is seeping into the vat. Tang Yinner realized with fear. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, and the next moment, he let out a piercing scream. "Xiao Long, stay calm," Tang Yinner cried out in worry. The medicinal solution felt like acid burning his flesh, making his face turn bright red. He had never experienced such excruciating pain before. It felt as if his entire skin was being peeled off while his body was set ablaze. He remembered the warning not to move, even though he desperately wanted to jump out. With extraordinary willpower, he tried to restrain himself. Bubbles started frothing from his mouth. The pain had exceeded his limits. Witnessing this horrifying sight, the spirit flower and the geckos were stunned into silence. Tang Yinner brought her hands to her mouth, her eyes filled with worry and helplessness. Just then, the Supreme Elder and the clan leader returned. Seeing what was happening, they were terrified and rushed toward him. Tang Yinner explained through tears that his centipede had accidentally dropped some venom in. Save me," Xiao Long gasped out. The Supreme Elder quickly grabbed him, one hand supporting his head, trying to reassure him. "Stay alert, Xiao Long. Breathe slowly. Do not pass out," the clan leader shouted. He couldn't take it anymore. His arms went limp, and his body lost all its strength. The clan leader's eyes filled with horror. Everyone was panicking, unsure if Xiao Long would survive. Gradually, his eyes closed, and Xiao Long felt as if he were sinking deep underwater. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw Nova sleeping soundly beside him. A strange energy began to flow from its body into his. A few hours later, Grandpa, Xiao Long is awake. When Xiao Long fully opened his eyes, Tang Yinner couldn't help but burst into tears. She was relieved to see he was okay. Xiao Long touched his head, realizing he was still in the same place. "Are you all right?" Tang Yinner asked anxiously. The Great Elder explained, "Luckily, I was able to channel your internal energy directly through your Baihui acupoint in time, so you survived the critical moment." The great ritual also ended safely and successfully. Even though it wasn't the spirit flower's poison, you finally absorbed the substitute toxin. Xiao Long rubbed his temples and sighed. Finally, he understood that Nova did all of this because it wanted its father to learn the 5 poison's body. He worriedly asked if Nova was okay, since its antennae had touched that poison. Tang Yinner and the Great Elder were slightly surprised. She explained, "I washed its antennae immediately. At that moment, I was so worried, not knowing if you would live or die." Xiao Long's gaze remained fixed on her, filled with regret. She turned away, feeling miffed. Xiao Long panicked. He knew he was wrong. Right after the engagement ceremony, the first person he should have sought out was his fiancée, but instead, his instincts had led him to the centipedes. His head began to throb again. Seeing this, Tang Yinner asked with concern, Is the pain recurring? But at this moment, the most important thing for Xiao Long was knowing for sure that Nova was still safe. The Great Elder and Tang Yin'er were stunned. They couldn't believe he was more worried about his centipede than himself. Seeing that he still wasn't fully recovered, the Great Elder decided to call for the physicians. 2 days later, the great ritual process finally concluded. When the medicinal vat was dry, Xiao Long went to see the Supreme Elder. He asked, "Xiao Long, are you truly okay? Or should we check a bit more thoroughly?" Xiao Long assured him that he was perfectly fine. With a serene expression, the Supreme Elder said, "Regardless, whether you want to or not, you have begun the path of the five poisons origin divine art. I will give you the corresponding martial arts manual." Xiao Long listened in silence, his eyes filled with amazement. The Supreme Elder revealed there were a total of 5 techniques: centipede poison fang claw, poison snake life-taking hand, scorpion tail continuous kick, centipede slithering movement technique, and toad explosive palm. He stroked his beard and explained, "Each technique belongs to a specific category, from claw techniques and hand techniques to footwork, movement, and palm strikes. These martial arts allow the practitioner to reach the realm of man as poison. Poison is man, a true unification between oneself and the toxins." Xiao Long's eyes lit up with excitement and joy. The Supreme Elder noticed he really liked them. Xiao Long nodded, admitting that although he was surprised, they weren't just poison arts or assassination techniques as he had imagined. The Supreme Elder coughed and praised him for being very observant, because the truth was, this martial art did not originate from the Tang sect. He closed his eyes and revealed a shocking secret. The 5 poisons origin divine art, and these 5 poison techniques were originally the martial arts of the 5 poisons sect, a sect that had been destroyed long ago. 200 years ago, the second young master of the Tang family, a genius of that time, fell in love with the daughter of the palace master of the southern savage beast palace. Despite fierce opposition, they eloped, founded the 5 poisons sect, created a new martial art by combining the Tang sect's poison arts with the beast palace's beast techniques. However, their selfish actions did not escape pursuit. About 100 years ago, the 5 poisons sect was finally destroyed by both factions joining forces. Afterward, the 2 sides agreed to reclaim their respective martial arts. The things the Tang family brought back were the 5 poisons origin divine art and the 5 poisons technique. Because the martial arts essence of both clans was intertwined, there were many disputes, but eventually, it was passed down to the Tang family. It is said that the sect leader of the 5 poisons sect back then had fought off the attacks from both the Beast Palace and the Tang family all by himself. There is no doubt that this is an extraordinary martial art, and the Great Elder believes it is absolutely perfect for someone with such a natural talent for poisons like Xiao Long. The head of the family is thrilled, convinced that with this dedication, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. And just like that, Xiao Long takes his very first steps on the path of cultivating the 5 poisons primordial divine art. Leaving the poison hall, he stretches and takes a breath of fresh air. How long has it been since he last saw the sun? Only now does he truly feel alive again. Right at that moment, one of the small centipedes darts toward him. His eyes widen in utter shock. It is Nova. She cannot hold back her tears of joy, seeing that her father is safe and sound. Xiao Long realizes she has been waiting here for him this whole time. "Stop crying now. This isn't your fault. Look, Dad is completely fine." Nova eagerly leaps into his arms, burrows straight into his shirt, and starts playfully nudging him. He figures that her newly shed skin must feel a bit prickly, wishing she would crawl on his clothes instead of directly against his skin. Instantly, Nova seems to understand. She crawls out of his shirt and begins scurrying along his arm. Xiao Long freezes, wondering if Nova just read his mind. No way, he tells himself. It has got to be a coincidence. He figures things like this occasionally happen when you keep a pet for a while. He thinks he's being foolish for believing that Nova, a simple, poisonous creature, could actually do something so extraordinary. But then, Nova's eyes suddenly lit up with anger. It was furious at Xiao Long. He panicked, not understanding what was happening. He didn't say a word, just silently thought about asking it to climb onto his head. Nova obeyed immediately. Then Xiao Long hid behind a tree and ordered it to find him. It did it without any difficulty at all. This repeated not once but 3 times in a row, leaving Xiao Long truly terrified. Nova sighed, acting confident, as if its heart and Xiao Long's were connected by a strange energy. Meanwhile, Tang Yin was a bit worried about Nova. She went looking for it because she couldn't find it anywhere. She approached the other 2 centipedes and asked if they knew where Nova had gone. Ever since it molted, it had been wandering around so much that it was hard to find, she lamented. Just then, Xiao Long came running back, panting while carrying Nova on his back, his eyes filled with astonishment. He rested his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Is it okay? Tang Yin asked, then immediately turned to scold, Nova, I told you not to go far. You have to let me know before you go anywhere, not this. Xiao Long interrupted, pointing at Nova. It understands human speech. Tang Yin replied calmly, Nova has always understood human speech. This isn't anything new. Xiao Long broke into a sweat, anxiously explaining, It's not like that. It understands me even when I'm just thinking in my head. This made Tang Yin somewhat surprised as well. Carrying Nova on his back, Xiao Long decided to go see the Grand Elder to get to the bottom of this. Tang Yin offered to go with him. A few minutes later, Xiao Long placed Nova on the table and explained that it could understand his thoughts. Considering that other poisonous creatures couldn't do this, the clan master assumed it might be an effect of the great technique. But the Grand Elder stroked his beard and explained gravely, That's not it. In the history of the Tang Clan, many have absorbed the poison of spirit beasts. If supernatural abilities like this had been discovered, they should have been recorded, but I have never seen or heard of them. Then what could be the reason? Tang Yin asked. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and concluded, This is definitely due to the 5 poisons returning to origin divine technique. The clan master interrupted. The great technique was created to absorb poison, and Xiao Long is the only one who has absorbed the spirit beast's poison using the 5 poisons returning to origin divine technique. The Grand Elder smiled. You think this secret might be related to the southern barbarian beast palace, where people treat fierce beasts as if they were their own limbs. It is very likely that their secret was embedded into the 5 poisons returning to origin divine technique. But the clan master stroked his beard and said there was no way to find out why. Why is that? Xiao Long asked, confused. The Grand Elder explained they would never reveal their most precious secrets. If they discovered someone had mastered a martial art affected by that secret technique, it's impossible to guess how they would react. So, is there any way to avoid this? Tang Yin asked anxiously. The Grand Master closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and replied, It won't be easy, unless we owe them a great favor. A moment later, Wei Xiao Long stepped out of the sect master's hall, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had imagined himself and his pets forming a group like the musicians of Bremen from the fairy tales. While he was daydreaming, Captain Gu Fei approached with a smile, glad to see he was feeling better. Thank goodness I found you. There's a slight issue at the venomous creature garden. Would you like to join me? Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but be surprised to hear there was a problem. Wei Xiaolong pondered for a moment. He decided to resolve the issue at the venomous creature garden before even considering the Nam Man Beast Palace. He suddenly realized he had completely forgotten about the garden because he had been so preoccupied with the engagement ceremony upon his return. I want to come along too, Gu Fei said, his eyes lighting up with joy. Oh, and there's someone I want to introduce to you. Wei Xiaolong's eyes widened in curiosity. Behind Gu Fei was Peng Yingying. The little girl smiled and ran over to give him a big hug. Wei Xiaolong held Peng Yingying's hand, deciding to take her to the venomous creature garden since she wouldn't let go of him. He turned and asked why Peng Yingying was there. Gu Fei smiled and explained, She came here for treatment and will be staying at the Tang sect for a while at the request of the head of the Peng family. Peng Yingying looked up with bright, shining eyes and asked, Brother, you've been back for days, why didn't you come to see me? I've been waiting for you the whole time. Wei Xiaolong was a bit surprised, noticing the girl had lost a front tooth. He gave a wry smile and patted Peng Yingying's head. I'm sorry. I thought you had already gone home. Did you get bored being alone? The little girl held out a small bag and said clearly, Not at all. I was playing with Tai Tach. Wei Xiaolong curiously opened the bag. Gu Fei also leaned in to look. Inside was a click beetle, also known as a snapping beetle, which can make a clicking sound when flipped onto its back. It is a pest that bores into potatoes, but for children, it's a familiar toy. Is this a firewood beetle? Gu Fei asked, confused. No, it's a Tai Tach, Peng Yingying insisted. Wei Xiaolong smiled involuntarily, remembering his own childhood. He too used to call this insect a Tai Tach beetle. This was the very first insect he raised in his previous life, the introductory insect that led him into the world of exotic creatures today. He sat down in front of the little girl, noticing that Peng Yingying really seemed to love insects. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, and I like queen bees too. Wei Xiaolong's eyes lit up with excitement. This little girl was like a miniature version of himself. He suddenly had an idea. What if he trained her with venomous creatures? He picked Peng Yingying up and asked with a smile, Do you want to learn about insects with your brother? They are very special and a lot of fun. Peng Yingying's eyes shone with joy, and the two began chatting happily. Gu Fei stood by, only able to smile bitterly, not knowing how he would report this to the head of the Peng family. They arrived at the venomous creature garden, and Peng Yingying's attention was immediately drawn to a turtle. Wei Xiaolong opened one of the drawers which contained a striped snake. He turned to Gu Fei and asked, "How is the breeding of the rodents progressing? After a couple more litters, there won't be a shortage. We estimate that in about 2 months, the population will exceed 1,000. Wei Xiaolong nodded. The food problem for the striped water snakes was effectively solved. So, what's the remaining problem? Meanwhile, Pang Yingying had taken the small turtle out of its cage to play. Gu Fei scratched his head and explained, "The number of crickets we are raising for food isn't increasing, and as a result, some creatures are going hungry." Wei Xiaolong rested his chin on his hand, wondering if they were eating each other like the incident with the baby rodents. You can never have enough crickets. After weighing his options, he concluded he needed to find an alternative source of food. Just then, Pang Yingying burst into tears, startling both Wei Xiaolong and Gu Fei. He hurriedly comforted her. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Pang Yingying cried and said there was a strange smell. She held out her hand, and an unpleasant odor emanated from it. "Brother, can you look at my silk bag?" Wei Xiaolong asked in surprise. He used chopsticks to open the bag, and his eyes widened. Everything was exactly as he had thought. The girl had made the same mistake he did when he was little. He sighed and told her to look closely. This wasn't a tai-tac beetle, but something else. Pang Yingying stopped crying. Wei Xiaolong used the chopsticks to pick out a different beetle. Gu Fei immediately recognized it as a flower beetle. Its scientific name is the flower beetle. When mature, it releases an extremely foul odor when touched due to secretions from its scent glands. It looks very similar to a tai-tac beetle, so it is often mistaken for one. Tai-tac beetles make sounds with their abdomens, but flower beetles don't, Wei Xiaolong explained. "Don't mix them up next time, okay?" Pang Yingying clenched her fists and nodded with determination. "Still, you did a great job." Wei Xiaolong smiled proudly, thinking, "Wait, do I really need these friends? Do I need these stinky insects?" Gu Fei was confused. When Wei Xiaolong held up the silk bag, his eyes glowed with determination. He revealed, "From now on, we will raise the colony of flower beetles that Pang Yingying caught in the venomous garden. Though they didn't look like much, they were the most common food for insects and lizards." Wei Xiaolong smiled, thinking this was perfect timing. If they replaced crickets with flower beetles, the food supply would be guaranteed. Thanks to Pang Yingying, the immediate problem was considered solved. Even so, he decided to visit the cricket farm to get to the root of the issue. Gu Fei nodded happily. At the cricket farm, Wei Xiaolong sat with his chin in his hands, observing carefully. The environment and breeding conditions seemed fine, but when he opened the lid of a jar, the scene inside left him stunned. The crickets were missing legs, a clear sign of cannibalism. This was exactly why the cricket population couldn't increase. Gu Fei was horrified, insisting he had fed them plenty. Wei Xiaolong smiled to reassure him, revealing that he had faced the exact same problem when raising them on Hainan Island. Sometimes this happens regardless of whether there is enough food or not, he began to ponder. It was truly ironic. He was an expert on venomous creatures but lacked knowledge in large-scale breeding of common, non-venomous insects. This was a truly difficult problem. Just then, a member of Gu Fei's team named Han Qian timidly approached. He scratched his head and shyly said that if they needed someone who understood crickets, he happened to know the right person. Gu Fei explained that besides himself, Han Qian was the only volunteer in the poison squad. Wei Xiaolong was a bit surprised by his volunteering, but felt he was more trustworthy because of it. Hoang Qian confessed that he sometimes went to cricket fighting matches for entertainment and to earn a little drinking money. He explained it was a gambling game where people bet on crickets fighting each other. Because large, strong crickets were sold for high prices, they were often raised in special conditions right at the gambling dens. There was a woman there who specialized in caring for crickets. Hoang Qian described her. She was a woman with long hair, her whole body wrapped in bandages, looking quite strange, but it was said there was nothing about crickets she didn't know. As night fell, the streets of Tang were illuminated by bright red lanterns. The streets were bustling with people enjoying themselves, women were dressed in gorgeous attire, and men were gathering to drink. Shortly after, the group consisting of Wei Xiaolong, Gu Fei, Tang Yin'er, and Huang Jian also set off toward the casino in the capital. Wei Xiaolong assumed they would use Lightfoot skills since he thought the destination was far, but to his surprise, he was advised to dress up and take a horse carriage. While he was lost in thought, the driver's announcement that they had arrived jolted him back to reality. Gu Fei stepped forward and declared loudly, "Miss Tang Yin'er, a direct descendant of the Tang Clan, and her fiancé, Wei Xiaolong, are here. Lead the way." Hearing the name Tang Clan, especially direct descendant, the casino owner turned pale. His eyes widened, and he and his subordinates hurriedly bowed respectfully, introducing himself as the owner of the Golden Phoenix Casino. He kept repeating that their visit was a great honor. He rushed to lead them inside, passing through velvet curtains, and a noisy, bustling world of gambling appeared before their eyes. Wei Xiaolong's gaze shifted to a group of martial artists excitedly surrounding a table. A match was about to begin, and a man decided to bet all the money he had just won. The two crickets stared at each other and then lunged into an attack. As they fought fiercely, the crowd cheered incessantly. Wei Xiaolong was a bit surprised. He never expected a cricket fight to be this intense. Just then, one cricket bit hard into its opponent's abdomen, causing the other to flee in fear. The winning cricket raised its legs with pride, and its owner couldn't hide his triumphant smile. The Battle of the Warriors had come to an end. Immediately after, several men gleefully showed off their heavy money bags. The owner revealed that the winning crickets would be auctioned off immediately, potentially fetching up to 30 taels of silver. Wei Xiaolong was shocked by the amount. His eyes lit up with excitement, and a cunning smile appeared on his lips. He decided that perhaps he should specialize in selling crickets in the future. A few minutes later, they went down a dark staircase, and the owner opened a basement door. He couldn't believe they had come to meet a lowly cricket caretaker. Although some guests occasionally wanted to see her, he explained indifferently she was nothing special. Her only tasks were feeding the crickets and cleaning. The owner pointed at a woman who had her back turned, revealing that she was the caretaker. He added with disdain, "She's useless, which is why I gave her this job. She was just gloomy and silent all day." Seeing she still wouldn't turn around, he started shouting, "Get up! These are important guests. Don't you even know how to greet them?" With a terrified expression, the girl stood up and whispered an apology. Wei Xiaolong was astonished as he looked closely, noticing that the caretaker had eyes filled with fury, silently staring at them. He quietly approached her. "We are from the Tang Clan, and we have a question about cricket care. May we ask for your advice on something?" She nodded. Wei Xiaolong held up a finger to explain, "I'm raising a few crickets together, but they keep eating each other. Do you know why?" She thought for a moment and replied, "It's because they want to eat meat. Perhaps you only feed them grass. Crickets are omnivores. You need to feed them meat to prevent cannibalism." Wei Xiaolong was stunned. He had never thought of this. The cannibalism was entirely due to a lack of protein. A strange aura seemed to emanate from the woman. He thought to himself, she is a true expert on crickets, and he had to recruit her immediately. He smiled at Tang Yanner, and she understood. She took out a money bag, reached out, and asked, "Owner, can I buy this woman?" The owner was confused, not understanding why they wanted to buy the girl, but then with an arrogant smile, he patted her on the back and said they could take her right now. Suddenly, the woman stepped forward and slapped Tang Yanner's hand away. The gold bag flew into the air, leaving everyone in shock. "How dare you?" The owner grabbed her hair, his face full of rage. "Do you know who they are?" He began to beat the girl, trying to force her to go with them, but she just screamed that she didn't want to. "Stop!" Wei Xiaolong cried out in alarm. Tang Yanner also sincerely promised her that they would treat her well, even promising to bring her family to the Tang Clan if she wished, but she still refused. The owner grew even angrier. Gu Fei stood by, watching in silence. Wei Xiaolong asked the owner to calm down and then curiously asked if the girl owed any debts. "Not exactly," the owner replied. "About 5 years ago, she came herself and asked to work for free. She isn't good at dealing with guests, so I just gave her some menial tasks as a way to provide a meal." Wei Xiaolong sighed, unable to understand why she didn't want to go with them. Gu Fei put his hand to his chin, lost in thought, and said, "This girl reminds me of myself before I was protected by the Tang Clan." He turned to the owner and proposed, "Can you let us take her with us for just one day? We will feed her and try to persuade her." The owner laughed loudly, allowing them to do whatever they pleased. Gu Fei kindly asked the girl if she wanted to go outside and get some fresh air with them. She looked down at the ground and gave a slight nod. "Then I will come back to pick you up tomorrow," Gu Fei promised. Wei Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief, and Tang Yanner smiled. A while later, they brought the woman to the Tang Clan's guest house in the capital and invited her to dine. Wei Xiaolong was surprised to learn that the Tang Clan had a building here. Gu Fei explained, "This place is like a branch of the Sichuan Tang Clan. 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants in this alley all belong to the Tang Clan. Later, I'll show you our trade association and security firm." Wei Xiaolong's jaw dropped in amazement. This entire alley belonged to the Tang Clan. His grandfather and father-in-law only practiced martial arts all day, so he had always wondered how the family managed to survive. He certainly hadn't expected this. "Miss," Gu Fei asked curiously, "can you tell us now why you didn't want to leave? If you are in trouble, we can help." The woman still hadn't said a word. Wei Xiaolong whispered to Tang Yanner. She hadn't even touched her food or tea. Tang Yanner responded. Gu Fei noticed that she seemed to be harboring some kind of grudge. "Don't worry," he said. "Just tell us about it. Remember, this is the territory of the Sichuan Tang sect." The woman placed her hands on the table, slowly stood up, and bowed to Wei Xiao Long, leaving him stunned. "My name is Song Ruo from Song Manor, not far from here." Tang Yenner was surprised that she finally decided to speak. Wei Xiao Long calmly asked, "Is there a reason why you didn't want to leave the casino?" The woman stood up straight and tucked the hair covering her face to one side. In that moment, everyone was struck with astonishment. She had a beautiful face, but half of it had been destroyed by terrible burn scars. Who could be so cruel as to burn a woman's face like that? Gu Fei thought to himself. She decided to tell the truth, her voice filled with resentment. "I must have my revenge, no matter the cost." She gritted her teeth tightly. Tears of sorrow and fury welled up. "I will not leave this place until this grudge is settled." Song Ruo began to recount her past. The story began on a peaceful day in Song family village, where she and her younger sister, Song Nian, lived in a small town. Having lost their parents at a young age, Song Ruo had raised her sister all on her own. Both of them were famous in the village for their beautiful appearances and jade-like skin, earning them the nickname, the Jade Sisters. That day, Song Nian asked sadly, "Sister, can you take a day off today?" Song Ruo smiled and explained, "The next village isn't far away. I'll help out with the festival and be back before you know it. Please wait a little longer. I don't want to be alone. I want to go with you." Song Nian cried out. It was her birthday that day. Patting her sister's head, Song Ruo apologized regretfully. She couldn't let her sister suffer any longer. That was a promise she had made to their parents. She pointed to a jar containing a few crickets. "Stay home and play with them. Wait for me to return." Song Nian pouted, her eyes still brimming with tears. Cricket fighting wasn't fun unless there were two people. Song Ruo sighed, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a scent pouch. The birthday gift she had hidden well. "This is what you wanted last time, isn't it?" The pouch was a small bag filled with fragrant herbs. Song Nian was amazed as she realized what it was, knowing it must have been very expensive. "I was rewarded for helping out the other day," Song Ruo explained. "I'm giving it to you now. Please be patient and wait for me." Song Nian took the pouch, thanked her sister, and promised to treasure it. Seeing that her sister was happy again, Song Ruo decided to leave. "Come back early, sister. I'll be waiting." Song Nian waved happily. Looking at her sister, Song Ruo's heart was filled with happiness. However, more guests arrived than expected, and things dragged on. When night fell, the workers lit lanterns and told Song Ruo to be careful. She hurriedly asked to leave. Song Nian must be very hungry by now. Thinking about celebrating her sister's birthday with a delicious meal, she rushed off without taking a lantern. In the middle of the night, on a deserted village road, Song Ruo carelessly bumped into a man. "Watch where you're going," the man grumbled. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock. The man turned and ran away, leaving a trail of scent behind him. It was the scent of the pouch she had just given her sister. She felt an ominous premonition. Outsiders rarely appeared in the village, but she simply dismissed it and continued home. A few minutes later, she arrived. "I'm home," she called out, but only a terrifying silence answered. She must be tired and fallen asleep, she thought. She lit a small candle and opened the door. The scene before her left her frozen. The furniture was destroyed and scattered everywhere. Her sister lay on the floor, her clothes torn, and the candle fell to the ground. With tear-filled eyes, Song Ruo rushed to her sister's side, her heart overflowing with fear and pain. What the hell happened here? The candle quickly ignited, setting the house ablaze. The villagers noticed and screamed in terror. "Fire! Song Ruo's house is on fire." Not long after, a figure emerged from the sea of flames. It was Song Ruo, carrying her sister in her arms. She gasped for air, and before she could say what had happened, she collapsed and lost consciousness. Everyone panicked, screaming and calling for a doctor. In her delirium, the only thing Song Ruo could see was her home and her memories sinking into a sea of fire. Xiao Long finally understood why Song Ruo had that scar on her face. She choked back tears as she continued. When she woke up, over 2 weeks had passed. An elderly couple was taking care of her, her body wrapped in bandages, her burns still deep and painful. The elderly man burst into tears, explaining that he had asked the escort agency to search for that scoundrel, but it was in vain. The woman felt guilty, admitting she didn't know how to face the spirit of Song Nian. The only thing Song Ruo could do was cry in silence. Just like all things fading into the quiet of late autumn, her heart was also slowly withering. Her only communication with the world was the soft moans whenever they changed her bandages. Time passed, winter faded, spring arrived, and the crickets began to chirp again. The image of her sister in the burning house returned. Her sister's last request echoed in her ears. "Sister, catch that scoundrel and settle my grudge." In the middle of the night, Song Ruo jolted awake, her eyes wide with horror. She went out to the garden and sat down as the crickets chirped loudly. It sounded like Song Nian's voice calling her back to her senses. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes burning with a fiery orange rage. She had to find and kill that scoundrel at all costs. All that remained in her now was a grudge that had eaten into her very bones. The next day, she told the old man about her intentions, which terrified him. He asked where she intended to go when her wounds hadn't even fully healed. Song Ruo was resolute. Every night I hear Song Nian screaming in pain. As her sister, I must take revenge. The old man was even more troubled. How could a weak woman like her take revenge when she didn't even know what the enemy looked like? His wife also tried to dissuade her, but every night the crickets chirped, strengthening her resolve. Finally, she secretly escaped in the middle of the night, leaving behind only a well-wishing note for the old couple. Song Ruo gripped the small pouch tightly, whispering to her sister's spirit, Song Nian, please wait for your sister, just a little longer. The first place she went was the city where that scoundrel had gone. She didn't know his face, but like the red scars on her body, his voice had been carved into her mind like an indelible mark. She struck up conversations with every strange man. Of course, no one looked at her with kind eyes. 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at the Golden Phoenix Casino, right as the cricket season was shivering with the cold. She asked the owner to let her stay out of the rain for a moment, but only received curses and was chased away. Just then a man walked by, looking annoyed by the foul smell coming from her. He snapped, "This smell ruins my mood, get lost." Hearing that voice, Song Ruo was stunned. She hadn't forgotten she couldn't forget. Finally, she had found him. Xiao Long and Tang Yin were curious to know what happened next. Song Ruo said that after that, she approached a beggar and learned that the scoundrel frequented this casino often. At first, she intended to follow him secretly and stab him, but the old beggar said he was a martial artist. She couldn't possibly take revenge that way. He advised her to put poison in his wine or food. She tried but failed. The poison she bought in an alley didn't work at all. After that, she begged for a job as a cricket caretaker in the basement. Every time she heard them chirp, she remembered Song Nian's face, drifting between madness and clarity, only to be torn apart by pain again. Song Ruo gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with tears, her voice full of resentment. I must kill that scoundrel. I cannot leave this place until I have done so. Xiao Long whispered to Gu Fei and Tang Yin, expressing his doubts. Her circumstances were clear, but her mental state was deeply concerning. She needs to raise crickets, but the sound of them chirping makes her faint, as if her mind has been deeply shattered. Tang Yinner, however, sees it differently. This only shows how deep Song Ruo's hatred runs. Once she gets her revenge, she'll recover. If we help someone with such deep-seated resentment, she will never betray us and will become a valuable member of the Tang Clan. Gu Fei admits Tang Yinner is right. He explains to Xiao Long that before he could avenge his parents, he also used to mutter to himself in the rain just like that. But after the Tang Clan avenged him, all the burden seemed to be washed away. Gu Fei's eyes fixate on Song Ruo. Now he understands why he saw a reflection of himself in this woman. Xiao Long pensively observes Gu Fei, and Gu Fei nods with a confident smile. He places his hand on his chest, firmly declaring, "We will help you settle that grudge. Once it's done, can you promise to become a part of our clan?" Song Ruo's eyes widen in surprise. "Will you truly help me?" She swears that if they succeed, she will spend the rest of her life serving them until her last breath. "Don't worry, leave it to us," Xiao Long reassures her. Then his eyes brighten, his voice turning cold. "Who exactly is that person?" Song Ruo is a bit startled, then becomes anxious and hesitant, unsure if she should tell the truth. After a moment of struggle, she clenches her fists. "That person is the third young master of the Great Fire sect. His name is Jin Da-Cheng." Xiao Long confidently places his hand on his chest and declares, "I will deal with Jin Da-Cheng and destroy him completely." Tang Yinner asks in alarm, "Are you sure he's the third young master of the Great Fire sect?" Song Ruo nods. Xiao Long asks, confused, "Is there a problem?" Gu Fei turns to reveal that the Great Fire sect is a righteous sect, and in Sichuan, their power is second only to the Tang Clan. Imei and Qing Cheng. Xiao Long is shocked, not expecting them to be such a powerful sect. If what Jin Da-Cheng did is true, his sect doesn't matter. The problem lies in the covenant our clan has with the Great Fire sect. My great-grandfather once received tremendous help from them. Therefore, even if the Great Fire sect commits a grave crime, we must at least unconditionally forgive them once. Xiao Long's eyes widen in fear. This means Jin Da-Cheng can do whatever he wants. Tang Yinner further explains that in the martial arts world, oaths are extremely important, especially when made in the name of a clan. They are sacred and must be upheld. "Is there a problem?" Song Ruo asks anxiously. Xiao Long hurriedly forces a smile, reassuring her, "No problem at all." He tells her not to worry and to get some rest. Song Ruo's eyes fill with tears of gratitude. She can finally avenge her brother. Not long after, she collapses to the floor, falling asleep from exhaustion. Tang Yin'er notices she seems to have let her guard down too suddenly, suggesting she be taken to the Tang estate to rest first. Gu Fei folds his arms, knowing this will be more complicated than expected. Xiao Long nods. He knows he will have to talk to his grandfather and father-in-law, and he trusts they will understand. The next day, in the Tang family's main hall, the atmosphere is extremely tense. The Great Clan Master sternly points out that the Great Fire Sect is a prestigious sect. The leader is a man of honor, but a good father can still have a degenerate son. The Clan Master clasps his hands in bewilderment, unable to believe Xiao Long wants to seek revenge for a woman despite knowing about their oath. Xiao Long sincerely begs his father-in-law for permission. The Clan Master reflects. The situation is sympathetic, but the ancestors' oath is tied to the honor of the Tang clan. If they start making exceptions, people will no longer trust them. Finally, the Clan Master stands up and declares, I forbid the Tang clan's lineage or poisons from helping that woman. Xiao Long's eyes widen in shock. He stands up to beg his father-in-law to reconsider, but the Clan Master remains firm. Just as Xiao Long is about to plead further, Tang Yin'er grabs his hand, winks at him, and says to her father, I understand. We will follow your command. Xiao Long is a bit confused, but Tang Yin'er smiles. She has found a loophole in the order. The Tang lineage or its poisons are forbidden from helping. This means that for the clan not to be implicated, their poisons will not be used, and Xiao Long will be permitted to act alone. Furthermore, she reveals that Xiao Long does not have the bloodline of the Tang clan. The clan master turns away, smiling as he asks why they are still there. Xiao Long is stunned. Realizing this is what the clan master has implicitly allowed, Tang Yin'er urges them to leave quickly, as there is much work to be done. Xiao Long clenches his fists. He has been granted permission, and this is the time, to prove his worth as the son-in-law of the Tang clan. He imagines catching Jin Dacheng and thinks to himself, why does this feel like a pledge to join the mob? Early the next morning, Gu Fei arrives with a scroll to meet Xiao Long. Although we have permission, he says, we must avoid involving the clan's reputation at all costs. I will secretly investigate Jin Dacheng's movements. I'll leave that to you, Xiao Long replies. The first step is to confirm his location and habits. Xiao Long goes to Song Ruo's room. Opening the door, he sees Tang Yin'er and her drinking tea together. He greets them and asks after Song Ruo, are you resting well? Song Ruo is now wearing Tang Clan attire, her hair neatly tied up. She nods, thanking him for his help. Seeing she is much better, Xiao Long feels happy too. He takes out a bag. I brought burn medication from the Tang Clan. I don't know how to ever repay this debt. Song Ruo thanks him once again. Xiao Long sits down, asking curiously, may I ask you a few things about the crickets? Song Ruo nods. Just as Xiao Long is about to ask, Gu Fei bursts through the door, panting. Captain Gu Fei, have you confirmed the information? Xiao Long asks. On the way, I met a guest. Gu Fei says anxiously. Behind him stands a man with long hair, a long beard, and a hat. His gaze sweeps over everyone before stopping on Tang Yin'er. With a smile, he tips his hat. Miss Tang Yin'er, it's been a long time. Tang Yin'er stands up, bowing respectfully. I am Tang Yin'er of the Sichuan Tang Clan. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Beggar Emperor. Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, Tang Yin'er explains, you must be respectful. This is the Beggar Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns, just like Senior Fist Emperor. Hearing this, Xiao Long's eyes widen in horror. One of the 3 sovereigns, like the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? He hurriedly greets him. I am Xiao Long. Honored to meet you, Senior Beggar Emperor. I heard the Fist Emperor taught you martial arts, the Beggar Emperor says, so I came to see what kind of person you are. Song Ruo is astonished to realize this senior is the old beggar who helped her in Chengdu, and she hurriedly apologizes for her lack of respect. Don't worry, the Beggar Emperor waves his hand. I'm just an old hermit now. Did the Beggar Emperor come to the Tang Clan because of the Great Fire Sect matter? Tang Yin'er asks curiously. The Emperor chuckled. You truly live up to your name, Tang Yin. Your perception is sharp. Tang Yin panicked, fearing he had come to stop Song Ruo. How could I possibly stop her after learning about what she's been through? The Emperor rested his chin on his hand and said, there isn't enough concrete evidence for me to intervene directly, but I've come to lend a hand. Help, without intervening directly? Xiao Long stepped closer and asked. The Emperor smiled, I'll help by providing information. I'm quite curious to see how the successor of the Power Emperor will handle this. He revealed that he had his men investigate the events from several years ago. Kim Dae-sung really is a total scumbag, a man who has assaulted women and killed without hesitation. Because of his sex influence, he hasn't been arrested yet. The Emperor suspects there have been about 5 cases in total, including 2 in the capital. It seems even the Great Fire Sect considers him a massive headache. The more Xiao Long heard, The angrier he became, this was far worse than he had imagined. Since the incident at the Song family estate, the emperor stroked his beard and said, Kim Dae-sung has been acting much more cautiously. He doesn't go out except to visit the gambling den every 3 days, which is why I advise Song Ruo to use poison. Xiao Long coughed, secretly thinking the only way to deal with him is at the gambling den. Or maybe I should try poisoning him myself. You must not use Tang-sect poisons, Tang Yin firmly insisted. Xiao Long turned to Song Ruo, curiously asking, out of so many people, how can you single out that bastard's food and drink? Song Ruo truthfully revealed that every time he visits, he makes very specific and demanding requests, so that information always reaches the kitchen. Whenever a dish contains ingredients like crab or shrimp, he demands they be removed from his portion. That's why she put the poison in that dish, even though it wasn't a real poison. The emperor recalled the guy saying his body broke out in hives just from tasting it. From his account, Xiao Long realized Kim Dae-sung has a severe allergy to crustaceans. He suddenly thought of tropomyosin, a protein found in crab and shrimp. A few seconds later, a confident smile spread across his face. He turned to Gu Fei. Captain, would you mind going to the medicine storage and getting me some golden worm powder? Gu Fei looked bewildered, not understanding why he suddenly needed that. Xiao Long just gave a sly, mischievous smile, making everyone even more curious. Raising a finger, he declared, I'm going to kill that guy in a smart way. Then he crossed his arms, imagining a plump golden worm, and decided to name this operation, the Delicious Death. You see, the root cause of Kim Dae-sung's allergic reaction is a protein called tropomyosin. This protein is found in almost all animals, but the version found in invertebrates is much less similar to that of humans, and that is exactly what triggers the allergic reaction. The important thing is that tropomyosin is found in massive amounts in yellow mealworms, even more than in shrimp or crabs. Just then, Gu Fei returned, holding a bag of powder. Xiao Long immediately got to work. He took the mealworms, blanched them, and stir-fried them in a hot pan. In just a moment, a fragrant plate of stir-fried mealworms was placed on the table. He smiled and invited everyone to try it. Song Ruo, Kai Huang, and Tang Yin stared at the dish with terrified expressions, unable to believe he was actually asking them to eat this. But Xiao Long firmly promised it was delicious. Trusting him, Kai Huang was the first to pick one up and try it. Seeing that, Tang Yin closed her eyes and popped a worm into her mouth. The rich flavor immediately stunned them. It was delicious. They couldn't understand how an insect could taste this good. Seeing everyone's reaction, Xiao Long couldn't hide his pride. Of course, it was delicious, so delicious that it was often called delicious worms because of how fatty and tasty it was. In his past life, this was a surprisingly popular snack. Kai Huang admitted it was tasty, but was still puzzled as to how they could use it to assassinate Kim Dae-sung. Xiao Long smiled confidently, reminding them of the guy's allergy to shrimp and crab. Something harmless to one person, he explained, can be a deadly poison to another. Just like shrimp or crab, these worms contain a component that is toxic to him. Tang Yin suddenly understood. It was similar to how Ban Ying was sensitive to bee venom. Xiao Long added that if they ground the mealworm powder and mixed it with other food, it would only create an extra savory flavor that no one would suspect was a poison-based murder. Kai Huang stroked his beard and nodded in approval, finally understanding the meaning behind the name Delicious Death. Xiao Long said that the more they used, the more certain the effect would be, but the question was which dish to add it to. Song Ruo suddenly raised her hand and, in a calm voice, suggested, how about adding it to the injeolmi? We often eat that at the casino. She explained that injeolmi is made from sticky rice with a red bean filling, coated in a layer of syrup and then a layer of soybean powder. If they mixed this mealworm powder with the soybean powder and dusted it over the rice cakes, no one would ever know. A perfect idea flashed through Xiao Long's mind. A chewy, sticky rice cake soaked in mealworm powder and covered in sticky syrup. This was the perfect dish to cause death by asphyxiation due to anaphylactic shock. It was perfect for an assassination. Song Ruo clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. Let me make that injeolmi. Only by making it myself will I feel free from this hatred. Kai Huang nodded in agreement, believing the revenge should be carried out by her own hands. His final meal in injeolmi covered in insect powder would be a fitting end for such scum. Xiao Long decided he would ask the casino owner to let Song Ruo cook for a day. Tang Yin also suggested that, as a precaution, they should join in the gambling to keep him there. A smile spread across Xiao Long's face, his eyes flashing with cruelty. The plan was becoming flawless, a trap from which Kim Dae-than could never hope to escape. A few days later, Kim Dae-than arrived, clutching a bag full of money, swaggering into the Kim Fung casino with his bodyguards in tow. The owner rushed over to greet him respectfully. With a look of arrogance, Kim Dae-than brushed him aside, demanding wine and women at his usual table. "Pardon me, young master," the owner stammered. "That table is already occupied by some distinguished guests." Kim Dai-Fan was confused, but as he stepped inside, his eyes widened in shock. Sitting at his usual table were Wei Xiao Long and Lady Duong Tang Yin, busy gambling. Kim Dai-Fan's gaze immediately locked onto Duong Tang Yin's beauty. He recognized her as the poison flower of the Sichuan Duongmon clan. He hurriedly approached, smiling respectfully, feigning surprise to meet Lady Duong Tang Yin there. "Who are you?" Duong Tang Yin asked coldly. Kim Dai-Fan grew nervous, quickly introducing himself as the third young master of Dai Hoamon, reminding her that he had visited her some time ago. Just then, Wei Xiao Long cut him off. "I win." He looked at Duong Tang Yin with a confident expression. "What do you think of my skills, my lady? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Duong Tang Yin replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Kim Dai-Fan felt flustered, turning to ask his bodyguard who Wei Xiao Long was. His bodyguard replied, "I heard that Duong Tang Yin has a fiancé, and I suspect it must be him." Kim Dai-Fan panicked. He couldn't believe it. He wondered how a weakling like that could win over such a beautiful woman when even he couldn't. His eyes flashed with malice. He remembered a woman from the Tang family a few years back. She hadn't been half bad. Thinking of her, he began to salivate. If she hadn't resisted so fiercely, he wouldn't have accidentally killed her. It was a shame her sister wasn't there. Rumor had it she was even more beautiful. With that thought, he approached the table, sat down across from them, and declared, "It is a great honor to meet the fiancé of Duong Tang Yin. Would you like to play around with me?" Wei Xiao Long did not refuse, and a sinister smile spread across Kim Dai-Fan's face. He thought this was a perfect opportunity to crush and humiliate him in front of everyone. A moment later, Kim Dai-Fan's arrogant expression vanished completely, replaced by utter shock. Tu Long won again, and Duong Tang Yin kept cheering for him. Kim Dai-Fan couldn't understand what was happening. He had lost continuously for an hour and had already lost half of his money. Wei Xiao Long gathered his bags of money, smiled, and said, "It's late, we must be going." Furious, Kim Dai-Fan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He tried to calm down, telling himself it was just a streak of bad luck, and ordered the servant to bring food. His eyes were drawn to some men eating nearby. One of them said the inchomi dish today was particularly delicious. He asked the servant out of curiosity, and the servant smiled, asking if he would like to try some. The servant brought the dish, and Kim Dai-Fan took a bite. It was truly delicious. He noticed that the more he chewed, the crispier and more fragrant it became. But soon, his face twisted in pain. He fell from his chair to the ground, clutching his throat as a familiar sensation struck him. Hearing the commotion, Wei Xiao Long and the others rushed over. The bodyguard panicked, revealing that the young master had collapsed after eating the inchomi dish. Wei Xiao Long ordered the bodyguards to step aside so he could tend to him. Foaming at the mouth with tears in his eyes, Kim Dai-Fan grabbed Wei Xiao Long's shirt, begging for help, but his eyes widened in terror as a wicked aura radiated from Wei Xiao Long's body. He stared down at Kim Dai-Fan and asked, "Do you like the inchomi dish?" With a cold expression, he continued, "For the crimes you committed in the Tang family village, I hope you regret them forever, even in your next life." "How? How do you know?" Kim Dai-Fan angrily grabbed Wei Xiao Long's collar. Tu Long brushed his hand away. "You seem to be in terrible pain," he said. "If the patient struggles too much, I won't be able to channel my inner energy to stabilize him." Everyone rushed in to hold Kim Dai-Fan down. He gradually suffocated, the delicious taste still lingering in his mouth becoming his final memory. The next day, Wei Xiao Long and Duong Tang Yin met the elderly couple who had cared for Tong Nuok. The old man bowed before them, asking them to take good care of the girl. Wei Xiao Long reassured them, "She is one of our Duong family members now, so you too need not worry." As the wind blew, Tong Nuok walked silently toward a grave. Before returning to the Duong family, they had visited her old village. Fortunately, Kim Dai-Fan's incident was handled quietly. Usually, there would be an investigation into the possibility of poisoning, but since he was a son already abandoned by his own clan, it seemed they had done their best to keep it a secret. With tears in her eyes, Tong Nuok placed her hand on her sister's grave. She couldn't help but sob, wondering if she had taken too much time. Tormented by guilt, she wept for not coming home earlier that day. As she repeated her late apologies, Wei Xiao Long was surprised to realize that even the crickets seemed to be mourning with her. Duong Tang Yin was also saddened. She remembered Tong Nuok once saying that the sound of crickets reminded her of her sister's voice. Wei Xiao Long wondered, under the sunset and this mournful chirping of crickets, what might her sister be saying to her? But the only thing Tong Nuok could do now was sink into regret. As the sun set over the alleys of the Sichuan capital, not far away, a man in a hat was eating. It was the emperor, enjoying the food prepared by Wei Xiao Long. He couldn't help but smile. Although it looked unappealing, it was actually rich and delicious. Wei Xiaolong's clever revenge plan confirmed that he was truly a remarkable individual. Suddenly, he realized two people were silently watching him. His expression turned serious. "Come out," he said. "Only thieves would skulk around like that." Realizing they had been caught, the two looked slightly embarrassed as they stepped out from their hiding spot, landing behind the emperor. "As expected, your senses are still incredibly sharp," the man admitted. "What brings you here, Your Majesty?" The man was one of the 5 emperors, the thief king Kuang Chihao, and the girl was his disciple, Triu Lian. "Thief, you say?" Kuang Chihao crossed his arms, acting offended. "After all this time, is this how you greet me? If I don't call you a thief, what should I call you?" The emperor was puzzled. "Thief king sounds much better," Kuang Chihao said with a wry smile. "Besides, my disciple is here. Could you at least show me some respect?" Lin respectfully greeted the emperor, which only gave him a headache. Dealing with this jerk alone was exhausting enough. Now he had a disciple in tow, signaling more trouble in the future. "What brings you two to Sichuan?" the emperor asked curiously. "I have something to ask," Kuang Chihao explained anxiously. "I am looking for the person with the deepest knowledge of silkworms in the Central Plains." He pointed to his wrist. "My holy artifact, the heavenly silkworm, recently broke. I used to believe it would last forever, but perhaps it has a lifespan too. According to tradition, I must pass the heavenly silkworm on to my disciple after she completes her training. But at this rate, I'll have nothing left to pass on." Chai Huang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He did indeed know someone who could help. Jiang Zhihao was anxious to know who it was. Ke Huang smiled, his eyes shining with confidence as an image of Xiao Long appeared in his mind. In all these Central Plains, when it comes to knowledge of insects, no one can surpass him. A few days later, as dawn broke at the poison garden, Xiao Long's pained scream tore through the silence. One of Gu Fei's subordinates was swinging a whip relentlessly against his back, his voice growling, "Keep going. Just a little more." Not far away, Tang Yin and the little centipedes watched silently. Xiao Long was undergoing rigorous training in the Iron Shell technique, a bizarre martial art based on the venom of the Fist Emperor. This technique has a very peculiar principle. The closer to death you are beaten, the stronger your body becomes. The secret lies in tensing your muscles and channeling energy to harden your entire body at the exact moment of impact. "Hang in there." Tang Yin and the centipedes cheered for him silently. "The real part is starting now." The subordinate tightened his grip on the whip. Shanger watched the whip with eyes burning with excitement. It suddenly remembered the feeling of being stroked by Tang Yin's feathers and didn't hesitate for a second. It lunged out of its owner's arms. Just as the whip swung down, Xianger jumped in to block it. "Careful." Xiao Long, his back already marked with deep lash wounds, shouted in panic. Fortunately, he managed to grab the little centipede just in time, taking the full force of the massive strike on his own back. He gently placed the centipede on the ground and panted, realizing it had just escaped a disaster. Tang Yin ran over in a panic, scolding Shanger gently for its reckless behavior, then frustratedly asked herself, "Can't we have one peaceful day?" "Is Shanger always this much trouble?" Xiao Long asked in surprise. Tang Yin sighed and explained, "This little one is so hyperactive. She never sits still, and the moment she opens her eyes, she starts causing chaos. Last time, she just chased a butterfly and almost caused a huge scene." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but be startled, worried that the little creature might have been seriously hurt. Just then, the eldest sister centipede, named Chu, crawled over to discipline Shanger. This sight made Xiao Long smile involuntarily. Anyone who has ever raised pets understands even within the same species, every individual has their own personality. Shanger is clearly a curious and mischievous child, while Chu is the eldest sister, always calm and acting like a leader, keeping her younger siblings in line. Finally, there is Banner, the quietest little one, cold on the outside but the most affectionate on the inside. It's just that she sleeps a lot. He only hoped they would grow up healthy so that one day they could become great venomous overlords just like their mother. Seeing Tang Yin gently call the little centipedes over to their mother, Xiao Long couldn't help but smile warmly. Just then, Song Ruo and Gu Fei appeared. Gu Fei respectfully greeted Xiao Long, and Song Ruo brought a jar. Seeing both of them up early, Xiao Long smiled and praised their diligence. He suddenly realized that the poison unit's uniform suited Song Ruo surprisingly well. With a shy smile, Song Ruo thanked him. When asked about life at the Tang sect, she said everyone treated her very well and the work wasn't too strenuous. Then she happily opened the lid of the jar, reporting that these were the things he had requested. Inside the jar were countless crickets. Gu Fei honestly said that this amount was perhaps a bit too much, all because Song Ruo had been working too meticulously. Hearing this, Song Ruo looked a bit embarrassed. Xiao Long smiled to himself, thinking that being too excellent at one's job is sometimes a crime. He confidently declared, "In that case, I will soon bring back a new member for the Poison Garden." Gu Fei asked in surprise, "Is the young master planning to go catch new venomous creatures?" Xiao Long nodded. He explained that the best way to handle these extra crickets is to use them as bait. Hearing this, Tang Yin hurriedly intervened. "Xiao Long, before doing that, we should wait for news from the Martial Arts Alliance. If we want to go out and capture venomous creatures, we need an official permit. With the current tension from the blood cult, getting approval won't be easy. I heard the Alliance leader personally led troops to raid the Great Dong Kingdom border, but there's been no word since then." Hearing this, the eyes of Xiao Long and Gu Fei turned cold. As the tension grew, a servant came running in, breathless. Tang Yin asked what had happened to make her so rushed. The servant announced that the patriarch was summoning both of them to the main hall for an urgent matter. They hurried over, noticing the atmosphere in the room was unusually heavy. The patriarch is usually so busy at this hour. Xiao Long thought, "I wonder what happened." The mysterious smile on the lips of his father-in-law made his heart skip a beat. The patriarch spoke with a radiant smile. "Good son-in-law, I have brought the news you've been waiting for." He pulled out a scroll, his voice excited. "The news from the Martial Arts Alliance has arrived. The expedition was a massive success." Joy and astonishment washed over the faces of Xiao Long and Tang Yin. The patriarch explained further. The Alliance leader raided and leveled the blood cult's base at the border. Half of the cult has been wiped out or captured, and the rest have fled in disarray. Both of them immediately understood the significance of this. They were so happy they almost jumped for joy, and the family head confirmed what they had been waiting for. "Finally, we can go capture venomous creatures." The expedition was approved. Xiao Long excitedly admitted he hadn't even thought of a destination yet. "If that's the case," the family head said, hands clasped and voice serious, "I have a place to recommend." His eyes locked onto Xiao Long. For the first expedition of the Tang Sect's Poison Squad, there is no place more suitable than this. A place filled with countless venomous creatures, where even the entrance is guarded by beasts on par with the Golden Phoenix, a land known as the Paradise of Venomous Beasts in Yunnan. A few days later, the group had crossed Sichuan, heading toward the remote southwestern edge of the Central Plains to reach the tropical rainforests of Yunnan. Deep in the Alo Mountains lies a valley known as the Poison Canyon. Here, the roars of beasts drown out the sound of humans, a land of treacherous, jagged rocks and countless mysterious creatures. To Xiao Long, this place was truly a paradise on earth. That night, Xiao Long lay in bed next to his sleeping pets, his heart filled with excitement about the mysterious creatures this place hid. He gently patted a centipede and whispered, "Just wait. I'll bring you guys plenty of new friends soon." A few mornings later, the elite expedition team had fully gathered. Management of the Poison members was handed over to Song Ruo, who had just been officially appointed deputy captain. Xiao Long, Gu Fei, and the others had finished packing. Just as the group was about to leave, a bittersweet scene unfolded. A small centipede clung tightly to Xiao Long's leg, whining. Immediately after, not just one, but his entire menagerie from the lizards to the flower demon clung to him, refusing to let him go. "Come on, let me go so I can leave." Xiao Long gave a wry smile, but was answered by determined growls. He tried to coax them, saying he was only going to find more friends for them, and that back home, other Poison Squad members would provide them with vital energy. Hearing this, the flower demon didn't say a word, and in an instant, its silk web wrapped tightly around Xiao Long, making him yelp in pain. Tang Yin could clearly see that these beasts didn't want to leave their master's side for even a second. "This won't work," the old patriarch said as he saw Xiao Long struggling in the web. "The others might be able to go, but the flower demon can't. It takes the form of Lady Tang Yin, but its giant spider body will attract too much attention. We won't be able to explain it." The flower demon looked silently at the old patriarch, then seemed to decide on something. All eyes were fixed on it in curiosity and confusion. The flower demon's body began to change, and in a flash, its giant spider form vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the exact appearance of Lady Tang Yin. It sat down nonchalantly and gave a triumphant smile. Xiao Long and the old patriarch stood there with their mouths hanging open in shock. They couldn't understand how that massive body could have disappeared. "Where did the beautiful body of my pet go?" Xiao Long screamed in his mind. He stepped forward, waving his hand in the air, and felt the smooth spider shell of the demon flower still there. Invisibility technique. The Grand Elder, with his wealth of experience, recognized it immediately. Xiao Long was as happy as if he'd struck gold. With this ability, no one would realize the demon flower was a spider demon anymore. Tang Yin sighed, smiling helplessly. "Fine, if that's the case, we'll all go together." She approached the group of beasts, her voice stern as she warned them. Because you dare to ignore the clan master and cause trouble, you must listen absolutely during the trip. Is that clear? Xiao Long stepped up, raised his hand high, and excitedly declared, "We are ready to set off." Just like that, the poison team's first expedition officially began. As the group approached Mount Ime, they encountered a long line of people waiting in queue. "Why is it so crowded?" Xiao Long wondered. "It's a checkpoint," Gu Fei explained. "Ever since the Blood sect rose to power, checkpoints like this have been popping up like mushrooms. I hear getting through them isn't easy." Suddenly, a female guard at the checkpoint recognized the Grand Elder, and at that moment, her eyes flashed with surprise. "Please stop for a moment," she requested. Her gaze was glued to the demon flower, which looked like it was floating in midair. "We're doomed," Xiao Long thought to himself. He suddenly realized that because the demon flower's spider body was invisible, it looked like it was hovering in midair. Yet, contrary to his anxiety, the female guard was amazed. She exclaimed with admiration, "This is the legendary skywalking technique." She was convinced that Lady Tang Yin had mastered a divine martial art. Unbelievable. She truly lives up to the name of one of the three flowers of the martial world. The people around couldn't help but praise, and at that scene, the demon flower could only offer a grateful smile. Just then, Tang Yin glared angrily. "My apologies, our young lady is just being shy." Both of them hurriedly left the scene, leaving the crowd bewildered. "What did you do with the demon flower? Everyone is going to misunderstand," Tang Yin nearly shouted. "Calm down," Xiao Long urged, to avoid further suspicion. For the rest of the journey, Tang Yin had to disguise herself as a man and wear a veil. You see, in the Central Plains, people were still superstitious, believing that twins were a bad omen. Despite a few minor incidents on the road, they finally arrived in Yunnan safely. After the long journey, Xiao Long and everyone else were exhausted. Before them, a picturesque landscape of mountains and rivers appeared. The Grand Elder spoke up. "This is Alo Mountain. A little further and we'll reach the Poison Valley." Suddenly, Xiao Long turned back, resting his chin in his hand, his expression hardening. "Something's not right," he said. "What do you mean?" Gu Fei asked curiously. Xiao Long's voice dropped. "This place is strangely quiet." He scanned the area carefully. From the cave crevices to the treetops, everything was plunged in a deathly silence, not a single sign of life. The Grand Master also frowned, his eyes becoming grave. "I've experienced this feeling before, exactly like when we were hunting the Lord of Blue Poison." Hearing the words Lord of Blue Poison, Xiao Long couldn't help but freeze. The Grand Master nodded in confirmation, explaining that around the lair of a powerful beast, even the sound of insects must be silent. All living creatures had either fled long ago or become its prey. He decided to go ahead and scout things out, telling the others to fall back to where the two rivers met, as there still seemed to be signs of life there. After the Grand Master left, Tang Yin observed carefully and confirmed his words were true. In the area they had just passed through, birds and insects were still thriving. Gu Fei felt like there was an invisible boundary dividing this area along the river. Xiao Long mused, there must be some terrifying creature lurking at Ala Mountain. But to claim such a vast territory, it must be something extremely dangerous. He crossed his arms and sighed softly. "It's so strange," he muttered. "What do you find so strange, brother?" Tang Yin asked. Xiao Long explained that for a beast to dominate such a vast region, it must be massive in size, acting as a predator. Yet, he couldn't find a single trace of such a large creature. He couldn't figure out how it hunted when there wasn't a single piece of prey left in its territory. Its size and habitat seemed completely contradictory. A while later, the clan head and his subordinates returned. He said the situation was very troublesome because they didn't even find anything at the entrance to Mount Ilao. He guessed the poison ravine might also be empty, then decided the group should stop to rest and continue the search tomorrow. Even though he was burning with anxiety, Xiao Long knew he was right. They couldn't return empty-handed. Night fell, and the group lit a campfire to prepare dinner. While Xiao Long was playing with the centipedes, Tang Yin brought over a plate of food. "Eat something, dear," she said tenderly, then turned to the centipedes. "Gang Chao, come on my little ones. Let your father rest and come over here with mother." Xiao Long smiled in gratitude, and seeing him intently studying the map, she asked. He explained he was examining the terrain, believing the lair of that mysterious creature could likely be in the center of this area. While they were talking, a dragonfly flew nearby. The centipede Xianger suddenly noticed it, and without a second's hesitation, it launched itself toward the dragonfly like a black bolt of lightning. This sudden and aggressive pounce shocked both Xiao Long and Tang Yin. "Xianger," Xiao Long gently scolded, "you startled me. Don't go jumping around randomly." Tang Yin realized it was trying to catch the dragonfly. Xiao Long briefly thought that maybe because they were near a river, there were dragonflies. But then he suddenly froze. Just a moment ago, This place was completely devoid of them. His eyes widened, staring in amazement at the swarm of dragonflies fluttering in the distance. Don't waste any more time. Xiao Long turned to the Grand Elder. Please go back to the places we already checked and see how many dragonflies are there now. Still confused, the Grand Elder asked what he meant. Xiao Long explained, land creatures can hide, but dragonflies cannot. They fly everywhere. If they feel threatened, they will temporarily fly away. But when the danger passes, they will return. He placed his hand under his chin, his voice full of confidence. The reason we didn't see any creatures isn't because this is the territory of a beast, but because right before we arrived, something had already swept through this land. Following Xiao Long's deduction, the whole team immediately set off. The Grand Clan had warned them that the area ahead was a dense forest and they had to be extremely vigilant. Xiao Long's eyes lit up. He knew he had to catch up to something moving ahead before it escaped. Even though he would normally complain endlessly, this time he knew he could not give up. Just then, a strange sound caught the group's attention. Gu Fei remarked that it sounded like bamboo rustling in the wind, but strangely, there wasn't any bamboo forest ahead. The two people in front stopped suddenly, warning that there was a cliff ahead and signaling everyone to be careful because there was something down below. In front of them was an abyss. The abyss below was so deep and terrifying that it left everyone breathless. Thousands upon thousands of bizarre creatures were churning together into one massive, undulating mass. Looking closer, the Grand Elder realized with horror that they were red ants. Could they be demon ants? He whispered to himself. Gu Fei was also stunned. Their size far exceeded that of any ordinary demon ant. Even the ancient records of the Tang family had never documented a species like this. He turned to Xiao Long, hoping he knew what they were. Xiao Long pondered for a moment. Although he had never seen them at such a gargantuan size, he was almost certain they were army ants. Army ants, a species typically found in Africa and the Americas, are famous for traveling in massive swarms. Unlike most ant species that build sturdy nests, army ants migrate in enormous numbers when their food sources run dry. Their movement looks like an army sweeping across the land, hence their name. They are incredibly aggressive, and once provoked, they leave nothing of their prey behind, not even a speck of bone. The group held their breath, watching from the bushes. Just as Xiao Long signaled for them to retreat quietly, a crisp crack rang out. Someone had accidentally stepped on a dry branch. The faces of Xiao Long and the man who stumbled turned deathly pale. When they turned back, thousands upon thousands of the ants' eyes were locked onto their position. Everyone froze. In a chilling moment of silence, the entire sea of ants began to surge forward, rushing toward them like a pitch-black tsunami. With cold sweat drenching his face, Xiao Long and the others could only run for their lives. A few minutes passed, and dusk began to fall. They were still pushing themselves to the limit, shocked to realize the ants were much faster than they had imagined. Along the way, a little deer was innocently grazing on leaves. The moment the ants spotted the prey, they swarmed it instantly. Witnessing that horrific sight, Xiao Long turned pale. He suddenly remembered that demon ants sense movement through ground vibrations. If they kept running like this, the swarm would sooner or later mark them as prey. What are we going to do? The Grand Master asked anxiously. Suddenly, Xiao Long's eyes locked onto a nearby river, an idea flashing in his mind. We have to cross the river. The ants can't enter the water, he shouted, pointing toward the stream. Without a second of hesitation, they all plunged into the ice-cold water. By the time the bloodthirsty swarm reached the bank, the group was already submerged deep underwater. Seconds later, Xiao Long surfaced, smiling with relief as he saw the ant swarm turning away. We survived, Gu Fei sighed, nearly exhausted. Only when the ants were completely gone did they scramble back to the shore. That was too close. It felt like I had one foot in the grave, Gu Fei said, shivering and sneezing. Xiao Long collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. The Grand Master stood up, his voice still trembling. What a monstrous species. I, the 10,000 Poison Lord, have wandered far and wide without knowing fear. Yet these demon ants actually scared the life out of me. We have to be extremely careful, Xiao Long warned, his eyes full of concern. This species devours everything in its path, which explains why we haven't seen any other creatures until now. The Grand Master nodded, stroking his beard. A swarm this large truly explains everything. Xiao Long felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking to himself that it was just demon ants and not some other rare exotic beast. Seeing that it was almost completely dark, the Grand Master suggested, "This place seems safe enough. We should rest for a while?" "Good idea." Xiao Long nodded, then stepped toward Gu Fei with a sly smile. "Sir Gu, once night falls, let's go back and scout the demon ant swarm a little, shall we?" "Scout what?" Gu Fei jumped up in shock. "The demon ant swarm, of course," Xiao Long replied with an innocent look. Gu Fei began to tremble, his eyes wide with horror. They had just barely escaped death, and he couldn't believe this kid was seriously suggesting that. Are you planning to capture them all like you did with the golden phoenix beasts? Of course not. Xiao Long waved his hand, smiling sheepishly. There are so many, how could I catch them all? My plan is just to sneak in and grab a few for research. This kid is insane, Gu Fei and the other man thought in unison. Long stroked his centipede, which hissed softly with excitement. His eyes lit up as he turned to ask if the two of them wanted to join him. Night fell, and the group ventured once more into the blood-red forest. Their midnight kidnapping mission was a complete success. Xiao Long, the Grand Master, and Gu Fei managed to bag 4 giant demon ants. Once they retreated to a safe spot and tied up the monsters, Gu Fei panted heavily, still shaken from having to participate in such a crazy scheme. I thought these ants would be asleep at night. Xiao Long laughed. Demon ants don't sleep, but either way, we caught 4 of them. Gu Fei grabbed the ant he had caught, his eyes full of doubt. Can we really keep them? Xiao Long sat down, carefully observing the ants. After analyzing them for a while, he concluded that taming them was impossible. With a memory span of only 3 days and no queen ant to control them, any training efforts would be a complete waste of time. So, it was all for nothing? Gu Fei sighed in frustration, but Xiao Long gave a mysterious smile and replied that it wasn't a waste at all. He pointed to their bizarre beauty, explaining that simply displaying these incredible creatures at the Tang residence would be enough to shake the martial arts world. Gu Fei clutched his face in defeat, and Xiao Long laughed it off. This is the poison team. Brother, you'll have to get used to it. The Grand Master interrupted, asking about the next plan. He suggested they could head west to Ruili or go deeper south into the jungle. But Xiao Long shook his head, his eyes flashing with confidence. He revealed that they would first rendezvous with Tang Yin's group, then follow the demon ants again, or more accurately, stay one step ahead of them. Gu Fei and the others were stunned. Xiao Long cracked his knuckles, a sly glint in his eyes as he revealed his bold plan. The real target wasn't the ants themselves, but the countless poisonous creatures the swarm was flushing out of hiding. He had turned a crisis into a golden opportunity. Gu Fei was drenched in sweat, thinking that there was no way they would survive this. Conversely, a mischievous smile played on Xiao Long's lips. Capturing the demon ants didn't matter anymore. With this plan, he would seize all the poisonous creatures of Yunnan. Night fell, and by the flickering firelight, Tang Yin stared in shock at the 4 tied-up demon ants, her eyes glued to their razor-sharp legs. She was both amazed and angry, unable to believe that Xiao Long actually intended to race against these creatures, let alone capture the poisonous beasts fleeing from them. Wasn't the swarm of golden-haired queen bees enough? Now you want these ants too? Seeing her reaction, Xiao Long panicked and smiled sheepishly to explain, but last time you were the one who said we achieved great results. His words made Tang Yin pause. She recalled the Grand Master's words, noting that it was her relentless race with the bees that allowed her to absorb the majority of the energy from the green-spotted viper's inner core. Wei Xiaolong added, now that the centipedes have molted twice and no longer require the inner core, this is the perfect chance for you to absorb the remaining energy completely. The Grand Master stepped closer and chimed in. If that's the case, shouldn't Little Dragon Boy join in the running too? Tang Yin nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with agreement. She insisted that since Wei Xiaolong had also consumed the queen bee's medicinal nectar, he needed to exercise to help absorb the energy as well. Sweat beaded on Wei Xiaolong's forehead, and he hurriedly turned to the Grand Master. Pleading, he said, my Qinggong isn't very good. Could you carry me while you run? The Grand Master laughed heartily, patted his shoulder, and said, I think you run just fine. This is a rare opportunity, don't waste it. Wei Xiaolong could only grit his teeth. Just then, Tang Yin grabbed his hand and gave a sweet smile. Will you run with me tomorrow? Wei Xiaolong was speechless. Tang Yin sighed softly, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, her eyes twinkling with amusement. This is your punishment for making decisions on your own. The next day, the massive venomous creature hunt officially began according to an unpredictable script. A swarm of giant demon ants swept through the forest like a flood, cornering a huge wild boar. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate prey was swallowed whole, leaving no trace behind. Not far away, Tang Yin, Wei Xiaolong, and Gu Fei were running with all their might. With the hunting unit right in front of them, Wei Xiaolong shouted, they're tearing through everything in their path. Be careful. His eyes gleamed, and a mischievous smile played on his lips as he explained the plan. Right now, the distance between us and the ant swarm is 60 zhang. When they move, I'll shorten the distance to under 30 zhang and maintain it. Whenever we catch a venomous creature, we'll immediately pass it to the main team running parallel. They'll cage them up and bring them to the opposite riverbank, out of the reach of the ants. And so, the deadly race began. The plan proved unexpectedly effective because countless other venomous creatures were also frantically fleeing from the ants. With a look of pure excitement, Wei Xiaolong snatched up a venomous snake. He suddenly realized the name Valley of 10,000 Poisons wasn't just for show, and he was determined to capture them all. The hunt lasted for nearly 2 hours, and the iron cages were gradually filling up. Wei Xiaolong, Gu Fei, and Tang Yin were now running for their lives while juggling all sorts of venomous creatures. Wei Xiaolong, having just caught a snake, hurriedly threw it to a team member holding a wooden box. "Are you still doing okay?" the other person asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Wei Xiaolong replied. "With so many venomous creatures waiting for me, how could I be tired?" Tang Yin suddenly announced that there was a giant python ahead. Wei Xiaolong's eyes lit up. His attention immediately shifted to a huge Burmese python curled up in a tree. This was one of the 5 largest snake species in the world, big, gentle, and lovely, not hard to keep at all. "This species isn't even venomous?" Gu Fei asked, looking confused. "That's true." Wei Xiaolong grinned, "but I have to catch it." Gu Fei panicked, noting that he had said the exact same thing when he saw the whipped scorpion and the giant toad. "At this rate, we might as well catch every single thing in existence." Hearing that, Wei Xiaolong's eyes grew even brighter. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and declared, "Good idea. I'll catch that snake too." "Wait, the ant swarm is about to catch up," Tang Yin yelled. "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Wei Xiaolong reassured her before sprinting toward the python, grabbing it, and draping it around his neck. The ants were right at his heels, but he still wore a satisfied smile. He wouldn't let such a beautiful creature become prey for the ants, but Wei Xiaolong's luck ran out. He tripped over a root and fell flat on his face right in front of the fierce wave of ants approaching. Tang Yin and Gu Fei screamed in terror. Wei Xiaolong looked back, eyes wide with horror, consumed by fear. He could only freeze as the ants lunged forward. In that split second, something yanked Wei Xiaolong by the collar. It was Yao Hua. Tang Yin and Gu Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. "Well done, Yao Hua. Quickly, take him to safety. From now on, I forbid you from getting anywhere near those ants." Wei Xiaolong could only mumble an apology. "What about the ants?" Tang Yin asked hurriedly, trying to change the subject. "Luckily, they've stopped on the other side of the hill." Gu Fei replied, "The sun is setting. We should rest for a while." Wei Xiaolong felt too ashamed to lift his head. Tang Yin nodded in agreement, deciding the group would set up camp to wait for the main team. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the nearby bushes, and Tang Yin's eyes flashed with alertness. A few seconds later, a spear flew out of nowhere and stuck into the ground right next to Wei Xiaolong, startling everyone. From the bushes, men wielding spears stepped out, shouting, "Don't move. This is the territory of the Beast Palace. Whoever enters, state your names." Gu Fei immediately drew his dagger to defend, while Tang Yin hurriedly spoke up, "Please, calm down. We are from the Sichuan Tang Clan." Hearing that, a man accompanied by a fierce, glowing-eyed wolf stepped forward. "Why would people from the Tang Clan be this deep in the Yunnan jungle?" he asked suspiciously. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the spider silk necklace that Yao Ho had placed on Wei Xiaolong, and his expression immediately turned very solemn. "It's not what you think." Wei Xiaolong hurriedly waved his hands to explain. The leader gritted his teeth, and a powerful inner energy radiated from his body. "What kind of game are you playing on Beast Palace land?" he roared, his eyes burning with rage. This man was named He Lang, a warrior of the Nanmen Beast Palace. He had discovered them after hearing strange noises while on patrol. "We'll retreat immediately." But then, Wei Xiaolong suddenly paused as if remembering something. "Brother He Lang, wait. I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" He Lang turned back, curious. "Could you come up to that hill with me for a moment?" Wei Xiaolong asked, his voice a bit urgent. He Lang agreed. Upon reaching the top of the hill, he froze. His eyes widened, filled with horror. He couldn't believe the sight before him. In the distance, a pitch-black mountain was churning and moving, swallowing everything in its path. "Those are army ants." Wei Xiaolong's voice was heavy. The rustling sound from earlier was the sound of them moving. "I believe the Beast Palace lies directly in the path of the ant swarm. If the Valley of 10,000 Poisons is truly a long, narrow valley, this will be a death trap." Cold sweat broke out on He Lang's forehead. He understood all too well. If this were true, a catastrophe was hanging over their heads. "I must return immediately to report to the palace master," he said, decisively inviting the members of the Tang Clan to join him to explain more details about these ants. While Yao Ho was happily playing with He Lang's wolf, Tang Yin smiled and replied, "We would be glad to." Wei Xiaolong's eyes were fixed on the sea of ants in the distance, his worry unconcealed. "We must get to the Beast Palace immediately, as fast as possible," he urged. That night, the giant ant colony stopped to rest, and the entire land sank into a terrifying silence. It was like the calm ocean before a devastating tsunami. They would lie still until dawn broke, then continue their sweep. As the night grew pitch black, Xiao Long's group finally reached the Beast Palace. The scenery here was breathtaking, like a paradise on Earth where humans and beasts lived in harmony. He Lang smiled and said, "This is probably the first time someone from the Tang sect has visited this place in over 100 years." Tang Yin added, "The Beast Palace of Southern Barbarians' beast-taming techniques are truly peerless, unmatched anywhere." He Lang pointed to a circular empty space at the entrance, introducing it as the training ground. He described the 10,000 Beast Valley as shaped like a gourd, with a single entrance surrounded by towering cliffs, making it an impregnable, natural fortress. But with the eyes of someone used to traps, Xiao Long spotted a fatal weakness. If that single entrance were blocked, this entire valley would become a death trap with no way out. Upon reaching the main hall, He Lang solemnly announced, "Master, distinguished guests from the Sichuan Tang sect have arrived." A dignified voice rang out, "Let them in." As they entered, a heavy pressure immediately descended. 3 figures sat high above, accompanied by massive black leopards, their fierce eyes ready to pounce. An old man with white hair and a face covered in scars introduced himself as Mang Hu, the master of the Beast Palace. Xiao Long and Tang Yin bowed in respect, and Mang Hu got straight to the point. "I heard you came to Yunnan to hunt venomous creatures. I also heard from my warriors about the army ants. Tell me what on earth they are and why they have appeared here." Xiao Long nodded, beginning to explain in detail the extreme danger of the ant colony, their terrifying destructive power, and warned them they must evacuate immediately. Yet their reaction was completely opposite to what he expected. A suffocating aura radiated from Mang Hu. He growled in anger. "Are you telling me, an old man, to abandon an estate built over 300 years ago just because of a few puny ants?" A brown-haired woman sitting nearby placed a hand on her chest, her eyes full of arrogance. "Master, don't listen to this Central Plains outsider's nonsense. Just give me 500 flying wolves, and I alone will wipe them all out. No matter how many there are, they are nothing but pests." Xiao Long clenched his fists, asserting firmly that he was not exaggerating. If the 500 flying wolves she mentioned rushed in, they would be swallowed in an instant. The woman was stunned, then enraged. Lady Huang quickly scolded Xiao Long for being rude, but he decided to stand his ground. "These are no ordinary ants. If the beasts here suffer casualties, it will be a true tragedy." The woman grew even more furious. "What the hell does someone from the Central Plains know? Your people even eat dog meat? How could you understand the bond with animals?" That sentence was like a spark hitting a powder keg. Xiao Long gritted his teeth, his fury erupting. Her judging all of them based on a cultural difference exceeded his limit of tolerance. A powerful burst of energy radiated from him. He could endure many things, but he absolutely would not tolerate anyone doubting the affection he had for his companions. It was time to show them. Without a second thought, he held out his hand, his voice ice cold. "All of you, come out." From his robes, 3 giant centipedes crawled out, the phantom flower manifested, its bright red body radiating authority. The snow and ice geckos also appeared, chilling frost spreading throughout the space. The entire hall fell into absolute silence. Everyone, including Master Mang Hu, was stunned, their eyes wide with shock and speechless. Even the fierce black leopards had to growl and retreat a few steps. Xiao Long stood there proudly beside his companions. Those present were left speechless. They recognized the legendary venomous creatures and finally understood that the woman traveling with him was not an ordinary twin. Stroking his pet centipede, Xiao Long confidently replied, "Your words were quite offensive. These are not pets. They are my companions. I would be heartbroken if they were sick or hurt, so of course, I know them very well." The woman was stunned, and the old man who raised tigers also asked in surprise, "Companions? Do you mean they will be with you for the rest of your life?" Another elder who raised cats chimed in, saying that even at the Beast Palace, where love for spirit beasts is absolute, no one had ever used the term companion. Unexpectedly, the anger on Mang Hu's face vanished, replaced by a hearty laugh. He laughed at you loud, exclaiming, "Truly extraordinary." He explained that he had found it strange for a woman to bind a young warrior with chains. But if the one holding the chain was this tamer, and her companions were with her, it could only mean that they both considered each other masters. Xiao Long and Tang Yin knew this was a complete, disastrous misunderstanding, and the elders became solemn. They reasoned that if a young warrior could call the creatures he raised companions, it showed how immense his love for them truly was. And if his advice came from such sincere feelings, they should not ignore it. Mang Hu nodded in agreement. Buildings can be rebuilt, but the lives of humans and beasts cannot be replaced. Xiao Long and Tang Yin looked at each other. The plan had succeeded, and everyone gathered at the main courtyard. Mang Hu gave the order. A few hours later, everyone was present. Mang Hu approached Xiao Long, placing a hand on his shoulder, both thanking him and feeling guilty, that due to the emergency, he could not see him off or compensate him properly. The woman from before also came to apologize to Xiao Long, admitting she was wrong to judge him. He just smiled and told her not to worry about it. It turned out this woman, Shu Piao, was not just an elder but also the master's daughter. She curiously stroked the centipede on Xiao Long's head, marveling at his ability to make insects and venomous creatures submit. She asked if they had offspring later, could she raise one? Just then, painful roars echoed through the valley, startling everyone in terror. What is that sound? Sounds like an elephant. Shu Piao was confused. Xiao Long's eyes were filled with horror. When he turned around, he saw the horrifying sight of the demon ant swarm surrounding and tearing apart a giant elephant. The elephant must have fled in this direction. The elders were frozen in shock. There was no more time. Xiao Long shouted in panic, "Evacuate immediately. The ants are heading straight for us." It's too late. Manghu gritted his teeth. They had reached the very gates of the 10,000 Beast Valley. Now there was no way back. In the blink of an eye, the giant elephant had been picked clean, leaving behind only white bones. The scene made everyone shiver with fear. With no other choice, Manhwa gravely announced, "We must fight." Tang Yin anxiously asked Wei Xiao Long if the Grandmaster and the animal squad were okay. He confidently replied that with their caution, they were surely safe on the other side of the river. In contrast, Ko-Fi was sweating profusely, heart burning with worry for his group. Breaking through this sea of ants was almost impossible. Wei Xiaolong pondered. This was the worst-case scenario. If things kept going like this, they would sooner or later be swallowed by the ant swarm. He had to think of a way out. Just then, a giant spider web descended from the mountain peak, catching everyone's attention. It was none other than the flower demon. Wei Xiaolong was still stunned when Tang Yin smiled. She suddenly remembered they still had the flower demon. If they used its silk to cross the mountain, they could escape to safety. Nearby, Manhwa and the others were waiting. So what would the people from the Nam Man Beast Palace do? Wei Xiaolong wondered. If it were just his group, it wouldn't be a problem. But with so many people, the situation was completely different. You guys just go, don't worry about us. Manhwa smiled confidently. In the world of beasts, eat or be eaten is just the natural order. If we can't defeat these creatures, our fate is to be eaten by them. Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yin were stunned. He couldn't just abandon them like that. Humans also love animals just like he does. He concentrated deeply, telling himself there had to be a way to save them all. As a YouTuber, he had to think logically. Wei Xiaolong began to carefully analyze the habits and movement patterns of the ant swarm. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a radiant smile appeared on his lips. I've got it. Manhwa and the others looked confused. You have a way to deal with this ant swarm? Yes. Wei Xiaolong nodded firmly. Even though we will have to suffer a little bit, there is definitely a way. He smiled excitedly. Would you like to hear it? The next day, after the ant swarm had completely digested the elephant, they began to enter the Beast Valley. According to the plan prepared all night, the warriors of the Beast Palace set up a formation, waiting for them in the middle of the meadow. The demon ant swarm began to flood in. Wei Xiaolong held his breath, staring fixedly at them, patiently waiting for them to get closer. As soon as the first wave of ants stepped onto the layer of liquid on the grass, he shouted loudly, "Throw the torches." Hak Lang immediately threw a burning torch. It drew a perfect arc and fell straight into the pool of oil. Instantly, a violent fire erupted, creating a giant circle of hellfire, trapping a portion of the ants inside. It worked! Wei Xiaolong shouted joyfully. The vanguard hunting ant group had been completely isolated. With eyes burning with determination, he lunged forward, shouting, "Their formation is in chaos. Charge with the water buffalo herd." The warriors and the water buffalo herd ferociously charged to attack the trapped ants. They had to wipe out this entire group to clear a path for Wei Xiaolong to approach the enemy's main army. Everyone, be careful. Wei Xiaolong didn't forget to warn them, his heart feeling a bit anxious. While the warriors were in a fierce battle, Wei Xiaolong had successfully broken through and approached the main army of the ant swarm. But strangely, they seemed to ignore his presence. He began making faces, shouting, and dancing to provoke them. "You bugs, I'm right here." The plan worked. The ants went crazy, furiously turning to chase after him. In the back, Tuyet Fiu and the others had finished cleaning up the separated ants. She anxiously watched his lonely back, not knowing if the plan would truly succeed as he said. Wei Xiaolong was putting his all into running. Everything was perfect. He just needed to keep leading them in circles around the meadow. But just then, he stepped on a pool of oil and lost his balance. Oh no! His eyes widened in horror. Seizing the opportunity, the ants immediately closed the distance and pounced on him. He panicked, realizing he had slipped on the very pool of oil they had poured out earlier. The ants rushed down from the sky like a pitch-black rain. The only thing he could do was close his eyes, preparing for the worst. Wei Xiaolong has been caught, Hak Lang screamed. Hearing that, Tang Yin and Ko Fi were stunned, their eyes filled with fear. The black flood of ants rushed in, biting and tearing frantically, causing Wei Xiaolong to scream in pain, but he wouldn't give up easily. Flower demon, he roared. The spider immediately reacted, shooting a sturdy thread toward him. Luckily, he grabbed it. With a strong jerk, the flower demon pulled him out of the deadly encirclement of the ants. Ko-fi and Tang Yin let out sighs of relief, not ceasing to praise the flower demon. Wei Xiaolong slumped onto some rocks, panting. He looked down and discovered one ant still stubbornly clinging to his clothes, trying to bite through the fabric. Luckily, his body was as hard as steel, thanks to practicing the iron armor technique. In his heart, he silently thanked the martial art that had saved his life this time. Seeing him be so reckless, the flower demon and the centipede angrily scolded him quite a bit. He could only force a smile, secretly thinking that even if they didn't scold him, Tang Yin would do it later. His eyes suddenly lit up when he looked toward the ant swarm. They were moving around the rocks where they were standing. Manhwa and Hak Lang were stunned, unable to believe that the ant swarm was actually moving in an endless circle. Just as this teenager had predicted, only Wei Xiaolong understood why. Their path had been cut off, and army ants have very poor eyesight. They move by following the pheromone trail left by the leader. When the vanguard group was destroyed by the Beast Palace warriors, the worker ants behind lost their orientation immediately. In the end, they could only chase after the one right in front of them aimlessly. They would be trapped in this trap until they died of exhaustion. With a triumphant smile, he revealed that this was the death spiral, also known as the ant mill. Hearing that, Tuyet Fiu happily turned to her father. Manhwa crossed his arms and nodded, allowing his daughter to go report the good news. Everything was fine, and that was how a little warrior had prevented the destruction of the Beast Palace. 3 days later, the army ant swarm was still trapped in the death spiral. The giant swarm of insects continued to march in endless self-destructive circles, gradually dying off. The warriors of the Beast Palace walked among them, finishing off the last remaining creatures. Manhwa asked if this long, grueling trial had truly ended. Wei Xiaolong hesitatingly nodded. The grateful palace master asked Wei Xiaolong what he wanted in return. He made a strange request: help him find the queen ant among the dying ants. He explained with a mischievous smile that he wanted to try raising it. In his mind, he couldn't help but feel excited, remembering his childhood passion for keeping ants. The search immediately began. Under Tuyet Fiu's command, everyone spread out to look for the ant with the unusually large abdomen. Before long, a warrior called out loudly. Wei Xiaolong rushed over and witnessed a terrifying sight. A giant red ant was gasping on the ground, surrounded by countless ant carcasses. This monster possessed blood-red eyes full of killing intent, with a spear plunged deep into its head, but it hadn't completely died yet. The group watched in shock as the swarm of ants began slaughtering each other, with that giant ant at the center of the chaos. "Is that the queen ant?" Tang Yin whispered. "It must be," Xiao Long replied, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. This scene left him deeply unsettled. Every bit of knowledge he had about insects was screaming that something was off. A queen ant might eat her own eggs to survive, but she would never eat her offspring once the colony was established. He could only draw one conclusion, a terrifying and completely unnatural one. This queen ant was eating her own children. While Xiao Long was lost in thought, Tang Yin called out urgently, telling him to look closely at the queen ant's head. Xiao Long's eyes widened when he spotted a glimmering object right at the wound caused by the spear. It was a golden needle plunged deep into the creature's forehead, emitting a faint aura of energy. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Long cautiously approached the dying monster. He reached out, grabbed the needle, and firmly pulled it out. The giant ant let out one final, agonizing shriek and collapsed, going still forever. Xiao Long stared in amazement at the strange needle. He turned to ask Tang Yin if she recognized it. She observed it thoughtfully, explaining that while the Tang Clan also used golden needles, this one had an extremely rare length and shape. Looking closer, Xiao Long realized the needle was hollow, likely used to inject some kind of medicine or poison. While he was stunned, a familiar voice called out. Xiao Long, Tang Yin, the clan leader, and other family members were running toward them. Both breathed a sigh of relief. The elder explained that he had met the Beast Palace warriors and had been told everything. Just then, Tiger King also approached the clan leader. After confirming their identities, he did something that left everyone stunned. The palace master and all the Beast Palace warriors knelt on one knee in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. "My people owe the Tang Clan a great debt," Tiger King declared solemnly. Tang Yin thought to herself that seeing a proud master like Tiger King show such deep respect was a truly rare sight. When they stood up, Tiger King insisted on inviting the Tang family to the palace for a feast. However, Xiao Long interrupted, his voice urgent, saying he had a vital question for his grandfather immediately. He held up the golden needle, explaining where he found it and asking if the clan leader had ever seen anything like it. The moment the Grandmaster saw the needle, his smile froze, his expression shifting instantly from relief to shock, then to absolute horror. He gripped Xiao Long's arm, his voice trembling as he asked, "Where did you say you found this?" "What's wrong, grandfather?" Tang Yin asked anxiously, sensing the gravity of the situation. With a grim and heavy tone, the Grandmaster looked at his two grandchildren and the Beast Palace members, revealing a horrifying truth. It seemed an old enemy, one with a deep-seated grudge against both the Sichuan Tang Clan and the Beast Palace, was still alive. This news left Tiger King and his warriors frozen. Who could possibly hold a grudge against both of our clans? Tiger King asked in astonishment. With a grim face, the Grandmaster spat out the name of their common enemy, the Five Poisons cult. The name hit like a bolt of lightning, leaving Tiger King and his elders stunned, then erupting in disbelief and fear. "Impossible," they shouted. "The cult we thought was wiped out 100 years ago still exists?" While the elders were reeling, Xiao Long suddenly remembered the story his grandfather had once told him. He realized that the secret technique he had learned came from the very cult the Tang Clan and the Beast Palace had joined forces to destroy long ago. The Five Poisons cult. Tiger King immediately connected the dots, coming to a realization. If it's the Five Poisons cult, they must have used a forbidden technique to force the Queen Ant to go berserk. Seeing Xiao Long's confusion, De Piao explained that it was a dark art, forcing a beast's potential to explode in a frenzy. It was considered a desperate move because even the slightest mistake could kill the animal. The Grandmaster added more about the cult's cruelty. They were ruthless people who forced beasts to mate with poisonous creatures to forge spiritual pills and were ready to kill anyone who stood in their way. He concluded that the combination of the Tang Clan's golden needle and the Beast Palace's secret arts was undeniable proof. An invisible fear began to spread through the ranks of the Beast Palace warriors. They whispered to each other, worried that the tragedy of a century ago was about to repeat itself. Breaking the stunned atmosphere, the Grandmaster placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Long's head. He acknowledged the danger they had just faced, but his voice shone with pride. The ant swarm has been destroyed, but more importantly, this incident proves the Five Poisons cult still exists. You have done something extraordinary. Tiger King fully agreed. He patted Xiao Long on the head. If not for this young hero's help, the Myriad Beast Palace might not have known about the great catastrophe heading our way. Xiao Long blushed at the praise. Finally, the clan leader stood tall and declared in a solemn, clear voice. Because the Five Poisons cult has not truly been eradicated, the alliance pact made 100 years ago remains in effect. In the name of the clan leader, I pledge that the Sichuan Tang clan will use all our strength to support the Myriad Beast Palace in the coming battle. With a determined expression, Tiger King clenched his fist and replied solemnly, officially re-establishing the alliance. The Myriad Beast Palace will, of course, stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang clan. After the important matter was settled, he turned to Xiao Long with a warm smile. The young hero has done us a massive favor. I want to reward you and your clan. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. Xiao Long was briefly confused, wondering why he kept incurring such massive debts of gratitude. Seizing the opportunity, the clan leader leaned into his grandson's ear and whispered, "Ask Tiger King about the Five Poisons soul-refining technique. With this great debt, he won't dare to refuse." Xiao Long turned to Tiger King. "Palace Master, I have one thing I would like to ask." "Ask anything you want, lad." Back in the main hall of the Myriad Beast Palace, Xiao Long's two little centipedes were playing happily on the carpet. He began to explain his unique situation. Unlike other members of the Tang Clan, he had learned a secret technique of the Five Poisons cult, allowing him to use his mind to command one of his poisonous creatures. Getting straight to the point, Xiao Long asked the crucial question. Does the Five Poisons soul-refining technique held by the Tang Clan contain the secrets to your palace's Myriad Beast Heart Sutra? He explained that his ultimate goal was to understand how to create that spiritual bond and whether he could do the same with his other beloved companions. After a long silence, Tiger King shook his head with regret. Your request is truly very difficult to fulfill. Xiao Long couldn't hide the disappointment written all over his face. Seeing this, Xu Piao gently explained her father's dilemma. She said, "It's not that the Beast Palace is stingy with their martial arts, but the 10,000 Beast Heart technique is our ultimate secret, guarded most strictly. It's an inner energy method that allows the practitioner to harmonize their soul with wild beasts, and it is only passed down to the direct descendants of the palace master. The fact that Xiao Long, the future son-in-law of the Tang clan, has somehow mastered a portion of this secret technique has put the elders in an incredibly difficult position." Suddenly, A glint appeared in Manho's eyes, as if a bold idea had just struck him. He stared intently at Xiao Long and asked a seemingly unrelated question. If you are the son-in-law of the Tang Clan, then what about your own flesh and blood family? Confused, Xiao Long honestly replied that he was a loner, with no family or relatives. To his utter astonishment, Manho and Xu Piao were visibly overjoyed. The palace master even exclaimed that being an orphan was perfect. This remark only made Xiao Long more bewildered, unable to understand why that would be a good thing. Manho laughed heartily, complimenting Xiao Long's name and praising the love he held for beasts, declaring it was more genuine than anyone else's in the entire beast palace. Then, his expression turned serious. He looked straight at the stunned young man, pointed an authoritative finger at him, and made an earth-shattering announcement. Xiao Long, from today on, you will be my son. The entire hall fell dead silent. Xiao Long and his companions were completely dumbfounded by this sudden declaration. Feeling deeply confused, he could only stammer a question back. Manho nodded, confirming it with a resolute look. He explained, if Xiao Long becomes a member of the family, you can rightfully learn all the martial arts of the 10,000 Beast Palace, including the supreme secret techniques. He added, with the rise of the Five Poisons sect, it is crucial that our two great clans become closer than ever. Turning to the Grandmaster, Manho respectfully asked for his opinion. He admitted that the effort to unite the two houses 200 years ago had failed, but he believed that with a special child like Xiao Long, they could right the wrongs of the past. The Grandmaster stroked his beard, deep in thought. He admitted it was an extremely enticing offer, but he wanted to leave the final decision up to Xiao Long himself. With the elder's approval, Manho turned back to make an even more tempting offer. If you become my adopted son, I will personally teach you the secret art of connecting your soul with all beasts. The offer was so overwhelming that Xiao Long was suddenly terrified, having just gained a father and a sister in an instant. Sensing Xiao Long's hesitation, Manhu and Xu Piao exchanged glances. Suddenly, a bright idea lit up Xu Piao's face. She excitedly suggested, Father, why don't we give Xiao Long the flying serpent? Since he loves poisonous creatures so much, that legendary serpent would be the perfect present. The name Flying Serpent was completely foreign to him, leaving Xiao Long bewildered and hurriedly turning to Elder Tai for help. Elder Tai's expression immediately turned serious. He explained that she was likely talking about the legendary 100-Heaven Divine Serpent. He described it as the greatest of all venomous creatures, a divine beast with 2 horns capable of soaring through the blue skies. The description sent a shiver down Xiao Long's spine. All his hesitation vanished, replaced by extreme excitement. His eyes lit up and his hands clenched. His mind was completely consumed by the image of such a majestic creature. Seeing that Xiao Long was moved, Xu Piao delivered the finishing blow. With a confident and mischievous smile, she promised that if he became her younger brother, she would personally help him tame that legendary flying serpent. This promise was the final straw. All the doubts in Xiao Long's heart vanished like mist. Without a second of hesitation, he respectfully bowed and formally greeted his new family, calling Manhu father and Xu Piao sister. The palace master burst into hearty laughter, happily welcoming his new son. While Tang Yinner and the others from the Tang sect were still staring in confusion, the entire hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. And so an adoption ceremony was held shortly after, officially making Xiao Long a member of the Southern Savage Beast Palace. That night, lying on his new, soft bed, Xiao Long couldn't help but smile at his ironic situation. In his previous life, he had adopted countless animals, but he never imagined that one day he would be the one getting adopted. He felt that the people at the Beast Palace, with their deep love for animals, were truly good, just like his family in the Tang sect. His peaceful thoughts were suddenly shattered when the bedroom door swung open. He was stunned to see his new sister, Xu Piao, standing at the doorway with a very embarrassed Tang Yin. Both were wearing only their pajamas. Before he could regain his composure, Xu Piao innocently declared, "We are all one family now, so we have to sleep together and chat." She winked, explaining that she had always dreamed of doing this if she had a younger brother. When Xiao Long looked at Tang Yinner in bewilderment, she could only blush and stutter. Facts, it's a tradition at the Beast Palace, fiancés and families sleep in the same room. Xiao Long's mind was spinning. For a moment, he thought it was a wonderful custom before realizing the full implications. His heart began to race. Ignoring his panicked state, Xu Piao mischievously pulled back the blanket, and with a hesitant Tang Yinner, they climbed into bed, sandwiching him in the middle. While Xiao Long could only scream internally, Xu Piao happily suggested they start by talking about his pets. On a nearby table, his tiny poisonous creatures could only stare blankly at their master, who was being literally squeezed by his new family. The next day, Xiao Long went for a walk with his new father and sister, looking haggard after a stormy night of family meetings. When Manhu asked him if he slept well, he could only offer a crooked, strained smile. Manhwa announced that it was time to start his training and teach him the technique he had been longing for. But first, he needed to check Xiao Long's internal energy. A stream of warm internal power flowed in to test him. A moment later, he pulled his hand back with a thoughtful expression, concluding that although Xiao Long had mimicked the Beast Heart technique, his version was incomplete and significantly weaker. "What is the Beast Heart technique?" Xiao Long asked, confused. Xu Piao explained, "It is an internal martial arts method that allows the practitioner to connect their mind with beasts, becoming stronger alongside them. It also allows the user to understand the hearts of all creatures and issue special commands." Deciding that action was more effective than words, Manhwa signaled to his daughter. Xu Piao took a deep breath and let out a sharp, piercing howl. Responding to the call, a pack of massive, ferocious wolves with glowing blue eyes emerged from the forest. The alpha wolf began to growl at Xiao Long, but Xu Piao quickly scolded it. "Do not be rude. He is my younger brother now." The wolf immediately went silent, letting out a confused whine. Once the pack calmed down, Xu Piao smiled and encouraged Xiao Long, "Try ordering them yourself." She commanded the pack to attack Manhwa with a fierce formation, and the entire pack immediately obeyed, lunging forward in unison. However, the palace master remained motionless. With just a pulse of invisible force, he easily pushed back the entire pack without even touching them. The demonstration ended with Manhwa standing calmly among the wolves, which were now as gentle as puppies. Xiao Long was completely stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. He couldn't believe that all 10 wolves had moved in such perfect synchronization. Manhwa explained that they were all connected through the Beast Heart technique. He proudly described it as a cultivation method that helps the user become one with all beasts, borrowing their fangs and claws as their own. Once mastered, one could command thousands of ferocious beasts simultaneously. The heroic explanation and the display of power had completely conquered Xiao Long. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with extreme excitement. This technique was truly a peerless divine art. Without hesitation, he knelt down, performed a formal bow, and earnestly pleaded, "Please, father and sister, teach me the Beast Heart technique." A radiant smile appeared on Manhwa's lips. He laughed heartily and told his new son to stand up. "Of course, my son, I will teach you." "Thank you, father." Xiao Long was overjoyed. Manhwa placed his hand on Xiao Long's back once more, and a powerful surge of energy immediately flowed into his body. While teaching the technique, Manhwa secretly thought, "While I'm at it, I will also help him adjust his 5 poisons origin technique." He realized Xiao Long's body was under immense pressure from constantly using his poison arts. While channeling his power, Manhwa began to explain, "The Beast Heart technique isn't meant to control poisons. Its essence is to connect with something much more primal, the bloodline of the creature." This explanation left Xiao Long stunned. "It only takes a drop of blood, or even saliva," Manhwa added. "That is why you were able to command the centipede with your intent. The bond began forming the moment it bit you." Memories of that bite flooded back, and Xiao Long finally understood. Manhwa declared that the ritual was complete. "Now, you are fully connected to your little centipede and can truly feel its heart and emotions." Embracing the small creature and feeling a warm, golden surge of energy enveloping him, he was stunned. He truly felt it now. A wave of pure, unconditional love from his companion washed over him, as powerful and primal as the affection for a newborn child. Tears spontaneously streamed down his cheeks as he hugged the little creature tightly. Manhwa nodded with satisfaction. This was the power of the 10,000 Beast Heart technique at its complete level. Ready for the next step, Manhwa asked Xiao Long to bring him the other small creatures to repeat the process. Although Xiao Long worried they might bite, Manhwa assured him he would be fine. However, this method was far more bizarre than anything Xiao Long could have imagined. "Lie down on the ground and open your mouth," Manhwa commanded. Before the young man could grasp what was happening, Manhwa held the 2 creatures right above his face. "Your training exercise is to use your heart technique to sense their saliva as it flows into your body." Xiao Long was horrified, but it was too late to protest. The 2 creatures above began to drool, drop by drop, onto him. He could only endure it in utter disgust, thinking to himself that this had become completely absurd. At the Namman Beast Palace training ground, Xiao Long began the training session for his 3 rabbit-eared centipedes. Under the watchful eyes of his sister Xu Piao and Tang Ni, he signaled the start. "Centipede Lotus Formation," he shouted, commanding them to perform a new formation he had created. The 3 tiny creatures immediately darted toward the wooden stakes. From afar, Xu Piao and Tang Ni couldn't contain their excitement, gushing, "They're just too cute." Xiao Long, however, was horrified. This was not at all the terrifying efficiency he had hoped for. He groaned inwardly, thinking of the ferocious wolf pack of Black Wolf, while his creatures looked merely adorable. He tried to guide them, telling them to attack more aggressively. But when he saw their sad, drooping expressions, Xiao Long immediately panicked, hurriedly hugging them to his chest and profusely praising them for doing such a good job. A half-month passed since Xiao Long officially adopted the Beast Heart technique. Having a similar foundation, he had grasped the new inner technique quickly. Naturally, Xiao Long didn't repeat that horrific method. Instead, he completed the connection process by letting all his beast companions suck on his little finger, a much more reasonable solution. That day, while taking a stroll, Xiao Long asked Xu Piao for news about the flying divine serpent. She said the warriors had gone to scout 3 days' journey away, so there should be news soon. Right then, Gu Fei came running over, panting for breath. "Young Master Xiao Long," he shouted, announcing there was a message from the Grand Patriarch. "What's wrong?" Xiao Long asked in surprise. Gu Fei tried to catch his breath. They found it. They finally found the flying divine serpent. This news made both Xiao Long and Tang Yin ecstatic. A smile of pure determination appeared on Xiao Long's face. Without wasting a second, he declared, "Let's go. We need to meet the Grand Patriarch right now." At the place where the Grand Patriarch was personally overseeing his subordinates preparing various medicinal herbs, he greeted his grandson warmly and asked about his training. Without much fuss, Xiao Long immediately asked about the flying divine serpent. The Grand Patriarch confirmed it, explaining that he was supervising the brewing of a special realgar concoction based on a secret Tang Clan recipe, the essentials for the capture. He warned that although they had located it, they couldn't act just yet. While this snake's venom didn't rank among the 10 most lethal, it was still absolutely nothing to sneeze at. Before he could finish, the Patriarch's expression softened. He smiled at Long and told him he had caught something quite interesting and wanted to show him. He pointed to a large clay jar, piquing Long's curiosity. As the Patriarch lifted the lid, Long and Tang Yin peeked inside, their eyes instantly lighting up in amazement. At the bottom of the jar sat a strange spider, its abdomen hard and flat, bearing a pattern that looked exactly like an intricately carved ancient coin. "A coin spider," Long exclaimed, excited as if he'd just found a treasure. The Patriarch smiled and confirmed it was an incredibly rare species he hadn't been able to find anywhere in his past life. After the gift, the elder steered the conversation back to the main mission. He explained that the next step was finding a secure place to hold the sky-soaring divine serpent once it was caught. At this, his expression turned grave. He worried that standard containment methods wouldn't hold it, as the creature they were hunting was a high-level spirit beast capable of tearing through anything. "Do you have any ideas?" The Patriarch turned to ask, reminding him that he was the expert here. Just as Long was lost in thought, someone shouted, "Young Master, we have a problem. The coin spider is gone." The man held up the empty jar, his face pale with panic. He apologized profusely. Contrary to everyone else's confusion, Long remained strangely calm. He reassured the man that it was fine, the spider hadn't escaped. He then asked for some spider silk and chopsticks, tied an insect to the silk, and let it dangle over the mouth of the jar. Almost immediately, the coin spider shot out from under the dirt, snapping up the prey with terrifying speed. Long explained, "That's the behavior of a trapdoor spider. They dig burrows to hide. Don't worry." As the man carried the jar away, Long watched, lost in thought. He pictured how the spider dug its burrow, creating a secure, perfectly shaped nest, a safe pocket. A flash of inspiration struck him. That was it. A specially crafted bag shaped just like that would be the perfect solution. His eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist, shouting, "I've got it." With that brilliant idea, Long rushed to find the only one who could make it a reality. His companion, Yao Hua, was napping on its web. He called out softly to wake it. Once he had its attention, Long held up a small cloth bag, asking if Yao Hua could create something similar but many times larger. His plan was as simple as it was brilliant. Use Yao Hua's silk, a material proven to withstand even an entire army of ants, to weave a giant bag to imprison the spirit beast. Understanding its master, Yao Hua immediately got to work. Before long, a giant, intricately woven, and beautiful white bag took shape. Long was truly amazed. He picked up the bag and praised it. "Incredible. This is exactly what we need." Yao Hua let out a happy chirp, seemingly very proud of its creation. The others couldn't hide their awe. Gu Fei tried slashing the bag with his dagger, but the sharp blade only sparked against its tough surface. "How is it this hard?" he exclaimed in shock. "Truly a miraculous creation." The Patriarch agreed with a nod. With these final preparations complete, the Patriarch declared that everything was ready. "We head out at dawn tomorrow." "Understood," Long replied clearly, standing proudly between Yao Hua and Tang Yinner. He turned to Yao Hua and Gang Chao, patting it on the head. "You did great." Yao Hua seemed absolutely delighted. The Patriarch and Gu Fei laughed at the adorable scene, while Tang Yinner could only blush as she watched. Thus, all preparations to capture the sky-soaring divine serpent were finally complete. As soon as dawn broke, the group set off, led by elite beast warriors, heading straight for the canyon where the sky-soaring divine serpent was said to appear. "I have looked forward to this day for a very long time," the patriarch said, his voice nostalgic. "Since I was young, I never had the chance to see the 24 poisons. I only remember they were ranked below the 10 most lethal poisons," Long replied. "That's just a name," the elder explained. "Much like there are 24 hours in a day, the Tang sect assigned a powerful poisonous creature to each hour. Even though they aren't the legendary top 10 poisons, these 24 are a list of 24 top-tier, incredibly deadly beasts." After a while, a warrior in front shouted, "We've arrived." Long looked and felt his breath hitch. Floating near a waterfall by the cliff was a giant dragon-like creature. Its long, graceful body was adorned with turquoise fins, and atop its head were sharp, imposing horns. The sky-soaring divine serpent, he could only whisper its name in utter disbelief. The patriarch began to recite the descriptions from the ancient Tang sect scrolls. "It rides the chaotic winds of the canyon as if swimming through water. Its body fades into the blue clouds. Its horns breathe spiritual energy sharp as blades. It glides through the sky and mist, so perfectly that one cannot distinguish where the sky ends and the sea begins." Then, he revealed the true significance of the creature. The Tang sect ranked this beast first among the 24. It was the beast that governed the first hour of the day, representing the birth of heaven and earth, a truly ancient and powerful creature. Staring at the impossible sight, Long's mind raced back to his past life. He remembered that flying snakes actually existed on Earth, where he excitedly showed his 1 million subscribers a real flying snake. It was a paradise tree snake, and he had explained scientifically that it didn't really fly, but rather glided by spreading its ribs to catch the wind. Viewers accused him of clickbait, but he confidently asserted that all things in the universe must follow the laws of physics. A snake can't fly like a bird. That was what he used to believe. But now, staring at a giant, horned serpent soaring through the air, defying all logic, he could only wonder what the heck he was looking at. The surreal sight made his brain feel like it was going to shut down. He turned to his grandfather, stuttering a foolish question. "Grandpa, isn't it a bit ridiculous for a snake to fly?" "That is exactly why it is called the sky-soaring divine serpent." Long stammered, wanting to explain further, but the words wouldn't come out. Meanwhile, Tang Yinner was completely captivated by its beauty. She held up her little centipedes, whispering encouragement for them to grow up and be as magnificent as the creature before them. Unfortunately, her excited whispers caught the attention of the serpent. He swung his razor-sharp gaze toward the cliff. For a fleeting moment, his massive body was shrouded in a brilliant blue aura. Then it suddenly shrank into a streak of light before darting away at terrifying speed. It escaped. Xiao Long shouted in panic. Amidst his distress, the patriarch remained strangely calm. "Don't worry," he reassured, "it has sensed us. It won't go far." He decided the group should set up camp and send out a scouting party to search. After the serpent vanished, the group stood on the cliff discussing their next move. Xu Piao floated closer to Xiao Long, seeing him lost in thought, and asked what was on his mind. He explained that he was trying to come up with a plan to lure it down. Xu Piao laughed, playfully teasing him. "I thought someone who could command a swarm of poisonous creatures would know the most basic principles of hunting." Seeing Xiao Long flustered, she explained a simple yet lethal truth. Even though it can fly, it is still a living creature. It has to eat, it has to sleep, and eventually, it will have to return to the ground. And that is our chance. That simple logic hit Xiao Long's mind like a bolt of lightning. He woke up. That's right, every creature must eat and sleep. He'd overthought things, missing the simplest solution right in front of him. His mind immediately linked back to video games from his past life. Final bosses always have a fatal weakness when they are in an eating or recovery state. Xiao Long was full of gratitude. He sincerely thanked his new big sister. Xu Piao smiled confidently, promising to help him catch the flying divine serpent. They both laughed happily, but their joy didn't last long. As night fell, the situation reversed cruelly. The hunting party fell into chaos. The warriors of the Beast Palace lay scattered on the ground, moaning in pain. Only then did they truly understand the nature of their prey. Hovering above them under the moonlight, shrouded in a powerful aura, was the divine serpent. The group finally understood why it was dubbed the number one of the 24 poisonous species. Tang Yin hurried to Xiao Long's side, anxiously asking if he was okay. Despite being shaken, he reassured her that he was fine. From above, the glowing eyes of the divine serpent looked down at them, a display of absolute power. 3 days had passed since they set up camp. Through scouts, they had learned the patterns of the flying divine serpent. Every 3 days, it would descend to the ground to eat a special type of fish, and its flight ability could only be maintained for a maximum of 2 hours. Based on that, they had set an ambush trap for the night, but the plan collapsed completely. The monster was far more vigilant than they had imagined. As soon as the group made their move, it detected them and immediately shot straight into the sky. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Its scales, as hard as steel, made all weapons useless. But the most terrifying thing was its raw physical strength. The giant serpent continuously dived like a living meteorite, creating terrifying shockwaves that tossed warriors away like dry leaves. A storm of rocks and debris made it impossible for anyone to get close. Even though its venom might not compare to the top 10 legendary poisons, its superior physical strength and sharp senses were more than enough to earn it the title of the strongest poisonous creature among the 24. Seeing the damage mounting, the old patriarch decisively ordered, "Too many people are injured. Withdraw immediately." Xiao Long nodded without hesitation. The group hurriedly helped the wounded and fled from the mighty monster. Everyone's face was etched with a mix of fear and resentment. Their first attempt to capture the flying divine serpent had ended in a miserable failure. That night, a heavy atmosphere hung around the campfire. Tang Yin was bandaging the wound on her arm. Xiao Long stepped over, worried. She reassured him that it was just a small scratch. Nearby, the old patriarch had just finished splinting a broken arm for a warrior. He took full responsibility for the failure, admitting he had underestimated the monster's strength. "We were too careless," he said. "If a lower-ranked beast is this strong, we should have been much more cautious with the one at the top." Then he turned to Xiao Long. "What should we do now?" Xiao Long fell into deep thought. He realized the knowledge from his past life was completely useless against this creature. Looking at the warriors bandaged all over, he concluded that another direct attack would mean suicide. They couldn't sacrifice precious warriors just to catch one beast. He suddenly thought how much easier it would be if that giant serpent couldn't fly. "I remembered something," he spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. "I have a theory about how that serpent flies. Every time it takes off, I can feel a strange energy flow surrounding it. Since it flies without flapping wings or moving its body, I suspect it is controlling this energy flow to lift itself up." Xiao Long was confused and turned to Tang Yin for an explanation. She clarified that it was a supreme form of light body technique, using pure internal energy to lift the entire body into the air. To do this requires an unimaginably huge amount of internal energy. "So, does that poisonous creature possess massive internal energy?" Xiao Long asked in amazement. "It's not its own internal energy." The Grand Elder stepped forward, asserting with absolute certainty, revealing the true source of its power: an internal core. "I am certain that creature must have this pure energy orb, which allows it to do the impossible." This revelation shocked the group. Gu Fei and Xue Piao exclaimed in surprise, asking the elder if that was truly possible. Xiao Long's mind immediately linked to the internal core that he obtained from the blue-patterned serpent. This discovery sparked a new wave of excitement. "This gives us one more reason to catch it," Gu Fei declared, and Xue Piao enthusiastically agreed. The Grand Patriarch explained further. If Tang Yin could absorb the internal core of a creature as powerful as the flying divine serpent, her martial arts would increase drastically. However, he also presented a harsh condition. If the main goal is the internal core, then capturing it alive would become extremely difficult. If not to say impossible, the thought of having to kill such a beautiful creature made Xiao Long's face darken. Noticing his sudden change, Tang Yin asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Killing it is not an option," Xiao Long declared, his voice full of resolve. "We will capture it, and we must capture it alive." The rest of the group were surprised by his decisive choice. Xue Piao was the first to speak up. "Why miss such a golden opportunity? This is the internal core of the legendary flying divine serpent." Xiao Long just smiled lightly and explained, "Internal strength is precious, but it can be cultivated slowly over time. Slaughtering a one-of-a-kind creature just to take a shortcut is a waste. To me, a living poisonous creature is worth 1,000 times more than an internal core." The Grand Patriarch smiled warmly. This respect for life was truly his grandson's style. He accepted Xiao Long's decision, but then asked a practical question. "So, what is our new plan?" Looking down at his 3 sleeping little companions, Xiao Long spoke softly. "Actually, I already have an idea." A confident and slightly mischievous smile played on his lips. Deep down, he sent a challenge to the divine serpent. "I will capture you, and I won't let you lose a single scale." The plan was set in motion immediately. The group found the divine serpent as it was lowering itself to a quiet river to drink water. Hiding behind a rock, Xiao Long picked up a pebble and threw it hard toward it. The sudden noise startled the python. It hissed in anger, lifting its head high, vigilantly searching for the intruder. Observing its reaction, Xiao Long began to analyze. In his mind, everything became clear. Snakes perceive the world in 3 main ways: sensing vibrations through their jawbones, analyzing scents with their tongues, and detecting the body heat of their prey with pit organs. From that, he drew a simple conclusion. As long as they could hide their scent and body heat, they would become invisible to the python. However, the method to achieve this was not very heroic at all. From the imposing Grand Master to the delicate Lady Tang Yin, everyone was wrapped head to toe in layers of thick white silk, looking for all the world like mummies that had just crawled out of a tomb. "Do I really have to wear this bizarre thing?" the Grand Master grumbled, his voice full of embarrassment. These outfits were made from ultra-durable silk and the devil flower's secret weave, essential for the plan, Xiao Long explained. "However, they don't completely mask our presence, so everyone must be careful not to get too close." "I understand the need for a disguise," the Grand Master said, "but how will these outfits help us capture the snake alive without hurting it?" Xiao Long smiled and began explaining his entire plan. He reiterated Shu Piao's advice: even a divine beast is just a living creature that needs to eat and sleep. Building on that, he revealed the next step. A tactic both simple and ruthless. From now on, we trail it. Whenever it tries to land to eat or rest, we'll harass it with stones, not giving it a second of peace, not letting it swallow a single bite. A simple strategy, but this harsh approach left the Grand Elder and Tang Yin stunned. Xiao Long confidently explained the logic behind his plan. Since the devil flower silk suits would make them nearly invisible, the snake wouldn't be able to find them to attack. By constantly pestering it no food, no sleep, it would eventually collapse from exhaustion. Even though it's the strongest of the 24 venomous creatures, it cannot fight the basic survival needs of hunger and fatigue. "This will be exhausting for us too," he admitted, counting on everyone's stamina. This statement made the others sigh in frustration. And so, the harassment campaign began. 6 long, grueling days passed. As the hunting party was nearly at its breaking point, they spotted the divine snake reaching its limit, desperately descending toward a small stream to drink water. Immediately, a scout spotted it. A shout rang out, and countless stones rained down toward the beast. The python roared in frustration and exhaustion. Its body shook violently, its vision blurred, its mind reeled, and finally, its massive body could no longer hold on. Overcome by hunger and complete exhaustion, the serpent passed out, falling freely from the sky like a leaf from a branch before crashing onto the ground. Below, the warriors cheered for their victory. The campaign was a success. They quickly swarmed in, using the giant bag made from devil flower silk to bind the unconscious beast. They caught the flying divine serpent without even a single scratch on it. And just as importantly, not one of their warriors was injured. Xiao Long looked proudly at his trophy, deciding to name this strategy Heavenly Net, Earthly Snare. Once the python was secured, the group loaded the massive white bag onto a large wooden cart and began their journey back. Patriarch Tai stood beside Shu Piao, looked at the cart and sighed, remarking that this miserable creature had caused countless troubles. Curious about the prize, Xiao Long asked his grandfather if he had checked its inner core. Patriarch Tai confirmed, explaining that while the core wasn't large, the energy inside was incredibly pure and concentrated. He estimated its power was equivalent to 120 years of internal cultivation, a truly astonishing treasure. Duong Tang Yin exclaimed in shock. 120 years of power? The immense value of the core instantly changed her perspective. Together with Shu Piao, she earnestly advised Xiao Long, "Let's take the inner core. This isn't just 5 or 10 years, but 120 years of power. You are still young. If you obtain this massive source of internal energy, you could master any martial art to its peak. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Patriarch Tai also spoke up, agreeing that such a high-quality core could help rejuvenate one's life and completely transform a person's physique. With it, Xiao Long could even surpass the legendary 10 great poisonous beasts. Xiao Long was silent, seriously considering it. He admitted the prospect was extremely attractive. However, his thoughts turned toward the creature itself. The flying divine serpent was an incredibly rare and beautiful being. The thought of killing such a magnificent creature was something he could not accept. Sensing his hesitation, Shu Piao and Duong Tang Yin became even more insistent, begging him to make a decision. Under heavy pressure, Xiao Long could only ask them for more time. But then, their argument was suddenly cut short by a terrifying event. The wooden cart carrying the snake suddenly shook violently to everyone's horror. The cart was lifted into the air. Xiao Long was stunned. The creature inside had certainly awakened. The warriors strained to hold the silk bag down as it thrashed wildly, terrified to realize the beast's strength hadn't diminished at all. An angry, muffled roar echoed from inside that silk prison. Patriarch Tai watched the chaos with a stern expression. He realized the snake was still full of vitality, not at all like a creature that had been starved for days. Xiao Long sighed, adding that snakes are extremely resilient and can go without food for a whole month. Patriarch Tai pointed out that this put them in a very difficult situation. Now that the snake was awake, it would not stop resisting. and its struggling had ruined the cart, making transport impossible. He explained, "While your other pets can be managed, this divine serpent is too aggressive and powerful. I'm not sure if we can find a safe place to hold it once we bring it back." Finally, Patriarch Tai lost his patience, his expression hardening. He issued an ultimatum. "If it continues to resist so violently, we have no choice but to kill it for the inner core, whether you want to or not." Just as he finished speaking, the thrashing inside the bag suddenly stopped. The chilling silence was only broken by a faint hissing sound. Then, a strange vapor began to radiate from the silk bag. Everyone watched, stunned by an unbelievable sight. A glowing blue orb rolled out from a gap in the bag. The warriors were dumbfounded. Finally, one shouted, "Young master, come quickly. The flying serpent has shrunk." The once majestic, giant python had now turned into a tiny creature with big, teary, round eyes, looking like a completely harmless teddy bear. This sudden transformation was a heavy blow to Xiao Long. Instead of being relieved, he collapsed to the ground, his heart breaking. He shouted, not out of joy, but in sorrow for a majestic flying divine serpent that had just been reduced to a tiny creature. Patriarch Tai quickly realized, explaining that this creature must have voluntarily offered its inner core to save its life, amazed by its intelligence and ability to expel the core on its own. But Xiao Long didn't hear him. He was scolding the little snake, calling it an idiot for so easily giving up its power. He insisted that if it had just waited a little longer, he could have convinced his grandfather. He picked up the inner core, trying to force the little creature to swallow it back, begging it to regain its strength. And just like that, in a completely unexpected way, they had killed two birds with one stone, obtaining the legendary inner core and gaining a tamed divine serpent. Since the creature had shrunk, they could easily transport it and head straight back to the Beast Palace. The next day, in the majestic hall of the Beast Palace, Manhwa and the elders were gathered to admire the trophy. The inner core lay in a silk-lined box, emitting a pure and powerful energy. "Truly astonishing," one remarked. "Now I understand why the Grand Patriarch valued it at 125 years of power." However, as Manhwa observed more closely, his expression grew thoughtful. He stated, "It was a pity that the energy in the core belonged to the heavenly realm, while Xiao Long's cultivation method was based on the Great Palace's energy. The two powers were not entirely compatible." He regretfully told him that he might only be able to absorb about half of its potential. Even so, Xiao Long was not discouraged. He felt that even half of such a powerful inner core was a heaven-sent opportunity. Duong Tangyin congratulated Xiao Long on this incredible chance, and he happily accepted the silk box containing the precious inner core. Yet, the moment his hand touched the box, 3 tiny rabbit-eared centipedes suddenly darted out from his cloak. Their eyes glowed with an abnormal, primitive, and wild hunger. Before Xiao Long could react, the 3 creatures launched themselves like 3 streaks of lightning, knocking the box out of his hands. The glowing inner core rolled on the floor, and they immediately swarmed it, their entire bodies glowing brilliantly as they crazily fought over the precious gem. Duong Tangyin was shocked by their behavior and hurriedly tried to stop them. "Nova, Mira, Gray, stop right now." But the creatures, swallowed by their desires, only hissed back defiantly. Xiao Long was also stunned and just as angry. "What are you doing? Dare you be disrespectful to your mother?" He quickly grabbed Mira and Gray, scolding them sternly and declaring that their father was very angry. Duong Tangyin felt the situation was extremely unstable. Pets squabbling with each other was common, but this aggression was completely contrary to the nature of the 3 animals, which had always been as close as shadows. While she was still looking for a way to intervene, a dry gulping sound rang out, suddenly cutting through all the chaos. Xiao Long's pupils contracted. He watched in horror at the 3rd centipede, Nova, as a violent blue energy began to erupt intensely from its small body. It turned out that, at some point, Nova had swallowed the inner core. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please hit the like button to support Gao. Thank you, and goodbye, everyone. A blinding blue light suddenly erupted in the middle of the room, causing Tang Yin to cover her face in shock. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that light? What is happening?" Even the senior Tang Wucheng could not hide his surprise at realizing this terrifying turn of events. It seemed the inner core had been swallowed. Xiao Long covered his eyes while thinking. "That's exactly what I saw in my dream." A sudden pain struck, as if tearing his brain apart. Xiao Long clutched his head, writhing in agony. "Xiao Long, what's wrong?" But before she could touch him, Xiao Long collapsed to the floor. Seeing Tang Yin about to rush in, Tang Wucheng immediately shouted to stop her. "Wait, don't get close. Absolutely do not touch Xiao Long." Amidst Tang Yin's bewilderment, the senior explained that the strange light emanating from Xiao Long's body was synchronized with the centipede larva. He could feel an immense surge of energy, the very spirit of the insect king. But something highly abnormal was happening inside the boy's body. If you touch him now, not only Xiao Long, but everyone around will have their internal energy scattered. Don't let everyone suffer chi deviation, little girl. Deep in his subconscious, Xiao Long felt he was sinking into an endless void, his body enveloped by deep blue streams of energy. He roared in pain, feeling as if his head were about to explode from something colliding frantically inside. The pain intensified, making the young man's will nearly collapse. He wished he could just pass out rather than endure this torture. With weak breaths and eyes beginning to change, Xiao Long could only call out in desperation. Someone, please save me. Amidst the deep blue space of his subconscious, Xiao Long felt as if he were drifting, sinking to the bottom of a cold ocean. But in his most desperate moment, a faint silhouette suddenly appeared from behind, gently placing a hand on his head. The feeling was so strange. The moment that hand touched him, the excruciating pain vanished instantly faster than he could have imagined. Although he couldn't identify the person, the tenderness with which she stroked his hair made Xiao Long's mind gradually settle. In the mist, he wondered if it was Tang Yin or his Shua's sister, but when he clearly saw her face, Xiao Long was completely stunned. Before him stood a strange young woman with blue hair and kind eyes, wearing a warm smile. He could only exclaim in astonishment, "Who are you?" Before he could get an answer, the young woman suddenly leaned forward and hugged Xiao Long tightly. A blinding white light erupted from where they made contact, swallowing the entire mental space. That powerful surge of energy seemed to mend his entire body, lifting Xiao Long out of the quagmire of pain. Xiao Long groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in a quiet room with sunlight streaming through the wooden windows. He wondered in a daze where he was and if what he had just experienced was only a dream. The image of the strange blue-haired girl was still deeply etched in his mind, but Xiao Long's reflection was interrupted by a heavy weight on his head. He blinked and muttered, "Huh?" Then he realized a large, light blue creature with a rather cute appearance was clinging tightly to him, nuzzling him affectionately. The sudden appearance of this creature left Xiao Long frozen in surprise. "Oh my god! I was dreaming of a beautiful girl, so why is it this thing now?" Xiao Long's startled scream echoed throughout the room. Just as he woke up, he found a strange creature weighing him down. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yin and Shu's sister immediately rushed in, their faces showing unconcealed relief. "Xiao Long, you're awake?" But responding to the two girls' concern, Xiao Long was in extreme panic. He struggled and cried out desperately, "Tang Yin, Shu's sister, save me. There's a giant centipede trying to swallow me." Seeing his cowardly look, Tang Yin could only sigh in frustration, waving her hand to reassure him, "Calm down. Xiao Long, it's okay." As Xiao Long slowly regained his composure, Shu's sister gently pointed at the creature. He waved his hand to reassure them, "Calm down. Xiao Long, it's okay." As Xiao Long slowly regained his composure, Shuji gently pointed to the creature. The green creature was clinging to him, revealing a shocking truth. It was so. The revelation left Xiao Long stunned for a few seconds. He stuttered, unable to believe his own eyes. "What? This giant centipede is, so? How is that even possible?" Looking closer, the creature really did have strange features, looking more like a flying dragon than a common centipede. After swallowing the heavenly snake's inner core, so underwent a miraculous transformation, officially maturing and evolving into a sky-flying centipede. And here, I thought it was just a centipede spirit. If I woke up and it was lying next to me, the story would have ended right there. Hearing the name sky-flying centipede, Xiao Long was still bewildered. In ancient legends, this was a creature that spread poison and death from the skies. They were known as a living natural disaster, capable of blotting out the sky with poisonous rain and devouring everything on the ground. Even more significant, the sky-flying centipede held one of the 10 spots among the legendary 10 great poisonous beasts, the Poison Emperor, the king of all centipedes. Upon learning the terrifying background of the creature clinging to his shoulder, Xiao Long was shocked to his core at first, but his playful nature immediately took over. Instead of being afraid, he began to imagine, so transforming into a beautiful young girl, calling him father and asking for pocket money. "Of course, my eldest daughter, you've grown up to be so beautiful. It moves me to tears." Witnessing this scene, which left her unsure whether to laugh or cry, Tang Yin could only hold her head and exclaim, "So this is what the legendary 10 great poisonous beasts are like." She reminded Xiao Long that he had been in a coma for 15 whole days, and Shu was deeply worried, wondering if his mind had been damaged by the connection to one of the 10 great poisonous beasts, but Tang Ener seemed completely unfazed. Gu Fufan replied, "Don't worry, he's always been this spacey." However, the lighthearted atmosphere didn't last long. Tang Ener suddenly changed her expression, becoming incredibly serious. She looked Xiao Long straight in the eyes and said in a stern voice, "This isn't the time for jokes. Evolving into the flying centipede is a good thing, but it brings some rather ominous news along with it." Xiao Long still hadn't grasped the severity of the situation, so he just laughed it off. "I'm not sure how bad that news could be, but compared to seeing the little one grow up so beautifully, it's probably nothing to worry about." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Tang Enner immediately held a finger to her lips. "Shh, quiet, you." She leaned close to Xiao Long's ear, looking behind him with a troubled expression. "It's not like that, brother. Your two little darlings are absolutely furious right now. You better watch your back for being a fickle heartbreaker." Xiao Long turned around, startled, and immediately froze when he saw Shang and Ban. The two small spirit beasts, who were usually always clinging to him, were now radiating a terrifying, bright red killing intent. Their glittering eyes were burning with rage, staring at Xiao Long as if they wanted to devour their own father. He stammered in fear. It turned out the battle between his spirit beasts wasn't just about fighting for attention. The winner would gain the right to consume the inner core and evolve into a flying centipede. Xiao Long remembered the image of Shang, the little girl in the green outfit, who had once stated with firm determination, "I understand, sister. I don't intend to lose either. I will consume the inner core and claim all of father's love." Meanwhile, Ban had felt aggrieved, calling it cheating. Returning to reality, Xiao Long clumsily hugged the two girls, who were crying because they felt abandoned. Shang kept on complaining, "Ah, father, you can't do that. Sister, that was cheating." But the girl named Ban, in her blue outfit, triumphantly held the energy orb and replied casually, "Cheating. This is destiny, sister. Hey, I know it doesn't seem fair, but you can't argue with fate." Seeing the two little ones sobbing, Xiao Long felt incredibly guilty. Could it be Shang and Ban? "Father, I'm so sorry, my dears. Father loves Jiang and Ban so much." Witnessing this scene, Tang Enner stood by, only able to offer a mocking smile. Looks like their pride was hurt. Usually, children are closer to their mother than their father anyway. That remark hit Xiao Long where it hurt, and he started wailing dramatically. But father already apologized. It took a long time of bowing and sincere pleading before those two little ancestors finally calmed down. The next morning, to check the effects of the beast heart inside Xiao Long after the little one swallowed the inner core, his foster father and the Tang family elder took turns carefully examining his meridians. A bright green aura enveloped Xiao Long's body as the seniors channeled their energy to probe him. After a while, the Tang family elder stroked his beard and concluded that the toxicity in his body had clearly spiked, likely because the little one's poisonous aura had become much more intense. His foster father nodded in agreement, explaining that the beast heart was a method for the master and the spirit beast to grow together. Even though Xiao Long didn't directly swallow the inner core, but through the soul bond, his body is absorbing spiritual energy just as if he had refined it himself. This can be considered a great blessing. When we return to the manor, we'll check it more thoroughly. "Oh, that's right. Wei Xiao Long, while you were unconscious, did you see any illusions or anything like that?" The foster father's sudden question left Wei Xiao Long stunned. "Illusions?" The stern old man explained that when one's cultivation is still weak and they harbor the consciousness of a spirit beast, it is very easy for them to be devoured by that very consciousness, especially since Wei Xiao Long is bonded with one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, which makes him deeply worried about his safety. Hearing this, Wei Xiao Long suddenly remembered the beautiful girl with blue hair who had embraced him in his subconscious. He thought to himself, could that girl be the spirit beast herself? But she didn't devour me at all. On the contrary, it felt like she was healing me. Even though he still had many questions about her identity, faced with his foster father's strict instruction to report immediately if he sensed any strange energy, Wei Xiao Long and Tang Yin could only nod in obedience. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned solemn as his foster father stood up, his eyes filled with determination. "Now that the Heavenly Snake and Wei Xiao Long are both in my hands, let's begin what I have delayed for so long." Senior Tang Wucheng also nodded in agreement with a cryptic look. Seeing the mysterious expressions on the two seniors, Sister Shu asked curiously, "Father, what is this thing that has been delayed?" Tang Wucheng's gaze sharpened, and he growled, revealing that the true target was the Five Poisons sect. "I want to see their lair." The name Five Poisons sect made Wei Xiao Long turn pale with shock. According to Tang Wucheng, the place where this evil sect was wiped out 100 years ago is actually not far from here. If there is truly any trace of their resurrection, they absolutely cannot stand by and watch the tragedy repeat itself. He feared that they were lurking somewhere in the shadows, breeding endlessly like a swarm of venomous ants gathering to strike and unleash catastrophe. "If they attack the beasts, we could be next," Tang Wucheng remarked with a wary expression. They couldn't let the enemy gain the upper hand or be forced into a passive position. Before they could strike, they would act first. The journey into the beast's lair officially begins now. To catch a tiger cub, you must enter the tiger's den, he thought. In the main hall of the Nanyi Beast Palace, the atmosphere was frantic as disciples hurried to transport the final shipments. Xiao Long helped out, struggling to carry a large jar as the guards announced that this was the last batch. Before starting the investigation into the Five Venoms sect, the group decided to send all captured venomous creatures back to the clan for safekeeping. However, Xiao Long noticed something was missing and asked about the whereabouts of the flying sky snake. A disciple standing nearby explained that due to its unique nature, the flying sky snake was being watched by a handler in a separate area. Its condition was still very unstable, so it couldn't be sent back to the clan yet. Hearing from the guards that it hadn't eaten for days and just huddled in a dark corner, Xiao Long grew curious. Is that so? Let me go see how it's doing. As he walked, he mused that the spirit beast must have been deeply traumatized. After all, it was a renowned, powerful venomous creature, and yet it just lost 120 years of cultivation to chew. Losing that is like having half your life ripped away. No wonder it's depressed. When he entered the cell, Xiao Long saw the flying sky snake had shrunk, curled up in an iron cage with a sullen expression. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" In response to his concern, he only received a sharp glare and a hostile growl. Seeing the beast was still on high alert, Xiao Long sighed, reassuring it that he had no intention of harming it. He reminded the snake that it used to be so impressive and magnificent. He had intended to take good care of it. The current situation only happened because it attacked Tang Yin and Huang Dai so aggressively. Xiao Long began using psychological tactics. He advised the flying sky snake to try looking at things from a different perspective. With its body so small and weak now, if it returned to the valley alone, it would easily be torn apart by other beasts. Instead, if it followed his group, it would have many companions in similar situations, like the two lizards, Dao Hua, and even Chu. Hearing the name of the rival that had stolen its inner core, the flying sky snake remained silent, filled with bitterness. Suddenly, a growl came from the spirit beast's stomach, making Xiao Long realize it had been starving for too long. He quickly took a fiery red carp from his bag, coaxing it. "You must be starving. Just eat this fish for now, and we can think about the rest later. You need strength to keep sulking." Even with the food right in front of it, the flying sky snake remained stubborn, turning its head away and hissing angrily, leaving Xiao Long feeling incredibly awkward. But at that exact moment, Chu, currently in the form of a majestic flying sky centipede, suddenly emitted an overwhelming blue spiritual pressure right behind Xiao Long. Chu's eyes glowed, as if warning, "Eat it, if you know what's good for you." Facing the terrifying pressure of the one who had devoured its inner core, the snake had no choice but to swallow its pride and dove in to eat the fiery carp with gusto. Witnessing this, Xiao Long cheered joyfully. "Oh, it's eating. It really was hungry." Outside, Tang Yin and the two small spirit beasts, Xiang and Bin, were ready. "Xiao Long, what happened?" As soon as she saw Xiao Long step out of the beast's cell, Tang Yin asked. With a beaming face, he broke the good news to everyone. "It's eating now, so don't worry." Not only that, Xiao Long turned to coax the two little ones, Xiang and Bin, promising that once the flying sky snake recovered, he would ask it to share some inner core essence with them to help them grow stronger together. Although Xiao Long felt a bit sorry for the snake that had just lost all its cultivation, for the sake of the clan's safety, he secretly resolved to only borrow its power a few more times. While lost in his own plans, the warm, deep voice of grandfather Tang Wucheng cut through his thoughts. The old man smiled and announced that preparations for the trip to investigate the Five Venoms sect were complete, and they could begin the search immediately. However, seeing Xiao Long had just woken up from a long coma, the old master couldn't help but worry, asking if he was truly fit to join such a dangerous journey. Responding to the concern, Xiao Long gave a confident smile and his signature chuckle. He loudly asserted his position. "I am the young master of the Nanyi Beast Palace and the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang family. If the enemy targets both clans, they are my enemies too." Xiao Long's determination and maturity made Tang Wucheng incredibly proud. He nodded in approval, stating that this trip was not just to investigate the Five Venoms sect, but also an opportunity to look for other strange venomous creatures hiding in the shadows. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll never be defeated, right? Tomorrow we head to Nanhua Mountain in Yunnan, the last place their traces were seen. He believed that the remnants of this evil sect were surely still hiding somewhere in the vast, wild forest. The old man's hand clenched into a fist, radiating a powerful pressure as if to crush every enemy. After years of waiting in silence, the time had finally come to settle this century-old blood debt once and for all. Several days later, in the sky above the vast Nanhua Mountain, The majestic figure of Chu was flying, carrying Xiao Long on his back. It had been 2 days since they started their search, but things were not as easy as they had imagined. Trying to find the exact traces of a sect wiped out 100 years ago was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The ancient books of the Beast Palace only recorded that the Five Venoms sect was destroyed on this very mountain, but offered absolutely no specific guidance on the location of their secret lair. Having so few clues really makes this difficult. He and Chu had scoured every corner, from the high mountain peaks to the deep ravines, but the results were still a big fat zero. Another day passing by with nothing to show for it, he sighed impatiently. But just as Xiao Long was about to land to rest, Chu suddenly halted and let out a wary cry. "Chu, what is it?" Far away, amidst the misty sunset, a flock of strange creatures was rushing toward them at breakneck speed. As they got closer, Xiao Long couldn't help but gasp. "Are those bats?" "They're bats, a type of flying rodent. This must be my first time seeing them, right?" Watching the sky fade into a vibrant orange sunset, Wei Xiao Long Yifei sighed softly. "It's getting late. Let's head back for today." The moment they touched down, his foster father approached with a stern expression, asking, "Wei Xiao Long Yifei, did you find anything?" "Father, nothing at all. Except for a swarm of bats flying north, I didn't see a thing." His foster father's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Bats? Then we must head north immediately." He hurriedly explained that when bats fly in such large swarms, it usually means they are heading toward a massive cave, and that place could very well be the long-hidden lair of the Five Poisons sect. Wei Xiao Long Yifei realized it instantly. "Ah, I understand." Without a moment's hesitation, the foster father gave the order. "Wei Xiao Long Yifei, you take the lead, follow the path of the bats, and the warriors will follow closely behind you." Wei Xiao Long Yifei answered clearly, then together with Sun He, led the troop into the deep forest. The group followed the northern mountain range. Following where the bats had passed, the deeper they went, the denser and gloomier the forest became, blocking out even the rising moonlight. After hours of trekking through forests and crossing streams, their footsteps came to a halt before a rugged, rocky mountain area. When a vast, overwhelming space opened up before his eyes, standing before the grandeur of nature, Wei Xiao Long Yifei couldn't help but be stunned. It's so massive. Could this entire mountain be connected to a cave? While everyone was busy observing, the voice of the senior, Tang Wucheng, suddenly echoed from a cliffside. "Beast Palace, Master, look over here. There's something." The group immediately gathered around a large rock, where a powerful, deep red palm print was deeply embedded. On the rock, ancient characters were clearly visible. "We forever seal the Five Poisons sect here." His foster father's eyes lit up. "Yeah, it seems we found the right place. This palm print must belong to the Red Lotus God Elder of our clan. Our ancestors must have cultivated it to such a profound level to leave a mark that has lasted 1,000 years. Wei Xiao Long Yifei stood by, speechless in admiration, thinking to himself that he'd always thought the family only specialized in poisons and hidden weapons. He never imagined their internal martial arts could be this powerful. Has time really worn away all the talents of our family? However, the joy of finding the enemy's lair was quickly dampened by a harsh reality. His foster father looked pensively at the main entrance. The entrance has been blocked by giant boulders. It seems it will be very difficult to get inside. Try to see if there is another path. If not, we'll have to clear these rocks. In the midst of the impasse, a swarm of demon bats flew by, grazing over the heads of the group. Wei Xiao Long Yifei was startled. Bats. Where are they flying to? Everyone looked in the direction the bats were heading and discovered something miraculous. High up on the towering cliff face, moonlight shone through a large hole leading straight into the heart of the mountain. Wei Xiao Long Yifei cheered. There's a large hole at the top of the cave. Tang Wucheng and the foster father nodded at each other, and the senior smiled meaningfully. It seems 100 years is enough time for nature to create a new entrance for the ancient Five Poisons sect. Standing before the mysterious cave entrance, Wei Xiao Long Yifei took the initiative to approach Tang Wucheng and his foster father. Father, may I go inside and scout the area first?" Though still a bit worried, Tang Wucheng pondered and asked, "Are you sure?" To put the elders at ease, Wei Xiao Long Yifei confidently affirmed that he would be going with San He and Zhao Hua, so there was nothing to worry about. However, with the experience of a master, Tang Wucheng still carefully advised, "Even so, as a precaution, take both the little ones and Tang Yin with you. We will examine this area for a while longer before we follow you." Receiving their approval, Wei Xiao Long Yifei replied excitedly, "Yes, I understand." Then, he and his group headed straight into the darkness. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a foul, pungent stench hit them, causing Tang Yin to grimace, holding her nose and crying out, "Ugh, what is that smell?" Wei Xiaolong Yifei glanced at the pile of waste under his feet and warned everyone. There's too much bat guano. Be careful. The deeper they went, the gloomier and quieter it became, with only strange, loud echoes resonating from afar. The cave was so dark one could barely see their own hand, but this wasn't a problem for Wei Xiaolong Yifei. He silently felt lucky that during his time at the Beast Palace, he had learned the cat's eye technique from his sister, allowing his eyes to see through everything even in the pitch black of night like a true spirit cat. Thanks to that, scouting was no longer a major obstacle for the group. But as they ventured deeper, the only and most terrifying obstacle finally appeared: the bats. Thousands upon thousands of bats with glowing purple eyes were clinging densely to the cave walls, creating a hair-raising sight. Even though Wei Xiaolong Yifei's nature was to love all creatures and never discriminate, bats were the one thing his instincts always wanted to avoid. Facing a sea of bats waiting to attack, Wei Xiaolong Yifei broke out in a cold sweat. Worried, how are we going to get past this situation? At that moment, Sunhee, the flying centipede perched on his shoulder, suddenly let out excited hissing sounds, as if she already had a way to handle it. A resounding roar echoed, accompanied by a terrifying aura that spread throughout the cave. In the blink of an eye, the swarm of fierce demon bats suddenly rolled their eyes back and fell to the ground like ripe fruit, completely unconscious. Witnessing this shocking scene, Wei Xiaolong Yifei's jaw dropped in amazement. What happened? Was that an aura? I can't believe Sunhee can control her aura so skillfully. Wei Xiaolong Yifei's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he cheered excitedly. She really is one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. This is something I've only ever seen in stories, just like Conqueror's Haki. Sunhee's overwhelming power not only helped the group overcome a difficult hurdle but also gave Wei Xiaolong Yifei more confidence for the journey to conquer the 5 poisons sect ahead. Sunhee, well done. That's my girl. You're so talented. Wei Xiaolong Yifei stroked her head while praising Sunhee, unable to hide his pride in his talented daughter. Hearing the praise, Sunhee responded with joyful chirps. However, Wei Xiaolong Yifei's attention was quickly drawn to strange noises coming from behind. He saw Shangyi and Banny straining themselves in Tang Yinhe's arms, trying to imitate Sunhee by releasing an aura of their own. He thought to himself, how adorable. Shangyi and Banny can release an aura too? My daughters are so capable. Your father is about to cry with emotion. While Wei Xiaolong Yifei was lost in the happiness of being a father, she was suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with shock as she discovered something ahead. Wei Xiaolong Yifei, wait. Looking over there, the sound of Shua's voice made the whole group stop immediately. Amidst the gloomy, bat-filled expanse of the cave, a faint red light suddenly appeared in the distance. As they drew closer, everyone was stunned by a gigantic stone door. The gate was carved with ancient characters glowing with a mysterious, burning red, malevolent energy. Surrounding the entrance were countless dry bones and human skulls scattered about, creating a bone-chilling scene. Wei Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise when he realized that under his feet, there were also many wooden crates and boxes scattered around. Tang Yin concluded that the dense swarm of bats from earlier had completely covered this place, making them almost miss the most important clue. He looked at the debris all around and asserted, I suspect this is the final battlefield of the 5 Poisons sect. As they ventured deeper into the center of the gate, Wei Xiaolong noticed something that was emitting immense pressure right at the center. He squinted to observe and thought to himself, there seems to be something right in the middle. As he stepped closer, Wei Xiaolong's pupils contracted in shock, and he stammered incoherently. Before his eyes stood an ancient circular stone pedestal, with a blood-red pearl embedded in the center, glowing brilliantly. Surrounding that pearl were carvings of the 5 most terrifying poisonous creatures: spider, scorpion, centipede, toad, and lizard. Looking at this symbol of power and evil, Wei Xiaolong could only exclaim in shock, the 5 great poisonous creatures, a horrifying secret of the 5 Poisons sect, seemed to be gradually revealing itself right before their eyes. To the group's amazement, a giant stone gate appeared amidst the piles of dry bones and ruins. He carefully observed the strange symbol embedded right in the center of the entrance. It was the image of the 5 most terrifying poisonous creatures: centipede, snake, scorpion, lizard, and toad. All of them circled a blood-red pearl. Sister Shu recognized this as the legendary 5 poison symbol of the evil sect from long ago. While busy observing the gate, she also discovered ancient texts carved deep into the rock wall right next to it and hurriedly called everyone over to look. Approaching the wall, she slowly read aloud the lines filled with hatred. Even though we now sheathe our swords and hide in the shadows, the blood feud of today will surely be avenged. The 5 Poisons sect will forever remember this blood debt. The venomous oaths written in blood and resentment from a century ago made the air in the cave even gloomier. Wei Xiaolong shivered, realizing that this place was not just a ruin but the final lair, holding the unquenchable grudges of the Five Poisons sect. However, brushing off his fear, Wei Xiaolong reasoned that if this was the main base, there might very well be precious artifacts or lost martial arts manuals left behind. The difficult problem now is, how do we open that sturdy stone gate? It's been 100 years, so it'll be tough to get anything out of it. After struggling for a while without finding a way, Wei Xiaolong decided to sit down and rest. He told everyone to be patient and wait for his foster father and Tang Wucheng to arrive, because with their extensive experience, the seniors would certainly be more knowledgeable about these kinds of mechanisms and formations. Little Snake was also exhausted by now, curling up to sleep soundly beside its master. The space in the cave suddenly became terrifyingly silent, with only the rhythmic breathing of the spirit beast and the darkness covering the dry bones. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward and tense, Wei Xiaolong got the idea to break the silence with a joke. He cleared his throat and turned to look at Tang Yin and Sister Shua with a mysterious look. Sister Tang Yin, Sister Shua, do you two know? Gates with these kinds of orbs embedded in them might actually contain secret mechanisms. Seeing the two girls become curious, Wei Xiaolong pressed on even more. He pointed at the red pearl and asserted firmly, "For sure, if we try pressing the orb right in the middle, who knows, it might open immediately." In Wei Xiaolong's mind, he was remembering his past life, where there were escape room games with the exact same ancient style. His confidence made Tang Yin and Sister Shua's eyes light up with hope. Wei Xiaolong laughed to himself. Heh, though it probably isn't as simple as in the games. But wait, teasing the ladies like this might get me into trouble one day. However, contrary to their expectations, no mechanism sound moved, and no gate opened. The stone door remained still, silent as if in defiance. Sister Shua turned back to look at Wei Xiaolong with sharp, disappointed eyes. Hey Wei Xiaolong, nothing happened at all. Tang Yin was also speechless at his groundbreaking advice. We're not tired enough. Is that it? Why are you joking around? Are you that bored? Under the pressure from the two beauties, Wei Xiaolong could only give a dry laugh. Haha, I never said I was certain about anything. His lame joke not only failed to break the awkwardness, but also earned him glare-filled looks from his teammates. Maybe we need to recite some kind of mantra. Wei Xiaolong pondered while standing before the silent stone gate. Just as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the red pearl, silently calculating, or perhaps I should channel my internal energy into it like this. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from his palm, making Wei Xiaolong gasp in surprise. The 1,000-year-old stone gate began to move, revealing a dark entrance amidst the swirling dust. Whoa! Wei Xiaolong stared in bewilderment at his unexpected success, hardly believing the mechanism had been defeated so easily. Hee, talk about a blind cat finding a dead rat. Wei Xiaolong, the door actually opened. You're amazing. Tang Yin'er cheered excitedly, and even Shu couldn't help but be stunned. She exclaimed, I thought you were just joking, but you actually found a way to trigger this formation. Meanwhile, the architect of this miracle, Wei Xiaolong, was still frozen in shock. No way, it actually worked? He stared at his own hands, silently analyzing that the moment his hand touched the orb, it glowed. Could his five poisons origin art's energy have acted like a key? A cold breeze from deep within the cave suddenly blew out, making Wei Xiaolong shudder. Before them now lay a long, hollow corridor leading into endless darkness. Tang Yin'er curiously suggested, should we head inside and take a look? Wei Xiaolong paused, caught off guard. Huh? Seriously? But it's pitch black in there. Aren't you afraid at all? Seeing Wei Xiaolong's hesitation, she excitedly explained further. These mechanisms are fascinating. You know? In my clan, defensive formations are considered a vital field, so there's no harm in taking a quick look. Seeing her enthusiastic expression, Wei Xiaolong slowly got swept up in the spirit of adventure. All right, let's go explore. Hearing her master give the command, Sony also let out a few chirps of encouragement. Wei Xiaolong stepped forward excitedly, feeling like it was a treasure-hunting adventure, starting to find it quite interesting. However, to ensure safety, he stopped and used his hand to leave a mark on the stone wall. Before we go, just to be safe in case of any mishaps, I'll leave a note saying we went inside. Once done, he announced clearly, let's head in. The group ventured into the lair of the Five Poisons sect, which had been buried for over a century. In the dark and damp space, the fire from Shu's lantern was the only thing guiding the way. Footsteps echoed rhythmically through the quiet corridor, and the deeper they went, the heavier the air became. But suddenly, a massive thud sounded from behind, breaking the silence. Wei Xiaolong spun around in terror. The giant stone gate had slammed shut, sealing the only exit with a 1,000-pound boulder. Tang Yin'er cried out in panic. The gate just slammed shut. As the situation became tense, Shu remained remarkably calm. She analyzed, luckily, we left a mark outside. It seems it was set to close automatically for security purposes. The battle in the Devil's Den now officially had no turning back. There was only moving forward, though for a faint-hearted person like me, it's a bit scary. For now, let's just keep heading straight. Wei Xiaolong spoke up, breaking the silence after the gate had closed. He silently speculated that some members of the Five Poisons sect must have used this path to escape when they were being purged. While walking, Wei Xiaolong suddenly stopped before a strange sight. Before them opened an incredibly vast space. But what made everyone shudder were the stone walls riddled with holes of all sizes, looking like giant anthills or man-made caves. What is this place? Such a vast space. Could this have been used as a martial arts training area? Feeling like there's something unnatural about the walls, Shu turned and said, Engan Hoa, can you bring the lantern closer to the wall? It seemed there were characters carved here as well. As the light slowly illuminated the wall, ancient inscriptions became clear. Oh, there really is writing, Nangan Hoa exclaimed. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she realized the content. This is the mental technique of the Five Poisons origin arts. Isn't this the martial art you've been practicing? But as they read the vicious words carved into the stone, everyone felt a chill down their spines. It clearly stated that when training reaches the 11th level of the Five Poisons arts, one must personally slaughter the poisonous creatures they have raised and absorb their blood essence. Only by doing so would the Five Poisons origin arts truly reach perfection. Images of those practitioners slaughtering their own spirit beasts surfaced like a nightmare, leaving Engan Hoa and Wei Xiaolong stunned, exclaiming in disgust, What is this? This is truly vicious. How could they do that to such cute little pets? Doing something like that to creatures they raised with their own hands? Anger flared up. Wei Xiaolong gritted his teeth, his hands clenched in rage. He couldn't believe there were people in this world cruel enough to kill their own loyal companions. You inhumane monsters! Wei Xiaolong's shout echoed throughout the cave, and he immediately turned around. Nangan Hoa, lend me the lantern. Grabbing the glowing lantern, Wei Xiaolong roared, These absurd relics must be destroyed immediately. Killing creatures you raise like your own children just to drink their blood. The group decided not to leave any corner unchecked. They would search every cave and every hole in this place to ensure no similar evil relics remained. Being this evil, it's no wonder they were wiped out. Several hours passed, and after thoroughly checking every hole on the walls without finding anything else suspicious, the group gathered back in the central plaza. However, they discovered another path leading deeper into the heart of the mountain. There were several large rooms here, but inside, there was nothing left but destroyed furniture and the blackened traces of a massive fire. Gazing at the piles of ashes, Engan Hoa became pensive. It seems that 100 years ago, when the Five Poisons sect was destroyed, they torched everything. She suddenly realized something strange. And Wei Xiaolong, doesn't this cave seem a bit weird? The surface and structure look man-made, not natural at all. Wei Xiaolong paused, observing the architectural lines around him closely. A strange sense of familiarity suddenly washed over him, leaving him shocked as he whispered to himself. A cave like this. I must have seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Maybe I saw it in my past life. That's right. Wei Xiaolong suddenly remembered why the structure of this place was so familiar. In his past life, during a trip to broaden his knowledge, he had visited the Chu Chi tunnels in Vietnam. He explained to the others that the clay mixed with limestone here was very easy to dig, but once the surface dried, it became extremely solid, making it perfect for constructing complex tunnels. Wei Xiaolong asserted that these were definitely tunnels dug by the Five Poison sect members themselves, and their scale could be far greater than they imagined, so they absolutely should not act rashly. Hearing this, Shu Yi curiously asked if it was truly that long, but being the decisive person she is, she still urged everyone to push further in, since they had already come this far. However, reality was harsher than they imagined. The deeper they ventured, the more the tunnel seemed to stretch on infinitely, with no end in sight. The group started getting exhausted, their faces weary from constantly navigating the rugged paths. According to the seniors, the Wudu sect bunch really were a clever lot to build such an underground labyrinth. Shu Yi looked around tiredly, unable to hold back a sigh as she asked how much longer they had to go. Because, all things considered, 2 days had passed since the group first stepped into this wretched cave. Little Long noticed everyone had reached their limit, so he suggested they stop and rest for a bit before continuing the journey. So Ni was also completely drained by now. She curled up with such a gloomy look that Shu Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Duong Engan Ni was holding her stomach, complaining about being too hungry. She worried that if they didn't find the exit soon, the whole group would collapse from a lack of food. However, Little Long still tried to reassure everyone that once they got out, he would treat the group to a hearty feast. Suddenly, a strange, faint scent wafted over, causing the whole group to freeze. Shu Yi and Little Long sniffed the air at the same time, trying to pinpoint the direction of the delicious aroma spreading from deep within. Her eyes suddenly lit up like headlights, and with a face full of excitement, she asserted with absolute certainty that it was definitely the smell of roasted rabbit. Seeing her about to rush off, Little Long hurriedly stopped her, reminding her that it could very well be members of the Wu-Du sect and they needed to be cautious, but hunger had overridden her reason. She argued that if those were truly people from the Wu-Du sect, that would be even better. The group could fight them to complete their mission while also conveniently snatching the roasted meat to fill their bellies, truly killing two birds with one stone. Not letting Little Long react, she eagerly pushed forward, ignoring his attempts to stop her. "Let's go. Time to eat some meat." Duong and Gan Ni and So Ni could only watch on in frustration, advising their elder sister to calm down a little. After walking a bit further, Shu Yi suddenly stopped, full of vigilance, when she discovered a large hole in the ground. That mouth-watering aroma was coming from right there. The group tiptoed toward the edge of the hole and looked down. Just as predicted, below was a spacious area where a group of people were sitting around a campfire, roasting a very hearty meal. Little Long squinted to observe, wondering if these were remnants of the Wu-Du sect, but as he looked closer, a strangely familiar feeling surged in his heart. Huh, are those? Little Long recoiled in surprise. He was so stunned he jumped back, causing Shu Yi to ask worriedly what was wrong. Below in the pit, three figures were clearly visible. A black-haired man was happily gnawing on a large piece of meat. Beside him was a white-robed swordsman with a calm demeanor, and an orange-haired girl holding a roasted meat leg. The appearance of these characters seemed to be completely beyond Little Long's expectations. A few days prior, an earth-shattering battle had erupted in the Funin jungle. This was originally the secret hideout of the Blood sect, but their whereabouts had been exposed, leading to a bloody sweep by the Martial Arts Alliance. Amidst the billowing smoke and fire, the Alliance leader, with his man-horse-like hair and mighty sideburns, roared out orders, "Don't let a single member of the Blood sect escape." The reply echoed throughout the battlefield, as the experts of the Martial Arts Alliance charged in unison. The Blood sect army was caught completely off guard. They were terrified to realize that their internal energy was being frozen, unable to be channeled. Cries of pain rang out continuously, as one after another fell beneath the blades of justice. The Alliance leader stood in the middle of the front line, his hands clenched with authority. He revealed that this victory was within reach thanks to the magic-breaking powder, which made it impossible for the evil cultists to muster enough strength to counterattack. "The time has come. Wipe them all out." His shouting felt like a death sentence raining down on the enemy army. The fierce battle continued on. After many hours of relentless fighting, the Alliance leader stood tall amidst the rubble, his hands still stained with the blood of his enemies. Finally, the Martial Arts Alliance had won a resounding victory, completely wiping out this lair. So, one last evil cult sect had been erased. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the group of Xiao Long was present at the scene, exhaling a sigh of relief. Perhaps the war was over. Xiao Long, the man in white robes with a composed demeanor, noted that wiping out the enemy wasn't too difficult since they had been hit with the magic-breaking powder. But just when they thought everything was settled, a subordinate ran over in a panic to report bad news. "Alliance leader, a huge problem. Several Blood sect prisoners we just captured have escaped without a trace." The Alliance leader was stunned upon hearing this. What? It turned out that right in the middle of their lair, under an old well near the center, was a hidden secret passage leading straight outside, and several remnants of the Blood sect had managed to escape through that path. Not giving the enemy a chance to survive, the Alliance leader immediately ordered, "Organize a pursuit team, immediately. We must root out these remnants." Xiao Long's group and the warriors immediately received the order, ready for a new hunt, determined to root out the weeds completely. They quickly followed the enemy's trail, venturing deep into the heart of a dark and treacherous cave. What followed turned into a chaotic nightmare among the narrow and dark passages. The pursuit of the Blood sect remnants lasted for 3 days and nights without rest, turning the bowels of the cave into a bloody battlefield. As the desperate chase finally neared its end, Xiao Long's pursuit team was extremely surprised to realize that the other end of the cave was a jungle belonging to the Great Nguyak Kingdom. This cave was so long that it crossed the border, leading straight into the territory of another nation. And now, after a series of continuous battles and exhausting pursuits, Xiao Long's group had found a spacious cavern. They decided to start a fire and roast meat to regain their strength and take shelter there for a while. They were completely unaware that on the surface above the cave, Little Long's group had also just arrived. This cave network was truly like the Chu Chi tunnels of Vietnam, layer upon layer. "Don't you get sick of this stale, smelly meat? At this rate, we're going to start reeking ourselves." The girl with the bun hairstyle spoke up with a look of annoyance, making the muscular man holding the spear explode with anger. He roared in a fit of rage. Having something to put in your belly is a blessing already. What have you two contributed to the search, anyway? Responding to that fury, Xiao Long, the white-robed swordsman, just nonchalantly raised his hand to his chin and thought, well, brotherhood is strength, right? I've contributed my fair share too. This vague response only made the man even more furious. He shouted, don't you dare mess with me. Hunting, washing clothes, building fires, even pathfinding, don't I do all of that myself? Seriously, what are you two actually good for? They're probably just tagging along so he doesn't get bored. Xiao Long kept a straight face, defending himself by saying that back at the Pang family, they only taught martial arts, not chores like these. The girl with the bun hairstyle chimed in too, explaining that at the Buoguai temple, the disciples had always taken care of everything for her. Both of them added one more ridiculous remark, but we support everything you do, leaving the poor guy holding his head in silence. However, the bickering was suddenly cut short by a strange sound from above. Huh. The man looked up and froze when he saw a massive glowing creature slowly landing in the middle of the cave. What on earth is that? A giant centipede? The three people in the pit scrambled back in panic as they saw Serene in her majestic form appearing right next to the campfire. Just as they were still terrified, a calm voice rang out from atop the beast. Pardon the intrusion, everyone. The muscular man stiffened, his pupils shrinking in shock. That voice is, and then. Little Long appeared with his familiar brown hair. He looked down and smiled brightly. Long time no see, everyone. The sudden appearance of their old brother on the back of a high-level spirit beast left Xiao Long's group in complete shock. They could only blurt out his old nickname, Brother Wei. After an impressive introduction of Serene and Zhao Hoa to everyone, the group set aside all tension to gather around the campfire, dispelling the cold and fatigue after days of being hunted. Hearing Little Long recount the incidents he had gone through, I see, so that's what happened. What a coincidence to run into Brother Wei in this godforsaken place. The woman with the hair bun looked at Little Long with a teasing glint in her eyes. No, now that you belong to the Beast Palace, shouldn't I call you Brother Little Long instead? Little Long just smiled gently. Haha, just calling me Little Long is fine. This unexpected reunion seemed to boost the group's strength for their journey to discover the secrets of the Five Poisons sect. There is strength in numbers, after all. You must have had a hard time. Here, eat another piece of this. While saying that, the man with a hearty demeanor tossed a piece of fragrant roasted meat toward Little Long. The young man was caught off guard and waved his hands frantically. Ah, wait a second, Brother Duo Long. You should eat too. But his politeness was met only with hearty laughter. Oh, I'm full just watching you eat. Come on, don't be so formal. Looking at Duo Long, a man he had just met but who was unexpectedly kind to him, Little Long felt moved. The reason Duo Long treated Little Long so well was that he was originally a member of the Pang family. Specifically, he was the biological older brother of Pang Ying. When he heard that Little Long had saved Pang Ying's life during a crisis, Duo Long immediately treated him like his own flesh and blood. Although his appearance was somewhat reserved, the longer they spent together, the more Little Long noticed that Duo Long exuded the majestic aura of a future head of the illustrious Pang family. He was born with the air of a leader. Just as the meal was becoming lively, Xiao Long suddenly spoke up. By the way, Little Long, are the master of 10,000 poisons and the palace master of the Beast Palace coming here soon as well? Little Long nodded in confirmation. Yes, we left a mark at the cave entrance for them, and we even removed the spider's silk along the way to prevent them from getting lost. If they found our signs, they should catch up very quickly. But when he looked at the time, Little Long began to feel uneasy. 2 days had passed. Given the cultivation level of the seniors, they should have arrived a long time ago. He turned to ask his spirit beast, Zhao Hua, have you noticed any movement on the spider's silk? Zhao Hua checked the threads and shook her head with a disappointed look. This meant that the silk had no reaction at all, which meant that the group of his foster father and Tang Wucheng still hadn't stepped into this passage. Little Long pondered. That's strange. There was plenty of time for the main army to catch up to us. Could it be they didn't see the message I left, or they couldn't get through the stone gate that closed? The more he thought, the more Little Long realized a terrifying possibility. Could it be the mechanism at the entrance? He recalled the moment he opened the door, which required him to channel his internal energy into the pearl. Based on the inscriptions about the centipede poison art outside, it seemed that the mechanism only activated when it detected 5 poisons aligned internal energy. Even though Grandpa Tang Wucheng was proficient in this martial art, he did not use it to cultivate his basic internal energy like Little Long did. It was precisely because of the difference in energy alignment that the seniors might have been trapped outside that 1,000-pound stone gate. Facing this dilemma, Sister Shua asked worriedly, Little Long, What do you think we should do now? Should we head back to Nan Nao Mountain or to the Beast Palace? Sigh. I don't know yet, because we can't just sit here and wait forever. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Looking at Xiao Long's group, who were preparing their gear, Little Long decided that joining them might be best. He reasoned that if any remnants of the blood cult were lurking around, traveling alone would be extremely dangerous for his small group. Instead, they could assist Xiao Long's group in tracking the enemy, while taking the opportunity to gather more information about the 5 Poisons sect hiding in the shadows. Faced with Little Long's logical and tactical proposal, Zhao Hua and everyone else agreed unanimously. That's a good idea. Xiao Long nodded in agreement with Little Long's proposal. He mentioned that the group was also on their way to the rendezvous point where the Martial Arts Alliance army was gathering, so traveling together would be a win-win situation. Pang Duolong, the young master of the Pang family, excitedly patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, little brother. I, Pang Duolong, promise to get you and your 2 companions back to the Central Plains as safely as possible." Witnessing the enthusiasm of his new brothers, Little Long and the girls felt relieved. After resting and recovering their strength by the campfire, the group decided to set off at the crack of dawn. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the leaves, the group officially stepped out of the dark cave. After many days buried in the darkness of the underground passage, the brilliant sunlight left Sister Shua dazed. She covered her face with her hand and winced. "It's been so long since I've seen the sun, but my eyes are blinded by the light." While everyone was still adjusting to the light, Xiao Long approached Little Long to discuss business. "Little Long, I'm just asking to be sure. Do you know how to hunt or find a water source?" His question took Little Long by surprise. He confidently stated that he, Sister Shua, and Nan Hoa were all very skilled in jungle survival. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. Now that we're in the same boat, can you give me a hand? These teammates of mine are so useless. They always make me do everything myself." Without wasting time, Little Long immediately called for Zhao Hua. "Zhao Hua, can you hunt some prey around here?" Just waiting for that, Zhao Hua let out a soft cry and shot off like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, before Little Long could even finish his words of praise, she returned with a large deer on her shoulder. "That's so fast. Well done, Zhao Hua." Little Long couldn't help but be amazed at his spirit beast's supreme hunting speed. At this moment, Sister Shu also started working with an extremely professional demeanor. She instructed, "The innards spoil easily, so we will clean it and roast it right away, then marinate the meat to store it." Witnessing Sister Shu swiftly butchering and preparing the marinade, he stammered, "Good heavens, not only does Sister Shu know how to butcher meat, but she also knows how to marinate it." Shu gracefully replied, "Huh? Of course, living in the wilderness, these things are just basic necessities." She didn't stop there. She thoughtfully reminded everyone not to drink from the stream directly, as dead animals at the source could cause a stomach ache. Her thoughtfulness and wisdom completely won Xiao Long over. He showered her with praise. "You truly are remarkable." Little Long stood nearby, secretly smiling with pride. "That's my sister for you. If she were in the modern world, she'd definitely be a famous survival streamer." However, the cheerful atmosphere suddenly turned awkward when Xiao Long unexpectedly pulled Little Long aside to a corner, his face showing clear signs of confusion and nervousness. He stammered, "Hey, Little Long, can I ask you something? Does Shua happen to have a lover yet?" "Whoa, there aren't you moving a bit too fast?" Heh. In Xiao Long's mind at that moment, an image of Shu appeared, radiant, intelligent, and ethereal, making his heart race uncontrollably. Xiao Long clutched his chest in pain, as if he'd been struck by a potent poison, which left Du Long, standing nearby, quite alarmed. "Hey, Xiao Long, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Xiao Long with heart-shaped eyes, his face flushed red and screaming in sheer excitement, Little Long could only gape in astonishment. He thought to himself, completely stunned, has this guy really been struck by love at first sight that quickly? On the path through the old forests toward Yunnan, the group's atmosphere became much livelier with the addition of these old friends. Shua was leading the way, gently raising her hand as if sensing something. Noticing Little Long's curiosity, she smiled and explained, "Oh, is that what you're curious about? I'm using the 10,000 Beast Palace's summoning technique to scout for any nearby creatures." Right behind her, spiritual images of a majestic owl and a fierce wolf appeared, ready to obey. Duong Tangyin explained that if she detected any suspicious signs, she would immediately send a secret message back to the sect to request reinforcements. Unfortunately, it seemed there wasn't a trace of any animal nearby. Perhaps because we are still quite a long way from Yunnan, I'll try again another time. Standing right beside her, Xiao Long, the dashing swordsman, hadn't taken his eyes off Shu, his face flushed with admiration. He exclaimed excitedly, "Shua Piao, It's truly surprising that you can command wild beasts with melodies so skillfully. As expected, your reputation is well-deserved. People from the 10,000 Beast Palace are truly something else. Xiao Long's excessive enthusiasm made the orange-clad Jian Feng glare at him. She crossed her arms and pouted in annoyance. You men really don't know what you want, do you? A moment ago, you were rambling about martial arts competitions, and now you've moved on to sweet-talking. Hit right where it hurt. Xiao Long flusteredly tried to explain, "Oh, come on. This is just between friends." But responding to his excuse, came a powerful kick from Jian Feng that made the guy howl in pain while clutching his leg. Friends? Huh? I see. You better know how to keep your distance. Witnessing this comedy of errors, Little Long just broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, who would have thought Xiao Long would be so infatuated with Xue? He might even end up being my brother-in-law. The feeling was just so strange, and he felt torn about whether he should ship this pair. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Long was busy nursing his injury, Little Long crept up to Xue Piao and whispered, "Hey, Xue, it seems like brother Xiao Long is interested in you. What do you think of him?" She turned to look at her little brother with a mischievous glint in her eyes and unexpectedly winked, teasing him. What, me? I hate those kinds of fickle men. I only fancy someone like my Little Long. The overboard joke made Little Long's skin crawl. Sister, don't joke like that. I've got goosebumps. She laughed heartily. I'm just teasing. But all jokes aside, from my observations, I suspect Jian Feng has had feelings for Xiao Long for a long time. Immediately, Manhwa nodded repeatedly in agreement. Exactly. Sister, you noticed it too? I also intentionally kept my distance from Xiao Long because I knew Sister Jian Feng liked him. Great. Getting involved in this kind of love triangle is exhausting. Little Long was completely speechless after hearing that. He looked at the backs of Xiao Long and Jian Feng ahead and sighed to himself. That fool Xiao Long, they've been together for so long. How can he be so oblivious? After all these years, he's still the same. It's infuriating to watch. He couldn't believe how clueless he was about these complicated romantic matters, secretly admiring the sharp sixth sense of the ladies. The conversation suddenly shifted when Xu Piao revealed her true type. Actually, if I had to choose, I prefer the type like Du Long. Little Long was bewildered. Huh? Ban Kui, brother Du Long? Duan Tang Yin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes dreamily picturing a cute panda. His physique is indeed brawny, but his face looks very scholarly. He looks just like a panda. Isn't that very cute? Looking at the image of the burly Du Long being compared to a chubby panda, Little Long froze for a few seconds, a giant question mark appearing in his head. A panda? Her aesthetic taste is truly beyond understanding. It's a girl thing. You wouldn't understand. After the series of turbulent events, the feeling of walking under the open sky made everyone's mood much lighter. The group trekked through the dense forests of Yunnan, where the sunset dyed the ancient leaves deep red. A strange breeze suddenly brushed past, carrying the scent of the mountains and an eerie silence as night gradually fell. When darkness completely enveloped them, Du Long suddenly stopped and pointed forward. We've almost arrived. That deserted cave on the hill is the gathering point for the Martial Arts Alliance. Little Long looked in the direction he pointed. With his sharp senses, he immediately noticed something unusual. But I don't feel anyone's presence there at all. To Little Long's questioning, Xiao Long calmly explained that this was a way to avoid the blood sect's prying eyes. The experts were surely hiding nearby. They suppressed their breathing and carefully observed every movement from all sides to ensure absolute safety. Being this careful, the enemy can only stand outside and cry. At this moment, Xue, being an experienced sister, warned Little Long to be extremely careful. Little Long, tell So-Ni to keep flying high. Don't land until you call her. Little Long was confused. Huh, why's that? She solemnly explained that even though the rendezvous point seems safe, what if someone in the Martial Arts Alliance had been captured and leaked information to the Blood Sect? Keeping So-Ni hidden high above was a precaution for the worst-case scenario, to avoid the enemy gaining full control over their entire force from the start. Little Long was still a bit hesitant. Isn't it better if we go together? If So-Ni is there, it would be easier to threaten them. She quickly shook it off, certain there was no need to reveal her full strength right away. She looked Wei Xiao Long straight in the eyes, teaching him a hard-earned lesson. Wei Xiao Long, you must engrave this in your heart. In the martial arts world, you must always hide 3 parts of your true strength. Her caution snapped Wei Xiao Long to his senses. He nodded firmly. I understand, Sister Xue. Turning to his loyal spirit beast, he instructed, protect Huar too. If something goes wrong, prioritize keeping Sister Xu and Yinhua safe. Yinhua laughed confidently. With Sony's help, I'll be fine. Just then, a strange noise from the bushes ahead startled Xiao Long and the others. Emerging from the shadows, an imposing old man with snowy white hair and beard stepped out. As soon as he saw him, Xiao Long bowed respectfully. Senior Xingxing, Deputy Alliance Leader, it has been a long time. The senior nodded slightly, his sharp eyes sweeping over the new group. Indeed, but I don't recognize the people traveling with you. Wei Xiaolong froze for a moment, wondering who the old man was. Tang Yin quickly explained, he is the one who manages all the secret intelligence operations for the Martial Arts Alliance. Rumor has it he's nicknamed God of Motion because his movement techniques are truly peerless. Hearing this, Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but shiver in awe. So that's it. A figure of his stature appearing meant the situation within the Martial Arts Alliance was dire. Sounds intense, doesn't it, guys? So there are youngsters from the 10,000 Beast Palace and the Tang sect here. Senior Shensing nodded upon recognizing the group traveling with Xianglong. He signaled the group to keep moving so they could discuss the situation on the way. When Ban Dulong asked about the whereabouts of the other scout teams, the senior's face darkened. He revealed a disturbing truth. Aside from their group, he hadn't received any response from the other teams. Even the fact that Xianglong's group hadn't encountered any blood cultists on their way here was extremely strange, as hunting down the remnants was consuming so much of their time and effort. As they continued walking, Wei Xiaolong narrowed his eyes, an uneasy feeling rising in his chest. He thought to himself, come to think of it, the area is unnaturally quiet. The blood cult must be lurking somewhere. Wei Xiaolong's premonition instantly became reality. Senior Shengxing suddenly stopped, his pupils contracting in shock. He immediately drew his weapon and spun around, face full of vigilance. To the confusion of Tang Yin and the others, the senior roared, "Blood cult ambush!" As his shout echoed, a swarm of masked assassins lunged from the shadows like ghosts. They quickly surrounded the group, leaving no gaps. The Deputy Alliance leader gritted his teeth. It seems our tracks have been exposed. Wei Xiaolong was stunned. He couldn't believe they hadn't sensed a single trace of killing intent the entire way. Shangxing explained that this encirclement seemed meticulously calculated to begin the moment they reached the meeting point. In the nick of time, he unexpectedly pulled out a scroll and handed it directly to Jian Feng, leaving her stunned. Huh? What is this? Hand this directly to the Alliance leader. It is the drafted map of the blood cult's hideout that we've worked so hard to collect. Senior Shangxing's voice was resolute. When Jian Feng resisted, unwilling to leave the senior behind, he barked back, insisting that he and the warriors would stay to fight to the death and hold the enemy off. To him, these young people were the pillars of the martial arts world's future. He could never let them die in vain here. Leave now. The sharp order echoed amidst the clash of weapons. Understanding the bigger picture, Xianglong swallowed his grief and placed a hand on Jian Feng's shoulder to reassure his sister. He shouted clearly, "We will follow the Deputy Alliance leader's orders. Everyone, retreat immediately. Senior, we will definitely meet again at the Martial Arts Alliance." Immediately, Senior Shengxing turned around. All troops, listen, prepare to fight to the death with me. Not wanting the senior's sacrifice to be in vain, Ban Dulong urged the group. Right now, take the chance and retreat quickly. I will open a path. Everyone, stick together and follow me. Guided by Brother Dulong, Wei Xiaolong's group dashed wildly toward the south. It was a calculated move. Because the blood cult believed they would flee north toward Yunnan, they had poured all their forces in that direction. The plan to break through where the enemy was off guard seemed to be a complete success. However, so the north was just a distraction? A savage laugh suddenly rang out from the shadows, making everyone stop in horror. From the mist, a man with a ferocious look, blood-red eyes, and a malevolent smile stepped out. He was Yu Fengxiao, the captain of the Blood Demon Squad of the Blood Cult. With a triumphant look, he revealed he had been laying in wait at this southern spot for a long time, waiting for the prey to walk into the trap. His lecherous gaze swept over Wei Xiaolong's group. "Three beautiful ladies, looks like I'm in luck today." Zhu Fengxiao didn't hesitate to extinguish their last ray of hope. He sneered, "You better give up on the idea of anyone coming to save you. All 9 of those other martial arts alliance groups, aside from you lot, are likely being drained of their blood in the dungeons right now." His confirmation left Wei Xiaolong and the others horrified, their limbs going weak at the cruelty of the blood cult. Not letting them recover, Zhu Fengxiao coldly ordered the assassins, who were brandishing their weapons, "Kill all the men. Capture the women alive for me." Instantly, a wave of blood cult assassins charged with sharp, cold blades. "I'll mince you all." Just as Ban Dulong and the warriors were about to make a desperate charge, a calm voice suddenly rang out. "Stop." Wei Xiaolong stepped forward with sharp eyes, blocking his allies' attempt to intervene. He declared clearly, "Leave them to me." This reckless action worried everyone deeply. They shouted to stop him, not believing he could handle an entire squad of elite assassins alone. But Wei Xiaolong just turned his head slightly and smiled confidently. "It'll be fine, because I have Sony." As soon as he finished, a deep blue spiritual energy burst forth powerfully. From midair, Sony, in the form of a majestic flying centipede, appeared behind Wei Xiaolong, radiating blinding light and terrifying pressure. Witnessing this terrifying giant creature, the aggressive blood cult assassins suddenly froze, their faces drained of color. What the hell is that? A giant centipede? In his beast-heart state, Wei Xiaolong's eyes blazed with a wicked, ethereal glow, his entire body enveloped in a chilling aura of slaughter. He stood towering like a god of war, glancing down at the trembling enemies with a cold, disdainful gaze. With a hint of hesitation, Wei Xiaolong issued his final command to his spirit beast. So Ni, wipe them out. Wei Xiaolong's eyes burned with ruthless determination. He would show no mercy to his enemies. Witnessing the appearance of the colossal, imposing creature, the arrogant blood sect assassins suddenly froze. Horror etched onto their faces as they trembled, not daring to take another step. Seeing this, Zhu Fengxiao roared in anger. "What are you idiots doing? Hurry up and finish them off for me." A subordinate stuttered fearfully in response. "Yes, sir." But his legs were already jelly from pure terror. Even the captain, Zhu Fengxiao himself, was stunned and trembling at this moment. He looked up at the sky, sensing something was terribly wrong. Drops of a dark purple liquid suddenly poured down like an endless torrential rain, soaking into their skin. He realized the anomaly and horror right above his head. So Mi was spraying a thick, toxic mist that completely engulfed the entire blood sect legion. The hissing sound of corrosion began to echo from Zhu Fengxiao's own face. An agonizing pain, as if acid were being sprayed directly onto him, struck deep into his soul. Heart-wrenching screams tore through the night as the poison rain began to unleash its cruel effect. The flesh of the blood sect assassins began to melt like candles meeting a flame. They clutched their faces in agony, writhing on the ground, but there was nothing they could do to stop the destruction. Not even their leader, Zhu Fengxiao, was an exception. He shrieked in despair as he watched his body slowly dissolve. My body, my body." Witnessing this horrific scene, Duong Tangyin, standing behind, couldn't help but be shocked. Could that be the poison dance? Just as I suspected, this is the ultimate technique of the sky-piercing centipede. It was the king of insects and one of the 10 legendary poisonous creatures. It hovered in the sky, scattering a mist of death and poison rain to wipe out all enemies in the blink of an eye. When the mist cleared, the entire blood sect legion had completely evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Wei Xiaolong and the others walked quietly through the battlefield, where now only empty clothes and scattered weapons remained on the ground. Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but shudder in admiration at the power of his own spirit beast. The power is truly terrifying. In my entire life, I have never seen such a deadly poison. It melts humans away without harming their clothes or weapons at all. This is way beyond concentrated acid. Geez, so Ni, don't go drooling on your mommy and daddy, okay? Got it? Duong Tangyin said, half coaxing and half scolding as she saw the spirit beast nuzzling against her affectionately. Standing nearby, Wei Xiaolong could only break into a cold sweat, his face pale with terror. Even though Grandpa Duong Vo Than had promised that he would be unharmed because he had absorbed Sony's toxins, seeing such destructive power firsthand still left Wei Xiaolong trembling with fear before this adorable but dangerous daughter. If she ever threw a tantrum, the whole family would be wiped out in a second. Sensing the situation had stabilized, Ban Long immediately urged them, "Let's take this chance to get moving. There might be other reinforcements pursuing us." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wei Xiaolong answered clearly, "Oh, right." The group quickly packed their gear, leaving behind the battlefield thick with the scent of death and the empty clothes of the blood sect. "All right, let's go," Du Long shouted. The group hurried through the night, continuing their race against time. A few hours later, at the very spot where the massacre took place, a tall figure with an imposing air suddenly appeared. He bent down to pick up some gold rings, the only remains of his subordinates, with a look of deep suspicion. What the hell is this? Looking around at the ruins, he realized the terrifying truth. It seems these are the remains of Blood Demon Captain Zhu Fengxiao and the 100 members of the Blood Demon team. An assassin accompanying him asked with a tremble. It seems they were struck by some kind of corrosive poison. The leader's eyes glowed with evil intent, and he roared in a fit of rage. Poison again? His fury erupted, sending a chilling, killing intent across the mountains. He gritted his teeth. This time, I have to take matters into my own hands. The one who appeared with such overwhelming pressure was none other than the blood-wind sky-piercing snake, Mai Kuai, a formidable master of the blood sect. Staring at the pile of clothes that once belonged to Zhu Fengxiao, Mai Kuai could not believe his eyes. He thought to himself, Zhu Fengxiao. He was one of the 5 strongest among the 8 great blood sect captains, and yet he was defeated so miserably. This massive loss made him furious. His hands were shaking as he clenched them into fists. He could not accept that an elite battalion had been wiped out just while chasing a few nobodies from the martial arts alliance. Fearsome doubts began to stir in my Anquai's mind. What happened to those people? Aren't they supposed to have arrived by now? Could they have dared to break the pact? The absence of their allies made him feel betrayed and angrier than ever. That won't happen. A low, bewitching female voice suddenly echoed from behind, causing my Anquai to jump in shock. When did you get here? From the shadows, a beautiful young woman with purple hair and a high bun and sharp, piercing eyes stepped out. She smiled slightly, a smile full of mystery and danger. No need to worry like that. Once we make a promise, we always keep our word. Her eyes flashed with a sharp, meaningful glint as she added a sarcastic remark, unlike someone else. When the Blood Sect had to withdraw from the Central Plains and retreat to the Great Moon Kingdom, Mai and Kwai had encountered this mysterious woman at the border. Initially, they were sworn enemies, but upon learning that both held a deep grudge against the Central Plains martial arts world, they decided to shake hands and form an alliance with the Blood Sect. Her title was the Five Poisons Sect Master, claiming to be the legitimate descendant of the legendary Five Poisons sect from years ago. She approached Mai and Kwai with a graceful, unhurried air. She nonchalantly said, "I don't know why you summoned us, but that's fine. I was planning on stopping by anyway." As soon as she finished, she handed over a small porcelain bottle, revealing it to be the antidote that the Blood Sect had requested earlier. Mai and Kwai was stunned and stammered. "You've actually completed it?" Seeing the shock on his face, the Five Poisons Sect Master smirked sarcastically. She believed the Blood Sect's martial arts were full of flaws and the black crocodile poison they were using was truly mediocre. Holding the bottle, Mai and Kwai silently admitted that the rumors were not wrong. The Five Poisons Sect's mastery of toxins truly rivals that of the renowned Tang Clan. After handing over the antidote, the Sect Master suddenly noticed some traces left behind on the battlefield. She knelt down, dipped her finger to taste a bit of the liquid remaining on the cliff wall, and tasted it. Immediately, her pupils contracted in shock, as if a jolt of electricity had shot through her brain. Was this a terrifying spiritual pressure appearing in her mind? She saw the image of an ancient, powerful creature with glowing eyes, roaring. The Five Poisons Sect Master exclaimed in utter astonishment. As the Supreme Poison Master, she was certain that even though this creature was currently small, it was undoubtedly the King of Poisons, the supreme monarch of all venomous creatures that her sect had craved for so long. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She turned to ask Mai and Kwai how long ago those people had left. Although Mai and Kwai insisted they couldn't have gone far, he still wondered why she was so concerned about those nobodies. The Sect Master couldn't hide her excitement and muttered that it seemed heaven was finally smiling upon her. Wasting no time, she immediately ordered the Shanxi Toad Legion. Warriors wearing toad masks, armed with blades, were ordered to pursue Xiao Long's group at once. Her eyes glowed with ambition as she commanded them not to lose track of their prey at any cost. Because the King of Poisons held by Xiao Long was a priceless treasure she had to seize by any means. "Hurry!" The urgent command echoed through the dark night as the group pushed themselves to the limit, crossing rolling mountains under the hazy moonlight. Ban Dulong led the way, anxiously looking back to check the situation behind them. "Xiao Long, are you okay?" Even though he had to exhaust his internal energy just to keep up with the group's pace, Xiao Long firmly replied, "I'm fine." This frantic escape had lasted for 2 days and nights without rest. Xiao Long realized something miraculous. It seemed that thanks to the effects of Soni's evolution, his internal energy had become abundant, making his body far less exhausted than he had anticipated. Dulong pointed ahead, encouraging everyone. "Just cross the Lankang River ahead and we'll reach the Central Plains." However, before them lay an open, dangerous terrain that forced the group to push through as fast as possible. Corrected Merge, Dulong ordered them to cross the river before dawn, but the moment hope sparked, a massive, blood-red sword aura, carrying destructive power, suddenly descended from the sky. Myanch Kwai appeared like a phantom, his face twisted in a cruel smile as he roared with bloodlust. "Die!" The strike was too fast and vicious, aiming straight for the leader. Bandu Long couldn't dodge in time and took a heavy blow. "Brother Q Than!" Xiao Long and Thuong Long's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the forest as they saw Du Long collapse to the ground. Mayan Kwai stood tall amidst the dust, radiating an overwhelming, crimson evil aura. He coldly mocked them, saying that although he had promised that little brat from the Five Poisons sect that he would bring everyone back intact, he had no interest in actually doing so. To him, this was the final stop, the burial ground for anyone daring to stand in his way. His eyes, glowing red like a demon, stared at Xiao Long and the others as if they were prey already trapped in his grasp. He grandly announced his name with the authority of a superior. "I, the elder of the blood cult, the flying snake of the blood wind, My An Kuai will handle you lot myself from now on." Witnessing the terrifying scene, Thuong Long and Xiao Long were stunned. Thuong Long exclaimed in panic, "You are an elder of the blood cult?" Meanwhile, Xiao Long could only call out to his fallen brother in desperation, Brother Fu Than. My An Kuai flashed a cruel smile, revealing sharp teeth. He roared, "You won't let the nine-layer hand escape, but your own path ends here." Not letting the enemy strike again, Thuong Long shouted, "You bastard," and rushed in, wielding his staff in a frenzy. Amidst the intense battle, Xiao Long looked at So Ni, hoping to use that poison dance move again. "So, can you do that thing again?" But So Ni was panting, drenched in sweat, looking extremely exhausted. Xiao Long realized a harsh truth. The previous venomous spray had drained the creature of all its energy. It couldn't fight anymore. He silently resolved to fight with his own strength. Just then, Engan Hoa, in her vibrant red outfit, stepped forward with a determined look. "Xiao Long, let us handle him. Please support us." Xiao Long decisively replied, "All right, Tang Yin." Seeing the youngsters daring to challenge him, My An Kuai curled his lip in utter contempt. "Oh, let me see the strength of you upstarts." Before him, Ngan Hoa, Kiem Feng, and Duong Tang Yin took their battle stances. Kiem Feng led the charge with a gleaming sword, and Ngan Hoa followed closely behind. The two coordinated smoothly, creating a pincer attack directly against the dangerous blood cult elder. But My An Kuai just stood there, his smile becoming even more sinister. Attacking all at once? How stupid. He suddenly channeled his power, and a crimson energy gathered between his hands before erupting violently. Blood Wheel Vanquisher. His cruel technique exploded, creating an energy shockwave that sent everyone flying. Amidst the dust, My An Kuai walked forward casually, looking at the fallen Ngan Hoa with a cold, mocking sneer. Useless. Just as My An Kuai was gloating, Ngan Hoa moved like lightning, closing the distance and thrusting a sharp blade deep into the elder's chest, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Poison Transformation. Activate the lethal toxin directly inside the wound. Seeing the hit land, she smiled triumphantly. "There, you're poisoned. Soon, you won't be able to use your internal energy." Looking at the black blood oozing from My An Kuai's chest, the group felt a spark of hope for a turnaround. But the response to that expectation was the demon's arrogant laughter. "Haha, you fools." My An Kuai casually pulled the blade out of his chest with his bare hand and crushed it into pieces. He glared at the youngsters with flaming eyes. "Do you think we would still be susceptible to the tiger plate walking snake's poison? We've already taken the antidote. This little bit of poison is nothing more than water now." The harsh truth left Ngan Ha, Thuong Long, and Xiao Long deathly pale with shock. An antidote? My An Kuai radiated a terrifying crimson aura, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. "Now, I will make you taste such agony that you'll beg for death." His killing intent was at its peak when suddenly, My An Kuai's pupils contracted. He froze as if he were being choked by an invisible force. Bleh. A mouthful of black blood spewed from the elder's mouth, causing him to clutch his face in agony. Xiao Long's group stood stunned by this unexpected turn of events. In extreme pain, My An Kuai realized with horror that his body was rebelling. What is this? Why won't my blood flow the way I want it to?" He stared intently at the pool of black blood at his feet, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could it be poison? My An Kuai screamed in desperation and frustration. "This is impossible. I clearly took the antidote, so why can't I channel my internal energy?" Seeing their enemy slowly collapsing, Jian Feng and the others began to realize the tide was turning. She wondered to herself, had they been too happy too soon after just concocting the antidote? Xiao Long slowly stepped forward, his lips curling into a mysterious smile. "Looks like heaven is on our side," he said to the stunned My An Kuai. How is this possible?" Xiao Long stated clearly, "That goes without saying." His eyes gleamed with triumph, as if everything that had happened was according to the plan of this young master. Because that wasn't actually the poison of the tiger-striped snake. Rewinding a few hours earlier, when the group was still hiding deep in the forest to discuss their plan, Xiang Long was pale-faced, panicking as he held an empty porcelain bottle. "We're doomed. This is bad." Seeing his brother so anxious, Xiao Long calmly asked, "What's the matter?" Xiang Long explained gloomily that the supply of poison provided by the Martial Arts Alliance to counter the blood cult had been completely used up along the way, and that this was the most crucial element to suppress the cultist's power. Without it, the whole trip would be for nothing. Xiao Long paused for a moment after hearing this, then said, "Oh, that poison?" He signaled for Xiang Long to calm down because, while he couldn't get the old poison immediately, he could absolutely concoct something similar. Standing nearby, Pang Du Long curiously asked how Xiao Long planned to manage. Immediately, Tang Yan'er proudly cut in. She revealed a secret that made the two brothers freeze. That poison used on the blood cult was all concocted by Xiao Long himself. Both Shang Long and Du Long were shocked to the point of losing their senses. They yelled in sheer amazement. What? Xiao Long? Is that true? Are you serious? Xiao Long could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly, thinking that the Martial Arts Alliance had kept the identity of the person behind those powerful poisons way too tightly under wraps. If they found out, he would always be in danger. To ease the tension, Xiao Long cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, if you need poison, I can make it right now. He turned and called out toward the tree canopy. Tang Yan'er, do you still have that thing I asked you to carry? Tang Yan'er, who was perched on a branch, reached out and took out a large object. Shang Long stared blankly at the strange object in Xiao Long's hand. What is that? It looks like a ball, right? Without a word of explanation, Xiao Long took the ball and shook it violently with a very serious expression. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Xiao Long smashed it onto the ground. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, everyone panicked and tried to stop him. Xiao Long, if you're unhappy, just say so. Why break things like that? Xiao Long calmly reassured them. That's not it. Take a closer look and see what this is. The firelight illuminated the debris, revealing hundreds of wasps lying scattered everywhere. Is this a wasp nest? Shang Long realized with horror that it was a nest of highly venomous hornets. He screamed in terror. Oh my god, why did you break that? Quick, run. If they wake up and sting us, we're dead. But Xiao Long remained very nonchalant, smiling. It's fine. I shook it hard enough, they've all been knocked out. That's right. Shaken like that, even their ancestors would be dizzy, let alone them. He sat down, picked up a wasp with chopsticks, his eyes sparkling. Now, will you help me extract their stingers? Huh? Bees? The whole group froze in place at the absurd request. Xiao Long explained that this was a notoriously venomous species of wasp, and the venom extracted from their stingers would be the main ingredient he needed to craft a brand new, lethal poison that would make Ma Yingui taste the agonizing suffering he was putting them through. The beehive clinging to a tree that Xiao Long had carefully collected and entrusted to Tang Yinny for safekeeping was finally about to work its miraculous magic. Right from the start, he had decided to use the venom of these very wasps to brew a deadly new poison. Wasp venom contains extremely potent enzymes that damage tissues, weaken blood vessel walls, and rapidly destroy red blood cells. Interestingly, the nature of this toxin bore an eerie similarity to the hemorrhagic venom of the blood sex known blood-spotted viper. Even though it wasn't an exact match, the enzyme similarities completely threw Ma Yingyi's internal system for a loop. Compared to the old toxins from the Martial Arts Alliance, this wasp venom might not have seemed overwhelmingly powerful, but it was just enough of a natural counter to completely disrupt the raging inner qi circulating inside the elder's body. Witnessing his plan succeed, Xiao Long looked smugly at his writhing enemy. Meanwhile, Ma Yingye was so furious he saw stars. He ground his teeth fiercely, roaring in utter humiliation. How dare you show disrespect to this sovereign? Die. Even while being gnawed on by the lethal poison and suffering from chaotic internal energy, Ma Yingyi lunged forward madly like a cornered beast. But Shang Long and Jian Feng wouldn't give him a single opening. Ma Yingui spewed a mouthful of dark blood. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground, completely stripped of any ability to fight back. Seeing their most formidable enemy subdued, Jian Feng couldn't hide her overwhelming joy. She rushed forward, hugging Shang Long tightly as she cheered. We did it. We actually did it. Shang Long, we took down the blood-sect elder. In stark contrast to her bubbly excitement, Shang Long let out a weary sigh of relief and muttered, Damn, that shaved 10 years off my life. Instantly, all attention shifted toward Ban Duolong, who was lying unconscious. Shang Long asked with deep concern, Hey, is Duolong all right? Xiao Long, who had been standing guard right beside him, quickly checked the injuries and reassured everyone. Luckily, his internal organs weren't damaged. I managed to press his acupoints in time to stop the bleeding and stabilize his condition. However, looking at Duolong's pale complexion, Xiao Long couldn't shake his anxiety because the road ahead was still completely unpredictable. He urged the group to get out of there immediately before Duolong's wounds worsened. Right as the group was getting ready to move, Suwani suddenly froze, her little ears twitching alertly. She stared fixedly at the distant sky and let out strange cries. Noticing something was off, Xiao Long asked, What is it, Suwani? From up in the sky, a massive creature resembling a giant golden-black hornet flapped its wings, generating fierce gusts of wind and an intimidating buzzing sound. Riding on its back was a strange young woman with braided hair buns, her sharp gaze looking down at the rubble where Mai Yingui lay defeated. She curled the corner of her lips into a mocking smirk. My, how pathetic, turned into a corpse already. Practicing such garbage martial arts, ending up like this is only natural, isn't it? Xiao Long and Tang Yini looked up in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The woman stood high above, looking down at Xiao Long's group with utter contempt, muttering that maybe teaming up with the blood sect needed a second thought. Before anyone could gather their wits, the cold-hearted maiden ordered her spirit beast to capture them alive. Instantly, the giant hornet emitted a piercing sonic wave. Its sheer power was so terrifying that Xiao Long's group collapsed simultaneously, clutching their heads in agony. Cries of pain echoed everywhere. Tang Yini asked in shock, how on earth was this even possible? Because that giant hornet clearly possessed power far beyond the ordinary. The agonizing sonic waves threw the chi of Xiao Long and the others into complete disarray, leaving them entirely paralyzed. The young woman looked down with a cryptic smile, proudly showing off her creature. Even though this was her first time seeing its true power firsthand, she firmly declared that this beast was none other than the monarch cicada. Hearing that name, Xiao Long's pupils shrank in utter shock. The monarch cicada, one of the 10 great poisonous beasts. He never expected to cross paths with one of the 10 legendary venomous creatures right here, right now. They were in deep trouble this time. The two creatures belonging to the 10 great poisonous beasts glared at each other, creating a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. The bun-haired maiden let out a surprised gasp when she spotted Suoni. Oh? Well, the prime venom master. She looked at Xiao Long with eyes full of amusement and curiosity, wondering how a mere teenage boy like him managed to tame the legendary prime venom master. Still, she quickly brushed aside the thought. Whoever he was, it didn't matter. From now on, you belong to me. Such an arrogant declaration officially pushed Xiao Long into an entirely new predicament. Seriously, why is this random chick trying to force people to follow her? Jealousy flickered clearly in the eyes of the Five Poisons sect master as she looked down at Xiao Long's spirit beast, and she immediately barked an order at the monarch cicada. Attack. Go round them up. Unfazed, Xiao Long shouted back at the top of his lungs, commanding Suoni to teach that hideous creature a lesson it would never forget. However, despite carrying deadly venom, Suoni struggled against the monarch cicada, a natural assassin wasp and a seasoned hunter in the insect world. Seeing Suoni overwhelmed and taking hits repeatedly, Xiao Long panicked intensely while the two tiny spirit beasts, Xiang and Ban, could only cry out in fright. Realizing Suoni could hardly hold her own alone, Xiao Long immediately called for backup. Jiaohua, go help Suoni right now. Without missing a beat, Jiaohua gathered momentum and shot into the midair, launching a coordinated surprise attack that caught the giant hornet off guard. Tang Yini, standing below, kept her eyes glued to the fight, cheering for the two spirit beasts. Hang in there. 2 against 1? They don't stand a chance. Their seamless teamwork finally pushed the monarch cicada back. Xiao Long praised them happily. Great job, Jiaohua. The Five Poisons sect master began to reevaluate his actual strength upon seeing that he could even tame a human-faced spider, an extraordinary monster. Amidst the intense battle, Tang Yini and the others quickly rushed Duo Long to a safe hiding spot, leaving the rest to hold the line. Furious at being blocked, the Five Poisons sect master radiated a violent purple miasma. You annoying little pests. Just lie down and stay down. She lunged forward at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Xiao Long, who was standing on guard. In a split second of life or death peril, Jian Feng didn't hesitate for a single moment to throw herself forward and shield the man she loved. The Five Poisons sect master's dual blades pierced straight through Jian Feng's shoulder from behind, leaving her with just enough breath to let out a choked gasp as Xiao Long looked on in sheer horror. Witnessing that horrific scene, Xiao Long completely froze. He let out an agonized roar. Jian Feng collapsed, fresh blood gushing continuously from the corners of her mouth, managing only to gasp out a weak, scolding whisper. You big idiot. Blinded by rage and the pain of loss, Thun Long loses control, throwing his head back and crying out in despair. Kirim Feng. But that momentary lapse is exactly what the Five Poisons sect leader was waiting for. She suddenly appears right behind him, delivering a lethal strike that barely gives Thun Long enough time to groan before he collapses beside Kirim Feng. The Five Poisons sect leader stands looking down at the two motionless bodies with a sneer of contempt. Well, leaving yourself so open at a time like this is hardly the move of a smart man. Go to sleep now. She nonchalantly steps over them, heading toward Tier Long, who is frozen in shock. Her eyes glow with a demonic light as she attempts to seduce him. Why not just give up? All your efforts are meaningless. How about it? Do you want to submit to me? But instantly, Duing Ni and Manhwa leap out to shield him. Duing Ni grits her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouts, By what right do you dare to speak to my future husband like that? I will never let my little brother fall into your hands. But the Five Poisons sect leader only smirks. This game is starting to get boring. She suddenly channels her energy to unleash a powerful shockwave, blasting both Doing Nenni and Tweet Fiu away. Long frantically calls out their names, Doing Nenni, Tweet. But the Five Poisons sect leader gives them no time to think. She lunges forward like a whirlwind, growling with murderous intent. As for your future husband, I'm afraid he's about to become a widower very soon. She swings her hand to deliver the finishing blow, but once again, the fierce resistance of Long's group forces her to recoil in astonishment. The Five Poisons sect leader is stunned to see two small green creatures radiating bone-chilling cold, suddenly rushing forward to protect Long. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes these are no ordinary spirit beasts. Aren't these the four great exotic poisons? Right at that moment, Long loudly calls out to his two little friends, Bung, Tweet. The consecutive appearance of legendary poisonous creatures, from the first Poison King to the Identification Chu and the four great exotic poisons, makes the Five Poisons sect leader shudder. She starts to feel uneasy about the mysterious background of the young man before her, growling. First the first exotic poison, then the Identification Chu, and now the four great exotic poisons. What is your true identity? Long stands tall amidst the swirling spiritual energy. You ask who I am? Without a moment's hesitation, Long clearly declares his identity, making the space around them tremble. I am the young master of the Beast Palace, and also the only son-in-law of the Tang sect. I am Long. His eyes glow with a demonic green light, emitting the aura of a king ruling over all poisonous creatures. The Five Poisons sect leader is so stunned that the color drains from her face. She grits her teeth, contemplating the name she just heard. The presence of someone holding such important positions in two rival families, masters of poison and beast taming, is a variable far outside her calculations. Her rage erupts, and the Five Poisons sect leader screams maniacally. What is the meaning of that? Are you trying to recreate the tragedy from a century ago? Meanwhile, he quietly realizes that everything is proceeding exactly as he predicted. This woman is indeed a remnant of the Five Poisons cult, the evil sect that was thought to have been wiped out 100 years ago. Instead of being afraid, the Five Poisons sect leader shows clear greed and madness. This just gives me more reason to claim you for myself. I will certainly rescue you from the filthy grip of the Tang sect and the Beast Palace. Facing such blind arrogance, Long only smirks, clenching his fists and roaring. How ridiculous. You're truly dreaming in broad daylight. Bung, Twit, attack. As Long's steely command rings out, the two little spirit beasts from the four great exotic poisons instantly shoot forward like two blue arrows. However, the Five Poisons sect leader retains her triumphant expression. It's all in vain. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, blasting both Bung and Tweet away. Bung, Tweet. Long screams in despair as he sees his two little spirit beasts thrown back, lying motionless on the ground. Long suddenly remembers the green tiger wandering steps, an evil martial art of the Five Poisons sect that he had seen recorded in the secret manual his foster father gave him. She smirks dangerously. Interesting, but this play should end here. No sooner had she spoken than she lunged forward, kicking Hoa-un away. She is sent flying in Long's shock, her body slamming hard against the cliff. Finally, it's just the two of us. The Five Poisons sect leader approaches Long with a sinister smile plastered on her face. She suddenly reaches out and grabs Long by the wrist, glancing at his friends lying scattered about. She gloats. The pests have all been cleaned up, haven't they? Long struggles in vain. Let me go. Suddenly, a sense of unease strikes the Five Poisons sect leader, causing her to freeze. She senses a murderous aura erupting right beside her. Long grits his teeth and commands, Hu ni, bun ni, go. Instantly, two small spirit beasts with long, rabbit-like ears appear on his shoulders, their eyes glowing with fury as they stare at the wretched woman. The sudden appearance of the strange creatures makes the Five Poisons sect leader jump in terror. Surprised? You old hag. She thinks to herself, damn it, there's no way to dodge this attack. The Five Poisons sect leader braces herself, preparing to receive the attack from the two small spirit beasts. Yet time passes in a strange silence. Bung and Tweet just stand there. Long, standing in the middle, is also bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Too impatient, Long shouts, You two, attack already. Why are you just standing there emitting murderous intent? Responding to their master's urging, the two little ones only let out naive hissing sounds, leaving Long speechless. Even the Five Poisons sect leader is frozen in confusion, stammering to herself, what on earth is going on? Just as the situation becomes absurd, a powerful burst of white spiritual energy erupts, forcing both Xiao Long and the Five Poisons sect leader to turn back in terror. Xiao Long is stunned as a fearful thought flashes through the Five Poisons sect leader's mind. The Beast Palace Master? Who is bold enough to dare harm my son? The roar of the Beast Palace Master echoes throughout the mountains, his eyes blazing with fury. Right beside him, the Tang sect grandfather also radiates a chilling, murderous aura. He growls, "How dare you bully the son-in-law of my Tang sect?" A stomp from the two great experts causes the ground to shatter, creating a terrifying earthquake. TSK. The Five Poisons sect leader grits her teeth and retreats cautiously in the face of these two heavyweights. Duang Ni cries out with joy, "Grandfather?" While Xiao Long also chokes out, "Father." He looks at the woman before him with eyes full of contempt. "You insects, remnants of the Five Poisons sect, are you bold enough to put my daughter-in-law and son-in-law in this situation?" The leader of the Five Poisons sect broke into a cold sweat, yet still tried to keep a calm face. She thought to herself, the master of the Beast Palace and the old monsters of the Tang Clan are actually here. This scene felt just like 100 years ago. Senior Tang Wucheng glanced softly at Xiao Long and gently instructed, "Step back." Xiao Long. The two seniors stood proudly, facing their family's mortal enemy. The master of the Beast Palace clenched his fists, deep blue spiritual energy surging around his body like a storm. Today, this old grudge will finally be brought to a complete end. The final battle to completely wipe out the remnants of the Five Poisons sect officially begins right here. Amidst the dim, shadowy atmosphere of the mountains, the leader of the Five Poisons sect took a step back, her eyes filled with clear suspicion as she looked toward the seniors. She thought in utter shock. How bizarre. The Shaanxi team was clearly stationed all around here to keep watch. How on earth did they manage to break through so easily? He sneered with utter contempt. The Shaanxi team? You mean those masked fools? They are mere small fry, not even worth me lifting a finger. Facing the two grand martial experts, the leader of the Five Poisons sect chuckled softly, though deep down she had started to grow wary. She bitterly admitted, they really are monsters. Taking on two of them at once is too much even for me. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, she immediately called for her spirit beast. Jing, come here. The giant eerie centipede, Minghuzi, heard the command and rushed over. Looks like I'll have to retreat for now. Don't be too sad. I'll be back to pick you up before long. Seeing the enemy about to escape, his adoptive father lunged forward and shouted, "Stop right there." But Tang Wucheng stopped him in time. He reminded him that the top priority right now was to treat Bandu Oolong and the injured victims. The leader of the Five Poisons sect stood atop her spirit beast, staring fixedly at Xiao Long, her sharp gaze as if trying to carve his image deep into her mind. Remember this well. My name is Wu Qingyu, and sooner or later, I will make you mine. With those words, she urged her spirit beast forward. Let's go. The name Wu Qingyu echoed through the night, leaving Xiao Long completely stunned, standing frozen as he watched her figure gradually vanish. Down on the ground, his adoptive father hastily issued an order to the disciples. Son, quickly move the wounded to the Beast Palace. Not a single second could be wasted. The entire troop shouted in unison, "Understood," and quickly got to work on rescue operations, hoping everyone would be safe with only minor injuries. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Xiao Long still stood silently, tracking the shrinking speck of light left by the giant centipede Minghuzi in the night sky. He suddenly narrowed his eyes upon spotting a strange detail on the creature's body. That thing, an acupuncture needle. A tiny yet mysterious needle was deeply embedded in the giant centipede's outer shell. But what was even more terrifying was that the back of the woman's neck also had an identical needle stuck in it. Xiao Long stood there, a solitary figure amidst the mountains while disciples hurried past carrying the wounded. He silently muttered to himself, "That was the first time I ever crossed paths with Wu Qingyu." After the fierce battle, thanks to the timely rescue of the Tang Clan's elder Tang Wucheng, the group was safely brought back to the Beast Palace. However, the price paid for this escape was by no means small. Big Brother Bandu Oolong was fighting for his life against the Grim Reaper due to a fatal wound piercing straight through his flank. Meanwhile, Jian Feng was also in critical condition with severe internal organ damage. The nightmare didn't stop there. Shanglong had taken a brutal blow that cracked his neck, while Tang Yinny and Shuer were covered in bruises and severe internal injuries. Looking at the room full of comrades lying in hospital beds, Xiao Long couldn't help feeling heartbroken. But what made him feel the most furious and distressed was the plight of Suo. After the life-and-death battle with Minghuzi, Suo's two valiant legs had been severed, leaving the tiny spirit beast barely breathing. Xiao Long gently stroked Suo and choked back tears as he comforted it. "Little Suo, are you okay? That hateful Minghuzi, it must hurt a lot, right?" Responding to her master's affection, Suo let out a faint, weak whine. Xiao Long thought to himself, Even though centipedes like Suo were capable of regrowing their legs after molting, as a parent figure, he couldn't just sit around and wait. To give Suo enough strength to molt and recover quickly, he needed to find something extremely nourishing for it to eat. Just as he was deep in thought, a strange noise from the direction of the iron cage caught Xiao Long's attention. The cage divine sky serpent suddenly let out a flurry of hurried cries. Right before Xiao Long's eyes, the little snake unexpectedly spat out a sparkling, bright white inner core. He gasped in shock. Huh? Isn't that my inner core? It turned out that the divine sky serpent had secretly hidden the inner core away and was now proactively returning it to Xiao Long to help Suo. Overjoyed, he picked up the spiritual elixir and said, Divine sky serpent, you snatched the inner core back for me? Thank you so much. I'll borrow it for a moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Long brought the inner core right to Suo's mouth. You got to hang in there, eat up, and recover quickly. The moment it swallowed the inner core, a mystical blue light enveloped Suo's body. True to Xiao Long's prediction, the abundant energy from the inner core triggered the molting process immediately. However, he couldn't help but still feel anxious, because the new shell right after molting would be extremely soft and vulnerable. If any mistake or collision occurred, leading to a failed molt like Shuer's case before, the consequences would be unimaginable. They say once bitten by a snake, you're terrified of ropes for 10 years, and it's so true. Brother Da, please stay here and keep an eye on Suo for a moment. I'm going to go prepare a few things and I'll be right back. After instructing his martial brother in the palace to watch over Suo during its recovery, Xiao Long gently closed the door and walked away with a deeply thoughtful expression. Even though Suo's situation had temporarily stabilized, another lingering worry still weighed heavily on his mind. Namely, those two little troublemakers, Shang and Bin. Thinking back to their behavior on the battlefield, Xiao Long found it both funny and pitiable. Back when they faced the woman Wu Qingyo, Xiang and Bin had tried their absolute best to release their killing intent to intimidate the enemy. But ironically, she didn't even bat an eye, treating the two of them like absolute air. Realizing their imposing aura carried zero weight and feeling like they were being mocked, the two kids threw a massive tantrum. They cried miserably and ran off to find Elder Tang Wuqing for comfort, and from then until now, they flatly refused to show their faces ever again. Xiao Long stroked his chin in exasperation. I might understand animal temperament, but trying to soothe a couple of bruised little egos is totally out of my depth. Xiao Long gently pushed open the door and stepped into the room where Tang Yini and Sister Shua were resting. He politely announced, Excuse my intrusion. The moment she saw Xiao Long, Tang Yini, who was standing by the bed, smiled and welcomed him. Oh, come on in, Xiao Long. He thoughtfully inquired about their health after the horrifying battle. Sister Shua was sitting up in bed at that moment. Her face still looked a bit exhausted, but she was much livelier. She softly replied, I'm doing fine, just that my ears are still ringing a bit from those sonic waves. Tang Yin also nodded to confirm she had no serious internal injuries, so Xiao Long didn't need to worry too much. Immediately after, Tang Yin anxiously asked about So's condition. Xiao Long excitedly shared that he had just finished fixing So's damaged legs. Luckily, the 5 then Exa-flying divine snake had voluntarily given back some of its inner core. Thanks to that abundant source of spiritual energy, Xiao Long had guided So into a process of shedding skin and being reborn once more. Hearing the news that So was recovering well, Tang Yin couldn't hide her emotions. Her eyes welled up with tears. Thank goodness, I've been so worried and heartbroken seeing her injured like that. She choked up, confiding that when she saw her child in pain, she felt that even if she were hurt herself, it wouldn't have mattered. Ah, motherly love is truly sacred. A flame of determination suddenly flared in Tang Yin's eyes. She clenched her fists. From now on, I must become even stronger. If I can't protect the little ones, I don't deserve to be their mother. Witnessing Tang Yin's fierce and somewhat intimidating intensity, Xiao Long could only break into a cold sweat. He scratched his head, his mind drifting back to the trouble with Huang and Ban. Xiao Long sighed, admitting that the two little ones must have realized that their so-called murderous aura was just a fake, which was why they felt so slighted. This was truly a big problem, because last time, he had to promise to find inner cores for them just to coax them. But this time, he still hadn't thought of a way to appease the anger of these two ancestors. Xiao Long turned to ask for help from Sister Tuyet, who was sitting on the bed. Sister, do you have any good ideas? Please tell me. Sister Tuyet tilted her head, thinking for a moment before offering a piece of advice that was very much her style. For me, I just need to eat a piece of delicious meat, and my mood will improve immediately. The answer was so overly practical that Xiao Long was left speechless. Man, only people who really love food would give advice like that. Just then, a female disciple from the Beast Palace gently pushed the door open and entered, reporting respectfully, Master, A guest has come to visit. Both Xiao Long and Sister Tuyet looked at each other, puzzled. A guest? Immediately after, the room door swung wide open, and a figure stumbled in, shocking everyone. That person was none other than Xiao Long. Xiao Long clung tightly to the door to keep his trembling body steady, his eyes showing clear signs of exhaustion and despair. "Is everyone here?" Xiao Long exclaimed in surprise upon stepping into the room and seeing everyone present. His abrupt appearance made Sister Tuyet raise an eyebrow in confusion. "Xiao Long, even if you have feelings for me, how could you just barge into a woman's living quarters like this?" Caught off guard and hit right in the heart, Xiao Long frantically waved his hands to deny it. "It's not like that at all." He hurried to explain that he came here to find young hero Xiao Long because he had an important matter to ask for help with. "It's so urgent that I just ran in here. Please, have some sympathy." Xiao Long pointed at himself in confusion. "Me?" Before he could understand what was happening, Xiao Long suddenly knelt down right in front of him. This action left Xiao Long and the two girls in complete shock. In utter desperation, Xiao Long kowtowed and begged, "Please, young hero Xiao Long, save me." Witnessing this laughable yet pathetic scene, Xiao Long quickly tried to intervene. "Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Your body hasn't fully healed yet. Stand up first." Suddenly, Xiao Long clenched his fists, his face turning red with embarrassment as he shouted, "Kiem Feng, I've fallen for her." His emotional outburst left Xiao Long, Sister Tuyet, and Tang Yin completely stunned. A suffocating silence filled the room. Everyone looked at Xiao Long with speechless expressions at this overly impulsive confession. Xiao Long scratched his head. "Ah, I don't know what to do. Young hero, though you are young, you are experienced. Please help me." Everyone could only sigh, secretly thinking, "How are we supposed to deal with this idiot? So he came here to ask how to pick up girls? Does this guy think Xiao Long is some kind of love guru or something?" Meanwhile, in another quiet hospital room, Kiem Feng had woken up some time ago. She sat leaning against the headboard, seemingly having heard all of Xiao Long's heartfelt shouting from afar. She sighed softly, whispering a gentle, loving scold, "You idiot." Although her face was still a bit pale from the injury, Kiem Feng's eyes suddenly became brighter and more determined than ever. It seemed her heart had also started racing because of the sincerity of that foolish swordsman. Just hearing the news that Kiem Feng had woken up from her coma, Xiao Long didn't even care about his own injuries and rushed over to visit her immediately. Seeing that his comrade had passed the critical stage, he breathed a sigh of relief, his heart feeling strangely light. Xiao Long couldn't hide his lingering anxiety. He solicitously asked if she was having any complications from her old wounds, but amidst that atmosphere full of concern, this foolish swordsman suddenly blurted out a question that caused the air to freeze. "Kiem Feng, why did you risk your life to take that hit for me? What on earth, man? This type deserves to stay single forever, guys." Facing Xiao Long's earth-shattering question, Kiem Feng could only stare at him in silence with a complex look in her eyes. She suppressed her anger and calmly asked back, "Xiao Long, according to you, what is the reason?" Still with that naive, defenseless expression, Xiao Long rubbed his chin in thought and blurted out a reckless answer. Probably because we are close friends." The answer was like a match thrown into a powder keg. Kiem Feng couldn't take it anymore. She used all her might to throw a wooden pillow straight at Xiao Long's face, making him let out a sharp ouch. Xiao Long clutched his swollen face, shouting in confusion, "Huh? Why did you throw a wooden pillow at me all of a sudden?" But responding to him was an exploding Kiem Feng, her whole body burning with rage at the denseness of the man in front of her. "You are truly a big idiot. Is it not obvious enough? It's because I couldn't bear to watch the person I love lose their life." Kiem Feng's sudden and sincere confession made the whole room feel like it was exploding. Xiao Long stammered, his face turning as red as a ripe jackfruit. He tremblingly asked, "Who is the person you love? Could it be that you have feelings for me?" This last foolish question officially broke Kiem Feng's limit. Embarrassed and angry, she snapped, "I should have just let you die, you idiot. Get out of here. You moron." Immediately after, Xiao Long was kicked straight out of the room in total confusion. Back to reality, Xiao Long sat dejectedly and told the whole story to Xiao Long's group. After listening, Xiao Long could only be speechless. He looked at his senior with a look of pure contempt. "So that's how you got kicked out? That is truly pathetic. I have no words for it." Xiao Long added a final, painful jab. "If it were me, I would have used venom-laced throwing needles instead of a pillow to send him straight to the afterlife." Standing right behind him, Snow Sister and Tang Nianer also radiated a chilling, murderous aura. Snow Sister nodded in agreement. Exactly, using deadly poison would have been the proper way. Seriously, dealing with a blockhead who falls in love with a guy like this is such a headache. Xiao Long sighed as he watched the swordsman scratch his head in confusion. So what now? What do you want me to help you with? She has already bared her heart to you. Looks like I don't have much left to do. Xiao Long looked completely flustered at that moment, confessing just as he had said. This is the first time a girl has confessed her feelings to me, so sincerely, I'm truly at a loss. I have no idea what to do, especially since the other person is the Sword Empress. Seeing Xiao Long looking completely at his wit's end, Xiao Long pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands. I've got a plan. The gazes of Xiao Long, Tang Nianer, and Snow Sister all turned toward the young master. What kind of plan? Xiao Long just smiled with an air of mystery. He motioned for everyone. Just follow me outside. We'll figure it out. The group stepped out of the room together, heading toward the long corridor of the palace. Xiao Long led Xiao Long into a quiet room. He gently called out, Zhao Hua, can you do me a favor? Xiao Long smiled, pushing Xiao Long forward as he instructed Zhao Hua. Even though you might not like it, please absorb a little bit of yang energy from this person. Xiao Long casually explained to Xiao Long that Zhao Hua possesses a special ability. She can transform into the appearance of the woman that the person whose energy is being drained finds the most beautiful. As he spoke, he signaled for Zhao Hua to begin the ritual on the bewildered swordsman standing there. The moment Zhao Hua touched Xiao Long, a brilliant golden light enveloped her, leaving Xiao Long completely frozen in shock. Amidst the hazy white smoke, the figure of a young maiden gradually emerged with a high-bun hairstyle and a gentle smile. Xiao Long stammered, unable to form words. Could it be there was no doubt about it? Zhao Hua had transformed into the exact image of the Sword Empress, the very girl who had just driven him out of her room. Xiao Long crossed his arms with a smug look. In other words, you actually have deep feelings for her too, don't you? Xiao Long snapped back to reality as if waking from a trance, staring intently at the illusory figure and blurting out, how amazing! So this is what my heart truly desires. Realizing the time was ripe, Xiao Long applied a bit more psychological pressure. A real man, once someone has entrusted him with their feelings, should quickly respond to that affection. Hearing this, Xiao Long hesitated no longer. He thanked Xiao Long and bolted off like a gust of wind. Seeing his buddy running off to find his own happiness, Xiao Long chuckled softly to himself. Hey, I guess I can call myself Matchmaker Cupid now. This matchmaker is pretty smooth, huh? Now, back to business. This isn't the time to play around. He walked over to the sickbed, letting out a sigh of relief as he saw that Suoni had completed her shedding process smoothly. Suoni was sleeping soundly now, looking much more vibrant and full of life. Xiao Long calculated in his mind, since Suoni seemed fine now, it was time to go pick up Shangni and Banny from the elders. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks upon discovering a strange object lying right beside Suoni. It was a grayish, rigid shell shaped like a gigantic centipede. He realized this was the old shell that Suoni had shed, but what's striking is that it's significantly larger than before, a testament to the spirit beast's remarkable growth after absorbing the spirit core. A spirit core-infused shell has to be special, right? Wei Xiaolong approached, bending down to pick up the sturdy shell, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That was it. He recognized the immense value of this chitinous material. In nature, this is the discarded outer layer left behind when centipede-type species molt to mature. And with a high-level spirit beast like Suoni, this shell is surely an extremely rare and durable material. Typically, after molting, spirit beasts have an instinct to eat their own old shells to immediately recover lost stamina. But because Suoni molted due to the intense stimulation from the spirit-rich core of the heavenly snake, it seems she already had enough energy and didn't even glance at this old shell. Wei Xiaolong held the emerald-colored shell, amazed to find that abundant energy was still radiating and shimmering within it. A brilliant idea struck him. Wouldn't it be great to let Huang Ni and Ban Ni absorb it? Now he had something to bribe the two little ancestors. Thinking of it, he did it. He immediately asked Zhao Hua to use her sharp claws to help cut this pile of shells into small, edible pieces. At the same time, in the room of Senior Duong Vo Than, a chaotic scene was spiraling out of control. The two little ancestors, Huang and Ban, were making a huge mess. They were jumping and tumbling everywhere, causing vases and books to fall and break. Can you two just sit still for a second? He shouted, threatening that if they kept acting up, he would return them to Wei Xiaolong immediately. Just then, Wei Xiaolong was standing outside the door, hearing the crashing sounds and the shouting inside, feeling quite sorry for his grandfather. He gently pushed the door open and stepped in. Grandfather, I'm here. Seeing his savior appear, Duong Vo Than was as relieved as if he'd struck gold. He panted and ordered, Wei Xiaolong, you're here at the right time. Take these two kids away. This summer break is a disaster. Taking care of these two little ones was more exhausting for him than deep cultivation because they wouldn't stay still for a single second. Wei Xiao Long could only scratch his head. Yes, sir. But as he looked toward the corner of the room, he realized Huang and Ban were still hiding behind a pillar, looking at him with resentful eyes, as if the emotional wound from feeling abandoned by their father in the previous battle hadn't healed yet. To coax his two little daughters, Wei Xiao Long took out a large cloth bag, smiling mysteriously. Father has brought a gift that tastes just like the spirit core, just as I promised the other day. Hearing the words spirit core, the long ears of the two little ones immediately perked up. Wei Xiaolong chuckled to himself, because kids really can't resist good food. He took out the small pieces of Sony's shell, which radiated a gentle spirit energy. Come on, you two, try this. Father has made it easy for you to eat. Playing the flatterer like this. Are you two done being mad? As soon as they tasted a piece, Huang and Ban's eyes suddenly lit up due to the amazing flavor and the pure spirit power from the shell of the first Venom King. They jumped up in delight. All the resentment and anger from before seemed to vanish completely into thin air amidst their happy squeaks. It's good, isn't it? I have plenty more at my place. Let's go get some more. Seeing that the two had made peace and were being clingy again, he scooped them up onto his shoulders and turned to respectfully bid farewell to the old man. Grandfather, I'll take the little ones now. Thank you for looking after them for me. Duong Vo then nodded in satisfaction, not forgetting to remind the two little ones to listen to their father. Under the dim lights of the Beast Palace hallway, Wei Xiaolong strode back to his room with two adorable burdens jumping on his shoulders, closing out a day full of worries but also truly warm moments with his beloved spirit beasts. Finally, he had brought his two little peach wines home. Wei Xiaolong smiled, watching Huang Ni and Ban Ni happily gnawing on the pieces of So Ni's shell on his shoulders. He secretly thought that if they kept absorbing spirit power from the cores like this, perhaps it wouldn't be long before they both entered the evolution process just like So Ni. While lost in plans for the future, Wei Xiaolong suddenly saw Thuong Long and Kim Feng waiting for him. Seeing that Kim Feng was able to leave her bed and walk around, Wei Xiaolong hurried to check on her, worried about whether her health was truly stable. Kim Feng smiled sincerely, affirming that thanks to him, she had recovered quickly. She came over not just to thank him for saving her life, but especially to appreciate that Wei Xiaolong had helped. That blockhead Thuong Long wake up and bravely face his own heart. Thuong Long stood nearby, scratching his head awkwardly. He swore to keep this great favor from his younger brother etched in his memory. Wei Xiaolong just laughed it off, saying he only helped his brother clarify his true feelings. Without Wei Xiaolong as a wingman, it would have taken a blockhead like Thuong Long forever to escape his bachelorhood. The group walked together to where the pieces of Sony's shed shell were scattered. Thuong Long looked at the giant shell radiating spirit energy in amazement. Wei Xiaolong explained that because there was still lingering spirit core energy inside, he had brought it for the kids to nourish themselves. He kindly told Huang Ni and Ban Ni to look at all the delicious food waiting for them. Wei Xiaolong started preparing, telling them, "Wait a moment, kids." But the cheerful atmosphere suddenly vanished when Wei Xiaolong noticed something unusual about one of the spirit beasts. Ban Ni suddenly froze, her whole body trembling violently with strange rays of light emitting from her. He asked in a panic, "Ban Ni, what's wrong?" Before anyone could react, Ban Ni let out a resentful cry and erupted with powerful spirit energy that shocked both Thuong Long and Kim Feng. Wei Xiaolong stared in shock at his little child, who was sobbing with a look of extreme grievance. Hidden behind the appearance of the young flying heaven centipede was a cute little girl with buns in her hair, tears streaming down her face, looking very pitiful. Wei Xiaolong was so stunned he went pale as a sheet, frozen as he watched Ban Ni sobbing, tears pouring down like a child who had been abandoned. Kim Feng sighed and remarked that the little one seemed very sad and resentful. She didn't forget to turn to scold Wei Xiaolong. "I thought you would be more thoughtful than this." Leaving the guy confused as he asked back, "Why do you say that? Haven't I been thoughtful enough? Men really don't know how to take care of children." Kim Feng began to explain the psychology of little girls to the naive younger brother. She affirmed that even though they are spirit beasts, Ban Ni still has a sensitive heart. Wei Xiaolong giving the old shell of So Ni to her was no different from making a younger sister use her older sister's hand-me-downs. No wonder she was offended. She even drew a parallel from her own past at the family estate, where she and her sisters always had to wear hand-me-downs and always longed to wear something new for once. She believed Ban Ni thought Wei Xiaolong favored her older sister more than her. Wei Xiaolong was in total shock, but seeing Shang happily munching on the shell, he couldn't help but wonder. Shu figured that perhaps Shang was just playing along to save his pride. Wei Xiaolong let out a long sigh, realizing that being a father to daughters was truly a daunting challenge. He tried to sit down and coax Ban. "Come on, Ban, don't be like that. Isn't this tasty? Daddy just wants you to grow up big and strong like your sister. Despite Wei Xiao Long trying to explain that she had been eating just fine a moment ago, Ban kept her arms crossed, her face flushed with annoyance. Finally, she burst into tears and darted away, leaving Wei Xiao Long calling out her name in complete helplessness. Shu watched with concern, feeling uneasy. She's run off now, the poor thing. What are we going to do? Wei Xiaolong stood there, his face etched with worry for his little girl. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace under the setting sun, a sniffling Ban ran into Tang Yin. She gently gathered the little girl into her arms, listened to her heart, and softly exclaimed, "Oh, so that's what happened." Tang Yin-er's gentleness seemed to be the only medicine, capable of soothing Ban wounded heart at that moment. She looked truly upset. Tang Yin-er held Ban and sighed softly as she looked at the little girl's pouting silhouette. Who knows what's going through her head? Poor thing. As everyone was preoccupied with Ban mood, Yin Hoa suddenly looked around and asked, "Hey, where's Wei Xiao Long? Are the two of them having a sulking contest?" Hearing this, the group suddenly remembered the scene in the room. He's been frozen in place for a long time. He must be completely stunned. Realizing the situation was at a standstill, Tang Yin decided to step in. She flashed a bright smile and carried Ban away. "I'll try to coax Ban myself. I don't think Wei Xiao Long can solve this problem right now." She thought to herself, just as they say, there is truly no cure for arguments between fathers and daughters, especially with a blockheaded father like Wei Xiao Long. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao Long finally managed to pull himself together, though his face remained filled with sorrow and worry as he trudged over to the Phi Thien Xa's iron cage. With a look of deep guilt and embarrassment, he clasped his hands and pleaded, "My dear Phi Thienza, I'm terribly sorry to have to say this, but do you have anything left for me?" He secretly hoped to ask for a bit more medicinal herbs or a beast core to bring back and soothe Banner, but in response to such an outrageous request came an angry hiss from the spirit beast. "I already gave you the beast core. What more do you want? Give it a rest." Immediately, a massive, deep purple spiritual pressure manifested behind the little snake. Terrified by the wrath of the victim he had just stripped of its cultivation, Wei Xiaolong frantically waved his hands and backed away in fear. "I'm sorry, forget it. Just forget what I just said." He was drenched in sweat, stammering an explanation. "I only asked because I still had a glimmer of hope. You saw how angry Banner is. I'm truly at my wit's end." Looking at the Phi Thien Xa brooding in its cage, Wei Xiaolong suddenly fell silent in thought. Come to think of it, it just had its magic core stolen. I thought it would be more upset than Banner, Wei Xiaolong mused. But no, perhaps it's more gentle than I thought. Feeling an invisible bond, Wei Xiaolong stepped closer to the iron cage and asked gently, "By the way, have you decided on staying with us? We'd really love for you to stay." Wei Xiaolong beamed with a bright smile. "Even though our first meeting wasn't the best, I promise to treat you better from now on. How about it? Will you become a part of my family?" After a few tense seconds of silence, the Sunder Phi Thien Xi turned its head away, gave a cold huff, and then slowly nodded in agreement. This unexpected consent made Wei Xiaolong deliriously happy. He shouted, "Huh, really? That's amazing. We're going to get along so well." Without a second of hesitation, Wei Xiaolong excitedly declared, "Now that we're family, you can't be locked up like this." He quickly swung the iron cage door wide open. All done. Shortly after, Wei Xiaolong affectionately scooped up the Phi Thien Xa. Tang Yin'er, standing behind and witnessing this heartwarming scene, also smiled happily. In her arms, she was still cuddling with Shang-er, while So-er flew around joyfully nearby. A new spirit beast family had officially been formed, dispelling the gloom of the recent battle. I wonder how many days this group can stay peaceful with this clumsy dad around. I should give you a name, shouldn't I? Wei Xiaolong thought deeply while cuddling the little Phi Thien Zhe. He realized he couldn't just keep calling it Heavenly Snake forever because the name sounded too generic. With his penchant for fancy names, Wei Xiaolong decided the new name had to keep the word Thien Heaven to sound majestic. He excitedly suggested, "If you're a boy, let's go with not Thien, shall we?" But just to be sure, Wei Xiaolong suddenly became curious about the beast's gender. "Let me take a quick look to see if you're a boy or a girl." As soon as he said that, he casually lifted the snake's tail to check. This abrupt action made the little spirit beast flush with shame and anger. A piercing hiss rang out, followed by a powerful tail whip straight to Wei Xiaolong's face, sending him flying. Tang Yin'er, who was holding Banner nearby, could only scream in alarm. The little beast was still fuming, its eyes glowing as it glared at Wei Xiaolong with reproach. After that heavy slap, Wei Xiaolong clutched his face in pain, but that was when he realized a shocking truth. "You're a girl?" He frantically knelt to apologize for his insensitivity. "I'm sorry. I was so sure you were a boy." Seeing the little snake had calmed down and looked shy, Wei Xiao Long scratched his head, thinking of a name that was more feminine and elegant. Well, I should pick a cuter name. Let's see. His eyes stopped on its shimmering emerald mane. An idea flashed, and he beamed with satisfaction. How about calling you Diepsa? What do you think of the name Diepsa? The spirit beast seemed very pleased with the new name. It gave a slight nod in agreement. Wei Xiaolong rejoiced. That's great. From now on, your name is Diepsa. But then his perfectionist side kicked in. He suddenly remembered he hadn't included Thien in the name as he originally planned. He quickly corrected himself. So, what do you think about the name Thien Diepsa? Once he finished, Wei Xiaolong pondered again. He realized that sometimes strange and simple names are the best. Finally, he officially settled on the name for the newest member of the family. And so, from that moment on, Thien Zia became Thien Diep Zia. Under the brilliant sunset, the Vanthu Palace appeared in all its majesty, marking a new beginning for Wei Xiaolong and his spirit beasts. The next day, the atmosphere in the main hall of Vanthu Palace became extremely solemn. An important meeting was taking place among the top leaders. On the table lay a secret message that had just arrived. Wei Xiaolong's godfather and the senior Tang Vo Than were discussing the next steps in detail. Thuan Long spoke up helplessly. I am deeply sorry for having to entrust this mission to you. His duty called for him to wave his hand reassuringly, affirming that taking on tasks within the martial arts alliance was completely normal. Because Peng Duolong's group was still severely injured and needed to stay at the Myriad Beast Palace for long-term treatment, this heavy responsibility had fallen onto Xiao Long's team. Their mission was to immediately set out and deliver confidential information from the senior martial artist to the Martial Arts Alliance to counter the blood cult's conspiracies in time. It was clear that the demonic cult forces they were about to face had grown much stronger than before. Therefore, the Myriad Beast Palace decided to seize this opportunity to officially join the Martial Arts Alliance to boost the righteous faction's strength. On this crucial journey, senior sister Xue Piao would also accompany Xiao Long's team to provide support. Before leaving, Xiao Long didn't forget to say goodbye and send his sincere regards to brother Duolong, who was still recovering from his injuries. The group officially departed from the Myriad Beast Palace to head toward the Martial Arts Alliance. Along the way, Xiao Long took the opportunity to prepare a special new poison to ready themselves against the vicious tactics of the blood cult. However, instead of going straight there, they decided to stop by the Tang Clan first. Upon arrival, Xiao Long cheered with excitement as he set foot in the land of Sichuan. Seeing the massive architecture unfold before his eyes, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. So this is the Sichuan Tang Clan? It's seriously massive. Even senior sister Xu Piao, who hailed from the mountains of Yunnan, couldn't hide her astonishment at the grandeur of it all. She exclaimed that its scale was as huge as an entire mountain. However, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Tang Nianer's piercing scream. Xiao Long, we got a huge problem. Panic was written all over her face. Tang Nianer stammered as she broke the shocking news. Bonnie is gone. She was literally just here. Xiao Long was stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he realized the situation was far from simple. He stammered, wondering where on earth the little girl could have gone in this unfamiliar place. And then a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be just as he feared, still harboring resentment and anger toward her father from before? Banny had actually run away. She had decided to leave home because she felt hurt. Oh no, she's all grown up with wings now, throwing a tantrum and running off. This is way too dangerous. 4 hours had passed since Bonnie threw her tantrum and ran away from home, and night had completely blanketed the forests of the Tang Clan. Xiao Long, Tang Nianer, and Snow Sister were still desperately combing through every single bush and rock crevice in extreme anxiety. Xiao Long kept shouting the little girl's name over and over. Bonnie, where are you? Every time they saw any creature moving in the bushes, they hoped it was her, only to be met with disappointment. Xiao Long scratched his head in frustration, sheer panic written all over his face. Where on earth did this little Banny run off to? I wonder if she's hitting puberty, making her temperament so hard to predict. Seeing that searching the dark, deep forest on foot wasn't yielding any results, Snow Sister anxiously spoke up. Xiao Long, we can't just keep searching blindly like this. Hurry up, use telepathy to contact Banny. Xiao Long gave a firm nod. I got it. He immediately closed his eyes to concentrate his mental energy, channeling spiritual beast energy as a glowing cyan aura enveloped his body. Deep within his consciousness, he earnestly sent out an apology message. Banny, where are you? Dad was wrong. Come back quickly. The outside world is so dangerous. There are a lot of bad hunters out there who want to harm you. What are you going to do if you get kidnapped running away like this? ZC. Suddenly, an electric shock surged through his mind, making Xiao Long jump in fright as sweat poured down like rain and his eyes rolled back in shock. What? Seeing his strange expression, Tangy and Big Sister Shu asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Long," did Bin reply. Xiao Long stammered, his face a mix of shock and speechlessness. The kid said that until she grows up and becomes prettier than Big Sister Shang she will never come home. That's what she just said. That answer, filled with childish jealousy and determination to improve her looks, left everyone including and Shang frozen in amazement. While everyone at the foot of the mountain was caught between laughter and tears, on a precarious cliff near the peak of the Tang sect, under the dim moonlight, the main target of the search was still crawling alone. Bin in her small spirit beast form, was full of resentment and stubbornness. She seemed to still be very angry at her father and was determined to carry out her plan to run away from home to prove herself, regardless of the worry engulfing her family below. Kids, always thinking that's cool. Bin crawled alone on the precarious cliff in the middle of the dark night. She turned her head slightly to look back, a sense of infinite self-pity rising in her heart. Memories of the days when Xiao Long and Tang would hold and cuddle her as the cutest youngest child surfaced, making her eyes blur with tears. Because she was so lost in the sadness of feeling left behind compared to her sisters, Bin lost her guard and slipped off the sharp rock. A shrill cry echoed as her small figure fell freely into the deep, dark abyss. After bouncing repeatedly off the cliff walls, Bin landed with a thud in a dark cave at the foot of the mountain. Afterward, Soer fell into a cave filled with countless green snakes. Luckily, none of them seemed dangerous. Apparently realizing that the little girl was the highly venomous flying centipede, they quickly scattered and fled. As she went deeper into the cave, the space around, Bin became gloomier and scarier than ever. A stream of dark purple evil energy suddenly surrounded her, bringing an invisible, suffocating pressure that made Bin tremble. Bin's eyes widened, showing pure terror as she sensed a powerful entity watching her from the shadows. A small, lonely cry signaled that she had accidentally wandered into the territory of something extremely dangerous. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight crept through the ancient tiled roof of the Tang residence, the atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Xiao Long and Shui Piao sat listlessly on the stone steps, their faces haggard and exhausted after a long, sleepless night searching the mountains and forests. Despite their best efforts, they hadn't found any trace of Bin and had to return to discuss the next step. Seeing Xiao Long lost in self-reproach, she spoke up softly to reassure him. "It'll be fine. Don't worry so much, Xiao Long. It's still young, but it is a centipede of the Tang Clan, right?" Xiao Long could only sigh heavily. Yes, but his heart was still filled with anxiety about the safety of his little daughter. He wondered if she was safe now or if she had become prey for wild beasts. Shui Piao suddenly looked up at the sky with a bewildered expression. "Huh?" A buzzing sound rang out, and from afar, a tiny creature radiating sparkling spiritual energy appeared. It was none other than the golden fur bee king, with its golden fur and a small crown on its head. Both he and Xiao Long were stunned, unable to hide their shock. The golden hair bee king, why was it here? Xiao Long quickly explained that this was a rare queen bee species, specially raised at the Tang Clan, but he himself didn't understand what had led them here at this moment. Before he could steady himself, the little bee darted forward like an arrow, slamming into Xiao Long's face, making him let out a groan. Xiao Long panicked and struggled as the queen bee clung tightly to his face. "Hey, why is it acting like this?" But contrary to his fear, the golden hair bee king began to exhibit extremely strange behavior. It pursed its lips and pressed against Xiao Long's face, blushing with a look of affection. This was the trophallaxis feeding phenomenon commonly seen in social insects like bees or ants. Through the sharing of food or nectar, mouth to mouth, they not only pass on nutrition but also use it as an important means of communication, showing absolute trust in the other party. Looking at the determined expression of the golden hair bee king, Xiao Long realized it wanted to feed him nectar because it saw he was exhausted after a sleepless night of searching for Ban Ni. Even though he was very touched to be accepted by the hive as an official member, Xiao Long still found this scene a bit too much for a man to handle. Just as that tiny beak was about to touch his lips, Xiao Long quickly and cleverly held out Shang Ni, whom he was carrying, as a shield. The result was that poor Shang Ni took the brunt of the sudden feeding, her face dazed and bloated from the nectar. Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Xiao Long hurriedly apologized and reassured the queen bee. "I'm sorry. I truly appreciate what you're doing, but I'm already full," he thought to himself. If he kept refusing, it would create trust issues with the queen bee, so he came up with the idea of a spiritual connection to bring it into his communication network. However, connecting wasn't as simple as he thought. Xiao Long was currently maintaining a soul link with 3 black-banded centipedes. If he added another flow of consciousness, as powerful and distinct as the golden hair bee king, He could easily suffer from qi deviation due to disrupted circulation. He told himself he had to proceed very cautiously. Just as he was focusing his mind, the thunderous shout of Elder Tang Wuching rang out from behind. Xiao Long, what is going on here? The elder rushed over aggressively, his face full of rage that made everyone shudder. I heard Ban Ni ran away last night. Is that true? He scolded Xiao Long for not reporting such a big matter to him from the night before so it could be handled in time. Thinking of a tiny creature like Ban Ni, shivering in fear in some dark corner, the elder became even more anxious. Xiao Long could only lower his head in apology. I'm sorry, elder. I tried to continue searching using animal telepathy, but it hasn't been very effective. Let's try searching one more time. I will dispatch the blood poison squad to scour the Tang Clan mountains thoroughly. Immediately, a large-scale search officially began. The Tang Clan's blood poison squad did not shy away from difficulty, overturning every rock and blade of grass across the mountainsides. With effective aerial assistance from the Golden Hair Bee King, they checked every treacherous nook and cranny. But time kept passing, and it was already the third day, yet all efforts had yielded no results. Xiao Long stood in the deep forest, eyes closed tight, circulating his energy, trying to maintain telepathic contact to feel even the tiniest breath of his little daughter. He was determined not to abandon her, even if the hope of a connection was faint. Is there still no response? Xiao Long. Xu Piao approached him anxiously and asked when she saw Xiao Long's face growing paler. He sighed helplessly. Yeah, nothing yet. Xu Piao pondered, finding this truly strange. Unlike humans, who are full of schemes, animals don't know how to hide their intentions. If they were connected via animal telepathy, there should at least be some kind of reaction or vibration. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Long's mind, making his eyes widen in horror. Could the wild beasts on the mountain have done something to her? The image of poor Ban Ni being snatched away by a giant owl appeared, making him tremble, sweat pouring off him like rain. But then Xiao Long quickly dismissed it. No, that can't be it. If that happened, a telepathic connector like me would know immediately, because the soul would suffer a massive psychological shock. I hope she's safe, and I don't dare to face the worst-case scenario. Xiao Long thought to himself that it was rare to have no response like this, unless she was sleeping too soundly. He remembered Ban Ni's sleepyhead nature and couldn't help but laugh through his tears. While he was deep in thought, Tang Wucheng and Tang Yin approached. Xiao Long, have you found anything? Xiao Long sadly lowered his head. Not yet. I'm truly ashamed. The elder clicked his tongue. He determined that although they hadn't found Ban Ni, the group couldn't afford to waste any more time here. It was better to leave the rest to the Tang Clan disciples. We need to prepare to depart for the Martial Arts Alliance soon. Tang Wucheng sternly reminded him of the important mission awaiting them. He also didn't forget to tell Xiao Long that he needed to take the time to brew new types of poison to replace the green pool poison, to have more powerful weapons to fight the demon sect. Even though he hadn't found his daughter, his mission couldn't be abandoned either. Oh, by the way, among the venomous creatures you brought back from Yunnan this time, there is one quite interesting one, and you've already prepared it in the poison nursery. Tang Wucheng's words made Xiao Long immediately perk up, his eyes shining with curiosity. Really? I've already prepared everything. The elder smiled and said, surely by now the disciples at the Tang Clan had begun extracting its toxins. Xiao Long excitedly discussed the toxicity of the golden wasp species. Although it was very effective for making medicine, it was extremely difficult to collect in large quantities. However, when thinking of the special creature the elder mentioned, Xiao Long scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Still, it's just a creature that's a bit difficult to handle. I don't know if everything will go smoothly. At the Tang Clan's poison nursery, a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. The trembling footsteps of the disciples rang out as they approached a giant ceramic jar radiating plumes of crimson smoke filled with evil energy. This creature, a disciple, stammered in extreme fear while witnessing the horrifying scene inside. A surge of crimson spiritual energy suddenly erupted powerfully. Emerging from the toxic smoke was an extremely terrifying entity, radiating pressure that made anyone who saw it shudder. It was one of the most powerful and ferocious venomous creatures, a true biological weapon that the Tang Clan was keeping in preparation for the life and death battle with the demon sect to come. At the Tang Clan's breeding ground, amidst the quiet space covered by ancient buildings, the elder Tang Wucheng and Xiao Long stood before a giant ceramic jar radiating an eerie, crimson spiritual aura. Tang Vo Than gently asked, "Is this the one, Wei Xiao Long?" Wei Xiao Long bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, sir. This is the creature we worked so hard to capture in Yunnan, known as the mountain green snake." Hearing the name, the elder nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the jar. A mountain green snake, huh? That sounds like quite a formidable name. Just by looking at the energy emanating from the jar's mouth, Tang Than immediately realized that this was definitely no ordinary creature. And indeed, hiding inside was a pit viper, one of the most terrifying and reviled venomous creatures in nature. In reality, this lethal snake is responsible for up to 40% of all snakebite-related deaths in Southeast Asia. With their extremely aggressive nature, they are ready to attack anything that violates their territory. Even the most seasoned experts would shudder in terror when facing one. However, Xiao Long knew clearly that the real reason it is dubbed the worst venomous creature is not just its aggressive nature. As he was lost in thought, a disciple's voice rang out, "Young Master Xiao Long." The disciple hurriedly brought a bowl of fresh chicken blood as he had requested. "I brought the chicken blood, just as you asked." Xiao Long smiled and accepted it. "Ah, thank you." Immediately, he turned to ask the elder to conduct a small experiment. "All right, could you please drip exactly 1 drop of its venom into this bowl?" Although surprised by the strange request, Tang Than still caught the green snake with his bare hands, forcing it to release a drop of transparent venom that fell straight into the bowl of blood. "This snake's venom?" the elder muttered. But the moment the drop of venom touched the surface, a horrifying phenomenon occurred, causing both Tang Than and the disciple to widen their eyes in astonishment. "No way!" The entire bowl of blood has suddenly solidified into a thick clump right before everyone's eyes. Tang Than exclaimed in shock, "That's unbelievable." Xiao Long then began to explain the lethality of this new poison. He analyzed that while the NGOC Ho poison is a hemotoxic type that thins the blood, the venom of this mountain green snake is the complete opposite. It is a potent coagulant. He excitedly explained that just as hemotoxic poison disrupts the meridians, causing a martial artist to lose their internal energy and combat effectiveness instantly, this coagulant poison will completely block the meridians, preventing the enemy from using their internal energy. Moreover, this species is viviparous, giving birth to live young instead of laying eggs, making it extremely easy to breed and increase their numbers. Faced with this great discovery, Tang Than was incredibly excited. "Oh, is that so?" Not wanting to waste time, the elder immediately issued an order. "Then send our Tang sect disciples back to Yunnan to capture as many as possible." Xiao Long replied clearly. "Understood, sir, I will see to it." A new, extremely lethal chemical weapon had officially been put into production by the Tang sect, promising to be a nightmare for any enemy in the future. Always fighting with poison, who could possibly keep up? Xiao Long smiled confidently, secretly resolving to put his all into creating the most lethal poisons possible. He knew the upcoming battle against the demon cult would be extremely grueling, and only careful preparation could wipe out those villains. But his train of thought was interrupted by fast footsteps and the frantic calls of Tang Yin. Xiao Long couldn't help but be surprised. Tang Yin, what's wrong? Why did you show up so suddenly?" Tang Yin gasped for air, urgently breaking the bad news. "It's bad. Tiu Bang is biting Tiu Tuyet." She worried that without timely intervention, Tiu Tuyet would surely be severely injured by its companion's jaws. Hearing this, Xiao Long was shocked to his core, and he shouted in alarm, "What? That's impossible. This house is never peaceful for even a second. Is Tiu Bang really attacking Tiu Tuyet?" Without a second of hesitation, Xiao Long and Tang Yin frantically rushed toward the training yard where the little ones were fighting. While running, Xiao Long asked, "How did that fight start?" Tang Yin. Tang Yin began to explain the whole story. According to Tang Yin, initially, the group of little spirit beasts was gathering in the yard, chatting happily. She thought they were just playing like every other day. But suddenly, Tiu Bang changed, rushing over to bite hard on Tiu Tuyet's neck. No matter how much Tiu Tuyet struggled, Tiu Bang refused to let go. Hearing the detail about the bite on the neck, Xiao Long suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he realized something very unusual. The neck? Could it be? A shocking hypothesis flashed through his mind. What happened to Tiu Bang and Tiu Tuyet? Xiao Long shouted in horror as he witnessed the chaotic scene before him. Tang Yin, standing nearby, was also stunned, her face turning red with embarrassment as she saw the two little spirit beasts tangled up amidst a flurry of falling flower petals. She stammered naively, "Xiao Long, why is Tiu Bang riding on top of Tiu Tuyet like that?" Looking closely at the lizard's behavior, Xiao Long paused, his eyes bulging before quickly shifting to an expression of speechlessness. He let out a sigh of relief. "As I predicted, you don't need to worry. This isn't fighting. It's part of the mating process." Xiao Long's blunt statement left Tang Yin so shocked she froze. She shouted in extreme shyness, "Mating? This kind of fighting doesn't cost lives, it adds more lives." Tang Yin? Looking at her flushed, tomato-red face, Xiao Long added a humorous tease. "It seems we're about to become grandparents." The remark made Tang Yin's heart race with bashfulness. To clear the awkward atmosphere, Wei Xiaolong started playing the role of a reluctant biologist. He explained that when lizards reach breeding season, they don't have romantic courtship scenes like humans. Instead, the process begins with the male using his strength to overpower the female. Wei Xiaolong chuckled, saying that is their characteristic courtship sound, basically saying, "Please have my babies." That's just how it is. At first glance, it looks like a violent battle, but in reality, it's a perfectly normal thing in nature. Oh my, how embarrassing. Wei Xiaolong continued his lecture with a very satisfied expression, claiming that this happening proves Tiu Bang and Tiu Tuyet are getting along extremely well. Tang Yin nodded slightly. Well, that's great then. But before she could finish her sentence, Wei Xiaolong suddenly remembered something terrible. His expression instantly changed, turning pale with fear. Now that this has happened, we have a huge problem. Tang Yin asked anxiously, "Why do you say that, Wei Xiaolong?" Wei Xiaolong muttered in despair. "It looks like I won't be able to go to the Martial Arts Alliance anymore." "What? You can't go to the Martial Arts Alliance, Wei Xiaolong?" A loud slam on the table echoed. A jarring noise rang out, causing the dishes on the dining table to jump. Tang watching roared in a fit of rage, his face turning beet red because he couldn't believe his ears. He demanded to know if the boy was planning to give up because of Binner, while reminding him that he had already sent his best disciples to find her. Sister Shui, sitting nearby, was also restless. She huffed, reminding him of his promise. "That's right, little brother Xiao Long. You said you would go to the Martial Arts Alliance with me. Why are you changing your mind now?" Under the suffocating pressure from the seniors, Xiao Long could only scratch his head and laugh bitterly, stammering an explanation for the awkward situation. Actually, it's because Xiao Bing and Xiao Shu have become a pair, and they just mated for the first time today. This shocking news was blurted out, causing the dining table to fall into a terrifying silence. They might lay eggs within the next 15 days, or at most a month. Xiao Long began to explain the reproductive cycle of the lizards with a worried face. He reasoned that if they were forced to take the long journey to the Martial Arts Alliance without proper preparation, the eggs could be damaged along the way and would be very difficult to care for. Xiao Long hesitantly suggested that it might be better for him to stay behind to take care of the lizards. Even though he was struggling internally about abandoning such an important mission, the duty to protect the little ones left him conflicted. The head of the Tang Clan sat opposite him with a thoughtful expression, his sharp gaze making Xiao Long sweat, swallowing hard for fear of being scolded. Contrary to Xiao Long's anxiety, he was extremely excited that the newly opened breeding ground had produced offspring so soon, signaling a future where the Sichuan Tang Clan would be full of powerful, poisonous creatures. Even the senior, Tang Wocheng, nodded and smiled brightly, thinking that in the midst of his worry over the runaway centipede, this was a timely piece of good news. Everyone congratulated Xiao Long in unison, leaving him bewildered by this unexpected reaction. Sister Shu Piao was even excited enough to rush over and beg Xiao Long to give her one. When the eggs hatched, making the boy laugh awkwardly at his senior sister's enthusiasm. It was only noon, and she had already claimed one of his children. A terrifying, wind-tearing sound suddenly rang out, followed immediately by an arrow pinning itself into the wooden table right in front of Xiao Long, almost causing him to have a heart attack. Who was so bold? The Tang Clan head roared in rage, his eyes blazing with killing intent because someone dared to blatantly fire an arrow in provocation right at the Tang Clan's lair. Tang Yin rushed over in a panic to shield Xiao Long, anxiously asking, "Brother Xiao Long, are you all right?" Everyone in the room braced themselves in high alert against this brazen assassination attempt. There was a letter tied to the arrow. Xiao Long, stunned, pointed to the strange object attached to the shaft. A moment later, in the clan head's room, the atmosphere became tenser than ever. Everyone gathered around the table. Sister Shu Piao trembled as she opened the mysterious letter to read it. When Tang Yin anxiously asked about the contents, Shu Piao froze, her face turning pale with horror. She stammered out the grim news, making the whole room feel like it had frozen over. "The letter says they're going to kidnap Xiao Long." "Kidnap me?" Xiao Long stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Here he was, a grown man sitting at home, yet he was being told he was about to be kidnapped. He couldn't understand why he had become the target of such a bold conspiracy in the heart of the Tang Clan. Meanwhile, outside the castle wall, amidst the dark bushes covered by the night, a mysterious figure was silently observing the entire mansion. It was a young girl with short, jet-black hair, still holding a long bow in her hand. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a demonic red light, staring coldly and calculatingly at the room where Xiao Long was staying. Not long ago, in a quiet little alley in Sichuan, as the sunset painted the sky red, a secret meeting took place. A mysterious man wearing a large conical hat furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He sighed, looking troubled. The thousand-reach larvae won't eat anything at all. Sitting opposite him was a man with black hair, who immediately nodded in weary agreement. That's right, boss. The black-haired man began to recount his arduous journey, his face full of helplessness. To prepare for raising this rare spirit insect, he had scoured the central plains, gathered all the most famous silk weavers, and locked them in an abandoned temple for months. He took a sip of tea and bitterly shared, I managed to get the thousand-reach eggs to hatch, but the larvae won't eat any kind of leaf and are starving to death. I think I did something wrong. Hearing this, the boss in the conical hat exclaimed with suspicion, a mistake? The fact that the larvae won't eat isn't a technical rearing issue. It's because they don't truly understand the bizarre habits of this insect. Because of that deadlock, he insisted that was why he was looking for an insect expert. Right? You need expertise to raise anything. Hearing mention of a savior, the black-haired man asked anxiously, so who is he? The insect expert that the boss mentioned. Responding to his brother's impatience, the boss just smirked mysteriously. Well, that's not a great idea. I'm hesitant about whether to let a thief get near someone I cherish. His evasive attitude made his younger brother furious. He shouted, Boss, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me. I'm about to suffocate here. While on the topic of personnel, the black-haired man became curious about the boss's disciple. He reckoned that with someone teaching the thousand-reach art like the boss, the disciple must be exceptional. The boss looked up at the roof. Wulin? He admitted that at first, he was very worried because she was a girl. But over time, Wulin had proven her supple and agile skills. She had even mastered 7 or 8 parts of the power and was gradually reaching a realm far beyond her masters. If the student surpasses the teacher like that, do they even need teaching anymore? As the successor to the Tao God, she faced no difficulties in covert missions, and he decided to assign her the task of inviting that insect expert. And that expert is none other than the target that every mysterious person in the Tang sect is aiming for. Xiao Long? The boss in the conical hat took a sip of tea and asked thoughtfully, Really? He worried that the insect expert might belong to the 9 great sects or the 7 great families. The black-haired man suddenly realized why his master had been hesitant. The boss warned of the consequences of being caught stealing from major powers, but also confidently asserted that the Tao God's disciple would never get caught. I'll tell you who that expert is, the boss said, pointing decisively. In the dark of night, Lian quietly observed the entire Tang sect from above. The master's smug laughter echoed. He looked forward to a good show to test the true mettle of the new Tao God. In the Tang sect leader's room, the atmosphere became serious. Tang Yin held a bunch of red apples and a letter she had just retrieved from an arrow. She immediately recognized this as the signature token of the predecessor, the Tao God, a legendary figure in the martial arts world. Xiao Long asked blankly, Is the Tao God a thief? Tang Yin explained that he belonged to the rank of emperors among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, similar to the beggar king predecessor that Xiao Long had met. Even though he is a thief, the Tao God is more of a righteous thief. The red apple cluster symbolizes speed and pioneering, which is this predecessor's distinct mark. Xiao Long was still bewildered, wondering, but why would such a high-caliber person go through the trouble of coming here to kidnap me? Tang Yin began to explain the Tao God's contrary rules. It turned out his sect had an immutable rule. One cannot accept anything from anyone without first stealing from them. Therefore, if he needs something from the major sects or families, he will send a letter in advance saying he will come to steal it. In return, if the theft is successful, he will return a gift of greater value than the stolen item, so families often make a habit of leaving things out in advance for him to take. Hearing this, Xiao Long could only exclaim that the Central Plains truly has many eccentric people. Even so, the atmosphere suddenly became tense when Tang Yin suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Her eyes burned with determination as she clearly announced to the seniors, Grandfather, Father, I will set up the dog banner. The granddaughter's fury even startled grandfather Tang Wucheng, who thought to himself, It seems our Tang Yin is very angry. Xiao Long asked blankly, Dog banner? What's a dog banner? Grandfather Tang Wucheng stroked his beard and explained that the dog banner is a flag with pictures of dogs on it. Since the character for dog Su resembles the character for guarding, it implies absolute protection. When receiving a letter from the Tao God, sects can choose to raise the dog banner to try to prevent the theft. However, the price to pay is huge. If they fail, they lose the item and don't receive any compensation from the Tao God. Basically, if you can't keep it, don't come looking. But the grandfather added a detail that made everyone hold their breath. If they successfully prevent it or capture the Tao God, he will fulfill 3 requests, regardless of what they are. Xiao Long was stunned. 3 requests? He thought to himself. That's nothing more than an arrogant declaration that he will never be caught. Xiao Long couldn't help but scratch his head, worried. But can really stop him? Tang Yin anxiously reminded him. If you get kidnapped by the Tao God predecessor, who knows when you'll be able to come back? Xiao Long, do you want to get stolen? Xiao Long waved his hands in panic. Ah, no, I didn't mean that. Immediately, Tang Yin blushed. Xiao Long belongs to me, so I can't just hand him over like that. The sudden outburst left Xiao Long stuttering. Calm down, Tang Yin. Why did you announce that so loudly? However, he still worriedly asked grandfather Tang Wucheng if any family or sect had ever managed to stop the Tao God. The grandfather laughed. Do you think if someone could do it, he would still be the Tao God? He'd probably just be a petty thief. Seeing Xiao Long still anxious, Tang Yin smiled confidently. Don't worry, Xiao Long, we have the little ones, right? Grandfather Tang Wucheng also nodded in agreement. No matter how magically powerful the Tao God is, that only applies to humans. He will never suspect that there is a whole swarm of poisonous insects on guard. Hearing the plan to use the poisonous insect army as a trap, that's right, the Tao God surely wouldn't have anticipated the poisonous insects. Tang Wucheng stroked his beard and laughed heartily. He believed this battle was well worth the effort. It turned out that 10 years ago, he had lost to the Path God after 475 moves, shattering his dream of becoming the Poison Emperor. This time, with careful preparation and the help of his spirit beasts, he was determined to drive his opponent to their wits' end. Long, don't worry. Big Sister will protect you no matter what happens. Seeing everyone's spirits rising, Tang Wucheng gave a loud command. Very well, hang the beast flag on the 9 Treasures Gate. In the main hall of the Tang Clan fort, the Tang Clan head clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. We will capture this thief alive. Meanwhile, night had completely blanketed the area around the Tang Clan. The air became extremely tense as a series of Tang Clan disciples were mobilized to patrol strictly. The shouting of the team leaders echoed everywhere. Search carefully. Absolutely do not let him escape. The disciples responded in unison, then quickly fanned out to every corner, prepared for a night of impeccable guard duty to protect Xiao Long from the hands of the Path God. From a dense thicket, Anne Lian let out a soft sigh of relief that she hadn't been discovered, but her eyes couldn't hide her shock at the chaotic scene below. Seeing the layers of Tang Clan disciples surrounding every nook and cranny, she wondered to herself, what on earth is happening? I thought they wouldn't dare to stop me out of fear for the reputation of the previous Path Gods. I didn't expect the guards to be this strict. What are they guarding so closely, if not their sex treasures? Suddenly, Anne Lian's gaze stopped when she saw a large banner fluttering proudly on the highest peak of the Tang Clan. She gasped in shock. Is that the beast flag? Seeing the image of the 2 fierce wolf heads on the flag, Anne Lian immediately understood the situation. She said to herself, so that's it. This is a test to see if I am worthy of inheriting the title of Path God. She suddenly remembered her master's words and realized why he told her to carry out this theft alone. It turned out this was the challenge the master wanted to use to verify the results of her long training. She began to channel her power, moving as nimbly as a ghost in the night across the ancient tiled roofs. She was more confident in herself than ever before. But as long as I have the 100-mile eye and the heaven-piercing bow, there is nothing in this world I cannot steal. Very well, tonight I will show you all the true prowess of the new Path God. However, just as she was at her most triumphant, a sudden feeling of unease struck her, causing Anne Lian to freeze. She startled and blurted out, huh. Under her feet, she felt a sticky, heavy sensation. Anne Lian looked down and realized with horror that her feet were trapped in a thick, white web. A spider web? She gasped in shock. Before she could process what was happening, a powerful wave of deep blue spiritual energy suddenly erupted right above her head. An Lin trembled violently, her face deathly pale. She was so terrified that she could only cry out in despair. Master, they're coming from all directions. Xiao Long's legion of spirit beasts had simultaneously appeared to surround her. So Ni, in her majestic flying centipede form, roared from above. A swarm of golden-haired bee kings buzzed densely, ready to attack, and in the distance, Hua An sat atop a giant spirit beast, her eyes cold and sharp. Anne Lian was completely caught in a web of lethal venomous insects, a deadly trap she had never anticipated in her life. Oh, they brought out the whole squad. There's nowhere left to run now. Anne Lian had to push herself to the limit to escape through the dense bushes, her breathing growing heavy. Behind her, the Tang sect disciples had picked up her trail. Over there. Do not let them escape. The precarious situation made Anne Lian click her tongue in annoyance. But what terrified her most wasn't the people chasing her, it was the appearance of these strange creatures. Why does the Tang family have spirit beasts? She realized that even a second of delay would mean certain capture, so this is why the Tang sect was so confident in their defense system. Spirit beasts were everywhere, from the sky to the ground, and she couldn't help but be impressed. The Sichuan Tang family truly lives up to their reputation. Their methods are formidable. Yet, With the skills of a new Dao god, An Lian remained surprisingly calm. She told herself that even if they followed her, she could just lose them. Instantly, she utilized her elite movement technique, creating dazzling paths to evade the swarm of bees. An Lian kept darting through the night, thinking to herself that she never expected things to take such a turn. But she wasn't some amateur they could easily deal with. A sinister smile appeared on An Lian's lips as she glanced back. Well played, just wait, Xiao Long. A true confrontation between the new Dao God and the young master of the Beast Palace begins now. I will definitely capture you. An Lian gritted her teeth in determination. In the training arena, the home of the golden-haired Bee King, the atmosphere was chaotic with the buzzing of thousands of bee warriors. Right in the center, Xiao Long held his head in disbelief, his face showing clear shock as he realized the capture plan had failed. They already escaped? Standing in the middle of the poison nursery, Xiao Long was still stunned. He looked toward the darkness, where the thief had just vanished, and lamented. I can't believe they left everyone in the dust that quickly. It seemed their opponent's strength far exceeded what he and the spirit beasts had anticipated. Xiao Long pondered, admitting that the rumors about the #1 thief in the Central Plains were indeed true. Based on what Sony had just recounted, he realized that person was incredibly sharp, spotting both the invisible threads and the dense guard of the children to find a gap and escape. Tang Yin, with Shanger on her shoulder, also looked very worried. She reminded him that it seemed the thief hadn't given up yet. They were definitely lurking and waiting for an opportunity to strike at Xiao Long. To ensure the target's absolute safety, Tang Yin had an idea. Why don't we temporarily take shelter inside the beehive? She decided she and Xianger would handle the perimeter patrol, turning the hive into an impenetrable fortress. Xiao Long nodded in agreement. I understand, Tang Yin. Stepping into the bee's home, Xiao Long smiled softly and patted the little warriors buzzing around him. I'm so sorry for dropping in so suddenly. I'm afraid I have to trouble you guys a bit because of this uninvited guest. Xiao Long slowly sat down in the warm hive. He silently calculated the time. He heard that the thief would only retreat at dawn, so he had to wait a few more hours. Better safe than sorry, as long as the thief doesn't carry me off. Right, guys? Looking at the loyal bees buzzing around, Xiao Long reassured himself. With the spirit beasts and everyone from the Tang family fighting with all their might, he didn't think he would be captured that easily. He believed that with these layers upon layers of defense, even a Dao god would have a hard time reaching him. But the tense atmosphere suddenly melted away as the little bees began to descend, cuddling Xiao Long affectionately. He laughed with delight. Ha ha, are you guys trying to protect me too? The feeling of hundreds of soft bees covering his body made Xiao Long feel incredibly comfortable. He leaned back against the hive wall, enjoying the rare relaxation. It felt much softer and warmer than he had imagined. It was truly soothing. The warmth and the steady buzzing were like a lullaby, causing Xiao Long's eyelids to grow heavy. He let out a long yawn and drifted into a deep sleep before he even knew it, even drooling because he was so comfortable. Watching the target they were supposed to protect pass out so nonchalantly, the golden-haired bee kings could only stand there with giant question marks over their heads. Perhaps even they never expected this young master to have the nerve to sleep soundly in the middle of an enemy ambush. Resisting sleep in a warm beehive really wasn't easy. He was dozing off in the hive when suddenly the DXA snaked its head out of his shirt and hissed, making him jump in fright. Xiao Long woke up in a panic, scrambling to make excuses to save face. I was wide awake. I wasn't sleeping at all. As he clumsily rubbed his face, a voice called out from the cave entrance. Xiao Long saw the bees begin to buzz in alert, so he quickly reassured them. It's all right, everyone, that's just my sister. He looked up at the figure that appeared. Sister too yet? Why are you here so suddenly? She told him to listen carefully and not to be too shocked. Then she revealed shocking news. We've captured the thief. Xiao Long's eyes widened in surprise. I only just closed my eyes. How did everything happen so fast? I hope this isn't another one of their traps. He still couldn't believe his ears. Is that true, sister? Tuyet Fu nodded, confirming that everyone was escorting the thief to the family head to be interrogated. She urged him to go see for himself. Xiao Long followed her, silently marveling that the famous thief had been caught so quickly, not even waiting until dawn. Truly, the mighty tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. No matter how talented the thief was, they couldn't escape the Tang sect's ultimate trap. Wei Xiao Long excitedly shared, I'm so curious to see what that thief actually looks like. But the moment Wei Xiao Long's guard was at its lowest, a sudden strike landed squarely on the back of his neck. Wei Xiao Long only managed a pained gasp before collapsing to the ground, his body paralyzed and unable to move. The person wearing Shu's appearance spoke coldly. I've hit your pressure points to paralyze you, so you won't be able to move for a while. I don't have any ill intentions, I hope you can understand. In his daze, Wei Xiao Long realized the bitter truth with horror. What? That wasn't Shui. The person standing before him was none other than the thief An Lin, who had used a sophisticated disguise technique to lure him into a trap right inside the Tang sect's lair. Not bad. You truly live up to the name of young hero Wei Xiao Long. The thief, still wearing Shua's face, smirked triumphantly now that the prey was firmly in her grasp. Before someone finds us, let's get out of here quickly. Wei Xiao Long, currently paralyzed, could only lie motionless on the ground, his breathing shallow in his helplessness. No, she intended to drag him away, but just then, an unexpected variable occurred. The Daixie lunged from Wei Xiao Long's sleeve, sinking its sharp fangs into the kidnapper's hand. The thief was shocked that such a small creature would dare to attack her. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Xiao Long gathered all his remaining strength to shout for help. Is anyone there? Help me. I don't want to be kidnapped. The pain from the bite left the imposter stunned. She clutched her arm as it began to swell, gasping in shock. What is this? The poison from the spirit beast began to take effect rapidly, making her sway, her face pale with terror. Ah, no, it's poison. I have no strength left to stand. The thief collapsed, pinning Wei Xiao Long underneath her. Good grief. He was already paralyzed and now someone was lying on top of him. How was he supposed to survive this? The Daixie didn't stop. It reared up, looking threatening as if it wanted to protect its master to the end. Wei Xiao Long was pinned so heavily he felt suffocated. He gasped with difficulty. I can't breathe. Seeing his spirit beast still radiating murderous intent, he hurriedly calmed it down. Daixie, calm down. This person isn't an enemy. After a quick assessment of the situation, Wei Xiao Long let out a sigh of relief as he realized the Daixie's venom only caused mild paralysis. The thief would likely only be unconscious for a short while. He silently told himself he must teach the Daixie not to bite people so casually again. Even though things didn't go quite as planned, Wei Xiao Long still felt lucky. At least, in the end, he had caught the thief. He suddenly recalled mystical martial arts that could alter one's voice and appearance, silently marveling that this person could disguise herself as Shu so perfectly that she had even fooled him. He nearly got kidnapped. How dangerous was that? But then, something strange made Wei Xiao Long freeze. Huh! As the person lay on top of him, a faint, pleasant fragrance suddenly wafted to his nose. Wei Xiao Long narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Where is this scent coming from? Does this thief even wear perfume? Curious, the Daixie used its mouth to pull at the fur cloak of the unconscious person. The moment the disguise shifted, Wei Xiao Long was completely stunned. He stammered, unable to speak. What is this? Beneath the dim moonlight, it wasn't a rugged man, but the face of a beautiful young woman with smooth, fair skin and luscious red lips, fast asleep with her eyes closed. A sense of total bewilderment consumed his mind. She's a girl? Looking at the young woman resting her head on his lap with a peaceful expression, Wei Xiao Long blushed, his heart racing at this bizarre situation. Great, I've guarded my virtue for so many years, only to let a thief use my lap as a pillow. On a bright morning at the reception hall of the Sichuan Tang Clan, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely somber. Everyone was gathered around a bed where the captured young woman lay unconscious. Tang Yin couldn't help but wonder as she looked at the girl's appearance. So, this woman is the new Dao God? She looks just like any ordinary girl. However, Tang Than spoke up to confirm the truth. He believed that the eccentric old Dao God had likely officially passed the title to his disciple, because every clue collected confirmed she was indeed the current successor. To prove his point, the old man pointed to the girl's wrist. Don't you notice that thing wrapped around her wrist? That is the Heaven Searcher. It is the Tang sect's legendary treasure, an undeniable proof of her current status. Seeing that the truth was clear, Wei Xiao Long also silently marveled. If that were true, that was even better. But the atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by an angry shout from Shui. It turned out the reason she was so furious was that while she was paralyzed and unconscious, this thief had not only stripped her but also left her in a thin, ill-fitting nightgown, leaving her in a ridiculous situation among the bushes. How dare she hit my pressure points and strip me? Just wait until I wake up. I will definitely fight her to the death. Putting Shu's clothing issue aside, Tang Yin turned curiously to ask Wei Xiao Long, why would the new Dao God specifically want to kidnap you? Could it be that she's secretly fallen for you? Wei Xiao Long hurriedly waved his hand, thinking Tang Yin was just joking too much because he had never even met her before. However, Tang Yin continued to tease, suggesting that in this world, it was possible for someone to be attracted to a man from afar and then decide to kidnap him. She even compared this situation to how the Heaven Power Snake was subdued by Wei Xiao Long before, leaving the poor guy only able to cry out to the heavens, feeling like he was somehow at fault. Just as the conversation was trailing off, the door was slammed open, startling everyone. A Tang family steward rushed into the room with a panicked expression. Young master, you need to come outside right now. Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yin looked at each other in confusion. What happened? The steward scratched his head and stammered, reporting that there was an uninvited guest who had just appeared at the main gate of the Tang Clan. Wei Xiaolong frowned, wondering who could be so bold as to dare to seek out the Tang sect's lair at a time like this. At that very moment, at the majestic main gate, a disheveled figure with messy gray hair stood calmly, chewing on something, their eyes hidden behind tangled hair, radiating an invisible pressure, signaling that a turbulent visit was about to begin. These kids are so slow. Outside the peaceful grounds of the Tang family estate, the old master in his familiar, sloppy attire sat calmly chewing on a snack, muttering impatiently. As soon as they received the report, Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yin rushed headlong toward the main gate. Upon seeing the familiar figure of the expert, Wei Xiaolong exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Katuong, it's been a long time. Is everyone still safe and sound?" Upon arriving, both Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yin hurriedly bowed respectfully to greet the senior. Wei Xiaolong was still in shock, so he asked curiously, "Senior, what brings you all the way out here? Did the guards outside treat you with any disrespect?" Visiting like this definitely has a reason, he thought. Answering his concern, Katuong laughed heartily. Nothing like that. Thanks to you people, I'm actually living in luxury here." However, the old man's expression suddenly turned serious. He revealed the true purpose of his visit. "I came here immediately after hearing that you had captured the disciple of the Tao God." This statement caused both Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yin to widen their eyes in horror. Wei Xiaolong stammered, unable to believe his ears. How? How did you get this information so quickly? And hey, old man, how much longer do you plan on hiding over there?" Katuong suddenly turned toward a nearby bush and shouted defiantly. To everyone's confusion, he continued, "Aren't you here to take your disciple back?" Immediately, from the shadows of the trees, a man with sharp eyes gritted his teeth in annoyance. The figure performed a skillful leap from above, landing softly right in front of Wei Xiaolong's group. The newcomer scratched his head sheepishly and offered a forced smile. "This is my first time visiting this place, so I'm a bit shy." He. Stealing didn't work, so of course he's shy, they thought. He loudly introduced himself. "It is an honor to meet you. Young hero, I am the Tao God, Ji Zhaiheng." Wei Xiaolong was stunned by the famous senior's identity. He hurriedly bowed to pay his respects. "It is an honor to meet you, senior. My name is Wei Xiaolong." Dao Chen sighed, explaining that he was a sworn brother of Quat Hoang and that sending his disciple on this mission was actually to assist Wei Xiaolong, as requested by that old man Bak Ga. But before they could coordinate, little An Lian had already been captured by Wei Xiaolong's group. Quat Hoang stood by, laughing heartily, insisting that this was the perfect opportunity to repay the debt owed to Wei Xiaolong from before. He patted Dao Chen's shoulder, confidently declaring, "I am certain these 3 gifts will be of great help to you." Hearing this, Dao Chen could only hold his head in frustration. Wait a minute, that old man didn't tell me anything about this. But he just clicked his tongue and let it go, looking toward the gate with a resigned sigh. Whatever, let it be. Since the girl has already been caught, there is nothing more I can do. She is like fish on a chopping block now. So what is the point of talking? By the way, was it that old monster Thien Docthan Quan who caught her? As Dao Chen spoke, a look of obvious worry crossed his face. He anxiously pressed Wei Xiaolong for details about his disciple's condition. He feared that if the monster Duong Vo Than had attacked, mistaking her for him, she might not have survived. Faced with the senior's intensity, Wei Xiaolong could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Actually, it wasn't my grandfather who captured her." That answer left Dao Chen stunned in disbelief. It wasn't him. Just then, Duong Tang Yin's voice called out from behind the gate. "Everyone!" Dao Chen turned around and froze instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat. "What are these strange things?" he stammered, witnessing a legion of exotic spirit beasts marching right before his eyes. From the flying centipede, Suni hovering in the air to the golden fur bee king and other bizarre little creatures, Wei Xiaolong then wore a triumphant smile and casually revealed the shocking truth. "I am the one who captured your disciple along with these little ones." Dao Chen was so shocked he nearly collapsed. He shouted in extreme horror. "What? The girl is still alive?" Looking at the powerful monster squad doting on Wei Xiaolong's group, Dao Chen couldn't help but be flabbergasted that his disciple had managed to survive that inescapable net. A while later, in the Duong family infirmary, An Lian had woken up but could only cover her face and sob in shame. "Sob, master, please forgive me." Seeing his disciple torment herself, Dao Chen sighed and comforted her. "But you also have to be brutally honest that if you had to face those bizarre things, even you aren't sure if you could make it out alive." Getting back to the main point, Xiao Long asks thoughtfully. Senior, you just said that the heaven silkworm won't eat anything. Senior Beggar King nods in confirmation. He believes that with his profound knowledge of venomous insects, Xiao Long might understand a little bit about this heaven silkworm species. According to the old man, for many generations, the Tao god has had to pass down the heaven silkworm silk to his successor as a sect treasure. But if the entire batch of silkworm eggs dies of starvation, it would be a sect-ending disaster. Since Xiao Long caught An Lian, the Beggar King not only keeps his original promise but also vows to grant him 3 more great favors. He earnestly pleads, please help me resolve this, and I promise to reward you fittingly. Xiao Long touches his chin in thought. He realizes this is no small challenge. Heaven silkworm? Not just simple, but a spirit creature too? Facing the senior's request, Xiao Long nods slightly and speaks up to confirm the situation. All right, Senior Tao God, may I ask exactly how many eggs are left at the moment? Tao God. Ji Hong strokes his chin, his face showing clear anxiety as he calculates. I estimate there are at most only about 3 left. Realizing the remaining amount is too small, Xiao Long immediately makes a proposal. In that case, can you let me examine the remaining eggs? I want to appraise them first. Only by seeing the reality can I know the ins and outs of it all. Seeing Xiao Long's interest, the Tao God is visibly relieved, unable to hide his excitement. Oh, so you really agree to help me? I will do my best to help you achieve your wish. However, I will take custody of all the heaven silkworm eggs. This sudden proposal makes both the Tao God and An Lian, who is lying on the bed, widen their eyes in shock. Tao God Ji Zihong's expression changes immediately, and he roars in surprise, mixed with outrage. What are you saying? You want me to hand over the heaven silkworm eggs to you? Facing the senior's fury, Xiao Long maintains a calm demeanor. He calmly reiterates the previous promise. That is exactly it. Didn't you promise to fulfill all of my requests, Senior? Witnessing this spectacular price gouging, Senior Beggar King, standing nearby, cannot help but laugh out loud. I heard you were very fond of venomous insects, but this ambition is truly not small at all. Who would have thought that the #1 thief of the Central Plains would one day be extorted himself? Truly, there's always a bigger fish. The Tao God still cannot accept this preposterous demand. He snaps. Are you messing with this old man? If I lack those eggs, how can I get what I need? As I have presented, it is extremely critical to me. However, Xiao Long still walks forward with an extremely serious expression, asserting that he is not joking at all. He looks straight into the Tao God's eyes and starts analyzing. I'm not sure how well you understand the heaven silkworm and the heaven silk, but there is an obvious truth that you are inadvertently overlooking. Once you proceed to extract silk from a heaven silkworm, it will certainly lose its life. Xiao Long's assertion left Dao Shen completely stunned. Xiao Long then began to explain the traditional silkworm rearing process that had existed for thousands of years. He explained that right before pupating, silkworms spin silk to wrap themselves into cocoons, and those silk threads become silk. However, to harvest these precious threads, people are forced to submerge the cocoons in boiling water and stir them. In that ruthless process, the silkworm inside inevitably perishes. If you were thrown into boiling water, you'd croak too, let alone a pupa, buddy. Dao Shen muttered thoughtfully, admitting he had also heard weavers talk about this. That's right, I've heard them say that too. If we don't finish them off, there's simply no way to get the silk. Looking at Xiao Long with a helpless expression, he wondered what should be done if they didn't do that. Because the core problem was that they currently only had 3 eggs left, far too fragile of a number to take risks with. Even if the junior could find a way to help the silkworms eat normally again, with a quantity of only 3, there is no guarantee we will harvest enough silk to weave a new thread, let alone leave a legacy for Dao Shen's succeeding generations. Xiao Long continued analyzing with a solemn look, asserting that the most urgent matter right now wasn't extracting silk immediately, but rather caring for them so they can transform into heavenly silkworms, and from there breed to produce even more eggs. Dao Shen Gajihong pondered, and he had to admit that this teenager's words made complete sense. It truly was the case. Seeing that the senior had started to soften, Xiao Long smiled and asked, has Senior ever heard of the title expert before? Facing Dao Shen's blank stare, Xiao Long explained that it was a term distilled from unique elements, expertise, and family innovation. This term refers to a lineage or an individual who dedicates their heart and soul to researching a specific field until reaching the ultimate realm. He proudly stated, our Tang Clan are the experts in poison, and at the same time, the experts in venomous creatures. With boundless confidence, Xiao Long declared that across all of the Central Plains, he and his clan were the only ones with the capability to shoulder the heavy responsibility of preserving the heavenly silkworms. Witnessing the spirit of a young martial hero, Dao Shen couldn't help but be amazed. He looked straight into Xiao Long's eyes and asked for confirmation. Could he really pull that off? Answering that skepticism was a confident smile from Xiao Long. The senior still harbored doubts. Without letting Dao Shen wait any longer, Xiao Long cupped his hands in a salute, radiating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. His eyes flashed with determination as he firmly and loudly made a binding promise. Just trust this matter to this junior. In the Tang Clan's guest parlor, a solemn atmosphere blanketed the room as the negotiation between Xiao Long and Dao Shen came to an end. Dao Shenge Zhaihong slowly pushed an ancient wooden box forward and nodded gently. Here you go. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly opened the lid to reveal the item inside. These were none other than the eggs of the heavenly silkworm. The light radiating from inside the box left Xiao Long stunned. His eyes went wide with astonishment at this rare treasure. He had finally hooked a big fish. Looking at the 3 pearly white eggs resting neatly in the box, Xiao Long broke out in a cold sweat, bringing his hand up to cover his mouth in shock. It's unbelievable why they are this massive. Deep down, he marveled that with a giant egg like this, when fully grown, the heavenly silkworm would surely be as big as a human head. Dao Shen looked straight into the young man's eyes and firmly declared, "All right, this time I'll place my trust in you. The future destiny of Dao Shen is practically in your hands now." Xiao Long quickly regained his composure, scratched the back of his head, and affirmed resolutely, "This humble one will definitely do his utmost." However, driven by the curious nature of an expert, he immediately put forward another request. "Oh, by the way, senior, could you also give me the carcass of that dead heavenly silkworm? Doing so would make it much more convenient to study what kind of creature they actually are." Dao Shen didn't hesitate at all. He took out a small brown cloth pouch and handed it to him. "Is that so? Here you go." The moment he opened the pouch, Xiao Long gasped in amazement once again at what he saw. Truly an eye-opener. Inside the pouch were the remains of heavenly silkworm larvae with extremely bizarre shapes. They looked like little rabbits with long ears, but their eyes were tightly shut. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes to observe, wondering to himself, what on earth is this? Is this a scent gland? He noticed a horn-like organ on their heads, which is a scent gland commonly found in certain caterpillar species that pops out and emits a pungent, foul odor whenever touched to ward off enemies. He shivered in awe. It was so bizarre for a larva to possess something like this. While Xiao Long was deep in research, Elder Tang Wuchang suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered meaningfully, "Xiao Long, come to think of it, I need Dao Shen's help with a few things, so tell them that I can't lend a hand right now." Xiao Long turned back, bewildered. "Huh? Grandpa, why is that?" The old senior gave a faint smirk, smiling slyly. He explained that the group needed to head to the Martial Arts Alliance immediately. And because of Dao Shen's appearance, their journey had been delayed, so he had to take responsibility. Dao Shen was also present there. If they explained the situation clearly, he would surely help them out. Tang Wuchang said in a firm, resolute tone, "Ha, older ginger is truly spicier. Grandfather understands grandfather." Xiao Long instantly changed his expression and turned to Dao Shen, who was waiting impatiently. "Well, have you figured out any clues yet?" Xiao Long feigned a sigh, putting on a troubled look. "The thing is, that's something this junior will study gradually, but I'm afraid it's very hard to help you right now." The unexpected reply made Dao Shen furious. He slammed the table and shouted, "What do you mean by that? I handed the heavenly silkworms over to you just like you asked, and yet you're going back on your word like this." Unfazed, Xiao Long played his final psychological card. He proclaimed loudly, "Because of the letter you sent, this junior missed an extremely important appointment." This assertion made Dao Shen pause. He stammered in shock. An important appointment? A perfect drama had been staged, backing the top thief into a corner right inside the Tang Clan's guest hall. In truth, Xiao Long scratched his head with an awkward smile and began to briefly recount all the horrifying events that had just unfolded in Yunnan to the seniors. Hearing the story, Dao Shen Gezhihong couldn't help but be shocked, his beard twitching in astonishment. So such terrifying things actually happened. Yeah. Xiao Long solemnly confirmed, adding that the group was preparing to set off for Wuhan, the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, to report the emergency situation. Immediately, Senior Beggar Emperor stepped forward and slapped Dao Shen so hard on the shoulder that it made him wince in pain. "That's right, so this is no time to procrastinate. Get ready to hit the road as soon as possible." Ji Jihong winces at the heavy pat on his shoulder. "It hurts, you know?" The Beggar King continues to snap, shifting all responsibility onto the Dao God. "Isn't it because of you that they were delayed? So you must take responsibility for escorting them to Wuhan, no matter what." Standing in the middle of the Tang family's guest house, Dao God Ge Zhihong can only sigh in frustration, but eventually, he nods in agreement. "This matter is all right. Fine. If it concerns the fate of the martial arts world, I cannot just stand by and watch. He confidently asserts, I promise to get you all to Wuhan within 3 days. Don't worry too much. The number 3 days just mentioned makes Xiao Long and the others freeze in shock. Only 3 days? Seeing the suspicious expressions of the youngsters, the Tao god proudly pats his chest, of course. Did you think I was one of the 5 emperors with only a hollow reputation? I am perfectly capable of carrying someone like you there in such a short time. However, Xiao Long still has a few concerns. He hesitantly speaks up. Senior Tao God, it's not just me. Sister Shu and Tang Yin'er need to go along as well. His words cause the room to fall into a breathless silence. The atmosphere becomes incredibly tense. The Tao God and the Beggar King stare at each other, exclaiming in unison in astonishment. What did you say? The Tao God's expression immediately turns sour. 3 people is too much. If it were men, that might be okay, but carrying 2 women on my back is a bit. He glances at his disciple and adds a blunt remark. Besides, An Lian hasn't reached the level where she can perform light body movements while carrying 2 people yet. Upon hearing about having An Lian carry her, Shu Piao loses her temper. She crosses her arms and snaps. I wouldn't let this woman carry me anyway. I can walk by myself. An Lian doesn't back down either, retorting angrily. I already apologized for that incident, okay? But Shu Piao's rage doesn't seem to have subsided. She shouts, and what does your apology solve? Do you know how humiliating it is to have your clothes stripped off? An Lian tries to defend herself, saying no one actually saw anything, but she is immediately cut off by the girls shouting, You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? Witnessing this fiery argument between the 2 women, Xiao Long can only hold his head in helplessness. Enough, you 2. Stop it right there. He thinks to himself that carrying people clearly has its limits, and if these 2 are kept near each other, the journey to Wuhan will surely be full of turbulence. Is there any other more convenient way? Xiao Long sighs, watching the 2 girls glaring at each other, unable to help but feel exhausted. A daring idea suddenly flashes in Xiao Long's mind. He clenches his fist in excitement, his eyes brightening as if he has just found the truth. If that's the case, he turns to Senior Tao God Geji Hong and asks excitedly, Senior Tao God, do you know how to fly a kite? The Tao God is bewildered. Flying a kite? Xiao Long continues to explain with a very smug expression. Yes, a kite that is a bit long and large. Seeing Xiao Long's sinister smile, Tang Yin'er, standing behind, cannot help but shiver in worry, sensing that a bad omen is about to befall her. A moment later, the Tao God stands frozen, staring at the rope in his hand with a face that cannot believe what he is about to do. I never thought I would have to do this, you senior. And so, Xiao Long's optimal solution is officially implemented, leaving everyone speechless. He proclaims clearly, if we do it this way, surely no one will have any complaints, right? The resulting image is incredibly absurd. Tu Yet Fu was wrapped up tight like a cocoon and tied to a rope, letting Sony drag her through the sky. Meanwhile, the Taoist master on the ground held the rope, steering her just like he was flying a kite. Wei Xiaolong excitedly named this ridiculous technique the giant centipede kite. Poor Tu Yet Fu floated in midair, pale as a ghost, actually drifting higher. Even though this method helped the group travel at incredible speeds, she couldn't help but scream in frustration. Wait a minute, this is way too dangerous. Still, as they prepared to head out, Duong Tangyin couldn't hide her anxiety. She clenched her fists and asked Wei Xiaolong nervously, But Wei Xiaolong, are you sure everything will be all right? I'm worried about the kids we're leaving behind. Wei Xiaolong smiled reassuringly. Everything will be fine. He silently calculated that with the speed support from the Taoist master, they would save a lot of travel time to make it back by the breeding season for Tiu Bang and Tu Yet Ni. But the biggest problem right now was Jiao Hoa. The spider monster girl was throwing a tantrum, clinging on because she didn't want to leave her master. Wei Xiaolong approached and gently comforted the sobbing Jiao Hoa. Jiao Hoa, you just need to hold on for 10 more days, and then I'll be back, okay? But she kept shaking her head stubbornly, making the Taoist master standing nearby break into a cold sweat. Man, this situation really was a headache. Just as the tension peaked, Lady An Lin suddenly stepped forward and spoke softly, Young Master Wei Xiaolong, please wait a moment. May I borrow that rope you're using for your kite? To the confusion of Wei Xiaolong and Duong Tangyin, An Lian looked at Jiao Hoa and reached out gently. You there, could you hold out your hand for a second? In a flash, An Lian moved, her hands skillfully tying intricate knots. Much to their surprise, An Lian used a red thread to bind the wrists of Wei Xiaolong and Duong Tangyin together. Wei Xiaolong looked at the strange string on his wrist, puzzled. What was this? Was it really a red string of fate? An Lian smiled faintly and began to tell an ancient legend that if 2 people tie a red thread to their ankles, they will never be separated and will become soulmates for lifetimes. But due to their current situation, she had improvised by tying it around their wrists instead. Lian explained that this was a token of the promise that Wei Xiaolong would definitely return to fulfill the pact regarding Thian Tam. Finally, Jiao Ho allowed the old man to leave, and Wei Xiaolong didn't forget to promise he would be back soon. Wei Xiaolong urged everyone to hurry. All right, let's get moving. 3 days later, after a long journey covering many miles, Wei Xiaolong's group arrived in Wuhan, the headquarters of the Miram Alliance. Without a moment of rest, as soon as they arrived, they reported in detail all the horrific events that had occurred in Yunnan to the leaders. At the same time, Wei Xiaolong solemnly handed over the secret letter that Elder Ban had entrusted him with for the Martial Emperor, one of the top leaders of the alliance. The Martial Emperor, with his muscular build and imposing beard, sat deep in thought after hearing the report and reading the letter, then suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. I understand everything now. The great expert's face showed deep pain and indignation. He growled through his emotions. So, all of them have heroically sacrificed themselves? A somber atmosphere filled the room as the heavy losses of the righteous faction were officially confirmed, signaling that a fierce confrontation with the demonic cult was about to erupt. Thuong Long, Kim Feng, and Dao Long were currently being treated at the Beast Palace. All three were severely wounded and needed at least 3 months of seclusion to fully recover. The alliance leader couldn't hide his self-reproach, sighing with regret that he hadn't dispatched more high-level experts for the mission in Yunnan, leaving his subordinates in such dire danger. Seeing the atmosphere dampen, he reassured himself that now wasn't the time to assign blame. The Duong family's return and the addition of the Beast Palace to the Miram Alliance were the best news, helping to significantly strengthen the righteous faction's power. The Martial Emperor spoke with determination, affirming that their only mission now was to ensure those sacrifices were not in vain. Turning to Wei Xiaolong, he heaped praise on him for his invaluable help and promised a worthy reward. Wei Xiaolong just humbly scratched his head, replying that as long as he could help the martial world, he was already satisfied. Seeing that his guests were exhausted from their long journey, the Martial Emperor kindly invited them. You have traveled from far away and must be worn out. Please go get something to eat first. He ordered his subordinates to host Wei Xiaolong's group as respectfully and thoughtfully as possible. Wei Xiaolong and Duong Tangyin bowed to thank the Martial Emperor. Leaving the main hall, the two walked along the quiet corridor. Duong Tangyin sighed with relief and smiled, noting how Wei Xiaolong had been worried they would arrive too late, but luckily, everything went smoothly. She also discussed sending an envoy to Sichuan to officially announce that the Beast Palace had joined the alliance. As they walked, Duong Tangyin suddenly stopped, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw a familiar figure ahead. Dia Long. Duong Tangyin exclaimed in surprise. In the distance, a man with long, romantic hair, dressed in luxurious white and blue robes, waved to them. Long time no see, Duong Tangyin. Duong Tangyin introduced him. Wei Xiaolong. This is Dia Long, one of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes of the Miram Alliance. Immediately after, she turned to introduce Wei Xiaolong to Dia Long with a title that made the young man want to trip over his own feet. Dia Long, this is Wei Xiaolong, from the Beast Palace, and also my fiancé. The man smiled faintly and respectfully introduced himself as Jia Cat Long Thian, titled Dia Long. He also revealed that he was the nephew of Jia Cat Hu, the brilliant strategist of the Miram Alliance. Seeing an old acquaintance, Duong Tangyin curiously asked why he was there. Jia Cat Long Thian honestly shared that he was anxious to hear news about the group of Dao Long, Thuong Long, and Kim Feng, because his uncle had told him that Duong Tangyin had just brought news about them. Duong Tangyin nodded slightly, replying carefully, I cannot disclose too many details, but they are currently safe and sound, so please don't worry too much. Hearing this, Jia Cat Long Thian breathed a sigh of relief, understood her meaning, and excused himself shortly after. Duong Tangyin urged Wei Xiaolong to keep moving, as the Taoist master and sister Tuyet were surely waiting for them. Watching Jia Cat Long Thian's retreating figure, then looking back at Duong Tangyin, Wei Xiaolong suddenly felt a chill run through him. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, sensing a strange atmosphere lingering between the two of them. A seed of deep doubt grew in Wei Xiaolong's mind regarding their relationship. What on earth was going on? While everyone was having dinner in the dining hall, the atmosphere suddenly became lively with the hearty laughter of the senior Dao Than. He excitedly poured wine to invite Xiao Long. Here, quick, have a taste. This is Shaoxing vintage wine that has been aged for 10 years. Looking at the fragrant cup of wine, Xiao Long couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, asking hesitantly, is this also stolen goods? Dao Than replied nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. Of course. Do you think any thief would actually spend money to buy things? Forget it. The senior's brazen frankness left Xiao Long speechless. But the joy was short-lived as a figure rushed into the hall, shouting as they ran, "Young master!" Xiao Long realized with surprise that it was the strategist Zhuge He. He asked anxiously, "Strategist, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Strategist Zhuge He's face was pale, sweat pouring down like rain. "Can you save me?" Xiao Long was stunned by this abrupt plea and quickly asked, "How can I help you?" The strategist shouted, "My nephew Long Tian has just fallen unconscious." The grim news left both Xiao Long and Tang Yin'er wide-eyed with shock. He couldn't believe his ears and stammered, "You mean Dai Long? How could that happen?" Zhuge Hao gritted his teeth, his face full of indignation. "I'm not sure of the truth yet, but I saw Zhuge Long Tian writhing in pain, clutching his chest. Trang Lang Tu's face was distorted from poisoning, his breath hitching amidst the misty haze. Strategist Zhuge He spoke through gritted teeth, filled with resentment, revealing a horrific truth. It seemed someone had poisoned him. A sinister plot right at the heart of the martial arts alliance had been exposed, targeting the most vital talents, signaling that an uncompromising war was about to begin. In Di Long's guest room at the martial arts alliance, the atmosphere was heavy with intense tension and sorrow. On the bed, Di Long lay unconscious, his face showing visible pain with labored, shallow breathing. Sitting beside him was a young girl with twin buns in her hair, sobbing and calling out the name Zhen Lang. She was Yin Feng, one of the famous 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. As soon as she saw Tang Yin'er's group enter, Yin Feng looked at them like a lifeline, her tear-filled eyes pleading, "Tang Yin'er, please, I beg you to save Zhen Lang." Hearing Yin Feng call Di Long by a strange name, Xiao Long looked puzzled. "Zhen Lang?" Tang Yin'er gently explained that it was a nickname Yin Feng used for him, because the two of them were deeply in love within the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes group. Witnessing her friend's heartbreaking scene, Tang Yin'er immediately reassured her and turned to Xiao Long. "Let me do a preliminary check on his condition. Xiao Long is also knowledgeable about poisons. Can you help me check together?" Xiao Long nodded decisively. "Of course, Tang Yin'er." She narrowed her eyes and observed. She had noticed the very first time they met, Dai Long's complexion was unnaturally pale. Although heavily poisoned, strangely, there were no visible signs on his body. She deduced that he must have used acupressure and unblocked his meridians to slow down his blood circulation. Just then, a man standing by the bed introduced himself as Yuan Qiu. He said that at first, he thought Di Long had a common illness, but after a divine doctor specializing in poisons gave him a hint, he was shocked to realize Di Long had been poisoned. Yuan Qiu recounted that before performing the acupressure, Dai Long had shown terrifying symptoms like slurred speech and violent seizures. However, because his own skill in toxicology was limited, he couldn't identify exactly what kind of lethal poison it was. Tang Yin'er pondered, "That's enough. Let me check his acupoints myself." She channeled her spiritual energy to probe Di Long's meridians. After examining him, Tang Yin'er confirmed, "Just as I thought, he really is poisoned." While Tang Yin'er was still focused, Xiao Long suddenly noticed a strange object in the nearby porcelain bowl. He exclaimed in shock, "Is this Hong?" Xiao Long's face paled, his eyes widening in shock as a terrible thought crossed his mind. If it is Hong, could it be mercury poisoning? If your guess is correct, then Dai Long's condition is more critical than ever. Xiao Long turned to look at the young girl with twin buns. He asked thoughtfully, "Miss Yin Feng, is there any possibility that Di Long had previously taken medicine containing Hong or used rare medicinal herbs for a long time?" Yin Feng replied without hesitation, her face resolute. "Absolutely not. To my knowledge, that is impossible." This made Tang Yin'er, standing beside him, frown as well. She concluded that the situation was very strange, because the signs indicated that Dai Long had absorbed the toxins into his body over a very long period. While everyone else was stuck, Xiao Long suddenly remembered the knowledge he had studied about poisons at the Kuang family. He muttered about Hong, a substance created by burning cinnabar. Images of a chameleon changing colors upon contact with cinnabar flashed in his mind, causing Xiao Long to startle himself. Wait, turning red? A flash of lightning crossed his brain, leaving Xiao Long stunned with wide eyes. He leaned close to Tang Yin'er's ear and whispered mysteriously, "Tang Yin'er, I once learned at the Tang sect that the main ingredient of Hong is cinnabar. If cinnabar is swallowed, the toxicity would manifest just like Hong, right?" Tang Yin'er nodded slightly in confirmation. She explained further that since cinnabar is the main ingredient, the reaction would be identical to mercury poisoning. Looking at Xiao Long's pensive face, Tang Yin'er asked softly, "Have you discovered a clue?" Xiao Long smirked, his eyes hidden behind his hair showing clear confidence. "Yeah, although it's not entirely clear yet, I think I understand. I know who the culprit is and where the real cause stems from." The teenager's firm assertion left strategist Zhu Hao so stunned that his jaw dropped. Really? You already know who the culprit is? The strategist couldn't hide his impatience. Who is he? Quickly, tell me. Xiao Long looked straight into the strategist's eyes and made an unexpected request. Before saying anything, strategist, could you ask everyone, except for you, Yin Feng, and my friends, to step out for a moment? Zhu Hao frowned, wondering why. Wondering if it was because the status of the person Xiao Long was about to mention was too great. It seems you are still too naive about the martial arts world. You are part of the Tang family, and besides, our Jubi clan will have your back, so don't worry and just say it. Seeing the strategist misunderstand his intent, Xiao Long scratched his head with a bitter smile. It's not like that. How should I put it? Doing it that way would be more like saving face for the culprit, wouldn't it? Xiao Long's words shocked Zhu Hao so much that his face changed color. Saving face for the culprit? Are you planning to cover for that person? A tense and suspicious atmosphere filled the room. Just as the culprit's identity seemed to be an unbelievable truth, Xiao Long suddenly turned to Yin Feng with a bizarre request. Lady Yin Feng, do you happen to have the lipstick you're using on you right now? Yin Feng was stunned, stammering back in confusion. Lipstick? You mean this one? Still full of suspicion, she took a small container of rouge from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Long. Holding the item, Xiao Long immediately gave it to Tang Yin and asked her to check how much cinnabar was in the ingredients, causing her to cry out in horror. Could it really be true? Seeing their intense reaction, the strategist Zhu Hao standing nearby couldn't help but ask urgently, what does that even mean? With a very stern expression, Xiao Long looked straight at the strategist and Yin Feng, declaring clearly, because this whole mess is the fault of both of you, Lady Yin Feng and Di Long. This assertion left Zhu Hao so shocked that his expression changed entirely. Yin Feng and Di Long? He turned and shouted at Yin Feng, demanding to know what exactly happened, leaving her so terrified that her face turned ghostly pale. Yin Feng trembled, tearfully defending herself in frustration. Young hero, what are you talking about? Are you saying I had something to do with Dai Long poisoning himself? Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Xiao Long quickly waved his hands to reassure them. No, that's not what I meant. He earnestly begged the strategist and Yin Feng to calm down so he could explain the whole story clearly. Xiao Long began to analyze the origin of the deadly poison methodically. He explained that the red poison Dai Long was suffering from was created by burning cinnabar. When heated, it creates extremely toxic fumes. If accidentally inhaled, it causes acute poisoning and poses a direct threat to life. However, even without direct exposure to the smoke, people can still be poisoned through another route, ingesting the cinnabar itself, the main ingredient of the red poison. Most of the rouge and cosmetics that women often use to adorn themselves contain cinnabar to create a deep red color. Although the toxicity in lipstick is much lower than in pure red poison, if it is introduced into the body continuously and regularly, it accumulates and causes the poison to take effect violently. Hearing this, Zhu Hao was not yet fully convinced. He frowned and retorted, "That's not right. How could Dai Long be swallowing that cinnabar constantly?" Facing the strategist's doubt, Xiao Long smiled faintly and delivered the final blow that made the atmosphere seem to freeze. Through kisses. This shocking revelation made Yin Feng's face flush with embarrassment. Xiao Long continued to explain that the constant lip-to-lip contact between Di Long and Lady Yin Feng had unintentionally caused Di Long to absorb cinnabar from her lipstick over a long period. Zhu Hao stood frozen in shock, stammering incoherently. "What did you say?" At this moment, Tang Yin also spoke up to confirm. She affirmed that this lipstick container indeed contained a very high level of cinnabar, and that Xiao Long had truly found the root of the problem. With a face just as shy, Tang Yin revealed a secret. During the last Shillong Phoenix Grand Assembly, she had accidentally caught the two of them sharing a passionate kiss in the dark. She secretly regretted that if she had realized this abnormality sooner, perhaps Dai Long wouldn't have fallen into such a critical state. Can this be called dying for love, everyone? So, this was the reason Tang Yin previously always felt cold and slightly evasive when facing Dai Long. She was someone extremely sensitive to overly intense displays of affection, so when she saw the passionate nature of this couple, she couldn't help but shudder. As for Yin Feng, she was now blushing furiously from shame, trying her best to deny it. It's not that I didn't want to say it, but under pressure from everyone, she had to mumble and admit that their intimate moments happened frequently, both morning and night. Xiao Long narrowed his eyes in analysis. He believed that was not enough for the toxicity to accumulate to such an alarming level as it was now. He seriously demanded that Yin Feng explain the true frequency so they could have the most effective treatment plan. At this point, Yin Feng could only cover her face and admit, to the shock of both Xiao Long and strategist Zhu Hao, that it was all the time. So frequent that I can't even remember how many times. Oh my god, an unknown number of times a day? The poisoning wasn't exactly unfair, right? Heh. Witnessing the excessive passion of the young couple, strategist Juga Hu could only sigh in frustration. He muttered that perhaps he had to rush to organize their wedding immediately, because if not for this poisoning incident, I'm afraid the little descendant of the Juga family would be born before the two families could even manage to get them engaged. The senior's words panicked Yin Feng. That's not it. I mean, besides the kissing, we haven't crossed the line even a little bit. Too embarrassed from being backed into a corner. In her desperation, she suddenly vented her anger on her unconscious boyfriend. Continuous punches rained down on De Long, accompanied by screams of frustration. It's all your fault for being so greedy. Now everything is exposed. If you don't die from the poison, you'll die of embarrassment. Xiao Long, standing on the side, just broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that he had just saved someone from a deadly poison, yet now it seemed like that person was about to die at the hands of his own fiancée. He hurriedly intervened. Lady Yin Feng, please calm down. At this rate, you two will both truly be departing together. And so, the case of the attempted poisoning that shocked the martial arts alliance finally closed with a bittersweet conclusion. Severe injury due to excessive intimacy. The final verdict for this couple was a forced wedding that had to take place immediately to avoid future consequences. Night fell on Wuhan, closing a day full of bizarre events. A few days later, when the bright morning sun shone through the trees of the guest house, the atmosphere had become much more peaceful. You found the culprit, but couldn't prosecute them. You guys need to be careful with your romance, okay? Thanks to the effective support from the Righteous Path and the timely rescue by Xiao Long's foster father and the Five Poisons sect leader using secret detoxification methods, the situation took a positive turn. Dai Long recovered quickly, and Yin Feng also successfully eliminated the residual cinnabar in her body. Xiao Long entered the room and, seeing that Di Long could sit up, happily checked on his health. The young master looked a bit shy at this moment, covering his mouth to cough. Ahem, I feel much better now. Thank you very much, young hero. Di Long sincerely expressed his gratitude, affirming that Xiao Long was the great benefactor who saved both his and Yin Feng's lives from a critical situation. Just as they were talking, the room door was suddenly pushed open along with a loud shout, noting that it was their great benefactor who saved both him and Am Feng from a dire situation. Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open with a loud call. Hey, Dai Long. Both Wei Xiao Long and Dai Long were startled and turned back. Appearing at the door was a group of young, heroic-looking experts, the remaining members of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes who had come to visit their comrade, Fist Dragon, Sword Dragon, and the advisor. The 3 remaining members of the renowned 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes appeared all at once, making the already cramped room feel even more stifling. Fist Dragon, with a long scar on his face, gave a faint smirk, walking toward Dai Long's hospital bed with a mocking expression. He said that since they heard his brother's condition had stabilized, the whole group had rushed over to visit. But instead of any tearful comfort, Fist Dragon laughed heartily and called Dai Long by an incredibly ridiculous nickname. Our little earthworm almost lost his life. How could I not worry about my good brother? Seeing the arrival of the young master of the Tang Clan, Fist Dragon greeted him with excitement. Oh, the young hero of the Tang Clan, Wei Xiao Long, is here too? It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Wei Xiao Long could only respond in confusion, his mind still hung up on that strange name, Earthworm. Seeing the bewildered look on Wei Xiao Long's face, Sword Dragon, a man with romantic brown hair, smiled meaningfully and began to explain, saying that it was Dai Long's new nickname. He laughed while teasing, saying it was hard to believe an expert known as the Pride of the Dragon and Phoenix like Dai Long could fall so low as to swallow the cinnabar that earthworms love, only to end up poisoned and on the brink of death like this. The 2 brothers' relentless teasing made the atmosphere in the room tense as a bowstring. Standing right there, Yin Phoenix, who was already sensitive after the incident, could not take it anymore. Without a word, she brought her flute to her lips and began to play a piercing melody. A wave of sound infused with deep internal energy radiated out, causing both Fist Dragon and Sword Dragon, who were just laughing, to change their expressions instantly, clutching their heads and moaning in pain. That was for being such jerks. He was already embarrassed enough as it was, and they wouldn't stop pestering him. In the blink of an eye, both Fist Dragon and Sword Dragon collapsed to the floor, falling into a deep sleep, leaving everyone in shock. Wei Xiao Long shouted in a panic, "What just happened?" Suddenly, they both just collapsed and fell asleep like that. This is the famous sound technique of Yin Phoenix. Her flute playing isn't just music. It's a way of projecting internal energy to vibrate the air, striking the ears directly to disrupt an opponent's internal flow. This martial art can instantly put an enemy into a coma or paralyze their meridians. I'm just teaching that loudmouth bunch a little lesson." Wei Xiaolong was struck with awe and admiration. He realized this martial art was even superior to, and completely countered, the roaring tiger wind technique he once knew. Returning to Dai Long's situation, he sighed softly as he looked at his lover and said gently, "But tell me, that box of cinnabar is probably unusable now, right? Don't you worry. I will buy you a new box made from roses." Seeing the opportunity of a lifetime, Wei Xiaolong suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Yin Phoenix's hand with eyes glowing like headlights, making her blush in surprise. "Miss Yin Phoenix," and before the confused pair, Wei Xiaolong earnestly proposed, "If you don't mind, could I ask a favor later? I really need the martial arts incantations you use for assistance." Wei Xiaolong's impulsive act of grabbing a woman's hand made Dai Long, lying in bed, explode with jealousy. He snapped, "Hey, little brother, grabbing the hand of a woman who's already taken like that is a bit too much." Realizing the misunderstanding, Wei Xiaolong quickly let go and made a high-stakes offer as a gift in return that left everyone stunned. He declared clearly, "To make it up to you, I will personally craft a type of lipstick that will allow you two to kiss to your heart's content without any harm." The offer hit the mark, causing both Dai Long and Yin Phoenix to freeze, their hearts pounding with excitement. The vision of being able to kiss as much as they wanted without worrying about mercury poisoning appeared in their minds, and the couple was immediately moved and extremely interested in Wei Xiaolong's offer. A bizarre yet sweet secret agreement was officially established right there in the Martial Arts Alliance infirmary. "Really? You intend to make a lipstick that lets people kiss freely?" Tang Yin walked beside Wei Xiaolong, unable to contain her astonishment at his bold idea. Wei Xiaolong nodded with a slight smile. He explained that he had made a pact. Later, when it was time to capture the monster Menhuzi, Yin Phoenix would come to help in exchange for this gift. To be precise, what he was about to craft wasn't just a container for cinnabar, but a completely new type of lipstick. This lipstick would be absolutely safe, containing none of the highly toxic ingredients like safflower or cinnabar that had been the cause of Dai Long's suffering for so long. Even though it wasn't a miraculous healing medicine, it would be a highly effective preventive elixir. In any case, it was definitely something they both really needed right now, because matters of romance aren't always easy to control. "Wow, you make it sound like you're an expert. Where did you get all that experience?" Hearing Wei Xiaolong ramble on, Tang Yin was still a bit skeptical. She asked, "Wei Xiaolong, this is the Martial Arts Alliance. How exactly do you plan to craft lipstick here?" Wei Xiaolong confidently asserted that as long as he had enough medicinal ingredients, he could do it. Furthermore, the strategist Jia Kanhu had made a special exception, allowing him to use the Alliance Master's pharmacy. As soon as he finished speaking, the two stopped in front of a majestic building bearing the sign of the Martial Arts Alliance Pharmacy. Wei Xiaolong pushed the door open and called out, "Is anyone there?" Yuan Kui, busy with pots of medicine, looked up in surprise. "Young Master Wei Xiaolong, Ms. Hua, what wind brought you two here?" Wei Xiaolong didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point, saying he had come to craft a special medicinal treatment for Dai Long. Hearing this, Yuan Kui enthusiastically replied, "If that's the case, young master, just tell me what ingredients you need, and I will prepare them immediately." Wei Xiaolong pondered for a moment before starting to list them. "Let me see, give me some pearls and earthworms." "Yeah, using them is fine, but talking about the ingredients is a bit gross." Seeing the disciple looking dazed, he added that a little honey and cinnamon would also be enough. Finally, he didn't forget to borrow a stone pillow to grind the herbs. Yuan Kui looked at this strange list of ingredients and guessed he was planning to make a topical medicinal paste, so he quickly went to prepare them. At that moment, Tang Yin leaned close to Wei Xiaolong's ear and whispered in amazement, "Wei Xiaolong, pearls and earthworms? Those are much stranger ingredients than I expected." Wei Xiaolong smiled and explained his secret. "The pearls will give the lipstick a natural shimmer, and the essence of earthworms, also known as Dai Long in medicine, has the ability to keep the lips incredibly moisturized." Tang Yin giggled at the ironic coincidence. She teased him. "So, does that mean you're using earthworms to cure the earth dragon?" Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh, admitting that was indeed the case. "Well, it's just a coincidence of names." A moment later, Vienku trudged over carrying a large jar. "Young Master Wei Xiaolong, here are the medicinal herbs you need." Wei Xiaolong happily accepted them. "Oh, thank you so much, Vienku." However, their mission wasn't over yet. He turned to Tang Yin and said they still needed to find one last ingredient. Wei Xiaolong explained that they were missing the most crucial item to create the signature red color for the lipstick. Tang Yin suddenly remembered and asked anxiously, "Have you thought of what to use yet? Red ingredients are so hard to find. Safflower isn't in season yet, and surely you wouldn't use cinnabar." Wei Xiaolong just gave a mysterious smile, as if he already had an unexpected choice in mind. Of course he did. Wei Xiaolong flashed a confident smile and loudly announced his plan. I'll use cochineal. Seeing Tang Yin's bewildered look, Wei Xiaolong felt quite smug. Because, as an insect expert, he knew this was the perfect ingredient to create a natural red color without any toxic chemicals. He believed that solving every problem with insects was the true path of a genuine bug master. Early the next morning, in the quiet backyard of the Martial Arts Alliance, Wei Xiaolong and Tang Yin began their search amidst the misty fog. Tang Yin was still skeptical. Looking around the sparse forest, she asked, Wei Xiaolong, does a species called cochineal really exist in a place like this? Wei Xiaolong explained as they walked that the locals might call them by a different name, but he was sure they were there. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening with excitement. Ah, found them. Wei Xiaolong pointed to an ancient tree where strange white spots covered the bark. Tang Yin stepped closer, squinting suspiciously. Is this it? I only see a withered tree covered in white scales. Wei Xiaolong smiled and told her to look closely at those white spots. Up close, they revealed tiny, round insects clinging tightly to each other. He explained, these are cochineals, which are actually female scale insects. Even though they look like fluffy white cotton balls on the outside, they contain carminic acid inside, which creates an extremely precious bright red pigment. It has been used as a high-end dye since ancient times. Our ancestors were really brilliant, weren't they? As you can see, they often cluster in large groups on branches. Some people even call them blood nodules. Wei Xiaolong enthusiastically lectured about the characteristics of these insects, but looking at the wriggling mass of creatures, Tang Yin couldn't help but shudder, stepping back with her face turning pale in horror. Wei Xiaolong, don't tell me you're actually planning to make lipstick out of these bugs. Wei Xiaolong firmly asserted that it was necessary. He analyzed that while rubbing insects on one's face might sound creepy, compared to deadly poisons like cinnabar or safflower, this was the safest and best ingredient for their health. Wei Xiaolong even humorously reminded her that Tang Yin had once enjoyed eating huangfen insects, leaving her stuttering in embarrassment. Seeing they had collected enough, Wei Xiaolong urged, all right, let's head back now. I need to hurry and prepare this for Amfeng and the Earth Dragon. If we're not fast, they might be poisoned again. That morning, in the Earth Dragon's room, a real lipstick made entirely from cochineals was officially created. Wei Xiaolong happily carried the bowl of bright red lipstick to everyone and declared, it's finished. This is the lipstick I poured my heart and soul into making. He firmly assured the couple that from now on, when they kissed, they wouldn't have any issues with poison anymore. Not only was it completely non-toxic, but this lipstick even had a sweet flavor that was worth tasting. Amfeng curiously tried it. Let me see. As soon as the vibrant red lipstick was applied to her lips, a radiant aura suddenly burst forth, leaving both Qian Long and Qian Long standing nearby, staring in shock. In the romantic rain of peach blossoms, Amfeng appeared ethereally beautiful, leaving the Earth Dragon frozen in awe. His eyes shone with happiness as he gazed at her and exclaimed, you are truly beautiful. Hey, praise is fine, but control yourself. We're in public, man. Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but marvel at his own success. He never expected a small pot of lipstick to create such a radiant glow. Amfeng blushed shyly, while the Earth Dragon was endlessly grateful. He insisted that Wei Xiaolong had practically saved his life twice now. However, the romantic atmosphere was suddenly cut short by Tang Yin's grumpiness. She pulled Wei Xiaolong away, fuming. Wei Xiaolong, we have to go now. Isn't there still the matter regarding Dao Than, our senior? Tang Yin informed the Earth Dragon that their business at the Martial Arts Alliance was finished and they needed to rush back to the Tang family in Sichuan to handle an urgent matter. The Earth Dragon, though regretful, wished them a safe trip and promised to visit once his treatment was complete. On the way out, Wei Xiaolong couldn't help but wonder about Tang Yin's strange attitude. He felt a dark aura radiating from her, and he thought to himself, why is Tang Yin acting like this? I have a feeling she's upset about something. Suddenly, Tang Yin stopped, and she hesitated, catching Wei Xiaolong completely off guard. Wei Xiaolong, can I have a little bit of that lipstick? It turned out that behind her annoyance was the secret desire of a young girl who also wanted to look beautiful and radiant for the person she loved. Lipstick, Wei Xiaolong stuttered, shocked by her sudden request. Seeing his reaction, she turned bright red, stumbling as she tried to act nonchalant. Don't get the wrong idea. I just want to moisturize my lips, that's all. I don't mean anything else. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly suggestive, and Wei Xiaolong's heart hammered against his chest as if it were going to jump out. Looking at Tang Yin's adorable shyness, he could only scratch his head and promise. All right, next time I will definitely make a special batch just for you. This fluttering feeling made Wei Xiaolong's heart race and his legs go weak, as if he had just been poisoned by mercury. This guy has caught the lovesickness virus from the Earth Dragon, everyone. A few days after the group left the Martial Arts Alliance to return to Sichuan, as soon as they arrived, a familiar figure lunged toward them like a tornado. A sharp cry rang out as Dao Hoa jumped onto Wei Xiaolong, hugging him tightly and enthusiastically. It seemed that during his absence, this Spider-Woman hadn't absorbed any vital energy from anyone else, so as soon as she saw her master return, she immediately came to collect her debt. Wei Xiaolong struggled while trying to coax her. "I was busy saving people, that's why I'm late. Forgive me," gasping for air. Amidst the chaos, a captain from the Tang Clan stepped forward to greet him. "Young Master Xiao Long, you've finally returned?" The man's face turned incredibly grave when Xiao Long asked about Banner's whereabouts. He sighed, shaking his head in utter helplessness. "About that, we've mobilized our forces and turned every inch of the Sichuan Tang Clan mountain upside down, but we still haven't found a single trace of her." The devastating news left Xiao Long stunned and motionless, yet he clung to a shred of hope. "Is that so?" Just as Sister Shu had said, perhaps she was truly sleeping somewhere, but the anxiety still haunted him. But where on earth could she have disappeared to? "Young Master Xiao Long." People cried out in alarm as he suddenly clutched his chest. His face turned pale, and 2 streams of red blood suddenly trickled down from his nose. Tang Yin'er rushed over in a panic to support him, tears welling up. "Xiao Long, what's happening to you?" Both grandfather Tang Wocheng and Sister Shu trembled, shocked by the young master's sudden, critical state. "Quickly, go get a physician. Hurry." The old man's roar echoed throughout the estate. In the depths of his agony, Xiao Long thought to himself, "This sensation is coming from deep beneath the earth." A massive creature with a sturdy, fiery shell was slowly emerging like a god of destruction. The energy resonance was so overwhelming that Xiao Long couldn't control his own body. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Tang Yin'er and the disciples standing behind them could only gasp in horror. "This is the heart of the beast." Tang Yin'er trembled as she held Xiao Long, asking Sister Shu anxiously, "Sister, do you mean this is the same thing that made Xiao Long faint when Suor transformed into the sky-soaring centipede?" Responding to her sister's confusion, Sister Shu confirmed it firmly. "Yes, there's no doubt about it." Even the senior, Tang Wocheng, could not hide his astonishment. He gritted his teeth in suspicion. Why would the heart of the beast suddenly trigger? What on earth happened? Regardless of the cause, looking at Xiao Long's writhing expression, the old senior concluded that this was certainly the result of a severe backlash from the heart of the beast. Xiao Long collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness in Tang Yin'er's arms. After channeling his energy to investigate, the old senior realized something unusual. Unlike the last time, there was absolutely no trace of energy from the heart of the beast emanating from Suor or Xianger. This meant the source of the backlash wasn't coming from the 2 spirit beasts present. Tang Wucheng stroked his beard, his eyes lost in thought before he suddenly exclaimed, "If that's the case, it must be that child." Tang Yin'er, stunned, recognized the familiar spiritual pressure and gasped in extreme amazement. "Banner." Meanwhile, Xiao Long's soul was being pulled deep into an undefined space, dark and filled with floating embers. He looked around, bewildered, wondering, where is this? The cold and gloomy feeling reminded him of the snake cave he had fallen into before, the time his soul was pulled away when he connected with Suor. However, he realized the atmosphere this time was completely different. Recalling the legends about the heart of the beast, that bonding with an overly powerful spirit beast could lead to the host's mind being completely devoured. Xiao Long shuddered in despair. Could my mind have been devoured by Suor? Within the dark consciousness, Xiao Long was startled to realize someone was present right near him. As that figure emerged, it was a beautiful young woman with her hair in a high bun, dressed in mysterious jet-black robes. Feeling the gloomy aura radiating from her, he worried secretly. With such a terrifying aura, could Suor have been corrupted by darkness? But completely contrary to her cold appearance, the young girl suddenly opened her arms and hugged Xiao Long affectionately. He was stunned, stuttering wordlessly. As he looked at the warm smile of the girl in the shimmering light, a shocking truth suddenly hit Xiao Long's mind. It's Banner? At that very moment, a blinding light erupted, swallowing the entire sea of consciousness. Xiao Long. Tang Yin'er's worried voice pulled him back to reality. Xiao Long opened his eyes sluggishly, realizing he was lying surrounded by grandfather Tang Wocheng and the sisters. He asked blankly, where Tang Yin'er quickly reassured him, telling him to rest because he had just fainted due to the backlash of the heart of the beast. Regaining his senses, Xiao Long shouted in surprise, "Ah, Banner, I just saw Banner in my sea of consciousness." He anxiously asked if she had returned yet, but received only a sad shake of the head from Tang Yin'er, as there was still no news. Grandfather Tang watching mused, confirming that this fainting spell was indeed triggered by Banner. I guess the old man isn't going to make the youngest girl feel left out anymore. He's finally recognized the right one. Xiao Long still couldn't help but wonder. He whispered to himself. Strange, that feeling was definitely Banner's. Just as he was deep in thought, violent, rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from afar, shaking the ground. Xiao Long looked outside, startled. Huh? At the city gate, the disciples' panicked cries rang out. Stop it! Quickly! Block it! It's charging toward the 9 formation gate. A massive creature was frantically smashing through rocks and dirt, knocking down every obstacle in its path. Amidst the clouds of dust, a small creature with large, sparkling, adorable eyes suddenly appeared. Seeing the familiar form that had just undergone a miraculous transformation, Xiao Long was overjoyed and cheered happily. Banner. Tang Yin'er gasped in utter shock. Xiao Long, what did you just say? That giant black centipede is Banner? Even the senior, Tang watching, changed color. He stared in amazement at the imposing creature before him and muttered, that form, could it be the Black Xuan? Realizing the situation was extraordinary, the old man immediately ordered all the martial artists nearby to retreat at once because he needed to take Xiao Long and the spirit beasts to a secure location. Meanwhile, Banner, in her powerful new form, was affectionately rubbing her head against Xiao Long's cheek, leaving him stunned. A while later, in a quiet room, Grandfather Tang Wachang solemnly took out an ancient book and handed it to Xiao Long. Xiao Long, take this. Grandfather, in such a dire situation, why are you giving me books? This is the Tang Clan's secret manual that I have always wanted you to see. The grandfather's words piqued Xiao Long's curiosity, and he opened the book titled Secret Record of the World's Greatest Poisons. He flipped through the pages until he stopped at the introduction of a terrifying spirit creature. It was the Black Xuan, a creature among the 24 absolute poisons, with power second only to the legendary 10 Great Wonders. The book clearly stated, this species is officially called the Black-Veiled Ghost Centipede, also known as the Black Ghost. It possesses the ability to hear every sound in the world with extreme sensitivity, and whenever its body swells up, even mountain rocks shatter under its power. Seeing the fearsome origins of his daughter, Xiao Long's eyes lit up with excitement and admiration. Wow, they say you aren't really living unless you have a daughter? Haha. Duong Tang Yin was still in shock, stammering to be sure. Is our Ban Ni truly the legendary Black Demon Ghost Centipede, the 24th ultimate poison? Wei Xiao Long was incredibly proud. Well done, Ban Ni. You return looking so beautiful. You really are worthy of being my daughter. However, Ban Ni's appearance made So Ni sense trouble. The two sisters started making shrill, high-pitched noises as if arguing about something. Wei Xiao Long intended to mediate. So Ni, you're happy to see Ban Ni back, right? But suddenly, a wave of thoughts flashed through his mind. Ban Ni is sulking, saying father told her she is much prettier than younger sister. So Ni immediately retorted, no, father said I am even more beautiful than older sister. Ban Ni added a sarcastic jab. Do you really believe that? You are so naive. Witnessing this telepathic battle, Wei Xiao Long panicked. What is going on? Forget it. The one who left home and caused this, that should be me, right? Wei Xiao Long was stunned to discover a new ability within himself. Can I actually hear what the two of them are saying to each other? Has this telepathic energy evolved as well? Before he could collect his thoughts, both daughters shouted father in unison and rushed to surround him. They asked a difficult question that made Wei Xiao Long want to disappear. Between us two, who is prettier? Looking at the two little ancestors competing for his affection with those sparkling eyes, Wei Xiao Long could only cry without tears. And so, Ban Ni's grand return ended in such a bittersweet, chaotic scene. His house was no different from a kindergarten, always noisy and bustling. The next day, in a remote forest on the outskirts of Sichuan, the atmosphere turned quiet as the group began their journey to fulfill the long-standing request of Senior Dao Chen. Their destination was the Bak Kwai Temple, where renowned silkworm masters resided. Leading the group was Dao Chen with a weathered air, followed by Wei Xiao Long, Duong Tang Yin, and the spirit beasts So Ni and Ban Ni. However, Wei Xiao Long's footsteps were heavy, his face deep in thought. He whispered to himself, honestly, I am a bit worried. The reason for this young expert's anxiety was a strange detail he discovered on the remains of the Thien Tam creature earlier. What was stuck to it was definitely an olfactory gland, a defensive organ found only in the larvae of the phoenix butterfly, and definitely not from ordinary silkworms. Senior Dao Chen turned his head slightly and asked, what are you thinking about? Wei Xiao Long was startled and quickly waved his hands to cover his embarrassment. Ah, it's nothing. Seeing the young man look tense, Dao Chen gently reassured him, saying that feeling uneasy at a time like this was completely normal. After all, This was a difficult problem that even the most renowned silkworm masters in the Central Plains couldn't solve. Yet, the senior smiled confidently. It is strange, though. I have a hunch that if it is you, you will definitely succeed. He encouraged Wei Xiaolong to keep walking the path he had chosen and to let him shoulder the worries. Moved by that sincere encouragement, Wei Xiaolong respectfully replied, I understand, Senior Dao Chen. He secretly told himself to put aside his worries and focus on solving the problem step by step, right in front of him. Just as the proverb goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. As long as he tries to apply everything he knows, things will work out. The group stopped in front of an ancient wooden house hidden in the vast forest. As the morning sunlight pierced through the leaves, creating a mystical scene, Dao Chen stopped and pointed ahead. We are here. Wei Xiaolong took a deep breath to calm himself. With a bright smile returning to his lips, he led the group inside. Pushing the door open, Wei Xiaolong spoke politely. Excuse me for the intrusion. He secretly resolved to exhaust his entire store of knowledge, telling himself, just let nature take its course. Returning to a few days ago, at the Ba Dao Temple, a dry, angry sound of a table being slammed echoed out. Dao Qin gritted his teeth in fury over the consecutive failures. Another failure? Again? He decided he had to go to the Duong family personally to invite the talented young hero that Kuat Hoang had mentioned. Turning to the artisans, he expressed his sincere regrets, feeling terrible for them, but asked if they could please stay a bit longer to continue their research. The artisans bowed in unison, responding, We will obey your command. Master Dao Shen, everyone knows that helping the great master brings rewards of priceless treasures and earns fame throughout the martial arts world. Clinging to him is as good as grabbing onto a golden ticket. Yet, failure kept haunting them like a ghost. For these lifelong silkworm masters, this wasn't just a request, it was a challenge to their very pride. Patriarch Bai and the artisans clenched their fists, steeling their resolve. Everyone, keep the faith. This time, we must succeed. A spark of renewed passion ignited within them. Returning to the present, Xiao Long, along with Tang Yin and Xue Fei, pushed open the doors to the Bado Hall. What greeted him were the withered, exhausted figures of the artisans, looking like piles of white ash. Patriarch Bai and the others scrambled forward, ecstatic as if they'd just struck gold. Oh, you finally arrived. Master Dao Shen, you are the talented young hero the master has been talking about for so long, aren't you? Seeing their haggard appearance, Xiao Long broke into a nervous sweat. Can you folks even hold on much longer? He looked at their worn-out expressions with concern and advised, You look absolutely terrible. It seems like you have forgotten to rest for days. Patriarch Bai explained with a heavy heart. It's because we've been so desperate to find food for the larvae, trekking through forests and wading through rivers day and night without daring to stop for a moment. The old man suddenly fell to his knees, kowtowing in a desperate plea. Please, young hero, you must help us. We've heard you are the greatest insect master in the Central Plains. Please, help us release the frustration that has been weighing us down for so long. If they don't find a way to save the silkworm pupae, they'll probably end up meeting the king of hell before long, right? Witnessing their desperate plea, Xiao Long waved his hands, dismissing the heavy atmosphere, and said, Everyone, please stand up. I will do my absolute best to look into this. He calmly asked the core question. First, can you list everything you've tried feeding them so far? Patriarch Bai repeated, bewildered. Their food? Then he explained helplessly. There probably isn't a plant left on this earth that we haven't brought before them. From mulberry leaves to dried branches and tree roots, every type of herb in the Central Plains has been tested, but the results remain at absolute zero. We truly cannot understand where the problem lies. Watching the artisans weeping behind him, Xiao Long pondered. So even if it's any kind of plant, they stubbornly refuse to eat? What are these guys protesting about with this hunger strike? Xiao Long suddenly had an idea and clapped his hands, shouting, Aha, that's it. Making Dao Shen ask, surprised, What is it? Xiao Long turned to everyone, proclaiming triumphantly, I've just come up with a very promising idea. It made Patriarch Bai and his companions stare in wonder. A way to make them eat? Xiao Long smiled slyly, thinking of using the reverse deduction method commonly found in modern biology. He confidently raised a finger to explain. If it's this type of silkworm, it will surely help me see through to the root of the problem. He said clearly, this is the way to find the source of their life, rather than just searching for their food directly. He analyzed that before pupating, the mature heavenly silkworm larvae spin silk to create a cocoon to protect their bodies. While the main purpose is defense and hiding from predators, the silk of this heavenly silkworm is tougher than refined iron, so much so that even sword energy can barely pierce it. If that were just for hiding, such durability would far exceed what is necessary. The golden horn on the larva's head also carries a similar meaning. a defensive tool that only appears when they feel threatened. In other words, where the heavenly silkworms live, there must be a constant danger lurking for them. Once we pinpoint the source of that danger, finding their food will become extremely simple. Hearing the convincing analysis, Patriarch Bai stroked his chin in agreement. Indeed, what the young hero just analyzed really makes sense, because naturally, the place they choose to pupate must be where the food sources are abundant. Xiao Long turned to ask, Master Dao Shen, do you know where these heavenly silkworms were originally discovered? Dao Shen folded his arms and pondered. Regarding that, it was a rugged mountain range, filled with sharp, red rocks. People call it the Redstone Forest. He continued, I traveled there myself in the past, hoping to find more of their eggs, but all I collected were empty cocoons, and at most, a few lonely heavenly silkworm eggs. He said he had never seen a mature heavenly silkworm with his own eyes, nor had he encountered any significant threats. The place was just a barren, dry mountain range, so desolate that not even a single blade of grass could survive. Dao Shen added, I used those abandoned cocoons I found back then to craft the heavenly silkworm silk that I am using now. Hearing that, Xiao Long exclaimed happily, if that's the case, then we can be certain of it now. He clearly analyzed that the fact that both cocoons and eggs existed there proved it was their natural habitat. He decisively made a choice. To be absolutely sure, I think we should head there directly to verify it once and for all. Dao Shen smiled in approval. Since the young hero has made up his mind, I am in full agreement. But he glanced over and asked, and what about these weavers? How should I deal with them? If they still have any use, I'll keep them. Otherwise, I'll have them kicked out immediately. Oh, they've done their absolute best for you, but they just couldn't manage it. Xiao Long quickly intervened. They've suffered enough. Wouldn't it be better to just let them go home? I'm more than enough to handle this on my own. Hearing this, Dao Shen tossed a large bag of money to Patriarch Bai and the weavers, declaring, take this. This is a small token of my appreciation. He thanked them sincerely. Thank you very much for accompanying me and putting up with my selfish request all this time. Patriarch Bai and the weavers were shocked and moved to tears, sobbing, Master. Patriarch Bai and the artisans couldn't hold back their tears, bowing their heads in gratitude to Dao Shen for being so kind and generous to them. Witnessing the overly emotional display between these grown men, Wei Xiaolong could only force a smile, having previously assumed the senior had used force to kidnap them. The Dao God turned to urge him to head to Hong Shaolin quickly. But before leaving, Wei Xiaolong hesitated to ask about the distance, fearing his Jiaohua spider would refuse to travel so far. Seeing his brother's predicament, the Dao God suggested the group return to the Tang family first to ask for permission and report to the Wandu sect leader. Just as they were about to leave, Master Bai suddenly called out in a panic, stopping them and desperately asking to see the silk wrapped around Wei Xiaolong's arm. Seeing the artisan's curious expressions, Wei Xiaolong blankly held out the silk for them to examine. As soon as they touched the premium silk, Master Bai's eyes widened, amazed by its unprecedented thinness, durability, and perfect elasticity. The old man shouted with fanatical reverence, claiming that in all his years of weaving, he had never seen silk that reached such absolute perfection. Master Bai, trembling, asked repeatedly about the origin of the rare silk. Wei Xiaolong broke into a cold sweat, confused about how to explain that it was silk from one of the 10 great poisonous creatures he was raising. The artisans fell to their knees in unison, grabbing his hands and desperately begging to be allowed to weave a garment from this premium silk themselves. Master Bai declared loudly that he had been in the trade for over half a century. If he couldn't weave this silk at least once, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the afterlife. The other weavers also swore to die, ready to sacrifice their lives just to fulfill their wish of creating a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Wanting a career-defining piece like that is tough, isn't it? Seeing the burning passion in their eyes, Wei Xiaolong felt deeply empathetic, realizing that these were the eyes of people truly obsessed with their craft. He swallowed hard, smiled, and firmly agreed, provided they promised to weave the most gorgeous, world-class garment ever. Master Bai and the artisans were incredibly grateful, swearing on their lives to fulfill the young master's wish. And so, the group along with the 3 talented silk weavers officially set off back to Tang family fort to prepare for the new journey. Upon returning to the Tang house, his adoptive father asked in surprise, Wei Xiaolong, you brought back more silk weavers? Wei Xiaolong respectfully replied, yes, they are dying to try weaving Jiaohua's silk. Please consider allowing them. The lady smiled in agreement. If they were truly master weavers, wouldn't that make them rare talents in the industry? The adoptive father stroked his chin proudly. You're right, my dear. I thought my son-in-law only had a knack for capturing poisonous creatures, but who knew he was this good at recruiting talent too? However, the weavers behind them trembled in fear and exclaimed, young hero, there's a spider under your cloak. What kind of monster is that? Wei Xiaolong hurriedly waved his hand to explain. What monster? Jiaohua is a special type of spider known as the human-faced spider. He proudly pointed and continued, it can understand human speech, and if you need silk, it will provide as much as you want, right? Jiaohua, however, puffed out its cheeks and turned away pouting. Master Bai noted uneasily that it seemed unhappy about having to prepare for a journey immediately after returning. Another weaver chimed in, saying it also had to keep spinning silk for strangers, right? Wei Xiaolong begged desperately, Jiao Hua, do me a favor just this once, can you? In response, Jiao Ho shook its head furiously. Wei Xiaolong rubbed his chin helplessly. Looking like this situation was getting tricky, he whispered to himself, it's no surprise. While I was gone, Jiao Ho didn't accept the presence of anyone else. The spider lady only accepts you as her master. Quite loyal, isn't she? Wei Xiaolong immediately made an enticing promise. If Jiao Hua listens to me and helps them by spinning silk, I promise I will bring Jiao Hua along on the upcoming journey. The proposal made Jiao Hua freeze in surprise. Immediately, Jiao Hua was overjoyed, dancing excitedly, making Wei Xiaolong laugh. That attitude clearly means it's saying it'll handle all the silk spinning, he thought. Tang Yin, standing nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. The negotiation was a success. We finally managed to appease this difficult lady. Just then, Master Bai stepped forward and asked hesitantly, excuse me. Young hero Wei Xiaolong turned around blankly. Is there another problem? I would like to ask if the silk Jiao Hua is wearing around your wrist is it the same type as the silk the young hero is holding? Wei Xiaolong smiled casually. Oh, that's right. I just wrapped it there as proof of a vow. Hearing this, Master Bai whispered triumphantly to his colleagues, see, I told you my judgment wasn't wrong. He cleared his throat to save face. Ahem. The group of weavers immediately folded their hands in respect and announced in unison. We always respect the decisions and preferences of our young hero. Hey, wait a minute. Something feels off here. Guys, everyone has different tastes. That's what makes the world so diverse, right? Isn't that right? Little Long panicked, his face draining of all color. He waved his hands and shouted, No, everyone, you've misunderstood. This is just a pet, not my lover. A pet, you say? I totally understand. Honestly, I'm quite fond of those kinds of things myself. Little Long turned bright red and roared in frustration. What kind of things are you talking about? What are you all babbling about? Seeing his reaction, Jiao Hua smiled sweetly. She blushed deeply. And just like that, Jiao Hua officially became a new member of their traveling group. A breath of fresh air swept through them, leading them toward their next destination, the Redstone Forest. Half a day after entering the Crimson Rock Forest, the group moved silently beneath the dense canopy. Tang Yin turned to him, asking with concern, Little Long, is it really okay to bring all these little ones along? Looking at the flock of spirit beasts busily trailing behind them, Little Long could only scratch his head and offer a bitter smile. I have no choice. Things have turned out this way. Once I promised to let Jiao Hua come along, the 7 little spirit beasts also refused to stay behind, completely ruining the plan to travel secretly with Senior Dao Shen. Still, having the poisonous insects with us might not be a bad idea, because if the Heaven Silkworm truly has a natural predator, their protection could be vital. After walking for a while, Dao Shen suddenly stopped and pointed ahead, announcing, This is the place. Little Long looked up and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Before the group lay a valley of deep red rocks, rugged and barren enough to send shivers down their spines. Just as the name suggested, the red peaks were truly a spectacular sight. It was hard to believe the Heaven Silkworm could live in a place like this. Dao Shen nodded softly in confirmation. That's right. I discovered eggs and cocoons scattered on the ground around this area. Back then. And even now, there really isn't much else around here. Observing the barren terrain, Jiao Hua also remarked with skepticism, Little Long, it seems there's nothing here that the Heaven Silkworm could use as food. Little Long thought deeply and firmly decided. Even so, let's search the area thoroughly. He quickly turned to give orders to the flock of spirit beasts. You little ones, give your parents a hand and look for round eggs or anything that looks like a poisonous creature nearby. Upon receiving the master's command, Sheer, Shanger, and Jiao Hua all cheered excitedly and began the search. They were ready to stir up a storm. And so, the search officially began among the barren rock crevices. Just then, Jiao Hua squealed with excitement as she picked up a round object from the ground. But Little Long immediately and helplessly pointed out to her, I told you, that's just a pebble. She deflated in disappointment. Many hours passed under the scorching sun, and the group had gathered nothing but cold, lifeless stones. Little Long, we've been searching for so long and found nothing. At this rate, the sun is going to set. Dao Shen also stood with his arms crossed. deep in helpless contemplation. Maybe this was harder to find than he thought. Little Long put a hand to his chin, an overwhelming sense of confusion rising in his heart. What was going on? Could it be that there was really nothing here? A strange rustling sound suddenly echoed from behind a boulder, catching the attention of Little Long and Tang Yin. He turned his head in suspicion and saw little Shanger holding something in her mouth with an incredibly cute expression. Little Long asked in confusion, "Shanger, what do you have in your mouth?" The very next second, Shanger spat the creature onto the ground, to the astonishment of everyone present. Looking closely at the milky white creature wiggling on the ground, Little Long's eyes widened in shock. A termite? Whoa, I thought it was a silkworm. You scared me to death. He quickly picked up the giant creature and determined it was a giant white ant. Little Long couldn't help but wonder. There isn't even a single tree here, so where on earth did she drag that thing from? He turned to ask his spirit beast, "Shanger, where did you find this?" Shanger chirped back proudly, "Over there, there's lots of them." Shanger looked at him, the little one flashing a super cute smile with a brilliant glow that completely froze Little Long in his tracks. The sudden cuteness of the little girl was like a fatal blow to his heart, causing him to blush furiously and collapse while clutching his chest. Seeing his condition, Tang Yin asked in a panic, "What's wrong, Little Long?" He clutched his heart and groaned helplessly. This 10,000 beast technique really is a good martial art for one's cardiovascular health. My heart is just melting for this little girl. Xianger crawled ahead excitedly to lead the way and shouted, "Daddy, over here! Over here!" The group hurried after her, heading deep into the rock crevice. Xianger pointed at the cliff and cheered excitedly. "There's so many here, aren't there?" Little Long looked down and gasped in shock to see countless termites crawling around. It's true. There's a termite mound hidden under the rocks. Shanger boasted about her achievement. See? Shanger found it. However, upon looking closely at the shape of the termites, Little Long's expression immediately changed, his eyes widening in shock. "Wait, these termites are cathedral termites," he mused, explaining to everyone about this peculiar creature. Their scientific name is Nasoptydermus trioideae, a species native to the Australian desert. Little Long noted, they are called cathedral termites because they build huge mounds that stand tall like cathedral buildings, but that only made him even more suspicious. But why would cathedral termites be in a place like this? Usually, a mound built by termites about 6 millimeters long can reach up to 8 meters in height. However, at first glance, these were only a little smaller than Shanger. He turned his head to look at the surrounding cliffs, thoughts of the mysteries of this land stirring within him. That means all these towering peaks stretching across this red stone forest are actually their mounds. Noticing his deep contemplation, Tang Yin asked curiously, "Did you realize something?" Little Long hesitated and replied, "Ah, well," he thought to himself that the concept of a cathedral didn't exist in the Central Plains, so he had to explain it in the simplest way possible. "These things are called pagoda termites." Tang Yin repeated blankly, "Pagoda termites? You came up with that name? You're truly a legend." Little Long explained further that they were named as such because they built nests that looked exactly like Buddhist stupas. Tang Yin was stunned to realize that all the peaks in the redstone forest were actually mounds they had built. Dao Shen pondered aloud whether these were the natural predators threatening the heaven silkworm. Little Long answered firmly, "That's exactly what I'm going to test right now." He then turned and asked Tang Yin to channel her internal energy into the heaven silkworm egg in his hand. Although she was still confused, Tang Yin quickly gathered her energy and channeled a gentle, light blue spiritual aura into the egg. Under the influence of the internal energy, the heaven silkworm egg began to shake violently before cracking open. To everyone's amazement, from inside, a cute golden larva crawled out and chirped excitedly. Little Long smiled faintly and quietly placed the small larva right at the entrance of the termite mound to observe. The curious larva crawled closer, only to be immediately surrounded by termites emerging from the nest, watching with caution. However, instead of attacking, the termites quickly lifted the larva and carried it straight into the dark nest, leaving the two girls panicked. "Oh no, they've been carried away." Tang Yin shouted anxiously, fearing the ants had taken it away. Contrary to their fears, Little Long smiled confidently because everything was going exactly as he had predicted. He explained to Tang Yin that this heaven silkworm species shares the same ecosystem as the two-tailed butterfly, which has a special symbiotic relationship with demon ants. They usually lay eggs near the ant colony, and when the larvae hatch, the ants actively carry them into the nest to raise them in order to harvest the sweet secretion from their tails. Little Long smiled and assured everyone there was nothing to worry about. In fact, this was actually a good thing. Perhaps the heaven silkworm had developed tougher shells to withstand the powerful jaws of the ants and to adapt to the environment inside the nest. Little Long suspected that the eggs and cocoons Dao Xin found earlier had simply fallen out of a collapsed nest by accident. Well, you really stumbled upon a goldman, you master thief. He firmly declared that their next mission was to investigate inside this massive termite mound. However, Shu Piao and Tang Yinner were worried because the mound was as hard as rock, making it impossible to dig through by hand. Little Long agreed and planned to ask Dao Shen to use his palm technique to break it open. But the senior embarrassingly declined, explaining that he specialized in movement techniques and pressure point strikes. Just as Little Long was racking his brain for a solution, Zhu Jiabinner suddenly let out an excited cry and lunged forward. She used her immense strength to stomp hard on the ground. Binner's powerful attack cracked the earth open, creating a deep hole right in front of the stunned group. Little Long didn't hold back his praise for his capable young daughter. Realizing the hole was wide enough for a person to crawl through, the group decided to head inside immediately to investigate. I have to admit, these termites built a huge house, but they must be pretty annoyed that we broke in like this. As they went deeper underground, the dark space suddenly lit up with a magical blue glow. Before them appeared a massive cavern filled with beautiful, glowing blue mushrooms. Little Long instantly realized what was happening. He explained that this was the food source for the Buddha Tower termites, as not all termites just eat wood. Suddenly, a powerful light ahead caught his attention, and Little Long cheered with joy because he had found his target. Dao Shen stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment as he saw dozens of milky white heaven silkworm cocoons stacked on top of one another. Little Long excitedly confirmed that with this huge number of cocoons, they wouldn't have to worry about their supply of heaven silkworm silk for a long time. He quickly sat down to collect the cocoons and was about to look around for more when he suddenly froze in suspicion, sensing a powerful burst of spiritual energy coming from the cliff wall. A giant, shimmering silver cocoon radiating a brilliant light appeared, leaving Little Long completely stunned. He tremblingly lifted the strange, glowing cocoon in his hands, his pupils contracting in shock as he wondered, "What is this?" Even though its size was similar to the heaven silkworm cocoons, its texture was completely different, making him wonder if it was a different species entirely. Looking closely at the bottom of the cocoon, he found a small hole, proving that the adult insect had already broken out, yet the silk remained as tough as steel. He turned to ask Dao Shen if he knew what this silver-glowing cocoon with the strange silk was. The senior shook his head, admitting he had never seen it before, and asked if he thought it was a heaven silkworm cocoon. Little Long mused that they seemed to be of the same lineage, but before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook violently. While everyone was in a panic, Little Long was incredibly surprised to see the giant spirit beast Xianger suddenly appear. The little one chirped happily and placed a large rock, filled with black spots in front of the group. Little Long stopped and approached, curiously asking what the rock actually was. But when he looked closely at the crevices in the stone, he suddenly jumped in surprise, seeing countless tiny white termites crawling around inside. Little Long swallowed nervously, a shocking guess flashing through his mind. Watching the termites constantly pouring out of the holes, Little Long was certain that Xianger had found the place where the queen termite laid her eggs. "Good job, Xianger, you found it." To check inside, he gently told the spirit beast, "Xianger, can you break it in half very gently?" The little spirit beast chirped happily in agreement and immediately prepared to act. "Your daughters are so well-behaved, they follow your every word. I really want to take them home." With one precise strike, the giant rock instantly split in two before the eyes of the whole group. Little Long and Tang Yinner curiously stepped forward to observe what was inside. Before them lay a tiny, pure white queen termite, writhing in pain. Tang Yinner asked, puzzled, "Little Long, is that a queen termite? It looks a bit different from the one we saw last time, doesn't it?" Little Long nodded and explained, "That's right, it looks just like a larva." He explained that since the queen termite spends her whole life in the egg chamber reproducing, her body develops in such an abnormal way. Thinking about his long-term plan, Little Long said, "Xianger, take this and have Jiao Huo wrap it up tightly on the outside so we can bring it back." Dao Shen asked in surprise, "Young hero, you plan to bring the termites back to the exit?" Little Long smiled and explained that he wanted to raise them to help cultivate the heaven silkworm larvae later on. With everything prepared, he excitedly announced the next step. "We've found the termite's egg chamber. Now let's head deeper to find the heaven silkworm larvae." Noticing that the path ahead was extremely narrow, he made a decision. Since the termite nest is so small, only Lady Ying Lian, with your petite figure, will be coming with me. The sudden decision left Ying Lian panicked, her face pale, and she asked with hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang Yinner and Xue Piao Bing smiled to themselves, relieved that they didn't have to squeeze into such a tight space in their bulky clothes. Little Long smiled to reassure the girl, then firmly grabbed her hand and dashed into the dark tunnel, despite her helpless, indignant protests. After venturing deep into the dark termite mound with An Lian, he suddenly froze, noticing a soft blue glow emanating from ahead. They both stepped in, stunned to find a massive chamber overflowing with glowing mushrooms, the colony's food storage. Lian suddenly pointed to a hidden corner and called out, "Yum Master Wei Xiao Long, it's over there." Approaching, Wei Xiao Long was shocked to discover a tiny, golden creature resembling a chubby little rabbit, munching on a white termite larva. He wondered curiously if this adorable thing was actually eating the larva. Normally, they live in symbiosis, trading nutrients, but when resources are scarce, they will eat termite larvae to survive. Wow, it's so hungry. That's a risky move. Looking at the half-eaten mushrooms nearby, Wei Xiao Long realized that after finishing the larvae, it might just devour the mushrooms too. Lian nodded in understanding. So that's it. But Wei Xiao Long suddenly fell silent, realizing this was a major dilemma. Seeing her look at him, confused, he explained anxiously that if a hatchling starts devouring termite larvae with such a voracious appetite, before the colony can even breed, they definitely won't be able to keep up with this creature's hunger. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Xiao Long decided it wasn't safe to take them just yet. They quickly returned to the exit of the Redstone Forest Valley, where Hao En was waiting and calling out for Wei Xiao Long. Shortly after, he summarized the situation for the rest of the group. Although it was a pity, because they needed to stabilize the colony to create the best environment for cultivating the heavenly silkworms, they decided to raise the 2 remaining eggs with this colony. Returning 1 egg to nature didn't seem like a bad idea either. However, to maintain the species, the 2 eggs they kept would have to hatch into 1 male and 1 female. Putting that disappointment aside, the group set off back to the Tang Clan to prepare for their next plans. A few days later, in the mountains behind the Tang Clan, the relocated termite colony was quickly buried in an area with plenty of withered trees. In just a few short days, a giant termite mound had officially formed. To help the colony thrive, Wei Xiao Long asked the members of the 5 Poisons sect to plant more mushrooms in the area. He believed that if they were provided with a steady food source, increasing the termite population would no longer be a concern. Not only that, these termites would also digest the surrounding dead trees, helping the barren land become fertile. Then, they could immediately use this area to grow medicinal herbs, helping them thrive beautifully. Wei Xiao Long excitedly declared that this was truly a killing 3 birds with 1 stone plan. Standing nearby, Douthan also smiled, grateful that thanks to everyone, he had found so many heavenly silkworm cocoons. He said that as soon as the craftsmen at the Hidden Weapon Hall finished weaving the silk, he would begin creating new threads from the cocoons. While waiting, Douthan decided to stay at the Tang residence with Lin for a while. Wei Xiao Long sincerely expressed his deep gratitude, but the senior just waved his hand and smiled. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work and effort. Suddenly, remembering the strange silver cocoon, Wei Xiao Long said that as soon as he returned to the Tang residence, he had immediately begun testing it. By soaking the understand cocoon in hot water to peel off the outer shell and reshape it, its original form was gradually revealed. At first, he thought it was some terrifying alien monster, but comparing it to other ordinary heavenly silkworm cocoons, Wei Xiao Long couldn't find any difference other than its shimmering silver color. Dao then crossed his arms, thoughtfully agreeing that the cocoon indeed radiated an extremely unusual aura. Suddenly, Hoa En, dressed in red, came rushing over as fast as she could, her face full of panic. Wei Xiao Long asked anxiously what had happened. Duong Tang Yin tried to suppress her exhaustion, gasping as she explained that in order to find clues about the silver heavenly silkworm cocoon, she had spent the whole day reading the family's secret poison manual. She firmly held out the ancient book and urged, "You need to look at this page quickly." Wei Xiao Long's pupils contracted immediately. He was completely stunned and shocked. Appearing right before their eyes was an image of the silver moth, a legendary and terrifying creature, one of the 10 great poisonous insects in the world. Remembering his past life, Wei Xiao Long had once introduced a moth species to the online community, the poodle moth, the cutest insect in the world. Despite receiving countless criticisms and skepticism from those around him, he had confidently pulled back the curtain for everyone to admire this lovely little creature. The tiny poodle moth appeared with such an innocent look that everyone was shocked and frozen. It possessed a pair of antennae like rabbit ears, a body covered in soft fur, and large, round eyes sparkling with brilliance. Although few people knew about it, in terms of cuteness, this moth deserved to be the peak of all insects with its incredibly adorable face. But that flashback was immediately shattered when Duong Tang Yin pointed frantically at the book, showing that in this world, the moth species was one of the 10 most dangerous poisons. It was the silver silk moth, a legendary moth with a body covered in dazzling silver light. When its wings spread, they could reach 3 feet wide. Its nature was originally peaceful, but once it felt threatened, it would instantly release highly toxic silver scales. Anyone who accidentally touched them or inhaled the dust would feel such intense itching that they would scratch their own flesh until they perished. Looking at the gruesome image in the book, Wei Xiaolong broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was a creature far more terrifying than its appearance suggested. It looked harmless, but touching it was extremely dangerous. Duwang Tangyin turned to him, anxiously asking for his opinion on the credibility of these records. Wei Xiaolong replied thoughtfully. While he couldn't be 100% sure, all signs indicated that the heavenly silkworm seemed to be in the process of molting to become a silver silk moth. Hearing this, Dao Then Cat Chi Hong couldn't help but ask back, full of doubt about the molting process. Wei Xiaolong explained that even Sony and Ban Ni, who were originally blue-striped centipedes, had transformed into the majestic heavenly centipede and ghost centipede. Therefore, the heavenly silkworm was no exception. Depending on the environment and conditions, they would evolve into the silver silk moth. Looking at the two spirit beasts nearby, Cat Chi Hong admitted this argument was extremely solid, but still curiously asked about the method to help it molt. Wei Xiaolong crossed his arms and confidently declared he had a brilliant plan, then immediately turned and called out loudly for Ban Ni. Wei Xiaolong smiled, pointing his finger, and gently asked his little girl where she had transformed into such a beautiful form. So, the group decided to follow Ban Ni to a truly unexpected place. Crossing through dense, overgrown trails deep in the forest, they stopped before a dark and silent limestone cave. Realizing this was the 1X cave, where Xiao Long had fallen during his fierce battle with the blood sect elder, Xiao Long looked around in confusion, secretly amazed that Ban Ni had managed to find her way all the way here. However, he noticed the energy here had completely changed. There was no longer a trace of resentment lingering. Just then, Ban Ni chirped playfully, then revealed through telepathy that she had devoured all the resentment in this place to evolve. Hearing Ban Ni admit to consuming all that energy, which caused her body to turn pitch black and swell up, Xiao Long was shocked. He began to piece together the patterns of evolution. Since Sony evolved by swallowing a core, and Ban Ni by devouring resentment accumulated over many years, he wondered if the heavenly silkworm would need to consume something similar to transform into the silver silk moth. Thinking he might have missed something important, Xiao Long decided to return to the termite nest to investigate. But for now, the group had to return to the Tang Clan. As soon as they stepped into the Tang Clan courtyard, Xiao Long and Tang Yin were surprised to run into Elder Jia carrying a small bag. Seeing that Xiao Long looked tired, Elder Jia asked after him kindly. Xiao Long greeted him quickly, and then asked curiously about what was in the bag. Elder Jia smiled slightly and explained that this was something he brought back from the forest, proudly announcing that Xiao Long had found a truly precious treasure. Elder Jia held up a glowing, vibrant blue mushroom and revealed it was a spirit herb. He explained that even though its quality was lower than low-grade spirit mushrooms, it still contained a faint trace of heaven and earth energy. Xiao Long was incredibly amazed, his eyes lighting up as he marveled at the effectiveness of this rare item. The elder added that while it was useless to mortals, it was extremely nutritious for the venomous creatures he was raising, because wild beasts and poisonous insects have a much better natural capacity to absorb spiritual energy than humans. Gazing at the glowing mushroom, Tang Yin asked curiously if this was the kind of food that would help the heavenly silkworm molt into a silver silk moth. Xiao Long immediately shook his head to deny it, because if it were that simple, the termites in the cave would have evolved long ago. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind, leaving him frozen in place. Seeing his grandson's shocked expression, Elder Jia immediately asked what was happening. Xiao Long answered thoughtfully that a very unique theory had just appeared in his head regarding the queen termite and the evolution of spirit beasts. He immediately turned to urgently request that the elder summon all direct disciples to the clan master's hall immediately because there was a critical matter to report. Tang Wucheng was very surprised by this sudden request from his grandson. Xiao Long wore a confident smile and loudly declared that this would be a major discovery, a turning point that would usher in a new era for the Tang Clan's poison refining history. Right after that, an emergency meeting was held in the majestic clan master's hall. The Tang Clan master hardened his expression and asked why Xiao Long had summoned everyone so urgently. Xiao Long stepped forward calmly and confidently declared that he had just discovered an earth-shattering truth. Seeing the curiosity of the clan master, he smiled triumphantly. Xiao Long explained that once a spirit creature absorbs a massive amount of spiritual energy, they will immediately evolve into a completely different and vastly more powerful realm. He smiled and explained, "That's right. Just like a martial artist tempering their bones and marrow, they are also breaking through their own limits." The father-in-law immediately asked, "What is the basis for your claim?" Xiao Long confidently replied, "I have been pondering the cases of Sony and Ban Ni." He pointed out that Sony swallowed the core containing decades of cultivation from the flying sky snake to evolve, while Ban Ni entered the 1X cave and devoured all the accumulated resentment to transform into a black nether centipede. both had in common that they absorbed a huge amount of power to break through. Therefore, the heavenly silkworm must also consume a massive source of energy to be able to molt into the silver silk moth, one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. But the important part is, what should we feed it? And the core secret to triggering that process lies in this spirit herb. Tang Yin asked in confusion, "But didn't you just say this spirit herb doesn't have enough energy?" Xiao Long nodded and replied, "That's true. On its own, it can't decide the molting process. But what would happen if those termites survived for over 50 years in the cave, eating this type of spirit herb every single day? At that point, the queen termite would accumulate an amount of spiritual power beyond imagination. And then a heavenly silkworm larva appears and consumes that very queen termite." Elder Tang asked in confusion, "A heavenly silkworm larva devours a queen termite? Symbiosis without mutual destruction? Everyone." Xiao Long firmly confirmed it. Yes, he explained that normally they only eat weak termites, bodily fluids, or termite larvae. But once the ecosystem of the nest is overturned or the defensive line around the queen termite becomes loose, this exceptional occurrence can absolutely happen. Only when all the right conditions are met will the silver silk moth officially descend. Tang Yin nodded slightly but was still puzzled. But each colony only has one queen termite. If it were devoured, the nest should have been empty when we broke in, right? She continued, "But in the nest that Ban Ni brought back, the queen termite is clearly still alive." Xiao Long smiled and teased, "My clever little iceberg, as expected of my beautiful girl." He winked and laughed heartily. "The ancients say husband and wife share one mind. It seems our thoughts are becoming more and more synchronized." The joke made Tang Yin blush bright red, and she shouted in embarrassment, "What are you talking about?" Xiao Long continued to explain seriously. "The nest structure of those termites is very strange. Even if the queen termite perishes, there are always reserve individuals ready to take the throne and replace her immediately. A new queen termite must have quickly succeeded the throne so the colony wouldn't fall into chaos." The father-in-law laughed heartily, calling them truly bizarre insects. He said excitedly that if this were true, the Tang Clan was about to hold yet another of the 10 great poisonous creatures. The Tang Clan would become the first sect in the Central Plains to successfully cultivate one of the 10 great poisonous creatures by hand. Unable to hide his excitement, he asked Xiao Long, "How certain are you?" Xiao Long confidently and clearly affirmed, 100% certain, father-in-law." He smiled and took out the wooden box and said, "I still have the 2 heavenly silkworm eggs that the Tao God gifted me." He opened the box in front of everyone. "So, I will definitely succeed in cultivating one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, the silver silk moth." The next day, Xiao Long's group immediately returned to the redstone forest to search for the queen termite to prove his theory. There, they proceeded to knock down a few more stone pillars to seize the breeding nest of these termites. After capturing the 2 queen termites, the group quickly brought them back to the Tang sect. Xiao Long excitedly fed the queen termites to the 2 heavenly silkworms. Watching them devour the food, he muttered to himself, "They have a bigger appetite than I thought." Being able to consume such rare, magical food right after birth means their spiritual energy will be overflowing. But just as it finished eating, one of the silkworms suddenly froze. Xiao Long asked blankly, "Huh, did you choke because you were too greedy?" The very next second, the heavenly silkworm's body suddenly erupted with a powerful blue spiritual force and began to glow brilliantly. The blinding light engulfed the entire room, making Tang Yin shout in surprise, "They're starting to glow." This spiritual energy is just like when they were evolving. Xiao Long held his breath, watching this miraculous change. When the radiance finally faded, 2 beautiful, shimmering, silver-white silkworms appeared before their eyes. The evolution was a success. These were the silver silkworms. Tang Yin approached, unable to help but exclaim in admiration. The scales on their bodies looked as if they were covered in a layer of silver dust. Seeing the 2 tiny creatures looking at her, Xiao Long smiled and held out his hand to coax them. "Hey, do you 2 want to come up here for a bit?" After a moment of hesitation, the 2 silver silkworms happily crawled onto his hand, nuzzling him affectionately. Xiao Long scooped the 2 little creatures into his arms, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh, they're so cute. These 2 silkworms are quite friendly, aren't they?" Seeing this amazing result, Tang Yin smiled and concluded, "Now, if you raise them to maturity, they will transform into silver silkworm moths, one of the top 10 poisons in the martial arts world." But Xiao Long's expression suddenly darkened, becoming deep in thought. Noticing the abnormality, Tang Yin asked concernedly, "Xiao Long, is something troubling you? You look very serious." Xiao Long answered anxiously, "It's just that I accidentally forgot one extremely important thing." He sighed. "I was so focused on the queen termites that I overlooked the most basic thing. Why did it only just occur to me now?" The sect leader asked worriedly, "Is there some sort of problem?" Just as his father-in-law's worried question faded, Xiao Long closed his eyes tightly, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized a difficult problem. He held his head and racked his brain. I still haven't named these little guys. Oh man, I thought something serious happened. You almost gave everyone a heart attack. I should have thought of this before they broke out of their cocoons. Little silver? Little silkworm? No, it has to be something more majestic. Looking at the two little silver silkworms, tilting their heads in confusion, Xiao Long felt even more conflicted. Witnessing his hilarious struggle, Tang Yin and the elders could only stand by, helpless. And so, the struggle to name the two new spirit insects lasted until late into the night. A few days later, at the majestic poison pavilion of the Tang sect, his father-in-law and the grandfather came to visit to check on the progress of the silver silkworms. As soon as he entered the room, his father-in-law paused, curious about a large wooden box filled with stacked gravel, and asked, "What is this?" "This is their habitat. I crushed some stones from the forest to plaster and reinforce this box. If they are to live here, it's best to replicate their natural environment as perfectly as possible. Even humans get uncomfortable when their living environment changes, let alone them." He walked closer to the box, excitedly sharing more. "And after a few days of observation, I discovered a few secrets that have never been recorded in the poison encyclopedia." This unexpected revelation made his father-in-law ask in surprise, "What new secret?" Xiao Long immediately picked up a small silver silkworm and excitedly suggested, "Try taking a look at this." With that, he used his finger to gently squeeze the silkworm's body. Suddenly squeezed, the spirit insect frowned, and in the next second, a black-red demonic energy erupted from its body. Witnessing this strange transformation, both his father-in-law and grandfather widened their eyes in shock. It turned black. Xiao Long let go, gently stroking the spirit insect, and continued to explain. "Conversely, when we pet them, it emits a light." Just as he said, under its owner's affection, the silver silkworm immediately emitted a soft, glowing spiritual energy. His father-in-law was still bewildered and asked, "But what does this mean?" Xiao Long clearly explained their true nature. These spirit insects carry both pure and demonic energy. Because these two energies coexist side by side without repelling each other, their bodies emit this silver glow. A body where two energies intertwine is extremely rare, isn't it? He smiled confidently and continued, "It's not over yet. Try holding it and circulating your energy." His father-in-law nodded slightly, taking the silver silkworm from his hand and began to circulate his internal energy. Immediately, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping his body. He felt a warm energy spreading throughout his body in amazement and cried out, "My internal energy is recovering on its own." Xiao Long laughed radiantly, explaining the magical support mechanism of the spirit beast. When they emit pure energy, they can help unblock meridians and restore internal strength. Looking at the silver silkworm obediently lying in his hand, his father-in-law was completely stunned, only able to sigh in admiration. It's hard to believe that yin and yang energies can coexist and act like a cure for internal injuries as well. Xiao Long continued to share his new findings with his father-in-law and grandfather. "I also discovered a few more things. Like with Binner and Shanger, it seems they have started to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to survive. After molting into silver silkworms, they no longer eat magic leaves or spirit mushrooms." He explained more about the habits of this creature. "Since the food problem is solved, I intended to bring back the firstborn, but since it was in the wild for too long, it became extremely aggressive and emitted strong demonic energy. Perhaps because they were hatched using my internal energy, these little guys seem quite docile toward humans. As for how the pure and demonic energies will change as they mature, along with other aspects, we still need to observe further." Tang Yin stood by and smiled softly. "They are still larvae. The most important thing now is to raise them well. If you raise them well, you'll see the results. Treat them like your own children." Xiao Long turned to the two seniors, confidently concluding, "That is all I have gathered." After hearing his detailed analysis, his father-in-law was very impressed. "It's amazing. After all, they are one of the top 10 poisons, so even when they are young." But before Xiao Long could fully understand, his father-in-law smiled and interrupted, "No, I'm talking about you." Xiao Long was stunned. The unexpected praise startled Xiao Long, and Tang Yin, standing behind, couldn't help but be amazed. His father-in-law explained gently, "Didn't you discover countless secrets about this spirit insect in just a few short days? It seems your wisdom and knowledge are truly extraordinary. For the future of the Tang sect, this knowledge must be passed down to future generations." Xiao Long scratched his head, confused. "Father, this matter." He saw his father-in-law pull out a large notebook with a vibrant red cover. He asked curiously, "Are you planning to give this to me?" His father-in-law smiled, handing him the thick notebook. "Take this." Xiao Long took the notebook and asked blankly, "It's a book of records. His father-in-law suggested solemnly, Xiao Long, what do you think about writing your own encyclopedia of poisonous creatures? This bold suggestion made both Xiao Long and Tang Yin widen their eyes in surprise. At that moment, grandfather Tang Wucheng also stepped forward, stroking his beard and smiling in agreement. The ancient texts are not only sparse in information but also far too outdated. However, if you write it yourself, with the knowledge you already possess and what you will learn in the future, you will definitely create a masterpiece that surpasses the original. Of course, only if you are willing to do it. Seeing the expectant looks of the two seniors, Xiao Long did not hesitate. He immediately raised the red notebook high, beamed, and declared clearly, I am willing. As a son-in-law of the Tang Clan, how could I refuse? I will definitely finish it. He was determined to create his own encyclopedia of poisonous creatures. Seeing the young man's determination and enthusiasm, his father-in-law was extremely satisfied. I knew it. My judgment of my son-in-law is truly not bad. Xiao Long happily held the red notebook and walked away with Tang Yin, his heart filled with great ambitions for the future of the Tang Clan, hoping that they would walk side by side on their life journey just as peacefully as this. And just like that, Xiao Long received a record book made of Tang Clan's silkworm silk. He began to pick up his brush, carefully writing the title he had already decided upon in his head on the cover of the red notebook, Xiao Long's Poisonous Creature Records. Holding the brand new notebook in his hand, he smiled radiantly next to Tang Yin and the two cute little silver silkworms. After all, bearing the title of an insect expert, he had to compile a great insect encyclopedia for himself. At the same time, as night fell at the Wulin Alliance headquarters, a disciple carrying a tea tray walked toward the conference room, trembling. He could not help but be shocked to see two of the legendary figures of the three venerables gathering there. Sitting opposite the Fist Emperor was the old beggar, the Beggar Emperor. He took a sip of tea and asked in a low voice, Is something wrong? For the Wulin Alliance to personally come looking for me. The Fist Emperor replied with a stern expression, Actually, we have a request. Saying that, he opened a scroll and announced the bad news. The Imperial Court has just issued an order to blockade the military activities of the Wulin Alliance. What is going on? Why would the Imperial Army take such action? The Beggar Emperor frowned in confusion. Hadn't the two sides established a peace treaty, keeping the Imperial Court and the martial arts world separate? The Fist Emperor sighed and explained, This must be a warning, because lately, we have mobilized too many troops to suppress the Blood Sect. However, in this critical moment, a mysterious and deadly case has occurred in Yuyang. They have set a condition. If we can solve this case, the military ban will be lifted. The Fist Emperor slammed his teacup onto the table, but strangely enough, the incident seems to be related to poisonous insects. The news about poisonous insects shocked the Beggar Emperor. The Fist Emperor smirked, a meaningful look in his eyes as he looked straight at the senior and asked, What do you think? How about we hand this case over to that young man? Meanwhile, at the Tang Clan, the night had grown deep. Under the peaceful eaves, Xiao Long was fast asleep with a warm, flushed face, completely unaware that he was about to be dragged into a huge mess. A few days later, in the morning, the sound of birds chirping in the trees awakened the peaceful atmosphere of the Tang Clan. Xiao Long stirred and woke up under his warm blanket. He sat up, smiled gently, and looked toward the corner of the room, where two tiny, pure white silver silkworms were obediently clinging to the wooden wall. He asked affectionately, Biggie and Little Bit, are you two doing well? I named these two silver silkworms Biggie and Little Bit, because whenever they climb onto my hand, they always grab onto my thumb and pinky for support. If people ask why they have such names later, it makes sense, right? He knew that despite their incredibly cute and soft appearance, Biggie and Little Bit were actually formidable creatures on the list of the 10 greatest poisonous creatures in the world. Not only do they possess powerful toxicity, but they also have a special ability that helps restore internal energy for martial artists. Xiao Long had been full of hope that this ability would be very helpful to the Tang family in the upcoming battles. However, the elders in the clan, after careful research, shook their heads and said that they were still too young, and because it was difficult to communicate with them, their special talent could not be activated at will just yet. Furthermore, because their healing ability is limited to one person at a time, their practical use at the moment was not yet truly clear. Nevertheless, Xiao Long did not mind much. He happily played with the two silver silkworms. What does it matter anyway? As long as they are this cute and soft, that is more than enough. As for that talent, shouldn't I just patiently nurture them until they mature and observe them further? Eat well and grow quickly so you can turn into beautiful moths. Just as he was busy talking to his spiritual beasts, a loud call from the doorway suddenly rang out. Xiao Long saw a familiar silhouette at the door and cried out in surprise. Tang Yin. Tang Yin stepped into the room with a radiant smile and greeted him softly. Good morning, Xiao Long. Xiao Long asked curiously, "Is something the matter that you came so early?" Tang Yin tilted her head and replied, "There are guests at the Tang Clan, so I brought them here." The answer left Xiao Long blankly asking, "Guests?" The very next second, stepping out from behind Tang Yin was an old man in ragged clothes with long gray hair and a beard, wearing a familiar wide-brimmed conical hat. The elder stepped forward clearly, smiling heartily as he greeted him. "How have you been lately?" Xiao Long hurriedly asked, full of curiosity. "Is there something wrong that you came here so early? Could it be that the royal insect powder has run out?" His naive question made the beggar emperor frown, and he complained a bit indignantly. "What kind of person do you think I am, to only show my face at the Tang Clan when I need royal insect powder?" But then the old man immediately turned serious and spoke in a low voice to reveal the true purpose of this trip. "Actually, I came to give you a mission from the Wulin Alliance." Xiao Long was startled and asked, "A mission?" The beggar emperor nodded in confirmation. "That is correct." He looked straight into his eyes, his own eyes flashing with gravity as he clearly announced, "A strange type of insect has appeared in Yueyang." The shocking news made Xiao Long freeze, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "Yueyang? Isn't Yueyang a strategic point at the intersection of waterways and roads in the Central Plains?" The elder stroked his gray beard. "That is exactly right. That place is also not too far from Wuhan. They sure knew how to pick a place to cause chaos, didn't they? It's easy to escape once the noise dies down. But right now, the entire Yueyang region is being swarmed by a mysterious type of black insect. They say these bugs are gathering in such massive numbers that people can't even breathe and are passing out. The whole city is on the brink of total collapse." Hearing this, Xiao Long couldn't help but be shocked. Black insects? Seeing his expression, Kiat Huang let out a sinister smile. "What do you think?" he asked, turning to Tang Yin and Xiao Long. "A strange incident involving mysterious insects, isn't that exactly your specialty?" A short while later, at the inn, the leader of the beggar sect began recounting the details of the story to Xiao Long, along with an official secret message from the Martial Arts Alliance. Kiat Huang explained, "Right now, the Martial Arts Alliance is being held back by interference from the imperial family." Xiao Long asked in confusion, "From the imperial family?" Kiat Huang took a slow sip of his tea and continued thoughtfully. "Ever since the blood cult catastrophe, the imperial family has been keeping a tight grip on any major shifts among the martial arts factions. Even though there's an unspoken rule that we stay out of each other's business, they've received secret orders, so they can't act on their own." Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Alliance dock, an uninvited guest arrived to seek out the elder of the beggar sect. Stepping off the large ship was an incredibly beautiful and elegant woman dressed in luxurious black and red traditional robes. It was Princess Wei Xiao Long Jillian. Elder Quan Huang bowed respectfully to welcome her. "It is truly a surprise to be visited by a princess of the imperial family at the Martial Arts Alliance." Princess Wei Xiao Long Jillian smiled softly and replied gently, "Elder Quan Huang, please, there is no need for such formalities. Today, I come here as a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, simply as a martial artist." Hearing this, Elder Quan Huang laughed heartily. "As a disciple of the Sword Pavilion? I'm not sure I'm worthy enough to host a princess." Princess Wei Xiao Long Jillian covered her mouth and chuckled in response. "Heh, you're quite the joker, Elder. I hear what you're saying, but once you hear about the gift I've brought, I'm sure you'll change your mind." Quan Huang asked, full of doubt, "A gift, you say?" "It's about mobilizing the forces of the Martial Arts Alliance. I can help you with that." In exchange for her offer to help the Martial Arts Alliance, Princess Wei Xiao Long Jillian smiled faintly and set a condition. "Could the Martial Arts Alliance fulfill a request for me? Everything comes with a price, after all." The condition she proposed was crystal clear. If the Martial Arts Alliance could decisively resolve the black insect plague currently paralyzing the Yueyang region, then as a princess, she would formally petition the emperor to issue an order granting the alliance leader full authority to mobilize military forces. For a martial arts alliance currently tied down by the imperial court, this was a golden opportunity that could not be refused. Hearing this, Xiao Long asked curiously, "But why does the princess want to intervene in the Yueyang incident?" Elder John Wang sighed slightly and explained, "Because she is the wife of the governor of Yueyang, Sinich." He added that because Sinich was a young, newly appointed governor, this insect incident had caused the public great unrest, leading to endless misery and resentment. He was just an unremarkable student at the Royal Academy, but after marrying the princess, his status soared like a kite in the wind. How could the princess just sit by and watch her husband face the wrath of the people? Understanding the situation, Xiao Long nodded. "I see. So, in short, you want me to go to Yueyang to find the root cause of those black insects, or find a way to deal with them?" Elder John Wang smiled and replied, "Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head. Xiao Long thought for a moment, then hesitantly expressed his concern. Since this is a mission from the Martial Arts Alliance, of course I should lend a hand. But John Wang asked in surprise, is there a problem? Actually, when I helped the god of Tao, I brought 2 silver silkworms with me. They are the type that will release venom if they are away from me for too long, so it's hard for me to go anywhere far for an extended period. Plus, I have some snow lizard eggs about to hatch. The others don't want to leave me at all either, so if I go, I have to take everyone with me. I'm afraid such a bulky move would be a bit troublesome. Simply put, I've got too much on my plate to just pick up and leave. Hearing this, Elder John Wang laughed aloud to reassure him. If that's what you're worried about, then rest easy. The general just sent a ship from Zhugao for you. Xiao Long was startled and surprised. John Wang took a sip of tea, squinted, and said, I heard that last time you saved the general's son's life. Is that right? To show his gratitude, he decided to gift you one of the fastest boats on the Yangtze River. This means you no longer have to be separated from your precious poisonous creatures. The scene of carrying everyone along with the spirit beast herd onto the massive boat flashed through Xiao Long's mind, leaving him incredibly excited. If you resolve this smoothly, it won't just be a chance to curry favor with the Martial Arts Alliance, but also with a member of the royal family. Who knows? In the future, the 3 saints of the Central Plains might even become the 4 saints. Xiao Long bowed decisively and declared, I, Xiao Long of the Sichuan Tang sect, accept this mission from the Martial Arts Alliance. Elder John Wang nodded with satisfaction. Reliable as always. Even though he had accepted, Xiao Long couldn't help but be curious about the mysterious black insects. He thought to himself, but now that I think about it, black insects, I wonder what kind of creatures they are? In his mind, he immediately painted a horrific picture of familiar insects that typically multiply in swarms and harm humans like flies, mosquitoes, snakes, or locusts, but in the form of grotesque, muscle-bound monsters. The thought alone made him terrified. Just then, hasty footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor outside the room. The door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Tang Yin and the animal caretaker rushed in, their faces full of panic. Xiao Long turned around, startled, and asked blankly, Tang Yin, what's wrong? Why are you all in such a rush? Tang Yin clenched her fists and urged him anxiously. It's happening. It's actually happening. Xiao Long still didn't understand and asked in confusion what was going on. Tang Yin shouted decisively, the little lizard is giving birth. This unexpected news left Xiao Long completely frozen. He shouted in surprise, what? The video ends here. Everyone, please hit like to support Gao in making more interesting stories. Thank you, and goodbye, everyone.